The 12th Cosmic Genius Battle will officially commence in just 12 hours. This year's Cosmic Genius Battle is being meticulously organized by the sacred land of cosmic flames. Among the countless cosmic nations of humanity, any practitioner who has reached an extraordinary realm is welcome to enthusiastically register. If you consider yourself a genius and find it difficult to discover worthy opponents of your caliber, then come and partake in this globally anticipated Cosmic Genius Battle. Here, you shall compete alongside a multitude of exceptional talents, meticulously selected from the vast cosmic nations of humanity, to vie for supremacy. The Cosmic Genius Battle does not welcome the mediocre. If you believe yourself to be a genius, then boldly embark on this glorious journey. Registrations can be made through the official websites of the major cosmic nations. Beginning of the main text. The realm of martial arts is categorized into 5 levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, subtle mastery, and perfection. The advancement through each level signifies a significant leap in power. As a foundational martial technique, if Body Tempering Fist is cultivated to the major achievement level, its tempering effects will be greatly enhanced, potentially laying a solid foundation for your future martial path. A resonant voice echoed through the training hall like thunder, causing the eardrums of those present to tremble. The speaker was a burly middle-aged man with a single eye, his features as resolute as iron, exuding a fierce aura. He was Sun Yen, the instructor of the martial arts class at Lu City 3rd Middle School. Old Wang, with your duplication talent, your cultivation speed is twice that of others. You should have long since mastered the Body Tempering Fist, right? Came the slightly envious voice of Wang Heng's friend, Zhang Wei, from behind. Sure. Keep it down. Wang Heng stole a glance at Sun Yen, who was not paying attention, and lowered his voice, saying, "It's not that simple. The duplication merely grants me double the cultivation time. Do you think having twice the time guarantees mastering the major achievement level? You underestimate the Body Tempering Fist." True, Zhang Wei sighed. Even with 10 times the time, I might not achieve it. I've heard that those from affluent families have formal warriors as sparring partners while practicing the Body Tempering Fist, which is why they progress so swiftly. If only I had an instructor of such caliber as a sparring partner, perhaps I would have achieved mastery by now. Dream on. Wang Heng scoffed. Hiring an instructor of that level for sparring is not something families like ours can afford. He had inquired beforehand. Even hiring a junior warrior as a sparring partner costs around 10,000 per hour. Even if he practiced just 1 hour a day, that would amount to 300,000 a month. Wang Heng's father was merely an ordinary worker, earning just over 10,000 a month. Where would they find the money to hire a warrior for training? Fortunately, Wang Heng awakened the duplication talent during his martial spirit awakening, allowing him to cultivate as if he were 2 individuals simultaneously, which significantly accelerated his progress in Body Tempering Fist. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping. You must practice the Body Tempering Fist diligently, ensuring it reaches at least the major achievement level to reap maximum benefits during tempering. Sun Yen's voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the martial arts hall, as if even the air quivered in response. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the assembly before he solemnly declared, "Next, I shall demonstrate the great accomplishment level of the Body Tempering Fist." With a swift gesture, he pointed to a tall and handsome young man amidst the crowd. "Qin Li, you are the sole student in this class who has cultivated the Body Tempering Fist to the great accomplishment level. I will now suppress my strength to match yours, and we shall together exhibit the Body Tempering Fist at this advanced stage. Instructor, I believe this is unnecessary. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, given their talents, it is utterly impossible for them to master the Body Tempering Fist to the great accomplishment level," Qin Li retorted, his expression brimming with pride and a hint of disdain. His words dripped with a condescending tone, as if the other students in the class were not worthy of even a glance from him. As the class's top prodigy, Qin Li indeed possessed the entitlement to his arrogance. Hailing from a family of martial artists, he boasted a level cultivation talent, his abilities having already reached the standards required for admission to elite martial arts universities. Thus he looked down upon his classmates from ordinary backgrounds. "Damn, this guy is insufferably arrogant. I just want to give him a good thrashing," Zhang Wei grumbled beside Wang Heng, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Do you think you can take him on?" Wang Heng shook his head. "Their families are wealthy and influential. providing them with formal martial artists as training partners daily, and after training, they have body-nourishing elixirs. How can we possibly compare? In the end, it all comes down to money. The ancients were right. The poor pursue knowledge while the rich pursue martial prowess, Zhang Wei muttered, his tone laden with resignation. Wang Heng smiled reassuringly. Let us focus on our training. And when we become martial artists ourselves, our sons will be just as audacious as Qin Li. Hearing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Heng's clever remark cleverly placed Qin Li and their future sons on the same pedestal, significantly alleviating his inner turmoil. Qin Li, since you are unwilling to demonstrate, let it be, Instructor Sun Yan's voice came calmly, devoid of any discernible emotion. He did not reprimand Qin Li despite his dissatisfaction with the latter's arrogance. Qin Li was undeniably the most exceptional student in the class, and his future examination results would be crucial for their standing. Sun Yan was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Turning to face the group, his gaze swept over them as he intoned, "Now, I will perform the body-tempering fist in its entirety. Pay close attention and strive to grasp its essence." With that, Sun Yan took a deep breath, his feet slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, and his hands hanging naturally at his sides. His body sank slightly, engaging his core, as he smoothly propelled his arms forward. Each movement was executed with precision, exuding a sense of power while appearing remarkably effortless. Then, his form began to rotate, the technique evolving seamlessly, each stance harmonized strength with grace. His arms cutting through the air, generating a whistling sound, while his footwork remained both steady and agile. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, with each execution of the technique showcasing a remarkable control over his muscles, which contracted and expanded in perfect synchrony. Strange, why does our practice of body refinement fist appear so forceful and domineering, while the instructor's execution seems so light and agile, almost as if they belong to two entirely different martial arts? Zhang Wei murmured, his face etched with confusion. Wang Heng's gaze remained fixed on Sun Yan's movements as he quietly elucidated. The instructor's body refinement fist has reached the subtle level, allowing him to masterfully control every muscle in his body, resulting in a punch that is entirely focused and appears ethereal. This form of martial art not only boasts immense explosive power but also enhances combat endurance. In contrast, our overly forceful technique disperses power too much, leading to weaker bursts and an inability to sustain prolonged combat. That I see now. Zhang Wei's understanding dawned, admiration illuminating his features. No wonder the instructor is so formidable. I've heard that even those seasoned martial artists may struggle to elevate their skills to this subtle level. Wang Heng lowered his voice further, continuing, I've learned that our instructor is a veteran from the defense forces of Dahu City. Wow! Zhang Wei inhaled sharply, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Dahu City, notorious as the meat grinder, is known for its alarmingly high casualty rates among its defense forces. Any soldier who survives such a place is undoubtedly a battle-hardened warrior. In the training area, Sun Yan's demonstration of the body refinement fist was approaching its conclusion. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly, each movement fluid and natural, akin to the flow of water, devoid of any hesitation or interruption. Only after delivering the final punch did his breath quicken slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet his expression radiated satisfaction and exhilaration. All right, you may practice on your own now, Sun Yan declared before stepping aside to rest. The students remained entranced by the instructor's display, reluctant to depart from the experience, before gradually commencing their own practice. Wang Heng and Zhang Wei prepared to begin their training as well. Wang Heng. At that moment, a tall figure blocked Wang Heng's path. Was Qin there something you need? Wang Heng furrowed his brow, looking up at Qin Li with a calm demeanor, though a sense of wariness swirled within him. He had always maintained a respectful distance from this second-generation warrior, wary of unnecessary entanglements. More importantly, he was acutely aware that his current abilities paled in comparison to Qin Li's. As far as he knew, Qin Li's punching power had already reached an impressive 770 kilograms, far exceeding the admission standards of the elite martial university, and he had mastered the body refinement fist to a consummate level. In contrast, Wang Heng's punching power was still below 400 kilograms, highlighting the evident disparity. I heard that you practice with Li Shui every night? Qin Li's expression was stern, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. Let me give you a piece of advice. Quit that job today. Why should I listen to you? Anger surged within Wang Heng, yet his face remained composed. His interest in Li Shui was purely professional. The generous remuneration she offered allowed him to support his family, making this job crucial to him. Simply because I am stronger than you. Qin Li clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. He resembled a ferocious wolf, his icy gaze fixed upon Wang Heng, his tone foreboding. In this world, strength commands respect. You, a mere weakling, ought to learn to bow your head. Li Shui is not someone of your ilk who can approach a toad, should not aspire to consume swan meat. You. Wang Heng seethed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Young Master Qin, misunderstandings abound. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wei, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hurriedly grasped Wang Heng's arm, forcing a smile as he addressed Qin Li. Miss Li Shui holds a noble status. How could ordinary students like us harbor any improper thoughts? You must be mistaken. Wang Heng is merely struggling with family difficulties, hoping to earn a little money to help at home. What are you doing? Not far off, Instructor Sun Yan's gaze swept over, clearly having noticed the commotion nearby. Humph, let me make myself clear. Should I discover you growing close to Li Shui again, do not expect my courtesy. Qin Li cast a glance at the distant Sun Yan, snorted coldly, and then shot Wang Heng a threatening look before turning to depart. That was close. Thank goodness the instructor was here. Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Despite his usual bravado when cursing Qin Li in private, he couldn't help but feel intimidated when confronted by him. Let's go practice our punches and ignore him. After all, he wouldn't dare act in the martial arts hall. Wang Heng gritted his teeth, his anger still simmering. Yet he understood all too well the disparity between himself and Qin Li at this moment. Confronting Qin Li would be akin to striking a stone with an egg he could only endure for now. I think you should exercise caution and resign from your sparring position. Though he may not dare to act within the martial arts hall, one cannot guarantee he won't seek vengeance in private. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Wei expressed his concern. Although we live in a society governed by law, martial artist families still wield certain privileges. Let's not overlook the possibility that he might send someone to seriously injure you the day before the college entrance exam. It could ruin your entire future. I will consider it, Wang Heng replied, his gaze flickering. Without further words, he moved aside to commence his practice. His punches were fierce and unyielding, each strike accompanied by a howling wind, resonating like thunder, the air around him crackling with explosive sound. In this moment, Wang Heng's yearning for strength reached its zenith. Almost there, nearly there. Once my punching power increases further, my doppelganger will. Wang Heng's gaze was resolute, his mind sinking into his dantian, subtly sensing the changes within his body. Soon, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Current number of doppelgangers, 1. Upon breaking through to the next realm, an additional 10 doppelgangers may be summoned. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Doppelganger. The awakening of martial arts spirit, known as Wu Dao Qi Ling, is the process through which formal martial artists summon the celestial energies of the universe to ignite the latent spiritual essence within their bodies. This method allows for the assessment of a student's innate talent for cultivation using specialized instruments. Furthermore, during this awakening process, there lies a minuscule probability of uncovering extraordinary hidden talents within the student. Wang Heng is fortunate enough to be among these rare individuals. His unique talent for creating doppelgangers ranks among the highest echelons of ability. Not only does each doppelganger possess combat prowess equivalent to that of his true self, but even if a doppelganger is vanquished, the original can cultivate a new one, rendering him nearly immortal. Among contemporary martial artists endowed with the doppelganger talent, the most renowned is the god of war, Ogres, from the International Chamber of Commerce. Leveraging the immortal nature of his doppelgangers, he often employs them in self-detonation during battles, instilling terror in countless adversaries. Thus, when news of Wang Heng's doppelganger talent spread, it immediately caused a sensation throughout the school. Numerous school authorities rushed to congratulate him, elevating him to the status of a campus celebrity. However, Wang Heng's cultivation aptitude is merely graded D, casting a shadow over his future prospects. Had it not been for this limitation, he would have undoubtedly been granted admission to prestigious schools without the need to partake in the entrance examinations. After all, with such a low cultivation aptitude, even possessing a doppelganger would make it challenging to unleash its full potential. Ogre's supremacy lies not only in his doppelgangers but also in his inherent prowess as a god of war. In contrast, Wang Heng, with his D-grade aptitude, is destined to reach only the level of a senior warrior at best. This tier of martial artist, even with an immortal doppelganger, poses little threat to war generals, let alone the exalted god of war. The breakthrough to the intermediate apprentice realm is imminent. As the information surfaced in his mind, Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. To outsiders, it seemed that his awakened doppelganger talent would only allow for the creation of a single doppelganger. Yet, he alone comprehended the true terror of this talent. For every minor breakthrough he achieves, the number of his doppelgangers would increase by 10, and for every major breakthrough, the count would surge by 100. This stands in stark contrast to Ogre's singular doppelganger talent. Initially, when Wang Heng first received the revelation in his mind, he was taken aback. At the anticipated rate of doppelganger proliferation, once he becomes a formal martial artist, the number of his doppelgangers could reach into the hundreds or even thousands. Just the thought of hundreds or thousands of doppelgangers cultivating simultaneously is profoundly awe-inspiring. Despite his D-grade cultivation aptitude, the collective training of such a multitude of doppelgangers would accelerate his growth at an astonishing pace. Of course, Wang Heng is acutely aware of the proverb that states that exceptional talent attracts envy and scrutiny. Therefore, he has never divulged the true secret of his doppelganger ability to anyone. Even his closest friends remain oblivious, as he has buried this secret deep within his heart. With a swift motion, Wang Heng clenched his fists, sweat cascading down his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Unbeknownst to him, he remained steadfast in his rhythm, delivering punch after punch without a hint of fatigue. With merely a month remaining until the college entrance examination, time was of the essence, and he must swiftly transcend his current realm. Just wait, one day I shall make everyone take notice. A glimmer of determination flickered in Wang Heng's eyes as the wind from his punches howled, seemingly intent on shattering all obstacles. As dusk descended, the setting sun bled crimson across the horizon. Classmates concluded their training for the day and gradually vacated the martial arts hall. In the now desolate space, only Wang Heng remained, drenched in sweat as he continued his relentless practice. His silhouette, elongated by the fading sunlight, appeared particularly solitary. "Old Wang, are you going to train extra again?" Zhang Wei approached, his tone laced with a mix of resignation and admiration. He had grown accustomed to Wang Heng's additional training sessions. Every day after school, Wang Heng would stay behind alone, practicing for an extra hour until the hall was entirely empty. "My talent for cultivation pales in comparison to yours. Without extra practice, I wouldn't even qualify for an ordinary martial arts university," Wang Heng replied between breaths, his tone resolute despite the fatigue evident in his voice. Zhang Wei's cultivation talent was rated C, placing him among the upper echelon of their class, with his punching power having reached 410 kilograms. The admission threshold for an ordinary martial arts university was 400 kilograms in punching strength, and as for academic subjects, merely passing sufficed, a task not daunting for them. "I'll take my leave then. Remember to wait for me tomorrow." Zhang Wei refrained from further interrupting Wang Heng, waving farewell and departing. As his classmates exited, the martial arts hall fell into an absolute silence, save for the echo of Wang Heng's punches reverberating through the vast space. Time flowed slowly. An hour later, Wang Heng finally concluded his training. He wiped the sweat from his brow, and the damp towel seemed capable of wringing out a puddle. After a brief 10-minute respite, he approached the punching power tester nearby. With a deep breath, Wang Heng struck the target of the tester with a powerful punch, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the quiet hall. Almost immediately, a number appeared on the screen beside the tester, 397 kilograms. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of punches, and the screen displayed 395 kilograms, 398 kilograms, 393 kilograms. Each fluctuation of the numbers tugged at Wang Heng's heartstrings. He was nearing the threshold of becoming an intermediate apprentice. Gazing at the numbers on the screen, a smile blossomed on Wang Heng's face, as if the weight of his fatigue had lightened considerably. The ranks of aspiring martial artists were classified into 3 tiers based on punching power. Those below 400 kilograms were considered novice apprentices. Those ranging from 400 kilograms to 700 kilograms were classified as intermediate apprentices, and those between 700 kilograms and 1,000 kilograms were deemed advanced apprentices. What Wang Heng anticipated most was his ascension to the rank of intermediate apprentice. For at that point, the number of his avatars would increase by 10. With 11 avatars in addition to his true self, it would be akin to 12 individuals training simultaneously. At that time, his rate of progress would soar, advancing at an extraordinary pace. Though my innate talent for cultivation may be lacking, I firmly believe that quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. I refuse to accept that I cannot become a formidable force. Qin Li, you shall await my rise. Wang Heng clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion, while the veins on his arms bulged, seemingly narrating the fury and resentment within him. Particularly, Qin Li's taunt, "Just because I am stronger than you," struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his pride. Qin Li, you are correct in stating that this is indeed a world where strength reigns supreme. However, one thing you have misjudged. I, Wang Heng, am certainly not a weakling. In Wang Heng's gaze, a fierce flame ignited. It was a fervent yearning for power, coupled with an unwavering conviction for the future. Chapter 3, Wang Heng's home. The Binhu community, serving as a low-rent housing complex, has nearly reached the pinnacle of land utilization efficiency. The narrow spacing between buildings renders the entire area akin to a deep canyon, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the myriad of obstacles. Residents living in such an environment feel as though they have been cast aside in a forgotten corner of the city. Wang Heng's abode is situated on the 19th floor of a towering 45-story residential building. Upon entering the staircase, Wang Heng opted not to take the elevator, but instead sprinted upwards. The elevators in the low-rent community require a card for payment, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, most outdoor electrical facilities have been ravaged by monstrous beasts, leading to a severe scarcity of electricity within the city, resulting in exorbitant electricity costs. The inhabitants of this community prefer to walk a few extra steps rather than spend additional money on the elevator. For someone like Wang Heng, an aspiring warrior, taking the stairs not only saves money but also serves as a means of physical training. Why not indulge in both? Soon, Wang Heng reached the 19th floor. Breathing slightly heavier, he raised his hand and knocked on the door, which was open to reveal a youthful and radiant face. His younger sister, Wang Kiki. Upon seeing her elder brother, Kiki's face lit up with a joyful smile. "Brother, you're back. The meal is ready." Her eyes sparkled as though they contained brilliant stars, and her beaming smile radiated warmth and brilliance. "Thank you for your hard work," Wang Heng replied with a doting smile, gently ruffling his sister's hair before stepping inside. A delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, and the warm, familiar atmosphere instantly alleviated much of Wang Heng's fatigue from the day. He surveyed the cozy, albeit small, home, and a wave of warmth surged within him. Little Heng is back. Their mother, Lu Yuru, sat in a wheelchair, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She picked up a glass of water from the table and handed it to Wang Heng. "Thank you, Mom." Wang Heng quickly accepted the glass, downing it in a few gulps, filled with happiness and contentment. Every day after school, he would rush home, often parched, and his mother, aware of this, prepared a glass of cool boiled water for him each evening. "Is Dad back yet?" Wang Heng inquired as he set down the glass. "Kiki said Dad would be late today, and he asked us to eat first," Kiki chimed in, bringing a bowl of rice to the table with a voice that was both clear and thoughtful. "Let us eat." "We one tea wait for him," Lu Yuru urged, passing Wang Heng a pair of chopsticks, her gaze filled with tenderness and love as she watched her children. Wang Heng wasted no time, devouring his meal, for he needed to head to Li Shui's house afterward to serve as her sparring partner. With their mother disabled and his younger sister still in her formative years, the burden of the family's livelihood rested solely on their father's shoulders, making their days quite challenging. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Heng exerted himself further, striving not only to cultivate his skills but also to earn money to support the household. The threat posed by Qin Li during the day had ignited a fire of anger within him. Perhaps for the young Master Qin, the meager wages from being a sparring partner were nothing more than pocket change. Yet for Wang Heng, that paltry sum represented the hopes of his entire family. Every penny was invaluable, and he would not allow anyone to take it away easily. Having consumed 3 bowls of rice, Wang Hong was just about to rise and clear the dishes when a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. It must be father returning. Wang Qiqi's eyes brightened, and she hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man reeking of sweat stepped inside. His shirt was drenched with perspiration, and his clothing was stained, presenting an image of utter exhaustion. This man was none other than Wang Heng's father, Wang Tao. Dad! Wang Hong quickly stood up, eager to assist his father with the dishes. Wang Tao waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to rush. Take a seat. I have something to discuss with you." Reluctantly, Wang Hong sat down while his sister, Wang Qiqi, dutifully scampered to the kitchen to serve their father rice. Wang Tao gazed at Wang Hong, pondering for a moment before he slowly remarked, "The college entrance examination is approaching. Initially, I did not wish to impose any pressure on you, but I have heard that tomorrow is the deadline for signing up for the arts and martial arts tracks. Have you truly decided to pursue martial arts? Given your academic performance, you could easily qualify for the arts. Becoming a martial artist is ultimately fraught with peril. In this era plagued by monstrous beasts, humanity faces life and death threats. Once you become a martial artist, you must accept the nation's summons, where the mortality rate is horrifyingly high. Therefore, I have always been opposed to your choice of martial arts. I would prefer my son to live a safe and ordinary life than to place himself in such a precarious situation. Dad, can being an ordinary person guarantee safety?" Wang Hong paused for a moment, then cast a glance at his mother's legs, his tone tinged with bitterness. Ironically, his mother's legs had been crushed by the carcass of a beast that fell from the sky. Ordinary people are as vulnerable as ants when faced with those creatures. Even the lifeless bodies of these beasts can easily claim the lives of common folk. This sense of helplessness and insignificance filled Wang Hong with resentment and anger, further solidifying his resolve to become a martial artist, to protect his family. From that moment forward, he vowed to become a martial artist. In this brutal world besieged by monstrous beasts, not being a martial artist renders mere survival a luxury. Only by possessing formidable strength can one secure a slender chance of survival and safeguard all that is cherished. Dad, I do not wish to see my family suffer any longer. Wang Hong's voice was low yet resolute, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Wang Tao looked at his son, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. He understood that Wang Hong had made his choice, and as a father, he could only offer silent support. The room fell into a moment of silence, with only the aroma of the food permeating the air. Dad, Mom, rest assured, I possess the talent of duplication. Even among martial artists, my ability to preserve my life is unparalleled. Wang Hong spoke with conviction, attempting to assuage his parents' concerns. Well, since you are determined to tread this path, I shall no longer hinder you. Wang Tao sighed, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. His child had grown up, developed his own opinions. As a father, he could only advise but not forcibly alter Wang Hong's decision. Fortunately, Wang Hong was correct. With his duplication ability, his chances of survival were indeed greater than those of other martial artists. This brought a modicum of solace to Wang Tao. Father, you eat first. I am heading to a classmate's house. After resting for a while, Wang Hong rose to prepare for his departure. Wang Tao understood that Wang Hong was going to act as a sparring partner, albeit in a manner akin to using a doppelganger. Thus he harbored no concerns for his safety. Yet, the thought of his son bearing the weight of familial responsibilities at such a tender age stirred feelings of guilt and compassion within him. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Wang Hong departed from home, sprinting towards Li Shui's residence. Li Shui's abode was located within an upscale villa district, and Wang Hong, at full speed, could reach it in approximately half an hour. The threat posed by Qin Li was indeed a nuisance, and it seemed prudent to avoid him as much as possible in the future, Wang Hong mused while running. His brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies to navigate this predicament. His father's monthly salary hovered around 10,000 yuan, while Wang Hong, serving as Li Shui's sparring partner, earned 500 yuan per hour. An hour of practice each day would accumulate to 15,000 yuan a month. This income was of paramount significance to Wang Heng's family, and he was resolute in his decision not to relinquish it. Fortunately, Qin Li, being a wealthy heir, did not frequent the school's martial arts dojo daily. Like Li Shui, he had engaged formal martial artists as private instructors, typically training at home. However, Qin Li reveled in ostentation. Whenever he achieved a breakthrough, he would rush to school to flaunt it, indulging his vanity. By keeping abreast of Qin Li's movements through Zhang Wei, Wang Heng could steer clear of him. With a touch of caution, he surmised that he would encounter no significant issues. As he plodded silently in his mind, his pace remained unyielding. As night deepened, Wang Heng's figure darted through the streets with remarkable swiftness, resembling a gust of wind. A resolute glint sparkled in his eyes, fueled by a singular ambition to grow stronger. Chapter 4. The body refining pill. Moments later, Wang Heng arrived at an exquisite villa area. The villas, artfully arranged, exuded tranquility and luxury beneath the moonlight. The environment was picturesque, with even the air imbued with freshness. Moreover, the presence of formally trained martial artists as security personnel ensured a remarkably high level of safety. "I'm heading to Building 27. Wang Heng instructed the security guard at the entrance. "Please wait." The guard, with a keen gaze, scrutinized Wang Heng before directing a nearby camera towards him. After a brief moment, a melodious voice emanated from the intercom. "Let him in." "Understood, ma'am." The security guard promptly granted him access. Wang Heng recognized the voice. It belonged to Lin Yu, Li Shui's personal trainer, who was reputed to be a martial artist of the battle general rank. The hierarchy of martial artists is categorized into soldier, battle general, and battle god levels, with each rank further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Achieving the status of a battle general is indeed a remarkable feat. Qin Li, despite his arrogance, had a father who was merely a battle general. Soon, Wang Heng arrived at a villa. Collecting his thoughts, he followed a maid into the training room in the basement of the villa. The training facilities here surpassed those of his school's martial arts hall, both in completeness and spaciousness. The array of high-end equipment and the bright, expansive area left him in awe. Wang Heng felt an intense desire to possess such a training room. Bang! 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 The sound of fierce combat echoed throughout the training room, resonating deeply. Inside, two women were locked in a fierce battle. One, with a ponytail and clad in a black martial arts uniform, possessed long, straight legs and a beautiful face. This was Li Shui. Her movements were agile, each action infused with vitality and energy, her gaze radiating determination and focus. The other woman, more mature and alluring, was Lin Yu, dressed in a striking red martial arts outfit, her golden, wavy hair cascading down her back, exuding an irresistible charm. Her movements were both graceful and powerful, the red fabric of her attire flowing with her every motion, while her wavy locks added an extra layer of allure that captivated the eye. "Wang Heng, you've finally arrived. Quickly, summon your doppelganger." Upon seeing Wang Heng enter, Li Shui's eyes sparkled, and she urged him eagerly. Lin Yu paused her movements, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "What's this? Am I not a worthy opponent compared to this lad?" Her expression held a teasing tone, but her eyes revealed no trace of reproach. "Lin Yu, your boxing technique has already reached perfection. The gap between us is too vast. Practicing with you would leave me thoroughly subdued, leaving little opportunity for growth," Li Shui responded, then turned to Wang Heng with a smile. "However, Wang Heng's boxing skills are on par with mine, and sparring with him would better facilitate my advancement to the great perfection stage." "Well then, you two practice. I'll take a moment to rest over there." Lin Yu chuckled, nodded to Wang Heng, and seated herself on a nearby sofa. "Quickly, where is your doppelganger? It should have fully recovered by now, right?" Li Shui shifted her attention back to Wang Heng. As Wang Heng recalled the harrowing experience of his clone from the previous night, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Had it not been for his innate talent for duplicity, he would never have volunteered to serve as a sparring partner for Li Shui. Despite her striking beauty, she possessed a fierce temperament, mercilessly reducing his clones to a state of dismemberment during their training sessions. Fortunately, the clones had the ability to autonomously absorb energy. Even if they sustained injuries, they required merely a single night to restore themselves to perfection. Should a clone be vanquished, it could be reborn anew within 3 days. With a mere thought, a clone that mirrored Wang Heng's appearance materialized in the adjacent clearing, though its countenance was stern and devoid of expression. Ultimately, a clone was but a manifestation of Wang Heng, sharing a singular soul. In moments when Wang Heng did not exert control, the clone resembled a mere marionette. Each time you summon a clone, it is utterly astonishing, Li Shui remarked, her face alight with envy as she witnessed Wang Heng's feet almost choking on his words. Wang Heng could not refrain from correcting her. How many times must I reiterate? This is not childbirth. It is a summoning. His face flushed crimson, feeling exasperated by Li Shui's flippant remarks. After all, it is quite similar. A person emerges from within you, Li Shui replied innocently, blinking as though she saw no fault in her statement. Wang Heng, rendered speechless, promptly commanded his clone to strike at Li Shui. He harbored no fear of injuring her. After all, her punching power was an impressive 760 kilograms, far beyond his capacity to withstand. During their sparring matches, Li Shui consistently tempered her strength. Otherwise, in the face of their comparable martial prowess, Wang Heng would stand no chance against her. The disparity between them filled him with both frustration and an intensified fighting spirit. While commanding his clone to engage Li Shui, Wang Heng made his way toward Lin Yu. Sister Lin. He greeted respectfully, holding her in high esteem. Lin Yu occasionally offered him guidance while instructing Li Shui in her training, and he greatly valued this invaluable mentorship. Wang Heng, how has your training progressed recently? Have you surpassed 400 kilograms in punching power? Lin Yu inquired, her fondness for the resilient youth from a humble background evident. Sister Lin, not yet. I tested myself today, and my punching power is approximately 395 kilograms. I am still a tad short, Wang Heng replied, shaking his head. Do not fret. With a month remaining until the college entrance examination, you have ample time to surpass 400 kilograms, ensuring your admission to Marshall University is well within reach. Lin Yu reassured him. Wang Heng pressed his lips together slightly. His aspirations extended beyond merely attending a conventional Marshall University. Graduates from the standard institution typically fell within the warrior ranks, while those from elite institutions often ascended to the level of battle generals. The most prestigious academies even had the potential to forge champions of unparalleled strength. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows to lower levels. Naturally, Wang Heng yearned to enroll in a more distinguished martial arts university to receive the finest training. Here, this is for you. Suddenly, Lin Yu retrieved a small green vial from her backpack and tossed it towards Wang Heng. Sister Lin, what is this? Wang Heng inquired, somewhat perplexed as he examined the vial in his hand, which appeared to be a container for some kind of elixir. He had heard that certain scientists had managed to create beneficial pills for cultivation and healing by studying the inner cores of mystical beasts, but the value of such elixirs was beyond his imagination. It contains a body refinement pill, one that I had left unused from my past, Lin Yu explained with a smile. Take it. It is enough to augment your strength by several dozen kilograms. Body refinement pill, Wang Heng exclaimed in astonishment, hastily pushing the vial back towards her, shaking his head. I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. He had seen in the martial artist market that a single body refinement pill was worth 1 million yuan. Regarded alongside body refinement milk as the finest elixir for those at the threshold of martial prowess. Such a valuable item was not something he dared to accept. Though he yearned for it deeply, Wang Heng adhered to his principles. While mutual assistance among friends was acceptable, the worth of this pill exceeded the bounds of friendship. Just take it. Stop with the nonsense, Lin Yu insisted, shoving the vial into Wang Heng's embrace before turning to leave without a backward glance. I'm going to take a shower. If you have the guts, come to the bathroom and return it to me, she playfully declared, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. As she turned towards the bathroom, her graceful figure became even more captivating. Wang Heng was left feeling utterly helpless. Just accept it. A mere 1 million yuan is nothing for a warrior of Sister Lin's caliber, Li Shui remarked as she approached. Perhaps it is insignificant to you, but for me it is exceedingly valuable, Wang Heng replied with a wry smile. Why are you being so indecisive like a girl? If you find it too precious, just promise to repay Sister Lin when you earn more money later. Do you lack faith in your future earnings? Li Shui chided him. Wang Heng took a deep breath. 1 million was indeed an astronomical figure for him at that moment. However, He possessed the talent for duplication and firmly believed that once he became a martial artist, he would earn far more than $1 million. Well then, I will write an IOU. You can hand it to Sister Lin for me, Wang Heng said, promptly retrieving a pen to draft the note. Li Shui rolled her eyes but accepted the note, well aware of Wang Heng's character. An hour later, Wang Heng departed from Li Shui's villa, his other self nursing a bruised visage. Chapter 5. Promotion to intermediate apprentice. After finishing her bath, Lin Yu shook her hair and stepped out of the bathroom clad in a white silk nightgown. The damp strands released sparkling droplets, and the gown clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Noticing that only Li Shui remained in the training room, she smiled and inquired, "Has Wang Heng left?" "Yes, he has. I must admit, this guy is something else. He even wrote you an IOU," Li Shui replied, somewhat speechless, as she handed the note to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, did not take it. Instead, she regarded Li Shui with a teasing expression and remarked, "The body-refining pill you provided should really belong to you. But I can't help but wonder, our little princess of the Li family, could it be that you've actually developed feelings for that impoverished lad?" Her gaze sparkled with mischief, her words laced with playful intent, as if she sought to unveil some hidden secret through Li Shui's reactions. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm already a battle general-level warrior. How could I possibly carry around body-refining pills? They're meant for the aspiring martial artists. After all," Li Shui retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In truth, the body-refining pill was a gift she had sent to Wang Heng through Lin Yu. "Lin Jie, what are you rambling about?" Li Shui shot Lin Yu an annoyed glare, her face aglow with a rosy hue, her eyes brimming with reproach. Lin Yu laughed playfully. "Oh, are you flustered now? Can't be true, can it?" Her laughter was carefree, her eyes sparkling with jest, deliberately trying to provoke Li Shui. "Lin Jie, prepare yourself." Li Shui, incensed, threw a punch at Lin Yu, the fist slicing through the air with a dull thud. Had Wang Heng still been present, he would have been astonished to discover that Li Shui's punch possessed far more than 760 kilograms of strength. "Ah, so you're employing your double power special talent in our sparring. It seems you're genuinely concerned about that lad Wang Heng." Lin Yu continued to jest while parrying the blow. "Lin Jie, if you keep this up, I might just ignore you. I simply see a reflection of myself in Wang Heng. We both refuse to succumb to fate, and I wish to lend him a hand," Li Shui declared, retracting her fist and casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. At this, Lin Yu fell silent, understanding the weight of Li Shui's words. Despite Li Shui's prestigious background, it was evident that in families of her stature, especially for women, the autonomy to choose one's marriage partner was often non-existent. Having enjoyed the luxuries bestowed by her family, she was expected to forge alliances that served the family's interests. Of course, in this world of martial prowess, one could transcend such constraints if they possessed sufficient strength. Li Shui's relentless training was aimed at seizing control of her own destiny. Conversely, Wang Heng, hailing from a humble background, yearned to alter his fate. Rather than being crushed by his impoverished origins, it had ignited a fierce determination within him. Seeing her own struggles reflected in Wang Heng, coupled with the time spent training alongside him, had cultivated a favorable impression of him in her heart, compelling her to offer her assistance. "Dear girl, given the circumstances of the Li family, if you wish to take charge of your own destiny, you must become a battle god-level warrior," Lin Yu said, gazing at Li Shui with a hint of compassion after a brief pause. During the year spent with Li Shui, she had long regarded her as a sister, and their relationship was one of both mentor and friend. "I understand."
Li Ju clenched her fists.
Her gaze resolute as she declared, "For this upcoming college entrance examination, I am determined to attend High University. I will either become a warrior or perish amidst the beast horde." Her words resonated with a sense of unwavering determination. High University? That place in the coastal city is a veritable slaughterhouse. It is said that the mortality rate among high university students is as high as 50. Typically, individuals from prominent families like yours should aim for Jing University, given that it offers far greater training resources, Lin Yu remarked, her tone laden with astonishment and confusion, her brow slightly furrowed as she attempted to persuade Li Shui to reconsider. Li Shui shook her head and replied, "Jing University is too comfortable. Although it possesses more abundant training resources than High University, to become a warrior of the highest caliber, one must endure numerous life and death trials. I have conducted my research, and the number of warriors cultivated by Beihai University exceeds that of Jing University by more than threefold. Her gaze was fiercely determined, and her words dripped with resolute conviction. You! Lin Yu sighed, her heart aching for Li Shui. The coastal city, that slaughterhouse, was a place she herself would not dare to venture. It was rumored that a beast tide emerged there annually, posing a threat even to warriors of the highest caliber. Lin Yu exhaled softly, her eyes filled with concern and compassion. Yet she understood that Li Shui's resolve would be difficult to sway. Turning to glance at the villa district, Wang Heng's expression was complex as he mumbled to himself. I have truly encountered a benefactor this time. Perhaps a body refining pill was insignificant for Sister Lin, but for him it was an immense favor, one he would remember. Wang Heng adjusted his mindset and vanished into the night. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Heng retrieved his keys and cautiously opened the door, stepping into the house. A glance at the bunk beds revealed that his father, lying on the upper bunk, was already fast asleep. Wang Heng tiptoed into the bathroom, closed the door securely, stripped off his clothes, and then took out the body refining pill, swallowing it whole. Though he could not afford the body refining pill, he had perused information online about its effects. It was said that the first dose yielded the best results, purging impurities from the body and providing a thorough baptism for the flesh. Wang Heng waited patiently, his eyes filled with anticipation as his hands involuntarily clenched. After a few minutes, he felt a gentle warmth spreading through his body, as if a flame had ignited within. The sudden surge of heat startled him momentarily, but it was quickly eclipsed by exhilaration. A surging warmth coursed through his meridians, swiftly enveloping his entire being. This warmth crashed against his body like relentless waves, and slowly, black impurities began to emerge from his skin, exuding a foul odor, yet signifying that his body was undergoing a profound refinement. Wang Heng hurriedly turned on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over his body. Instantly, he felt a profound sense of relaxation, as if each muscle had undergone countless trials, enhancing his overall strength significantly. He had transcended a minor realm, increasing the number of his avatars by 10. Suddenly, a piece of information emerged in Wang Heng's mind, filling him with elation. After consuming the body refinement pill, his punching power had finally surpassed 400 kilograms, elevating him to the level of an intermediate apprentice. The increase in his avatars by 10 represented a monumental transformation for Wang Heng. These avatars not only assisted in his training but could also merge with his main self, amplifying his strength by 10. This meant that if Wang Heng's punching power was 400 kilograms, upon merging with one avatar, it would soar to 440 kilograms. Presently, Wang Heng possessed a total of 11 avatars. When he merged with all of them, his strength would amplify by an astonishing 110. What does this imply? Assuming Wang Heng's current punching power is 400 kilograms, with the enhancement, it would equate to 840 kilograms. This was tantamount to doubling his strength. The body refinement pill had undoubtedly increased his power by more than just a few kilograms. It was likely that his actual punching power had already surpassed 400 kilograms, and with the fusion of all his avatars, it might even exceed 900 kilograms. Wang Heng's face was alight with excitement. The power he had long yearned for had finally arrived. Chapter 6. Revealing strength. The following day at the school martial arts gym, Wang Heng arrived exceptionally early, before any of his classmates had appeared, leaving him as the solitary figure in the vast space. He approached the testing device, inhaled deeply, and with widened eyes, unleashed a powerful punch, striking the target with a force that seemed to split the air. Boom! As he withdrew his fist and glanced at the screen of the testing apparatus, his expression sharpened in astonishment. 447 kilograms. Wang Heng's face was a portrait of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg. This represented an increase of approximately 50 kilograms from the previous day, an incredible enhancement that felt almost surreal, akin to a vivid dream. It is well known that the path of cultivation grows increasingly arduous with advancement. At his current level, even with relentless effort and rigorous training, it was a challenge to gain a single kilogram of strength each day. To think that a single body refining pill could elevate his power by 50 kilograms. No wonder Li Shui possessed such formidable punch strength, Wang Heng mused. While Qin Li's impressive punch strength was understandable, given his B-grade talent and rapid cultivation pace, bolstered by various auxiliary treasures, the contrast with Li Shui was perplexing. Li Shui's cultivation talent was only C-grade, akin to that of his friend Zhang Wei. Yet their punch strengths differed vastly. Zhang Wei's hovered around 410 kilograms, while Li Shui's soared to approximately 760 kilograms, a staggering discrepancy. This disparity evoked a sense of ancient wisdom, the rich in martial prowess, the poor in literary talent. It seemed likely that Li Shui consumed body-refining pills as if they were mere candies. Fortunately, such treasures yield their best effects upon first use. Excessive consumption leads to the development of antibodies, diminishing their efficacy. Otherwise, this group of underprivileged individuals would find it nearly impossible to distinguish themselves. 447 kilograms. Should he harness the strength of his 11 avatars, his punch power could reach an astonishing 938 kilograms. Wang Heng calculated silently in his mind. 447 kilograms multiplied by 110 equals 938 kg. Not only could he aspire to the elite martial university, but he might also set his sights on the two prestigious institutions. If his memory served him correctly, the admission standard for these renowned schools last year was 900 kilograms. Even if the threshold had risen this year, his strength would still suffice. To think that he might actually have the opportunity to enter one of the two esteemed academies filled Wang Heng with uncontainable excitement. From what he understood, graduates from these illustrious schools were all at least at the junior battle general level. Qin Li's family was merely a family of battle general level warriors. Soon, Wang Heng's family could ascend to that status as well. He resolved to gather more information about the two prestigious institutions that evening, contemplating which one would be the better choice. Previously, his ambition had centered solely on the elite martial university, leaving him unaware of the details regarding the two distinguished schools. Nevertheless, this was a delightful dilemma. Wang Heng composed himself and moved aside to begin practicing his punches. To aspire to become a formidable warrior, one must not allow a mere achievement to breed arrogance and complacency. This is a sentiment often echoed by instructor Sun Nian. Wang Heng wholeheartedly agrees, which is why he continues to practice diligently. He slowly raises his right arm, his movements gentle yet imbued with an inner tension, as if he were harnessing an immense force. Suddenly, he unleashes his strength, and the sound of his punch cuts through the air, creating a slight breeze. Wang Heng's gaze is focused and resolute, each strike executed with a mindful awareness of the contraction of his muscles and the transmission of power. Sweat trickles down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground, yet he remains oblivious to it. His breathing becomes increasingly rapid, yet he maintains a steady rhythm, delivering punch after punch without a hint of fatigue. In his mind, he continuously recalls the movements and techniques demonstrated by instructor Sun Nian, adjusting and refining his own actions in accordance. Moreover, as Wang Heng practices, the 11 manifestations within his dantian are also engaged in training, the cumulative understanding of his martial art surging forth like a tidal wave, propelling his skills to remarkable heights. Suddenly, it seems that Wang Heng has transcended a certain threshold. Each movement is infused with power and grace, as if he has become one with the essence of his technique, exhibiting an extraordinary prowess. His every strike appears capable of rending the air, the vigorous force swirling in the wake of his punches, radiating an intimidating aura akin to a lion awakening from slumber. Well done, my boy. I just arrived and already witness your martial prowess reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Instructor Sun Nian strides into the training hall, his eyes alight upon seeing Wang Heng practicing, and bursts into hearty laughter. His voice resonates with strength, brimming with surprise and admiration, a proud smile illuminating his face as he regards Wang Heng. Wang Heng is momentarily taken aback by this exclamation. His movements falter, his focus breaking as he turns to the source of the voice, promptly bowing respectfully. Instructor, excellent. Achieving mastery before the college entrance examination will ensure that even if you enroll in an ordinary martial university, you will receive focused training, and who knows, you may yet become a battlefield-level warrior in the future, Sun Nian remarks, his expression one of commendation. Wang Heng silently contemplates, Instructor, I am now capable of gaining admission to two prestigious institutions. However, A sudden wave of concern washes over him. His martial strength has always been rather low, and if he were to unleash his full potential during the examination, would it attract unwanted attention? Would he be whisked away to a laboratory for dissection and study? Pondering this danger, Wang Heng begins to devise a strategy. Abruptly, a spark of insight ignites in Wang Heng's eyes, and he turns to Instructor Sun Yen, saying, "Instructor, there is something I have kept from you." "Oh, what is it? Could it be that your martial skill has ascended to the realm of exquisite mastery?" Sun Yen responds, chuckling at the thought, for the level of exquisite mastery is not one attainable by mere aspirants. Without experiencing the brutal trials of combat, reaching such a state would be utterly impossible. "Instructor, I have discovered that after merging with my manifestations, my punching power has not merely increased by 10, but rather by 100, Wang Heng declares. He naturally could not disclose the existence of his multiple avatars. However, enhancing the power amplification after merging with them was indeed feasible. This could merely be considered a variation of his avatar talent, which was quite logical. "What? Really?" Sun Yen was taken aback, for he had a rough idea that Wang Heng's punching strength was around 400 kilograms. Once amplified by 100, it would double, potentially exceeding 800 kilograms. If this were indeed the case, their class would be graced with another exceptional talent from Wu University, which would be a significant achievement. "Instructor, it's true," Wang Heng declared as he approached the testing device not far away. Sun Yen, fully aware of Wang Heng's intentions, hurriedly followed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bang! Wang Heng secretly merged with 10 avatars, augmenting his power by 100, and then delivered a powerful punch to the testing apparatus. Instantly, a number appeared on the screen, 894 kilograms. Sun Yen gazed at the figure displayed, astonished and elated, exclaiming, "Not only did it double, but your actual punching strength has reached 450 kilograms. I received a body-refining pill yesterday, which increased my strength by 50 kilograms, Wang Heng explained. This was not a matter of great significance. Even if it became known, it would be inconsequential. It was quite normal for some prodigies to receive investments from others ahead of time. You have indeed encountered a benefactor. However, the most crucial aspect is that your avatar talent has undergone a mutation, equivalent to possessing a power-doubling ability," Sun Yen remarked, his gaze towards Wang Heng imbued with fervor. 894 kilograms of punching strength. With just a month remaining until the college entrance examination, with a bit more effort, surpassing 900 kilograms would be entirely achievable. At that point, wouldn't their class be on the verge of producing a top scorer in the martial arts field for the two prestigious universities? The implications of such an achievement were monumental. With this thought, Sun Yen patted Wang Heng on the shoulder and said, "Just wait. I will inform the principal about your situation. Since you have the opportunity to enroll in the two major universities, the school will surely provide support for you." Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that revealing his abilities would yield such benefits. Indeed, if he could gain admission to the two esteemed universities, it would greatly enhance the school's reputation, and they would undoubtedly offer rewards. He couldn't help but wonder how substantial those rewards might be. Chapter 7. The school's reward principal. "Principal, I bring splendid news." Sun Yen excitedly burst through the door of the principal's office, calling out to the principal seated behind the desk. The principal glanced at the slightly deformed office door, exhaling a weary sigh as he looked at Sun Yen and said, "Could you not enter so recklessly? Principal, you know I am a rough man straight from the army, ignorant of such decorum. If the door is broken, feel free to deduct my salary," Sun Yen replied nonchalantly. The principal rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, "You're a rough man and you still have a point?" Not wanting to engage in a debate with this simpleton, the principal directly asked, "What on earth has happened? Speak quickly. I have no time for your ramblings." "Principal, do you recall the child who was tested with the clone talent during the martial arts awakening?" Sun Yen directed his gaze towards the principal, asking earnestly. A glimmer of recollection shone in the principal's eyes as he replied, "I remember. His name is Wang Heng." "What of it?" "The clone talent is a top-tier special ability. When Wang Heng was tested and found to possess this talent, it indeed sent ripples of astonishment throughout the entire school. The principal had a profound impression of Wang Heng. However, It was regrettable that the child's cultivation talent was exceedingly lackluster. It was likely that even gaining admission to an ordinary martial arts university would be a challenge for him. Principal, I have just discovered that the power enhancement he gains from the clone ability is not 10, but rather 100, Sun Yen proclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The principal, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed, a 100 power enhancement? Surely you must be mistaken. Does this not imply a doubling of his strength? In that case, even with his poor cultivation talent, gaining entrance to an elite martial arts university would undoubtedly be within reach. I just witnessed it with my own eyes. Wang Heng's punching power has already reached 894 kilograms. Oh, and he mentioned that someone gifted him a body refinement pill, so his inherent punching power is now approximately 450 kilograms. After merging with the clone, it becomes 894 kilograms. Sun Yen detailed. 894 kilograms. The principal was astounded by this figure. He fully understood the implications of such a feat. It signified that Lu City No. 3 High School was on the verge of producing a martial arts prodigy. A remarkable achievement indeed. Are you certain that his clone enhancement is 100? The principal looked at Sun Yen, seeking further confirmation. Sun Yen nodded, affirming, I saw it with my own eyes. If you do not believe me, come with me to the martial arts gym right now, and I will have Wang Heng demonstrate his punching power before you. Very well, I believe you. The principal shook his head. Knowing Sun Yen was a steady character from the military, he did not suspect him of deception. Principal, you see, this child has the opportunity to gain admission to 2 prestigious universities. This is a splendid chance for our school to shine. Should we not provide some support? Sun Yen finally articulated his intent. The principal nodded thoughtfully in response. Indeed, we should offer some sponsorship. How much funding do you believe he should receive as a reward? Sun Yen shook his head and said, do not reward him with money. The boy comes from a modest background, and I have heard that his mother is disabled. If we give him money, he will likely use it to support his family rather than enhance his abilities. It would be far more beneficial to directly reward him with body-refining pills and elixirs. The principal sighed. What a dutiful and admirable child. Very well, let's grant him 2 body-refining pills. As for the elixir after school, take him to your training room to immerse him in the elixir until the day before the college entrance examination. The expenses can be reimbursed by the school. Thank you, Principal. Sun Yen exclaimed before hurriedly departing, eager to share this delightful news with Wang Heng. At that moment, the martial arts hall was bustling with students, all practicing their punches. Wang Heng, immersed in the perfected body-refining technique, was astonished by the remarkable effects of his training. At this rate, his cultivation speed was likely reaching a C-grade level. If he were to add the combined efforts of his 11 clones, his training speed would surely rival that of a B-grade prodigy. Once I ascend to the rank of advanced apprentice, I will add another 10 clones. If I can successfully enter the ranks of warriors in the future, the number of my clones could increase to a staggering 100. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Wang Heng felt a surge of excitement, envisioning a future as brilliant and boundless as the starry cosmos. Old Wang, why do I feel like your martial arts have improved tremendously? Zhang Wei suddenly interjected. Turning to Zhang Wei, Wang Heng smiled slightly and replied, I had a sparring session with Li Shui yesterday, which sparked some insights. Today, my technique has finally reached a perfected stage. Wow, perfected? You're incredible! Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock. In their class, only Qin Li had achieved such mastery, and that was due to his exceptional talent and abundant training resources. Wang Heng, however, lacked such advantages, and his training aptitude was merely D-grade, even inferior to Zhang Wei's. Put in more effort, and perhaps you can also reach perfection before the exam. Wang Heng encouraged Zhang Wei. With your kind words, I will start practicing an extra hour from today. Zhang Wei, inspired, gritted his teeth and continued his training. As the saying goes, one fears both the struggles and the successes of a brother. Although Zhang Wei felt joy for his friend's growth, he also felt considerable pressure. After years of training together, his strength had always surpassed Wang Heng's. But now, with Wang Heng's perfected technique and enhanced body-refining results, it was likely that he would soon catch up. Zhang Wei, feeling anxious, began to train even harder, unaware that Wang Heng's strength had already surpassed his own. Wang Heng. Suddenly, Instructor Sun Yen entered the martial arts hall and beckoned to Wang Heng, who was diligently practicing. Continue your training. The instructor has called for me. Wang Heng informed Zhang Wei before rushing towards Instructor Sun Yen. After bringing Wang Heng to his office, Sun Yen pulled out a small green vial and handed it to him. Wang Heng's eyes brightened. This vial resembled the one Lin you had given him the previous night, likely containing the coveted body-refining pills. Wang Heng, I have conferred with the principal, and the school has decided to provide you with 2 body-refining pills and 28 days' worth of body-refining milk. Sun Yen remarked with a smile, observing Wang Heng's palpable excitement. Indeed, it is the body-refining pill. And 2 of them. Wang Heng endeavored to contain his exhilaration, hurriedly bowing to Sun Yen. Thank you, instructor. No need for thanks. This is entirely your own merit. Continue to strive diligently. If you can secure admission to the 2 prestigious universities, even if your innate talent for cultivation is somewhat lacking, there remains hope for you to become a warrior of the battle general caliber. At that time, a battle general endowed with an indestructible avatar will undoubtedly become a formidable force. Sun Yen encouraged. Wang Heng nodded, assuring instructor, rest assured. I will persist in my rigorous training and will not become complacent. I believe in you. Sun Yen nodded in understanding, aware that Wang Heng diligently practiced an additional hour after school each day. With such industriousness, how could he not grow stronger? Regarding the body-refining milk, due to its abundant quantity, I cannot provide it to you directly. After school each day, come to my training room, where I can prepare the body-refining milk for you, allowing you to utilize it until the day before the college entrance examination, Sun Yen added. Wang Heng once again expressed his gratitude before leaving the office, elated with the 2 body-refining pills in hand. Chapter 8. The confrontation with Qin Li. Upon exiting Sun Yen's office, Wang Heng resumed his practice of boxing. He was not in a hurry to consume the body-refining pill, for the effects of the one he had taken the previous night would not be absorbed by his body so swiftly. According to information gleaned from the internet, it is advisable to wait at least 3 days between doses of the body-refining pill to achieve optimal results. Wang Heng took a deep breath, grounded himself in a horse stance, and with fists clenched, he struck forward with tremendous force, the wind from his punches howling and stirring the air around him. Each punch was accompanied by a low growl, as if he were channeling all his strength into the blows. The latest version of body-refining fist employed a unique and intricate technique. Its essence lay in originating power from the feet, transmitted through the legs, culminating in the waist. The waist moved like an axis, propelling the upper body and further condensing the force. When delivering a punch, the shoulders relaxed, and the arm muscles tightened in an instant, akin to a bowstring suddenly released, resulting in a fierce punch. Simultaneously, his breathing synchronized with his movements, exhaling upon punching and inhaling while retracting his fists, allowing breath and strength to merge seamlessly. Each movement demanded precision and fluidity, concentrating the entirety of his power into a single explosive point to achieve the best refining effect. While Wang Heng practiced, his 11 avatars were also training, resulting in an 11-fold enhancement of his body refinement. Various insights into different boxing styles surged into his mind, deepening his martial prowess. Time passed gradually. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking Wang Heng's clothes, yet his movements showed no sign of fatigue. Wang Heng. Suddenly, a thunderous voice called from outside the martial arts hall. Moments later, Qin Li strode in with purpose. Qin Li, what brings you here? Wang Heng replied with a composed expression, showing no inclination to retreat. If this had been prior to yesterday, he might have harbored some trepidation in the face of Qin Li. However, now he not only surpassed Qin Li in strength but had also reached the same pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Strength breeds courage in a man. Undoubtedly, Wang Heng now possessed the confidence to confront Qin Li head-on. You dare to seek out Li Shui? Such audacity! Have you completely disregarded the warning I gave you yesterday? Qin Li narrowed his eyes, fixating on Wang Heng with a menacing glare reminiscent of a ravenous wolf ready to pounce. Wang Heng smirked coldly at these words. And who do you think you are? A relative of Li Shui? Or perhaps a school authority? Why should I heed your words? Impudent! You dare to speak to me in such a manner? I shall see what grounds you stand on. Qin Li glared fiercely at Wang Heng. Young Master Qin, let us converse civilly. The instructor has arrived and is in the office, interjected Zhang Wei, sensing the escalating tension and attempting to diffuse the situation with a conciliatory demeanor. Get lost. Qin Li, fuming, turned and delivered a swift kick towards Zhang Wei, the blow striking him hard in the abdomen. Zhang Wei let out a pained yell as he was sent flying more than 3 meters, crashing to the ground and writhing in agony while clutching his stomach. Zhang Wei, are you all right? Wang Heng hurriedly rushed over to help Zhang Wei up, his heart seething with rage. I'm fine, Zhang Wei grunted, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, classmates practicing their punches gathered around, and Instructor Sun Yan emerged from his office, drawn by the commotion. What has transpired? Sun Yan inquired, casting a glance at the fallen Zhang Wei before shifting his gaze to Qin Li, brow furrowed in concern. Qin Li, arms crossed nonchalantly, replied, Instructor, I was merely instructing Zhang Wei in his boxing technique. Who could have anticipated his lack of skill? He couldn't even withstand a single kick from me. Sun Yan's frown deepened. He was well aware that this troublemaker was stirring up chaos once again. Just as he was about to speak, a chilling voice interrupted. Then perhaps, Master Qin, you might offer some guidance on my boxing technique. Wang Heng exclaimed, assisting Zhang Wei to a nearby seat, his eyes icy as he glared at Qin Li, fury evident in his gaze. Old Wang, let it go, you're no match for him, Zhang Wei quickly urged. Yet, Qin Li interjected with a grin, very well. It's not every day that our classmate Wang Heng shows such eagerness. Today, I shall graciously offer you some pointers. With that, Qin Li turned to Sun Yan, a broad smile on his face. Instructor, it was Wang Heng who sought my expertise. Please do not dampen his enthusiasm. Sun Yan glanced at the furious Wang Heng beside him, then scrutinized Qin Li, finally nodding, all right, I permit you both to spar. Had this been before today, he would have intervened. However, he now recognized Wang Heng's strength surpassed that of Qin Li, and this was an opportune moment to put this troublemaker in his place, preventing further arrogance. Previously, Sun Yan had tolerated Qin Li due to his outstanding academic performance in their class. He feared that provoking Qin Li might lead him to transfer before the college entrance examination, jeopardizing his own achievements. Yet now, with Wang Heng, a promising candidate for 2 prestigious universities, on the scene, Qin Li's standing in Sun Yan's eyes had diminished considerably. Wang Heng, since the instructor has granted permission, I shall impart to you the essence of the body refinement fist. With Sun Yan's approval, Qin Li advanced toward Wang Heng, and as he neared, he suddenly launched a swift kick. The speed was as quick as lightning, slicing through the air with a sound that resembled tearing fabric. Although the body refinement fist was renowned for its punching techniques, it also encompassed the art of kicking. Qin Li favored using his legs to strike, reveling in the victorious stance of planting a foot firmly on his opponent's chest, allowing him to look down upon his defeated foe, just as he had done to Zhang Wei moments earlier. In Qin Li's estimation, Wang Heng's abilities were comparable to Zhang Wei's, both mere fodder in his eyes. If he could easily send Zhang Wei flying, he was confident he could do the same to Wang Heng. Be careful, Zhang Wei shouted anxiously from a distance, witnessing the unfolding scene. He could discern that Qin Li's kick had gained several degrees of ferocity compared to the one aimed at him moments ago, evidently intent on delivering a devastating blow to Wang Heng. With the college entrance examination looming, a serious injury would effectively spell the end of Wang Heng's aspirations. Even the onlookers surrounding them displayed expressions of pity, unanimously believing that Wang Heng was doomed this time. Bang! An arm traced an elliptical arc through the air, a swift hand chopping downwards to intercept the kick, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, colliding thunderously with Qin Li's leg. The clash of muscles produced a resounding echo. It was Wang Heng. In the blink of an eye, he had managed to block the strike. How could this be? Qin Li leapt backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. The spectators also exhibited astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that Wang Heng had actually thwarted Qin Li's kick. When had Wang Heng become so formidable? Chapter 9. The strength of Wang Heng amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Wang Heng strode forth with an air of confidence, his gaze sharp as a blade. Qin Li, it appears your strength is rather lacking. No wonder Li Shui hasn't even spared you a glance. You must be akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan. The scorn embedded in Wang Heng's words ignited a fury within Qin Li. What an arrogant fool! Fixating his glare upon Wang Heng, Qin Li coldly retorted, "To keep pace with my speed indicates that your martial arts have indeed reached a commendable level. However, if you believe this is sufficient to contend with me, you are sorely mistaken. Did you not intend to offer me guidance? Merely exchanging empty words here serves no purpose. Come forth." Wang Heng sneered, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall grant you that wish." Rage blazed in Qin Li's eyes as he resolved to suppress Wang Heng with unparalleled swiftness. When did such a lowly character dare to act so audaciously before the esteemed Qin? In a flash, Qin Li surged forward, traversing several meters in an instant. With a surge of power, he unleashed a punch akin to a dragon's strike, accompanied by a howling wind that tore through the air, aimed directly at Wang Heng. This was a lethal technique from the body-tempering fist, Cannon Fist. The Cannon Fist required the wielder to concentrate all their strength into a single point, akin to a cannon loaded with immense energy, erupting explosively at the moment of impact. This assault was purely a demonstration of brute force. Evidently, Qin Li was confident that Wang Heng's strength paled in comparison. Even if he could block the blow, he would surely emerge severely injured in the face of such overwhelming power. Sensing the unparalleled ferocity of Qin Li's punch, Wang Heng's expression shifted, yet he exhibited no intention of retreat. Initially, their martial arts realms were on par. However, Qin Li trained daily with seasoned martial artists and had stepped into the realm of mastery before Wang Heng, thus possessing superior combat experience and skills. Were they to engage in a genuine contest, even if Wang Heng's strength slightly surpassed Qin Li's, it would be challenging to defeat him swiftly. Yet now, Qin Li sought to suppress Wang Heng with sheer force, which perfectly aligned with Wang Heng's intentions. In a battle of strength, he held the advantage. Thoughts raced through his mind as Wang Heng swiftly converged the essence of 10 clones, channeling all his power into his right arm. As Qin Li's fist neared, Wang Heng resolutely met it with his own. The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the surrounding air, causing it to tremble. Qin Li felt an overwhelming backlash, followed by a surge of pain and numbness in his arm, forcing him to stumble backwards several meters. "Impossible! How can your strength be so formidable?" Qin Li, astonished and incredulous, stared at Wang Heng, struggling to grasp this harsh reality. Had he truly lost in a test of strength? "You are simply too weak," Wang Heng remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, he strode forward, and after 3 steps, he suddenly accelerated, resembling a cheetah as he lunged fiercely toward Qin Li. Taking advantage of Qin Li's underestimation of his strength, he had injured Qin Li's arm and had no intention of allowing him any time to recover. In the realm of martial arts, one must show no mercy in the face of adversaries. Wang Heng charged at Qin Li, letting out a low growl midair, as he concentrated all his strength into a single point. His fist, unleashed like a tempest, bore a more astounding force than Qin Li's earlier strike. It was yet another cannon punch. Qin Li recognized this, but his expression grew exceedingly grave, for the might of this punch was 3-fold more terrifying than his own. How could this young man's strength have surged so dramatically? It defied all logic. Qin Li's countenance darkened to an extreme. Earlier, he had attempted to suppress Wang Heng with absolute power, yet now Wang Heng was poised to overpower him. This was undeniably a mockery of his pride. If he chose to evade this punch, would it not signify his fear of Wang Heng? Reflecting on the fact that Wang Heng had previously been an insignificant figure, one whom he never regarded seriously, Qin Li felt his pride could not bear the weight of such a retreat. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply, releasing all his might as he thrust his fists forward to shield himself. The surrounding classmates were astonished, witnessing such an overpowering display from Wang Heng for the first time. As if caught in a dream, the once arrogant scion of the Qin family now found himself at a disadvantage in this clash of fists against Wang Heng. Was today some sort of April Fool's Day? With a resounding boom, as Wang Heng's cannon punch struck, the air erupted, and a deep, thunderous sound reverberated throughout the martial arts hall. Upon making contact with this punch, Qin Li's pupils dilated, and his expression transformed in an instant. His arms went numb, overwhelmed by an onslaught of force that was utterly insurmountable. Inevitably, Qin Li was sent flying once more, and this time, his fall was even more catastrophic, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. The impact was so tremendous that cracks appeared in the wall, attesting to the formidable nature of the blow. Qin Li then plummeted to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. "All right, let us call it a day. Someone, take Qin Li to the infirmary." Sun Yan's voice suddenly rang out. The classmates, still immersed in shock, finally snapped back to reality, their gazes fixed on Wang Heng with astonishment. How could Wang Heng possess such immense power? Among them were familiar faces who understood Wang Heng's strength. They were bewildered at how it could have amplified so drastically in a single day. Not far away, Zhang Wei's mouth fell agape, his face a mask of disbelief. Just moments earlier, he had worried about his friend driving a Land Rover, yet now it seemed his friend had already taken off on a rocket. It was utterly outrageous. Sun Yan, noticing the confusion among the crowd, explained, "Wang Heng's strength has not significantly increased. Rather, his avatar talent has undergone a mutation. Upon merging with his avatar, his power is augmented by 100. He preferred to clarify matters before they spiraled into chaos. The amplification of strength by 100 is akin to possessing a talent that doubles one's power." Some students gazed in astonishment. It would have been one thing if he merely had the ability to create duplicates, but the fact that he could undergo such a transformation is indeed remarkable. A few classmates looked on with envy. Wang Heng's punching power was estimated to be around 400 kilograms. With a 100 enhancement, does this not mean his current strength exceeds 800 kilograms? This would certainly be more than sufficient to excel in elite martial arts institutions, and with a little more effort, gaining admission to 2 prestigious universities is not beyond the realm of possibility. One student calculated Wang Heng's strength and was taken aback by his own conclusions. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates collectively drew in a sharp breath. 2 prestigious universities. It has been many years since any student from our school, Luqing No. 3 Middle School, has gained admission to both. Could this time truly break the record? Chapter 10. A renewed ascendancy following his confrontation with Qin Li, Wang Heng once again emerged as a prominent figure at Luqing No. 3 High School. His previous acclaim had been 2 years prior during the martial arts awakening, albeit that time ended rather anticlimactically. Despite possessing the remarkable talent of a clone, his progress was hindered by a lackluster cultivation aptitude. However, this time, Wang Heng's prowess was firmly grounded in his tangible strength, undeniably authentic and beyond dispute. No one dared to cast aspersions on his future anymore. Even though his cultivation aptitude remained modest, gaining admission to the 2 prestigious academies would undoubtedly pave the way for him to become a warrior of the battle general level. A warrior of such caliber, endowed with the ability to create an immortal clone, would undoubtedly stand as one of the foremost elites among battle generals, a status that most could only aspire to. As for warriors of the divine warrior level, they were exceedingly rare, existing beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. "Zhang Wei, how are you holding up? Shall I escort you to the infirmary?" Ignoring the envious gazes of those around him, Wang Heng approached Zhang Wei, his expression imbued with concern. It could be said that Zhang Wei had completely borne the brunt of the fallout for Wang Heng, filling him with a sense of guilt. "I'm fine now, especially after witnessing Qin Li's defeat at your hands. It brings me great satisfaction," Zhang Wei replied, rubbing his stomach. Although he still felt a twinge of pain, his spirits were remarkably elevated. Qin Li had always been a domineering presence in their class, and Zhang Wei had often confided in Wang Heng about his desire to teach him a lesson. To see that wish fulfilled by Wang Heng filled him with pride. Wang Heng couldn't help but smile at Zhang Wei's words. The thrill of vanquishing Qin Li had been particularly exhilarating for him, effectively erasing the humiliation of earlier threats. It would be a mistake to assume Wang Heng was magnanimous. He was merely a 16-year-old high school student, brimming with youthful vigor and passion, favoring immediate retribution over delayed revenge. The notion of a gentleman avenging himself after a decade was lost on him. He believed in confronting grievances head-on. "Wang Heng, Zhang Wei, follow me." At that moment, Instructor Sun Yan beckoned them over. Both Wang Heng and Zhang Wei exchanged puzzled glances but hastily followed in his wake. Walking ahead, Instructor Sun Yan remarked without turning, We're headed to my training room. I'll take you both to soak in the body-refining elixir. Zhang Wei. This time it's on account of Wang Heng, but there won't be a next time. Body-refining elixir. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Priced at 200,000 yuan per vial, such luxuries were beyond the reach of students from ordinary families. Only the scions of affluent families like Qin Li and Li Shui could afford it. However, why would the instructor show such kindness by taking them to experience the elixir, especially citing Wang Heng's influence? Zhang Wei couldn't help but glance at Wang Heng, confusion etched on his face. Wang Heng chose to be forthright, knowing this news would eventually circulate. He revealed to Zhang Wei the details of the school's sponsorship. That's wonderful news. With the school's support, you'll undoubtedly gain admission to the 2 prestigious academies. To my surprise, I, Zhang Wei, have a brother who excels, but henceforth, my brother will be a warrior of formidable caliber. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of envy, yet his predominant emotion was joy for Wang Heng. Zhang Wei was well aware of Wang Heng's family circumstances. Today, witnessing his dear brother's ascent fills Zhang Wei's heart with genuine happiness. Upon reaching instructor Sun Nian's training chamber, Sun Nian poured a concoction of body-tempering liquid into a large bathtub. Instantly, the crimson liquid transformed the entire tub into a vivid scarlet hue, causing the previously temperate water to bubble as if it were boiling. Wang Heng and Zhang Wei hastily shed their outer garments and leapt in. Though they had never immersed themselves in body-tempering liquid before, they had viewed relevant videos online, particularly enjoying those featuring beautiful women indulging in such baths. Ah, what bliss! It felt as though every fiber of my being was enveloped in relaxation, with each muscle seemingly receiving a gentle massage from a fair maiden. Zhang Wei reclined in the tub, his face radiating contentment. Wang Heng, however, found himself at a loss for words regarding Zhang Wei's analogy. Nevertheless, the experience of soaking in the body-tempering liquid was indeed exhilarating, far surpassing any massage. His previously fatigued body swiftly rejuvenated. Even his physique felt bolstered. It was said that this body-tempering liquid was extracted from the essence of powerful beast blood. Although the instructor had only poured a single barrel, it contained the essence of over 100 monstrous creatures. Wang Heng remarked that he had read about this and thus possessed a fair amount of knowledge. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement and added, "It is said that much like body-tempering pills, the effects are optimal when used for the first time. I estimate it will enhance my strength by several dozen kilograms." Despite their humble backgrounds, the advent of the internet allowed them to access vast amounts of information. Thus, I should be able to augment my punching strength by several dozen kilograms, and with those 2 body-tempering pills, surpassing a foundational punching power of 500 would pose no challenge, Wang Heng mused privately. After advancing to the rank of intermediate apprentice, his next ambition would be to ascend to that of a senior apprentice. After all, each breakthrough in realm would grant him an additional 10 avatars. At that point, the amplification of power upon merging with these avatars would reach an astounding 200, a truly terrifying prospect. By the way, old Wang, with your current punching power, gaining admission to the 2 prestigious universities is a mere formality. Which one do you intend to choose? Zhang Wei suddenly inquired. Wang Heng shook his head, responding, "I have not previously focused on these matters. I shall review the information tonight. If I must choose, I would opt for Jing University. I've heard it boasts the most beautiful women. In every ranking of the top 10 campus beauties at Wu University, half hail from Jing University, while Hai University has but a scant few." Zhang Wei chuckled. Wang Heng sighed, "Your perspective is rather peculiar. I am here to cultivate and grow stronger. Women are but ephemeral clouds to me, merely affecting my punching speed." "You are truly dull." Zhang Wei pouted. Before long, the liquid in the bathtub reverted from crimson to its normal state. Zhang Wei stood up, his face alight with delight, and began to thrust his fists excitedly, exclaiming, "I now feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. I believe I have significantly increased my punching strength. What are we waiting for? Let us test it out." Wang Heng swiftly donned his attire and declared. The duo then made their way to the Martial Arts Academy. By this time, classes had concluded, leaving only instructor Sun Nian behind, presumably awaiting their arrival. "I knew you 2 would come to test your strength. Come here." Sun Nian beckoned upon seeing them. Wang Heng and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Naturally, after enhancing their strength, a test was in order. Approaching the testing apparatus, Zhang Wei turned to Wang Heng and inquired, "Shall you go first or shall I?" "You go ahead," Wang Heng replied with a grin, feeling no urgency as his combined strength was already sufficient for admission into 2 prestigious universities. Zhang Wei, unreserved, stepped to the testing device, took a deep breath, and delivered a powerful punch to the target. Instantly, the screen beside them displayed a figure, 445 kilograms. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Wei was elated. Instructor Sun Yan chimed in, "Not bad, an increase of 30 kilograms. It seems you have not been slacking in your training. Remember, the efficacy of the body-enhancing elixir correlates directly with your diligence in practice. The more devoted you are, the better the results. Old Wang, it's your turn to test your strength," Zhang Wei urged. Wang Heng approached the apparatus and unleashed a punch as well. 503 kilograms. The moment this figure appeared, even Wang Heng was taken aback. "Old Wang, you've increased by over 50 kilograms. Zhang Wei exclaimed, having previously known Wang Heng's strength hovered around 450 kilograms. "I didn't expect such a significant enhancement either," Wang Heng admitted, puzzled. Sun Yan interjected, "Didn't you take a body-enhancing pill last night? It's likely that the effects hadn't been fully absorbed, and the elixir worked in tandem, resulting in such a boost." Enlightened, Wang Heng nodded in understanding. "All right. You two, you should head back now. Keep up the good work." Sun Yan patted Wang Heng on the shoulder, offering his encouragement. "Rest assured, I will not slack off in the slightest," Wang Heng replied earnestly. "Neither will I," Zhang Wei quickly added. The pair then bid farewell to Sun Yan and departed from the school together. Chapter 11. Li Shui's talent in a villa within the Dihao garden. Qin Li reclined in a bathtub, indulging in a restorative body lotion. This lotion was equally effective for healing wounds. At this moment, his injuries were nearly healed, although he still felt a slight discomfort in his arms. The sharp pangs coursing through his limbs cast a dark shadow over his expression. "Wang Heng." Qin Li gritted his teeth in frustration. He felt utterly humiliated, especially since he had lost to someone he had previously looked down upon. This was simply intolerable for him. He reached for the smart wristband beside him and dialed a number. A respectful voice emanated from the device. "Young Master Qin, how may I assist you?" "Elang, I've heard you have quite a few aspiring warriors under your command?" Qin Li inquired. Elang scoffed. "They are merely a bunch of cowards too afraid to become true warriors, scraping by under my command. In the current war between beasts and humans, humanity found itself at a disadvantage. Consequently, all formal warriors were obligated to heed the government's orders and join the military to fend off the beastly invasions. However, everyone knew that the military carried a high mortality rate, which led some timid souls to deliberately suppress their abilities to the level of advanced apprentices. Someone has offended me. A student from Lu City No. 3 High School named Wang Heng, residing at..." Qin Li relayed Wang Heng's information to Elang. Upon hearing this, Elang replied, "Understood. I will send some people to deal with him." "Wait, do not alarm him just yet," Qin Li interjected, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke coldly. "Monitor him first, and on the eve of the college entrance examination, ensure he receives some special attention." "Understood. You are indeed wise, young Master Qin." Elang immediately grasped Qin Li's intent. The college entrance examination was the only opportunity for ordinary individuals to leap into prominence. If Wang Heng were to miss this pivotal moment, even if he later became a formal warrior, his prospects would remain bleak. After all, without the training from a martial arts university, it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to progress. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Wang Heng once again visited the villa where Li Shui resided. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with the intense gazes of 2 stunning women, Lin Yu and Li Shui, who regarded him as if he were some rare species. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Wang Heng asked, "Why are you both looking at me like that?" "Little Wang, you've truly kept your secrets well. I was worried you might not make it into the martial university, so I brought you a body-refining pill." Lin Yu approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, which only heightened Wang Heng's discomfort. However, from Lin Jie's words, it was evident that the events of the day at school had already reached them. Indeed, Li Shui interjected with a cold snort. Lin Jie. He is the quintessential example of playing the fool while hiding his true strength. He must have read too many web novels, thinking himself the protagonist. Faced with their sardonic remarks, Wang Heng could only fabricate a lie. Lin Jie, Li Shui. I experienced an anomaly in my doppelganger after consuming that body-refining pill and advancing to the intermediate apprentice level. Who knows if what you say is true? Li Shui retorted coldly. Lin Yu chuckled. All right, let us just let him off the hook. Who knows, you might still be college classmates in the future. College classmates? Wang Heng glanced at Li Shui with a hint of peculiarity. As far as he knew, Li Shui's punching power was around 760 kilograms. Even if it increased during this period, reaching 900 kilograms before the college entrance examination would be quite challenging. How could she possibly gain admission to the two prestigious universities? What kind of look is that? Li Shui, noticing Wang Heng's expression, instantly understood his thoughts and coldly snorted. Do you think you're the only one with exceptional talent? Wang Heng forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In a world populated by countless individuals, those who awaken special abilities certainly number more than just him. There are even a few who possess the ability of duplication. However, judging by Li Shui's words, it seems she also had a unique talent. Xiao Wang actually. Li Shui possesses the power doubling ability, which is somewhat akin to the enhancement you receive from merging your duplicates. Lin Yu interjected. Li Shui raised her head proudly. Power doubling? Wang Heng expressed astonishment. After merging with 10 duplicates, his strength increased by 100, which indeed closely resembled the concept of power doubling. No wonder Lin Yu suggested that he and Li Shui might become college classmates. With Li Shui's punching power exceeding 700 kilograms, once doubled, it would reach the level of a formal martial artist, making admission to the two esteemed universities a mere formality. Wow! I never realized our class harbored such hidden talents. Wang Heng remarked with a tone of admiration. At that moment, Lin Yu cautioned Wang Heng. Xiao Wang, while merging duplicates can indeed double your strength, remember not to rely on this tactic excessively. Why? Wang Heng inquired, puzzled. Lin Yu explained, once you merge with your duplicates, their immortality ability ceases to function. You must understand that the reason the duplication ability is classified as a top-tier talent is due to its immortality feature. In simpler terms, you're trading a sesame seed for a watermelon. Li Shui chimed in. Wang Heng suddenly comprehended, yet this did not pose a significant issue for him. After all, he had numerous duplicates and he could simply keep one in reserve. Moreover, as long as he was formidable enough, he wouldn't even need to rely on the immortality of his duplicates. By the way, Xiao Wang, have you decided which of the two prestigious universities you want to attend? Lin Yu asked suddenly. Li Shui looked on with curiosity. Wang Heng turned to Li Shui and inquired, what about you? Li Shui? Of course, it's Hai University. Hai University cultivates a greater number of war gods, Li Shui replied without hesitation. Wang Heng was taken aback. He had researched the matter upon returning home that evening and learned that most affluent youths like Li Shui typically enrolled in Jing University, given that Hai University is located in the perilous coastal city. Furthermore, Jing University offers more abundant cultivation resources. My goal is to become a war god-level powerhouse. Jing University is too comfortable. Based on my cultivation talent, I could at most become a senior battle general there. Li Shui seemed to have discerned Wang Heng's confusion. Xiao Wang, what about you? Lin Yu asked once more. Wang Heng chuckled, remarking that his cultivation talent was inferior to that of Li Shui. Thus he opted for Hai University. Sister Lin, you guessed correctly. It seems that Li Shui and I shall continue to be classmates. In truth, after discovering that Jing University was populated by numerous wealthy second-generation heirs and martial arts prodigies, Wang Heng resolved to choose Hai University. After all, he had only been a sparring partner for Li Shui and had already attracted the attention of Qin Li, a martial arts second generation. If he were to attend Jing University, he could hardly fathom the number of such individuals he might encounter. Wang Heng was singularly focused on his cultivation and wished to avoid entanglements with such chaotic troubles. Thus, Hai University offered a more tranquil environment. Additionally, its proximity to Lu City was another factor, as his family still resided there. You are indeed wise. Choosing Hai University is undoubtedly the right decision. Upon hearing this, Li Shui beamed, pleased to have a familiar companion at Hai University. Let us commence our training. Today, I shall reach the pinnacle of my boxing technique and will surely defeat you. Wang Heng summoned a doppelganger and approached Li Shui. Oh, is that so? A glint of mischief flickered in Li Shui's eyes. An hour later, Wang Heng stowed away his bruised doppelganger and stormed out of the villa in indignation. This fellow, Li Shui, had utterly disregarded martial ethics. When unable to overcome his doppelganger, she immediately resorted to her talent of doubling strength. Chapter 12. Parting a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the school's martial arts gym, Wang Heng once again approached the testing apparatus. With a resounding thud, he drew a deep breath and struck the target with all his might. The screen beside him flickered to life, revealing a number. 575 kilograms. Elated by this figure, Wang Heng felt a surge of exhilaration. He had made significant progress. Yet he was acutely aware that this remarkable enhancement over the week was largely attributed to the 2 body-refining pills he had consumed, along with his regular sessions soaking in the refining liquid under the guidance of his instructor. However, he knew that the efficacy of the body-refining pills had diminished considerably for him. He recalled that during his last intake of the pills, he had only gained a modest increase of a few kilograms in strength. Should he consume another pill, the augmentation would likely dwindle to a mere single-digit increase, rendering it an impractical investment given the cost of the pills. It was no wonder that online discussions suggested that 3 pills sufficed. Wang Heng pondered this thoughtfully. Of course, the situation was different for individuals like Li Shui, who hailed from a distinguished lineage. He knew that Li Shui consumed a pill daily. Even a half-kilogram increase in strength was worth the effort to her. Such a regimen would likely be unbearable for someone like Qin Li, leaving Wang Heng to wonder just how powerful Li Shui's background truly was. While he was aware that she came from Kyoto, the specifics of her family's prominence eluded him. Old Wang, you've made progress again. Zhang Wei approached, his gaze fixed on the number displayed on the testing apparatus, his face alight with envy. It's all thanks to the body-refining pills. Wang Heng humbly replied. Zhang Wei suddenly chuckled. Your rapid advancement has left Qin Li too intimidated to return to school. At this, Wang Heng smiled faintly. Ever since he had triumphed over Qin Li, the latter had not set foot in the school again. In the evening, within the training room of Li Shui's home, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle, the sound of their fists echoing like thunder. It was Li Shui and an avatar of Wang Heng. Meanwhile, the real Wang Heng was sparring with Lin Yu. Naturally, Lin Yu was suppressing her own strength, as she was there to instruct Wang Heng. Sister Lin, your control over strength is exquisite. It feels as though your punches are heavy, yet when I attempt to block, they are almost weightless, nearly causing me to cough up blood. Wang Heng exclaimed as they exchanged blows, consistently finding himself at a disadvantage. The fluctuating force of Lin Yu's punches was particularly disconcerting for him. Indeed, this is the subtlety of the micro-level of martial arts, allowing one to manipulate every ounce of force at will, to strike hard when desired or to soften the blow at will. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Wang Heng contemplated, I think I understand. It seems that ancient martial artists also possessed similar philosophical insights, referred to as lifting light as if heavy, lifting heavy as if light. Yes, that's precisely the principle. Lin Yu nodded in appreciation and continued. The next level, perfection, is what ancient martial artists described as the unity of man and nature. Wang Heng sighed with a wry smile. Merely knowing these principles is of little consequence. Truly grasping them is exceedingly difficult. That is because your practical experience is severely lacking. Merely sparring without the threat of life and death cannot possibly elevate your martial arts mastery. Lin Yu remarked, shaking her head. Regrettably, my current abilities are far too inadequate for hunting demonic beasts outside the city. Wang Heng is aware of this truth, yet he currently lacks any opportunity for practical combat. You will have the chance once you enter university, Lin Yu remarked. Wang Heng, intrigued, inquired, will the university provide us with practical combat training? Every university houses a demon lock tower, where numerous demonic beasts are confined, specifically captured by the school authorities for the purpose of student training. Lin Yu explained. Demon lock tower? Wang Heng asked, somewhat perplexed. Why not simply take students outside the city to slay demonic beasts? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Do you think this is merely a game? Do you assume that the beasts outside the city are conveniently arranged from weak to strong, never shifting their positions? Lin Yu shot Wang Heng a disdainful glance and continued, demonic beasts migrate and can change their locations. If high-level beasts were to suddenly emerge, your entire group could face annihilation. Only in your third year, once your strength has increased, will you be permitted to venture outside the city to hunt demonic beasts. Wang Heng suddenly grasped her point. At that moment, a battered figure crashed heavily beside Wang Heng. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of his clone, Wang Heng turned to glare at Li Shui, demanding, Li Shui, how can you be so lacking in martial ethics, constantly using your power-doubling ability to bully my clone? Is that truly amusing? Who said I used power doubling? Li Shui retorted with a cold snort. Beside them, Lin Yu exclaimed with delight, just now, I did not sense the strength of a formal martial artist. Li Shui, has your fist technique reached mastery? Yes, I just had an epiphany and finally broke through, Li Shui replied, her face lighting up with a smile, before shooting Wang Heng another fierce glare. Wang Heng awkwardly chuckled. Congratulations, you've finally mastered your fist technique. Humph, Li Shui exclaimed, her pride apparent. Wang Heng harbored a deep admiration for Li Shui. While fist strength could be enhanced using various rare materials, the advancement in fist technique could only be achieved through personal comprehension. In their class, 3 students had reached mastery in fist techniques, among whom Qin Li progressed rapidly due to his B-level cultivation talent. Conversely, Li Shui's talent, like Zhang Wei's, was rated C-level, which was merely above average. Many others in their class shared this status, yet none, like Zhang Wei, had attained mastery in fist techniques. As for Wang Heng, he understood that his potential to reach mastery stemmed from the astonishing effects of training alongside 11 clones. Li Shui, now that your fist technique is fully mastered, the next level, refinement, can only be honed through practical combat. It is of little significance for me to remain here, Lin Yu suddenly stated. Li Shui paused, then pitifully pleaded, Sister Lin, I will miss you. At that moment, Wang Heng realized that Lin Yu intended to depart. It made sense. As a personal instructor, Lin Yu was primarily there to teach Li Shui the fist technique. However, the refinement of the technique could not be imparted, but instead required the crucible of real combat. All good things must come to an end. Furthermore, you are soon to embark on your university journey, and we shall inevitably part ways, Lin Yu remarked, briskly retrieving her backpack and turning away with decisive grace. Take care, Sister Lin, Li Shui called out. Wang Heng quickly added, Thank you, Sister Lin, for your guidance during this time. Haha, give it your all. I will await your graduation, and then we shall hunt the monstrous beasts together. Lin Yu waved her hand, not looking back. As Wang Heng watched Lin Yu's receding figure, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. In truth, the time Lin Yu had spent mentoring him far exceeded that of their instructor, Sun Yan. After all, Instructor Sun oversaw a multitude of students and could not devote his attention solely to Wang Heng. Moreover, Lin Yu was a formidable warrior of the battle general rank. Her martial arts skills perfected to an exquisite level. Her guidance was indeed far superior to that of Instructor Sunday. She was Wang Heng's first true mentor in the martial arts, commanding his utmost respect. Wang Heng, I now need to focus on enhancing my punching power, so I will not require a sparring partner for the time being. Li Shui turned to Wang Heng and stated, I see you are more focused on investing your resources. Wang Heng thought to himself, yet smiled and replied, All right, let us meet again for the college entrance examination, and then we shall go to high university together. Indeed, you two should strive to improve your punching power, as the college entrance examination will no longer pose a challenge for us. However, I must caution you that the competition within the university will be even fiercer, Li Shui advised. Understood. Wang Heng nodded, subsequently departing from Li Shui's villa. High University. Wang Heng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Everything now awaited the college entrance examination in June. Chapter 13. Qin Li's revenge. In the ensuing 20 days, Wang Heng diligently practiced his punches, remaining steadfast and unyielding despite his modest achievements. With the aid of the body-tempering elixir, his striking power surged dramatically. Bang! In the school's martial arts hall, Wang Heng approached the testing device and delivered a powerful blow to the target. The screen illuminated with the impressive figure, 601 kilograms. He had finally broken through the significant barrier of 600. A smile crept across Wang Heng's face. Tomorrow marked the day of the college entrance examination, and even with the fusion of just 10 avatars, his punching power would reach an astounding 1,200 kilograms. After gathering his belongings, Wang Heng intended to leave the martial arts hall. Just then, a man clad in a suit and sporting sunglasses approached him. Wang Heng's expression instantly shifted to one of vigilance. The man's attire did not resemble that of school personnel. How had he gained entry? Do not be alarmed. I am Miss Li Xue's bodyguard, the suited man announced, halting 5 meters away from Wang Heng, maintaining a safe distance. Li Xue's bodyguard? I have never seen you before, Wang Heng replied, still on guard, his gaze fixed firmly on the man before him. His hand, discreetly positioned behind him, had already found its way to his smart wristband. The device displayed a number, that of instructor Sun Nian. The suited man had noticed Wang Heng's subtle movements but chose to disregard them, continuing in a calm tone, I am a bodyguard operating from the shadows. Enough chit-chat. I am here to inform you that someone has been monitoring you in secret. You should exercise caution, as tomorrow is the day of the examination. With that, the suited man turned and departed. Had it not been for Li Xue's directive, he would have paid little attention to a mere high school student like Wang Heng. Someone is watching me? Wang Heng felt a jolt of alarm. Observing the retreating figure of the suited man, he sensed no reason for deception. The man exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably a seasoned martial artist. If he intended to confront Wang Heng, there would be no need for subterfuge. Nevertheless, Wang Heng activated his wristband and retrieved Li Xue's number. Hello, Wang Heng. What can I do for you? Came Li Xue's voice through the device. A person claiming to be your bodyguard just approached me. Stating that someone is surveilling me, Wang Heng stated directly. Oh, you must be referring to Uncle Zhang. Li Xue's tone turned slightly serious. Actually, on the night Lin Jie departed, my concealed bodyguards detected someone trailing you. Since they had not yet taken action against you, I had Uncle Zhang conduct a discreet investigation. Wang Heng's expression darkened. Thank you, but have you discovered who is following me? It is a small-time thug at the advanced apprentice level, reportedly making a living under the boss of Blood Bar, Wolf Gu. Have you offended this bar's owner? Li Xue inquired. Wang Heng shook his head. I have no knowledge of this Wolf Gu or his ilk. I have never visited any bar. In summary, exercise caution. These individuals have been surveilling you. Though I had my doubts previously, I now harbor suspicions that they may intend to act against you before the college entrance examination. Li Xue cautioned. Wang Heng's complexion paled instantly as he grasped their malicious intent. Their goal was to ensure he missed the examination tomorrow. Fortunately, he had been alerted by Li Xue today. I truly appreciate your help. Wang Heng promptly expressed his gratitude. Do you need me to have Uncle Zhang drive you home? Li Xue inquired. Wang Heng shook his head, responding, no need to trouble yourself. Since they wish to take action against me, I shall await their move. Let us not forget, I possess a doppelganger. Aha, that is indeed true. See you at the examination tomorrow. Li Xue understood Wang Heng's thoughts immediately and ended the call. After concluding the conversation, Wang Heng turned and returned to the martial arts school. In the changing room, he summoned a doppelganger and they exchanged clothing. Smile. Wang Heng pinched the somewhat stiff face of his doppelganger to maintain a smile, then commanded it to leave the school. Meanwhile, Wang Heng made some adjustments to his appearance, donning a cap and sunglasses, and quietly followed behind his doppelganger while discreetly observing his surroundings. Indeed, it was not long before Wang Heng identified an individual, a young man riding a bicycle, sporting bleached hair, leisurely trailing behind his doppelganger while wearing headphones. Several minutes later, as the doppelganger entered a secluded alley, Wang Heng overheard some shouts and insults. Concealed in a corner, he gained insight into the assailants targeting him through the perspective of his doppelganger. There were a total of 18 thugs, all of advanced apprentice level, each possessing a punching power exceeding 900 kilograms. Although Wang Heng had perfected his martial arts, the sheer number of these thugs, combined with their strength, posed a significant threat. Moreover, one of the older thugs had also achieved a high level of martial arts mastery. With so many attacking simultaneously, his doppelganger, outnumbered and outmatched, was quickly rendered unable to rise. Witnessing the dire situation of his doppelganger, Wang Heng's expression turned grim. Had it not been for Li Xue's warning, it would have been him in that predicament. Even if Wang Heng's true self could merge with his doppelganger to increase his strength to 1,200 kilograms, he would still stand no chance against these assailants, especially since they wielded steel pipes and other weapons. Wolf brother? I have no acquaintance with this wolf brother. It must be that someone has enlisted him to act. Wang Heng pondered silently. He was not foolish enough to believe that, as a struggling student, he would have provoked someone like Wolf Brother. Thus, he quickly pinpointed one individual, Qin Li. After careful consideration, Wang Heng concluded that Qin Li was the only person he had antagonized. Furthermore, Qin Li had not returned to school since his defeat and had not sent anyone to retaliate against him. Wang Heng found it hard to believe that Qin Li would be so magnanimous. It became clear that this individual harbored ulterior motives. It must be said, his methods were exceedingly ruthless. Missing the college entrance examination would make Wang Heng's rapid ascent exceedingly difficult. As for repeating a year, he would be limited to the art stream. In the realm of martial arts, repetition is not permitted. The esteemed Wu University cultivates only the most exceptional warriors. No matter how many years you spend perfecting your strength to reach 900 kilograms, and subsequently enroll in 2 prestigious institutions, such fortune is rare indeed. Qin Li. Wang Heng clenched his fist tightly. After patiently waiting for the ruffians to depart, he ventured into the alley, concealing his battered doppelganger, and hastened toward his home. Dihao Garden. Qin Li activated his wristband and perused the photos sent by Wolf Brother, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Wang Heng, this is the consequence of defying me. I shall see how you manage to enter the examination hall tomorrow. Qin Li sneered. A mere impoverished youth daring to oppose him, how utterly naive. Chapter 14. The college entrance examination on June 7th. The highly anticipated college entrance examination has arrived. Outside the gates of Luqing No. 3 High School, a throng of students and parents has gathered, creating a bustling scene. In addition, a contingent of armed soldiers stands guard, alongside reporters who have set up cameras, all eager to capture first-hand accounts of the event. The martial arts examination, in particular, garners the most attention. We are currently positioned at the entrance of Luqing No. 3 High School, and according to school officials, the martial arts examination is set to commence at 8 a.m., testing the students' punching power. It remains uncertain whether Luqing will produce a top scorer who gains admission to the 2 prestigious institutions. This is Yi Dideo reporting. A handsome reporter addressed the camera. Nearby, parents were sending their children into the school. Son, give it your all. One parent encouraged. Don't worry, Dad. I possess the spirit of a warrior. At the pinnacle of martial arts, I shall stand proud, and as long as I, and Bei, am here, the heavens shall not falter. Throughout my life, I have never been inferior to others. This college entrance examination will surely be my leap to success, he declared confidently. As students continued to enter the school, Li Shui, accompanied by several bodyguards, made her way inside. She wondered if Wang Heng had arrived yet. Scanning the area, she did not see his figure. Due to the prohibition of smart devices during the examination, she was unable to contact him. Li Shui, long time no see. Qin Li, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, approached her briskly upon spotting her. Li Shui cast a fleeting glance in his direction but did not respond. Qin Li, undeterred, maintained his amiable demeanor and inquired, Li Shui, which elite martial arts university do you plan to attend? How about we go to Jiangnan Martial University together? It is said to be the best martial arts university after the 2 prestigious institutions. Li Shui scoffed at his suggestion. Who told you I was going to an elite martial arts university? Qin Li was momentarily taken aback. Without attending an elite martial arts university, did she intend to go to an ordinary one? He was well aware of Li Shui's capabilities. Knowing her punching power was approximately 750 kilograms a month ago, even if it had increased to over 800 kilograms now, it would not suffice for admission into the 2 prestigious universities, leaving only the elite martial arts university as a viable option. Hey Zhang Wei, why didn't Wang Heng come with you? Li Shui shifted her attention towards Zhang Wei amidst the crowd. Zhang Wei, also searching for Wang Heng, shook his head and replied, Miss Li, I am looking for him too. We agreed to come to school together yesterday, but I couldn't wait any longer this morning, so I came first. What is he up to? It's almost 8 o'clock. Li Shui furrowed her brows, a sense of worry creeping in. She had clearly reminded Wang Heng the day before. Surely nothing unfortunate had befallen him. Overhearing their conversation, Qin Li's eyes glimmered with a hint of schadenfreude as he chuckled. Perhaps he overslept. Li Shui, you may not realize that for ordinary individuals like them, big occasions can be quite nerve-wracking. Don't look down on others. Old Wang wouldn't he be nervous? Zhang Wei retorted, glaring at Qin Li. Ha, you have quite the audacity. Qin Li smirked. Qin Li did not expect that this seemingly insignificant character would dare to reprimand him, prompting him to narrow his eyes, a cold glint flashing within his gaze. I have always been quite audacious. Zhang Wei, however, stood boldly before Qin Li, fully aware that nearby military warriors were maintaining order. No matter Qin Li's background, any disruption during this crucial examination period would lead to disqualification, and severe cases could even result in imprisonment. Very well. Qin Li cast a deep gaze at Zhang Wei, recognizing that he indeed would not dare to cause trouble at such a moment. Turning to Li Shui, Qin Li smiled slightly and said, Li Shui, let us enter, for it seems Wang Heng will not be joining us. Who says I won't be here? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind Qin Li. Through the crowd, Wang Heng approached clad in athletic attire. Old Wang, Zhang Wei exclaimed, rushing to greet him. You nearly arrived late. Li Shui also moved toward him. Only Qin Li remained rooted in place, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Wang Heng approaching. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be recuperating in the hospital? He appeared completely unscathed. Confusion swirled in Qin Li's mind. Was it possible that a Lang had colluded with Wang Heng to stage a performance for him? No, a Lang would never possess such audacity. Old Wang, what kept you until now? Zhang Wei inquired curiously as they entered the school together. As Wang Heng passed by Qin Li, he remarked nonchalantly, I have no idea which scoundrel sent someone to beat up my doppelganger yesterday, leaving me sleepless all night and nearly oversleeping. Hey, young Master Qin, do you know who that scoundrel might be? Wang Heng suddenly turned to Qin Li, posing the question. A muscle in Qin Li's face twitched. It was indeed a painful inquiry. He could hardly confess that he was the very scoundrel in question. How would I know? Perhaps you offended someone? Qin Li responded hastily, retreating into the school. He finally grasped the truth. The group sent by a Lang had mistakenly targeted the wrong person. No, it wasn't entirely a mistake. After all, it was still Wang Heng's doppelganger. Damn it, how could I have forgotten that this brat possesses the talent for creating doppelgangers? Qin Li felt immense regret. He understood that missing this opportunity meant he would no longer have a chance to deal with Wang Heng. After all, he was well aware of Wang Heng's strength, and with the power of his doppelganger doubled, gaining admission to the two prestigious schools would be a mere formality. To confront a martial arts prodigy? Even if his father were a battle general-level martial artist, he could not withstand it. Is it him? Li Shui whispered beside Wang Heng. Wang Heng scoffed. Aside from him, I can't think of anyone else. Hey, what are you two mumbling about? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Wang Heng patted his shoulder, chuckling. Stop overthinking it. Just perform well and don't be too nervous. Old Wang, you underestimate me. How could I, Zhang Wei, possibly be anxious? Moreover, I have countless doppelgangers and unmatched fortune. I am destined to shine brilliantly this time. Zhang Wei, brimming with confidence, proclaimed. Wang Heng, puzzled, inquired, where did you get your doppelganger? Are you not aware that every class in the world has a student named Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei responded with an air of triumph. Wang Heng and Li Shui exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the students lined up to enter the classroom for a strength test. Upon exiting, the reactions were decidedly mixed. Zhang Wei, how did it go? Wang Heng eagerly asked as soon as Zhang Wei emerged. With a broad grin revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, Zhang Wei proudly announced, 465 kilograms. Not bad. Wang Heng felt a surge of joy for his friend. Zhang Wei's aspiration was to enroll in the ordinary martial arts university, and with such a score, it was indeed commendable. Wang Heng. Soon, Wang Heng heard the invigilator call his name and promptly made his way into the classroom. Chapter 15. A great regret upon entering the classroom, Wang Heng was immediately struck by the sight of an enormous machine, which was more than thrice the size of a conventional testing device. It was said to be the specialized testing apparatus of the Martial Arts University, capable not only of assessing the strength of prospective martial artists but also of accurately measuring the power of established warriors. Wang Heng recognized the colossal machine at a glance, having previously watched related videos online. Candidates, you have 1 minute to prepare and are permitted to deliver only one punch. A robust voice resonated from behind the testing apparatus. Wang Heng nodded and approached the machine, beginning to gather his strength. Generally speaking, allowing only a single punch for the test does not yield precise results, as some candidates may falter under pressure. However, this was intentionally designed as a challenge by the Ministry of Education. For martial artists, mental fortitude is equally important. If one becomes anxious during a college entrance examination, how much more so would they be when confronting ferocious beasts? Even if one fails the entrance exam, there remains the opportunity to become a martial artist. Yet, if one is overwhelmed with anxiety in the face of beasts, their life may well be at stake. Thus, the nation will not squander resources on nurturing warriors lacking the necessary composure. In a conference room, the principal of Lu City No. 3 Middle School, Instructor Sun Yen, an official from the Ministry of Education, and a brigadier general from the military were gathered. They were intently watching the surveillance screen mounted on the wall, which displayed the scene of candidates testing their punching power. This Qin Li is impressive, his punch power reaching 810 kilograms, and his skill level has attained the mastery realm. With his B-level cultivation talent, he is destined to become a general-level warrior, the official from the Ministry of Education remarked with genuine admiration. The brigadier general from the military smiled and responded, I believe Li Shui is even more remarkable. Though her cultivation talent is merely C-level, she possesses the unique ability to double her strength. Once she enters one of the 2 prestigious schools, her future is undoubtedly limitless. The principal and Sun Yen nodded in agreement, already aware of Li Shui's special talent for doubling her strength, and thus were not surprised by her performance. Perhaps you are unaware, but this young lady, Li Shui, hails from the illustrious Li family of Kyoto. The official from the Ministry of Education suddenly interjected. The brigadier general was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, could it be the Li family with a warrior of godly prowess? Indeed, that very Li family, the official confirmed with a nod. No wonder this young girl, despite possessing only C-level cultivation talent, could elevate her punching power to 860 kilograms. With the Li family's diligent nurturing, her future as a high-ranking general will surely be assured. The brigadier general continued, moreover, with her ability to double her strength. Her combat capability will rival that of a peak general. A peak general is among the most formidable warriors beneath the divine warrior. Such prowess within the military could earn her the rank of general, safeguarding a region. Old Yu, it seems your school will soon gain widespread acclaim. The official from the Ministry of Education congratulated the principal. Principal Yu's eyes sparkled with unmistakable amusement as he humbly remarked, it is all thanks to the esteemed leaders of the Ministry of Education. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Principal, it's Wang Heng's turn now, came a quiet reminder from Sun Yen beside him. Immediately, Principal Yu lifted his gaze towards the surveillance screen. Upon seeing Wang Heng's figure, he instinctively straightened his posture, a look of anticipation dawning in his eyes. This scene did not go unnoticed by the officials from the Ministry of Education and the Army's Brigadier General. Old Yu, is this student particularly remarkable? Can he truly be compared to Qin Li? An official from the ministry inquired with curiosity, speculating that any student who garnered Principal Yu's attention must possess extraordinary qualities. Just wait and see, Principal Yu replied with a mysterious smile, raising the intrigue among the officials and the Brigadier General, who now turned their full attention to Wang Heng on the screen. At that moment, Wang Heng was ready. He took a deep breath, recalling the techniques of the body-refining fist, and with a sudden surge of energy, he struck the target of the testing device with a powerful punch. Bang! As Wang Heng's fist connected, the target trembled violently. In the wake of such immense force, a red number appeared on the screen beside the testing device. 1,200 kilograms. A smile broke across Wang Heng's face. The 2 prestigious schools were assured of their standing. Within the conference room, the officials from the Ministry of Education and the Brigadier General rose in shock, their gazes glued to the astonishing figure displayed on the screen. 1,200 kilograms? How is this possible? Does he possess the talent of doubling strength? The Brigadier General exclaimed in disbelief. The strength of a junior warrior should not exceed 1,000 kilograms. It appears he too possesses a unique talent. Wouldn't you agree, old Yu? The official turned to Principal Yu. With a beaming smile, Principal Yu replied, "This young man is named Wang Heng. During his martial awakening, he was found to possess the talent of Avatar." Avatar talent. The Brigadier General was once again taken aback. The official from the Ministry of Education hurriedly asked, "Old Yu, what is his cultivation talent level?" In truth, they already had Wang Heng's data on their desks, but in their eagerness, they directly posed the question to Principal Yu. Sighing, Principal Yu responded, "This child's cultivation talent is slightly lacking. He has only reached level D." Upon hearing this, the official's face fell, and he shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, "Ah, what a pity! If he had a B-level cultivation talent, the nation would undoubtedly invest substantial resources to elevate him to the level of a war god." He understood all too well the significance of a war god with the ability to manifest avatars. This was akin to having an immortal war god. Whenever a crisis arose, sending him forth would be far more effective than deploying dozens of ordinary war gods. Wait a moment, though. With his cultivation talent, even if the avatar grants a 10 increase in strength, he should not possess the punching power of 1,200 kilograms. The Brigadier General suddenly questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Principal Yu explained, "This child's doppelganger has undergone a mutation, allowing him to attain a remarkable 100 increase in strength. His inherent punching power should be approximately 600 kilograms. Mutated? Alas, what a pity! Truly a lamentable situation." The officials from the Ministry of Education shook their heads in sorrow at these words. "I can only hope that this child, upon entering the two prestigious academies, will have the opportunity to become a high-ranking warrior in the future. That way, he could at least contribute to our nation," sighed Principal Yu. "It is quite difficult." A brigadier from the military interjected, shaking his head. "With a D-level cultivation talent, the typical ceiling is merely that of a high-ranked soldier. Advancing to the warrior level is exceedingly challenging, let alone achieving the status of a high-ranking warrior." The official from the Ministry of Education nodded in agreement, as he, being a leader in the ministry, was well acquainted with the data pertaining to these martial artists. Not necessarily. While his cultivation talent may be somewhat lacking, his comprehension is not to be underestimated. He has, like Qin Li and Li Shui, reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Sun Nian interjected at this moment. "Oh, then there is still a chance for him to break through to the warrior level," the military martial artist remarked, his eyes brightening. As the group engaged in conversation, Wang Heng had already departed from the classroom. Chapter 16. Reputation. How did it go, old Wang? Zhang Wei inquired eagerly as Wang Heng emerged. Beside him, Li Shui cast a curious glance. At that moment, Wang Heng was elated, beaming as he announced, 1,200 kilograms. Impressive. Now both prestigious universities will be vying for your admission. Zhang Wei exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Still, it pales in comparison to the esteemed Miss Li. Her punching power hovers around 1,720 kilograms. Wang Heng remarked, turning his gaze toward Li Shui. He felt a deep sense of admiration. Truly, the players who invest heavily in their training are formidable. Even without considering the effects of strength doubling, Li Shui's power reached an astonishing 860 kilograms. Just how many body-refining pills must she have consumed? Alright, it's time to tackle the humanities exam. We wouldn't want to face embarrassment if we fail the cultural subjects. Li Shui reminded from the side. Indeed, we mustn't become overly complacent. Wang Heng nodded in agreement. The trio then made their way to the examination hall for the humanities. Unlike the college entrance examinations of a millennium ago, the current examination spanned just one day, concluding late into the night at 9. Once they departed the school, Wang Heng and his companions exhaled deeply. The exam questions were not particularly challenging, even less so than the previous mock tests. Zhang Wei wore a confident expression. Wang Heng felt assured that passing was almost a certainty. Wang Heng, I'm heading back to Kyoto. We'll meet at high dawn September 1st. Li Shui declared before she was enveloped by a group of bodyguards and entered a luxury vehicle. Wang Heng waved at her car as it pulled away. Zhang Wei expressed his envy. I truly envy you for getting to attend university with the goddess. To be honest, have you two confirmed that kind of relationship? What are you thinking? Wang Heng shot Zhang Wei a disdainful glance, replying, Have you been reading too many novels? With Li Shue's background, why would she ever take an interest in me? Focus on becoming a martial artist and stop daydreaming about unrealistic things. With that, Wang Heng departed. Although he harbored some feelings for Li Shue, it was strictly within the bounds of friendship. As for romance, to be honest, Wang Heng simply lacked the energy for such matters at this stage. The world was fraught with peril. Without becoming a powerful individual, survival itself would be exceedingly difficult. Given his rare talent for splitting consciousness, he was determined to devote his time and energy to enhancing his strength, at the very least, to secure a stable and happy life for his family. In the Imperial Garden, Qin Li had returned long ago. He had already learned from classmates about Wang Heng's punching power. 1,200 kilograms. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Li nearly smashed the table at home. What was even harder for him to accept was that Li Shue's power had astonishingly reached over 1,700 kilograms. She had concealed her talent for strength doubling. No wonder she had mocked him when he invited her to attend the elite martial university. Qin Li gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with jealousy. Wang Heng and Li Shue, their training talents could not surpass his. Yet why had they both awakened such exceptional abilities? Qin Li was consumed by a sense of bitterness and envy. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a series of chimes emanated from Qin Li's smart wristband. Upon seeing the avatar displayed on the device, Qin Li was momentarily taken aback, swiftly opening the communication. Dad, are you looking for me? I just received news that a genius named Wang Heng has emerged from your school. With a punch strength reaching 1,200 kilograms, came the voice of Qin Li's father, Qin Zhan. Qin Li snorted dismissively. I didn't expect this kid's reputation to have reached you. Of course, it's rare for a prodigy to arise in Lu City, and every faction is keeping a close watch on him. Even if I wished to remain unaware, it would be impossible, Qin Zhan replied, his tone icy. Moreover, I've heard that you seem to have a conflict with him? It's merely a minor altercation, Qin Li said nonchalantly, proceeding to recount the events involving himself and Wang Heng to Qin Zhan. Upon hearing the details, Qin Zhan rebuked him with indignation. Is that what you call a minor altercation? You nearly ruined his college entrance examination. This is a profound enmity. Fortunately, he lacks the power to retaliate at the moment. Otherwise, you would already be facing the consequences. Just because of him? Qin Li scoffed. He's merely fortunate to have awakened a doppelganger talent. With his cultivation aptitude, he will never aspire to become a battle general. What threat could he possibly pose to me? Foolishness. If he were to merely enroll in an ordinary martial university or an elite one, he would indeed stand little chance of becoming a battle general. However, he is attending two prestigious institutions. You have no idea just how formidable the resources at those schools are. Qin Zhan scolded furiously. Qin Li furrowed his brow and inquired, What should we do then? I have already made an enemy of him, and at this point, even if I wanted to deal with him, it would be too late. Given his martial science results, many are now watching him. Who would dare take action against him at this juncture? At least you Haven T descended into utter foolishness. Understanding that now is not the time to act against him, Qin Zhan said solemnly. The college entrance examination is already over. It is too late to say anything now. We can only apologize and seek to resolve this grievance. I will handle this matter. I will return tomorrow. During this time, do not create any more trouble for me, Qin Zhan added with an air of concern. After terminating the call, Qin Li's expression darkened considerably. The thought of being made to apologize to Wang Heng filled him with humiliation. Yet he dared not defy his father. Outside, he was the esteemed young Master Qin, commanding great respect. His audacity and arrogance were bolstered solely by the might of his battle general father. Get over here immediately. I am exceedingly irate.
Qin Li sata.
Growing more enraged by the moment, he activated his smart wristband and dialed a number, growling softly. Soon, a sultry voice emerged from the device. Young Master Qin, please hold on. Schwer will be there shortly. In the Binhu community, Wang Heng returned home and shared his martial science results with his parents and sister, filling the household with joy. Brother, you're amazing. You've achieved the top score in martial science. It has been many years since Lu City has seen such a prodigy. His sister, Wang Kiki, exclaimed with excitement. While Wang Tao shared in the joy, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Heng, are you planning to attend Jing University or Hai University? Perhaps we should opt for Kyoto University. I have heard that the coastal city is rather unsafe, suggested Lu Yuru, the mother. Wang Heng chuckled in response, Mother, I am merely attending university, not heading to the front lines. What danger could there possibly be within the confines of a school? Moreover, Marine University is closer to home, making it more convenient for me to visit you. It seems you have already made up your mind to attend Marine University, Wang Tao remarked, realization dawning upon him. Wang Heng nodded and replied, I have gathered information indicating that most scions of affluent families tend to choose Kyoto University. For commoners like us to attend Kyoto, we would likely face undue pressure. Furthermore, the capital is a place teeming with hidden talents. One misstep could easily offend a powerful figure. It is far more prudent to select Marine University. Wang Tao, after listening, agreed, You make a valid point. It is indeed wise to keep our distance from those privileged youths. He was well aware, from his frequent internet browsing, that these elite offspring were not to be trifled with. If one were to surpass them, they would become resentful and unite to suppress you. Conversely, if one were to fall short, they would frequently bully you. Regardless of the approach one took, it would invariably provoke their ire. This is a matter of class, difficult to resolve. The most effective strategy is simply to steer clear of them. The family enjoyed their meal happily, yet unbeknownst to Wang Heng, his reputation had already spread throughout the entire Lu city. Furthermore, with the upload of his martial prowess data to the Ministry of Education, Wang Heng's name had begun to surface in the admissions offices of various martial arts universities. Chapter 17. The invitation from Kyoto University at this moment, although the evaluation of the college entrance examination had not yet concluded, the testing data from the martial arts department had already been conveyed to various universities. Naturally, Kyoto University received this first-hand information. At this time, Zhang Hongtao, the director of the admissions office at Kyoto University, was leading several teachers in organizing the information of students whose punching strength exceeded 900 kilograms. Despite these students boasting punching strengths above 900 kilograms, there were still nuances to consider. For instance, those whose punching strength surpassed 1,000 kilograms had transcended the limits of a typical martial artist, clearly indicating that they possessed exceptional talents worthy of attention. Such prodigies should be closely monitored, as some extraordinary gifts, such as the ability to create clones, were remarkably powerful. Director, I have discovered a student with the clone ability, suddenly exclaimed a nearby teacher. Zhang Hongtao quickly snatched the information sheet for review. Name, Wang Heng. Age, 16. Gender, male. Punching strength test, 1,200 kilograms. Special talent, clone. It is reported that the clone undergoes a mutation, with a power amplification of 100 upon fusion. Cultivation talent, D-grade. Skill realm, mastery of body refinement. Fist family, ordinary civilian family. Has consumed 3 body refinement pills and used body refinement lotion for 1 month. After reviewing Wang Heng's information, Zhang Hongtao could not help but express his disappointment, stating, This cultivation talent is indeed too low. Even with concentrated resources from the school, he would likely stagnate at the level of a battle general, with no hope of advancing to the realm of a battle god. As for Wang Heng's 100 power amplification upon fusion with his clone, Zhang Hongtao paid it no mind. After all, should he merge with a clone and face a formidable beast, if he were to perish, he would lose both himself and the clone, a clear abandonment of the immortality that the clone ability could offer. However, concerning the clone talent, the most critical attribute was not an enhancement of combat power, but rather its characteristic of immortality. Director, achieving the rank of battle general is still commendable. An advanced battle general with the clone ability would be a force to be reckoned with, remarked a teacher beside him. Zhang Hongtao shook his head. Given his D-grade cultivation talent, how many resources would it take to elevate him to the realm of an advanced battle general? With such resources, we could potentially cultivate another battle god-level powerhouse. Should we not make an effort to recruit him then? The teacher appeared somewhat reluctant, as the clone ability was exceedingly rare. Zhang Hongtao pondered for a moment. I will send him a message shortly, inviting him to join us at Kyoto University. As for the incentive, We shall grant the standard 100 credits. Merely 100 credits may lack allure. What if High University offers more? The teacher's face was marked with hesitation. Zhang Hongtao interrupted him with a shake of his head. 100 credits is sufficient. Kyoto University is not in short supply of students. Moreover, given his cultivation talent, without our focused training, even becoming a battle general would be exceedingly difficult. With that, Zhang Hongtao decisively concluded the discussion. The following day, Wang Hong was practicing martial arts in an open space within his community when suddenly, a notification chimed from his smart wristband. He promptly ceased his movements, raised his wrist, and accessed the message that had just arrived. Greetings, I am Zhang Hongtao, the director of the admissions office at Kyoto Martial Arts University. We cordially invite you to join our esteemed institution and to support your future training endeavors. We will reward you with 100 credits upon your enrollment. After reading the brief message, Wang Hong couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had previously researched the university and was aware that it operated its own marketplace, where items could only be purchased with credits. 1 credit equated to 10,000 yuan, making 100 credits a sum of 1 million yuan. This reward was evidently not substantial, especially considering the several million yuan worth of support he had received from Luqing No. 3 High School. It seemed rather stingy for such a prestigious institution as Kyoto Martial Arts University to offer merely 1 million. Perhaps they did not regard him highly. It appeared his mediocre martial arts talent was holding him back. Wang Hong quickly deduced the reason behind their lack of enthusiasm. Although his duplication talent was rare, his overall martial arts aptitude was indeed rather low. However, they were unaware that his duplication ability allowed for more than one clone. Now he awaited news from Haidai. Shaking his head, he turned off the smart wristband. He did not feel particularly disappointed by Kyoto's indifference. After all, his sights were set on Haidai. However, instead of a message from Haidai, he received one from instructor Sun Nian. Hello, instructor. What can I do for you? Wang Hong activated the communication. Sun Nian's familiar, robust voice resonated through the wristband. Wang Hong, Qin Li's father has reached out to me, seeking to mediate and resolve the grievances between you and Qin Li. What are your thoughts on this? Resolve grievances? Wang Hong scoffed internally, though he maintained a calm facade. Instructor, my conflict with Qin Li is merely a minor disagreement. Since we will not attend the same university in the future, there is no need for further encounters. Wang Hong, I initially shared your perspective. However, Qin Li's father is willing to offer 100 million yuan and has requested that Qin Li personally apologize to you. Is there something more significant that I am unaware of? Sun Nian expressed his confusion. He had witnessed the altercation between Wang Hong and Qin Li firsthand and understood their dispute to be typical teenage rivalry. Yet, upon learning of Qin Zhan's generous offer, he sensed something amiss. 100 million. Wang Hong felt a jolt at the thought. To him, this was an astronomical sum. With such funds, he could not only improve his family's circumstances but also acquire various resources beneficial to his training. The willingness of Qin Li's father to part with such a considerable amount was beyond Wang Heng's expectations. Wang Heng, although I am unaware of the particulars that transpired between you, it seems that the Qin family is genuinely earnest in their intentions. Should you choose to reconcile the animosity with Qin Li and secure that substantial sum of 100 million, it would undeniably serve as a tremendous boon to your future in the martial arts. Sun Nian continued, moreover, your parents and relatives remain in Lu City. It is sometimes prudent to exercise forbearance, to let bygones be bygones. One must remember, even a cornered dog may leap over a wall. This final remark appeared to be a cautionary note. Wang Hong was suddenly taken aback. Indeed, although he was at High University and unafraid of Qin Li's retaliation, his family was still in Lu City. If Qin Li were to act maliciously, what recourse would he have? It would be impractical to relocate entirely to the Great Sea City, which is often besieged by beast tides and is hardly a stable place to reside. Contemplating this, Wang Hong spoke solemnly. Very well, in consideration of the instructor's position, I am willing to engage in discussions with them. Excellent. Meet me at Junshan Building near the school tomorrow. I shall have Qin Zhan reserve a private room. Sun Nian replied with a smile. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall not suffer any detriment. I certainly trust the instructor. Wang Heng promptly responded with utmost respect. Sun Yen had always treated him kindly. Furthermore, he was now the top scholar in martial studies in Lu City, and with that distinction, no one would dare to act against him in the city for the time being. Chapter 18. The Compensation of 200 Million Junshan Tower. Wang Heng had arrived early, concealing himself in the shadows, and only approached when he saw Sun Yen arrive. Instructor. Wang Heng called out, waving at Sun Yen from a distance. You must have waited quite a while, huh? Sun Yen quickly discerned Wang Heng's apprehension. Wang Heng grinned, better to be cautious. Indeed, such prudence is wise, especially when confronting demonic beasts in the future. One must exercise even greater caution. Sun Yen nodded in agreement. The two then entered Junshan Tower together. Led by a maid, they entered a private room where two gentlemen awaited. One of them was Qin Li. The other, a robust middle-aged man bearing some resemblance to Qin Li, was evidently his father, Qin Zhan. Instructor Sun, welcome, Qin Zhan exclaimed upon their entrance, rising promptly to invite them to take a seat with a warm smile. He then turned his gaze toward Wang Heng beside Sun Yen, saying with a grin, I presume this young man is our Lu City's martial arts champion, Wang Heng. Am I right? Good day, Mr. Qin. Wang Heng replied respectfully, nodding. Once they were seated, Qin Zhan instructed the staff to bring out the dishes. These were delicacies Wang Heng had seen online but had never tasted, and they appeared quite appetizing. However, Wang Heng maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. Sun Yen also refrained from picking up his chopsticks and, after the waitstaff had departed, addressed Qin Zhan, Mr. Qin, please speak candidly. I shall merely serve as a witness. I truly appreciate your assistance. Instructor Sun. Qin Zhan did not dare to underestimate Sun Yen. Although he was merely a senior warrior, he had retired from the defense forces of the Great Sea City. A warrior who had emerged from such a brutal battleground, even as a senior, was far from ordinary. Moreover, these military warriors often share life and death bonds with their comrades. To provoke one of them is to offend the entire unit. Rising, Qin Zhan looked at Wang Heng and said with a smile, Young brother Wang Heng, I am aware of the situation regarding you and Li. I take full responsibility for my laxity in discipline and sincerely apologize on his behalf. With that, Qin Zhan raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. He then turned his piercing gaze toward Qin Li. Qin Li had no choice but to obediently stand, lifting his glass and bowing to Wang Heng. Wang Heng, I was in the wrong before, and I sincerely apologize to you today. Frankly speaking, witnessing the once arrogant and reckless Qin Li bowing in apology was immensely gratifying for Wang Heng. Nonetheless, Wang Heng remained unmoved. After all, it was clear that a mere light-hearted apology would not suffice to earn his forgiveness. Of course, Qin Zhan understood this as well. Thus, after Qin Li's apology, he produced two cards from his pocket and placed them on the table before Wang Heng. Wang Heng's attention was drawn to them. One was a bank card, and the other a recharge card emblazoned with Tianhai Martial University. Young brother Wang Heng, here lies an anonymous bank card containing 100 million and a recharge card for Tianhai Wuda worth 10,000 credits. Qin Zhan turned to Wang Heng with a smile and said, This token of goodwill is hoped to alleviate the harm caused to you by Ali. 10,000 credits. Despite his efforts to maintain a calm demeanor, Wang Heng's heart trembled at this revelation. He had not anticipated that High University would offer credit recharge cards. 10,000 credits equated to 100 million. Thus, it was as if Qin Zhan had gifted him 200 million. What a generous gesture. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng could no longer resist the urge to accept the two cards before him. He then rose and addressed Qin Zhan, saying, Mr. Qin, since you have spoken so candidly, I shall refrain from further elaboration. With my instructor as a witness today, my grievances with Qin Li are hereby resolved. Henceforth, as long as he does not provoke me, I shall not seek to disturb him. With that, Wang Heng raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Qin Zhan instantly broke into a smile, cheerfully responding, Excellent. Young brother Wang Heng, you truly are forthright. After all, you are both young men, and youthful spirits may sometimes clash. Yet, as classmates, who knows, you may one day stand shoulder to shoulder against the beasts. Come, let us dine. After departing from Junshan Tower, Wang Heng bid farewell to Sun Yen and returned home. Meanwhile, in the private room of Junshan Tower, Qin Li leaned against the window, gazing at Wang Heng's receding figure with clenched fists and a darkened expression. He then turned to his father, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, "Father, did we not agree to give him only 100 million? Why then the additional high university recharge card? Does this not amount to giving him 200 million? You are mistaken," Qin Zhan replied, shaking his head while sipping his drink. "What I truly intended to give him was that high university recharge card. The 100 million was merely an added bonus." "What difference does that make?" Qin Li queried, perplexed. Qin Zhan glanced at his son with a cold smirk, explaining, given his martial science scores, he has only two choices, either Jing University or High University. My hope is that he chooses High University. Pouring himself another drink, Qin Zhan continued, "From what I understand, the mortality rate among High University students is the highest among all martial universities." He finished his drink, his tone chilling as he stated, "Young people tend to hold grudges. Although Sun Yan witnessed the resolution of their dispute this time, who can predict whether he may seek revenge in the future? By deliberately guiding him toward High University, he may indeed find his demise there. Only in death will he no longer pose a threat to you." It was then that Qin Li began to grasp his father's intricate strategy. Yet, he still questioned, "But father, what if he chooses not to attend High University?" Qin Zhan chuckled and replied, "I have already inscribed his name on that recharge card. According to High University regulations, recharge cards are non-refundable and non-transferable. I refuse to believe that a poor lad from humble beginnings would willingly forfeit such a sum." Upon hearing this, Qin Li suddenly understood. "Father, this is an elaborate scheme." In truth, Qin Li also believes that a penniless youth like Wang Heng would never willingly relinquish a fortune of 100 million. "Father, what if he did not perish at Haida?" Qin Li immediately contemplated another possibility. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan chuckled and replied, "Therefore, you should extol his virtues in front of your classmates. He is currently in the limelight, is he not? You could invite some reporters for an interview and speak of your amicable relationship. You might even persuade a few classmates to join you in the interview." Qin Li was left dumbfounded by this suggestion. Qin Zhan continued, "He has just accepted our 200 million. He will certainly not reveal your animosity. And look over there." Qin Zhan gestured towards a corner of the room. As Qin Li scrutinized the area, he initially struggled to discern anything, but as he approached, he discovered a hidden pinhole camera. "Father, what is this?" Qin Li exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan smiled. "Our earlier negotiation with that young man has been recorded. Should he dare to target you in the future, you can expose him and tarnish his reputation. With this leverage in hand, as long as he is not a fool, he will refrain from retaliating against you. Father, your considerations are truly impeccable." Qin Li marveled at his father's ingenuity. "Ali, we are martial artists, but that does not imply we should be reckless. In the future, always contemplate the consequences and never act impulsively." Qin Zhan looked earnestly at his son, imparting this wisdom, "Especially as you are soon to attend Jiangnan Martial University, where you will encounter many with far superior backgrounds than yours. Do not offend anyone carelessly. Father, rest assured, I am not foolish. I will not provoke those beyond my means," Qin Li replied with a furrowed brow. "As for Wang Heng, who knows what transformations his clone may undergo? I initially believed he would only manage to enroll in an ordinary martial university. Had I known of Wang Heng's true capabilities, I would never have dared to provoke him." Chapter 19. An additional 20 million, 200 million. Upon returning home, Wang Heng found it hard to believe. He had effortlessly acquired 200 million. As for resolving the animosity with Qin Li, Wang Heng was not concerned. After all, even if he wished to take revenge on Qin Li, he currently lacked the capability. It is no wonder they say that the college entrance examination can alter one's destiny. Wang Heng sincerely marveled. Although his examination scores had yet to be released, he had already reaped 200 million as a result of it. Of course, this was also a reflection of his own prowess. Had he not been formidable enough to gain admission to those two prestigious universities, the Qin family would not have felt compelled to apologize to him. Ultimately, strength is paramount. Regarding the 200 million, the academic credits were temporarily inaccessible. From the remaining 100 million, He planned to allocate 20 million to enhance his family's living conditions, while the rest would be devoted to augmenting his own abilities. Wang Heng contemplated silently. Although he had a fondness for wealth, an excess of money simply equated to a number. Apart from the portion designated for improving his family's circumstances, Wang Heng intended to utilize the remainder to bolster his strength rather than indulge in luxury. During dinner, Wang Heng turned to his father and said, "Dad, let us purchase a villa." Wang Tao was taken aback. His mother, Lu Yuru, also gazed at Wang Heng in astonishment. His younger sister, Wang Kiki, giggled and remarked, "Brother, have you lost your mind? Do we have the means to buy a villa?" "Do you?" "I do," Wang Heng replied, revealing his smart wristband and displaying his bank transaction notifications to his family. "Brother, how many digits is that?" Wang Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily unable to discern the number of zeros. Wang Tao also stared at Wang Heng in shock, gravely asking, "Xiao Heng, where did you acquire such a sum?" He counted carefully, and it amounted to a staggering 100 million. It was simply unimaginable. "Dad, this is a reward from the government and the school, entirely legitimate," Wang Heng quickly explained. This was the narrative he had previously devised with his instructor, Sun Yen, for he could not disclose the matter with Qin Li to his parents. How could the government and school grant you such a fortune? Even if your performance is outstanding, bringing glory to the school and Luqing, it shouldn't warrant such a bounty. Wang Tao was not easily deceived. Wang Heng clarified, "They hope that I will take good care of Luqing in the future, as I possess a doppelganger. Once I become a general-level warrior, I can dispatch my doppelganger to guard Luqing." However, Wang Tao still felt that the amount was excessively generous. Wang Heng smiled and said, "Dad, you undervalue me too much. I am a warrior with a doppelganger, and the doppelganger is fearless. Once I attain the general-level warrior status, I will surpass other general-level warriors significantly. This is akin to them investing in me in advance. To be honest, a month before the college entrance examination, the school provided me with 2 body-refining pills and some body-refining liquid, valued at several million." After hearing Wang Heng's explanation, his parents finally felt reassured. Nevertheless, Wang Tao advised, "Xiao Heng, although we have money now, it is unnecessary to purchase a villa. A slightly larger commercial apartment would suffice." "Father, my acquisition of the villa is not for indulgence, but rather for your safety," Wang Heng elucidated. "The villa is equipped with a basement. Should a beast tide occur, you will be able to swiftly retreat underground." Wang Heng had previously endured a beast tide. Although the monstrous creatures failed to breach the city and the aerial beasts were all vanquished, the fallen carcasses of these creatures wreaked havoc, demolishing numerous skyscrapers and claiming many lives. Residing in a high-rise, one would have no time to escape during such an event. In contrast, living in a villa allows for immediate access to the basement for refuge. Furthermore, the security personnel in the villa community are all martial artists, providing an added layer of safety. As Wang Heng prepared to relocate to the coastal city in September, his foremost concern remained his parents and sister, necessitating that he make thorough arrangements for their well-being. With his insistence and reasoning, Wang Tao ceased his objections. Wang Heng, exhibiting remarkable efficiency, procured a villa the very next day. The villa was fully furnished, and the family moved in on the same day. Gazing at the pristine, spacious abode, their spirits soared. After dinner, Wang Heng ventured into the underground training room he had longed for. Although it was still barren, devoid of any training equipment, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. The nearly 300 square meter space was more than sufficient for him to practice his martial arts, eliminating the need to seek external venues. At that moment, a notification pinged on Wang Heng's smart wristband. Upon inspection, he was taken aback to find it was a notification of a bank deposit. "Your account ending in 3243 received a transfer of 20,000,000 on June 9th at 18:35. Your remaining balance is 110,012,843. 20 million had been deposited." Filled with curiosity, Wang Heng wondered who had made such a transfer. Just then, an unfamiliar number appeared on his wristband. Assuming it was a mistake, he promptly answered the call. "Hello, is this Wang Heng? This is A Lang from Blood Red Bar. I must apologize. I failed to conduct a thorough investigation regarding our previous incident. This 20 million is my way of making amends. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me this once. A rough voice resonated through the device. Realization dawned on Wang Heng. This was the leader of the group that had assaulted his clone, referred to as Wolf Brother. Since you've taken the time to explain, we can consider this matter settled. Wang Heng replied after a moment of contemplation. If he could reconcile with Qin Li, he could certainly do the same with Wolf Brother. Moreover, given the unscrupulous nature of Wolf Brothers' group, offending them could pose a risk to his family still residing in Lu City. How refreshing! Wolf Brother's jubilant voice echoed in the wristband. Wang Heng, feel free to visit my bar anytime. The drinks are on me. Wang Heng replied nonchalantly, no need for that. I'll be heading off to university soon, and I must focus on my training. However, I do hope you can look after my family after I leave Lu City. Rest assured, my brother. From now on, your family shall be as my own. Should they lose even a single hair, I would willingly sacrifice a finger. The Wolf Brother promptly vowed. Recognizing the advantage of forging connections with a prodigy like Wang Heng, the Wolf Brother was far from foolish. Despite commanding a formidable group, exuding an air of authority, he understood that in the presence of true strength, his status meant little. However, he digressed. I still have to practice my martial arts, so let us conclude our conversation for today. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your training any longer. The call ended, leaving Wang Heng in deep reflection. Having just expended 10 million, he was pleasantly surprised to find an immediate return of 20 million. It is worth noting that merely a month prior, he could scarcely muster 100,000. It is no wonder that so many aspire to become martial artists. Strength naturally attracts wealth. Wang Heng then accessed the martial arts marketplace, intent on acquiring some resources to aid his cultivation. In the forthcoming 2 months, he planned to invest significantly to enhance his power, aiming to at least reach the advanced apprentice realm. After all, students from the 2 prestigious academies typically possess a minimum cultivation level of advanced apprentices. Wang Heng's own prowess lagged somewhat behind. The purpose of his avatar fusion was to prepare for the entrance examination. He could not continue relying on it in university to compete with his peers. Moreover, to ascend as a martial artist, he must at the very least elevate his punching power to 900 kilograms. Chapter 20. Inversion of Cause and Effect. After an extensive search within the martial artist mall, Wang Heng could only find 2 effective treasures for body refinement: the body refining pill and the body refining lotion. It was no wonder that Li Shui relied solely on these 2 items during her training. However, he had heard Li Shui mention that there were some unique treasures available at Martial University that could not be purchased in the outside world. This notion was also corroborated by his online research, which suggested that each martial arts university possessed its own exclusive mall filled with rare and extraordinary items unattainable elsewhere, purchasable only with academic credits. This explains why so many individuals strive desperately to gain admission to these prestigious institutions. Only by entering a martial university can one receive the most optimal training. Wang Heng decided to purchase the body refining lotion first, recognizing its indispensable nature. After a moment of contemplation, he placed an order for the lotion, acquiring 60 units, sufficient for 2 months of training. After all, he would soon be heading to Haida University in 2 months. Subsequently, he bought 10 body refining pills. In truth, the effect of the pills on him had diminished significantly. Consuming another 10 would likely push him to his limits. Unlike Li Shui, who consumed the pills as if they were mere candies, Wang Heng did not possess such financial freedom. The 10 pills cost him 10 million, while the 60 units of lotion amounted to 12 million. Having recently received 20 million, he felt a pang of regret as it swiftly disappeared. The efficiency of the martial artist mall was remarkable. By the next morning, his goods were delivered. Thus, Wang Heng began to diligently train in seclusion, utilizing both the body refining pills and the body refining lotion. He could feel his punching power steadily increasing. The only regret he harbored was that after reaching the pinnacle of his martial arts techniques, he seemed to have hit a bottleneck, making further advancements exceedingly difficult. Instructors Sun Yen and Lin Yu had previously informed him that only through the trials of actual combat could one elevate their skills to a nuanced level. Initially, Wang Heng believed he could force his way through this barrier by leveraging the efficiency of his clones. However, it was evident that he had failed to do so. Actual combat training, Perhaps it was time to devise a strategy. If I could elevate my skills to a nuanced level before entering Haida, I would undoubtedly rank among the top of the freshman class, Wang Heng mused. For other aspiring martial artists, venturing outside the city to hunt beasts was perilously dangerous. Yet, Wang Heng was different. He had clones that could be dispatched to hunt these creatures. After all, should a clone perish, it could be resurrected. Moreover, the insights gained in martial arts through the life and death experiences of his clones would be relayed back to him. However, martial artists were strictly prohibited from hunting beasts outside the city without military permission, and Wang Heng clearly lacked such connections. Suddenly, he recalled that his instructor was a military veteran and likely had ties to the military. An idea sparked in his mind. With this thought, Wang Heng promptly activated his smart wristband to contact instructor Sun Nian. Upon learning of Wang Heng's intentions, Sun Nian immediately reprimanded him without mercy. What you must focus on now is enhancing your punching power, not your skill level. Your innate talent for cultivation is already lacking. If you squander time on refining your techniques, when will you ever ascend to the status of a formal warrior? Wang Heng, I have always thought you quite intelligent. How is it that, after achieving a modest success, you become so complacent as to confuse priorities? Furthermore, once you become a formal warrior, you will learn far superior martial arts, which will facilitate your advancement in skill level. Delving into skill techniques at this moment is akin to wasting precious time. Especially for someone with your meager cultivation talent, time is indeed of the essence and should never be squandered. Wang Heng was left speechless by the scolding. After all, Sun Nian was unaware that he possessed 11 avatars, and he dared not disclose this information. Thus, Wang Heng could only smile apologetically and respond, "Instructor, I understand. I will certainly devote myself to enhancing my punching power." "That's the spirit," Sun Nian replied. "You must realize that while your punching power was recorded at 1,200 kilograms during the college entrance examination, that figure was the result of your avatar's integration. If others had such strength, they would have already ascended to formal warriors, yet can you? Your current punching power stands at only 600 kilograms. Whereas 90% of the students admitted to the top 2 prestigious universities possess punching power above 900 kilograms, allowing them to swiftly rise as formal warriors. And what of you? If you do not strive to enhance your punching power, once they become formal warriors, you would be the only prospective warrior among the freshmen. Do you believe the school would still prioritize your training under such circumstances?" A chill ran down Wang Heng's spine. Thanks to Sun Nian's admonition, he realized he might have veered off course. Indeed, the admission threshold for the 2 prestigious universities is a punching power of 900 kilograms. Therefore, students accepted into these elite institutions have a minimum punching power of 900 kilograms. Of course, there are surely a few like Wang Heng and Li Shui who gained admission due to special talents, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Consequently, these freshmen will quickly advance to formal warriors, while Wang Heng remains far from that status, as he is not even a high-level apprentice yet. "Thank you for the reminder, instructor. I almost lost sight of my priorities." Wang Heng expressed his gratitude once more, feeling deeply appreciative of Sun Nian. Sun Nian nodded and said, "Focus on your training. I have just received news that the admissions director from Hai University has arrived in our city, presumably to meet with you. As for Jing University, I have yet to receive any updates." Wang Heng's face lit up with surprise at this revelation. He had not expected Hai University to send someone directly to invite him, unlike Jing University, which merely sent a text message. In comparison, the sincerity of Hai University was palpable, igniting Wang Heng's anticipation. "Instructor, actually, Jing University has already contacted me. They sent me a message a few days ago." Wang Heng then proceeded to relay the conditions offered by Jing University to Sun Nian. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Nian remarked, "This condition can only be described as conventional. It neither elevates your compensation nor intentionally undermines you. However, since Hai University has sent representatives, their sincerity is undoubtedly greater. Let us first observe what Hai University has to say." "Understood, instructor." Wang Heng nodded, promptly concluding his conversation with Sun Nian. In the days that followed, Wang Heng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the refinement of his physical prowess. It was not until 3 days later that he received news from Sun Nian. The director of the admissions office at Hai University had arrived, right at Luqing No. 3 Middle School. Sun Yen urged Wang Heng to hurry over. Wang Heng promptly made his way to Luqing No. 3 Middle School. In the principal's office, he encountered Principal Yu, Instructor Sun Yen, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Wang Heng, come over here. This is Director Su Qinghua from Hai University. Sun Yen called to Wang Heng, making the introduction. Good day, Principal. Good day, Director Su. Wang Heng greeted them in turn, displaying utmost respect without a hint of arrogance befitting a top scholar. This demeanor greatly impressed Principal Yu and Su Qinghua. Remaining humble and composed is essential for advancing further along the path of martial arts. Chapter 21. Martial Arts Body in the Principal's Office. After Wang Heng took a seat, Su Qinghua smiled gently and said, Wang Heng, I have heard from Instructor Sun that Jing University has already reached out to you. Wang Heng glanced at Sun Yen, who gave him a knowing look. In an instant, Wang Heng understood that Sun Yen was creating an advantage for him. Sun Yen had certainly refrained from disclosing the terms offered by Jing University to Su Qinghua, instead merely indicating that Jing University had made early contact with Wang Heng, thus fostering the impression that Jing University valued Wang Heng more highly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Wang Heng nodded, saying, Indeed, Jing University has contacted me, but I declined their offer. I prefer Hai University. Sun Yen was left with a myriad of questions. Had he not signaled for Wang Heng to take advantage of this opportunity to elevate his worth? Conversely, Principal Yu regarded Wang Heng with a hint of surprise and a smile of admiration. He was fully aware of Sun Yen's little scheme and understood that Wang Heng lacked the leverage to negotiate. Adopting Sun Yen's approach would likely leave a negative impression on Su Qinghua. Haha, it seems that my visit here was not in vain. Su Qinghua remarked upon hearing Wang Heng's response, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Although both Hai University and Jing University were prestigious institutions, Hai University often found itself overshadowed by Jing University in admissions matters. Thus, hearing that Wang Heng had decisively turned down Jing University's overtures brought Su Qinghua immense joy. Wang Heng, Su Qinghua continued, initially we at Hai University plan to award you 500 credits. But I have high hopes for your future, and will therefore grant you an additional 1,500 credits. Thank you, Director Su. Wang Heng quickly stood to express his gratitude. Although he had received 200 million from the Qin family, it did not diminish the significance he placed on these 2 million credits. Moreover, the total of 2,000 credits far surpassed the conditions offered by Jing University. 2,000 credits is not an insignificant amount, Su Qinghua remarked, waving his hand as he looked at Wang Heng, suddenly asking, Are you aware of the differences in talent cultivation between Hai University and Jing University? Wang Heng shook his head, admitting he was not familiar with this matter. Su Qinghua smiled and explained, Jing University employs a distribution system for talent cultivation. Upon your admission, they will utilize various big data analyses to predict your future prospects, subsequently determining your potential ranking. The higher your potential ranking, the more resources you will receive. Conversely, a lower ranking results in fewer resources. Looking at Wang Heng with an amused expression, Su Qinghua continued, Although you have not disclosed the terms offered by Jing University, I can roughly infer them based on your data. Wang Heng smiled shyly, while Sun Yen felt awkward, having initially encouraged Wang Heng to raise his price. Fortunately, Wang Heng had exercised wisdom and had not heeded his advice. Do you know how we at Hai University cultivate talent? Su Qinghua inquired with a smile. Wang Heng again shook his head. Su Qinghua's expression turned grave as he solemnly declared, Competition system. At the mention of competition, Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with understanding. Su Qinghua continued, At our esteemed Haida University, we do not concern ourselves with your innate talents. Whether your cultivation aptitude is classified as S-level, or if you possess a top-tier special talent like your ability to awaken a clone, we treat everyone equally. Competition is the very essence of our cultivation mechanism at Haida. As long as you are strong enough to surpass all your peers, you shall receive more cultivation resources than they do. Should you manage to defeat the senior students, the resources at your disposal will increase even further. Su Qinghua's words were highly motivational, igniting a surge of passion within Wang Heng. Competition, in truth, embodies fairness. It disregards innate talent and family background, relying solely on strength. In this regard, Wang Heng's multiple clones afforded him a distinct advantage. Haida. This time I have made the right choice, Wang Heng mused. As evening descended, Wang Heng returned home. He had already received his admission notice from Su Qinghua. Now, he simply awaited the arrival of September 1st to report to Haida. Director Su urged me to enhance my strength swiftly, yet he also instructed me not to advance to a formal warrior before reporting. What could that possibly mean? Wang Heng pondered over Su Qinghua's final admonition, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, he quickly regained his focus. His current punching power had yet to reach that of a senior apprentice, so how could he possibly become a formal warrior before reporting? Best to concentrate on my training. Just as Wang Heng prepared to practice his punches, his smart wristband received a call request from Li Shui. He was quite taken aback, for this marked the first time Li Shui had contacted him since the college entrance examination. Hello, Li Shui. Wang Heng swiftly answered the call. The familiar voice of Li Shui resonated through the wristband. Wang Heng, I heard you have received your admission notice from Haida? Indeed, I just got it today. The instructor must have mentioned it to you, Wang Heng replied with a smile. Yes, the instructor inquired about my situation, and upon learning that I would also be attending Haida, he informed me of yours. Li Shui nodded. Wang Heng felt a sense of resignation. He could confidently assert that the instructor was still contemplating matchmaking between him and Li Shui. If I may ask, what benefits has Haida granted you? Wang Heng inquired curiously. Li Shui responded, a reward of 1,000 credits. Ha! My reward is 2,000 credits, though 1,500 of those are a personal gift from Director Su. Upon discovering that Li Shui had only received 1,000 credits, a small sense of pride welled up within Wang Heng. Consider yourself fortunate. Director Su hails from humble beginnings and tends to support promising students from similar backgrounds. Li Shui remarked with a smile. Wang Heng suddenly understood. Nevertheless, he held immense gratitude for Director Su. Merely after their first meeting, he had generously sponsored him with 1,500 credits, and Wang Heng sincerely wished for more such benevolent individuals to exist. Indeed, Li Shui, there is something I find quite perplexing. Director Su specifically cautioned me today against being promoted to a formal warrior before my registration. What could be the reason for this? Wang Heng suddenly recalled his confusion from earlier and hastily inquired of Li Shui. In his view, given Li Shui's esteemed lineage, she must be privy to certain secrets that elude him. He chuckled. You ask about that? I am quite well informed. Li Shui smiled briefly before elaborating. You ought to understand that once your punching power reaches 900 kilograms, you can begin to cultivate the return to origin technique, which allows you to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, thereby ascending to the status of a formal warrior. However, the experience of breaking through to formal warrior status with a punching power of 900 kilograms is distinctly different from doing so with a punching power of 999 kilograms. The strength possessed after becoming a formal warrior will vary greatly between the two. Wang Heng furrowed his brow at her words. I have encountered this information online as well, but from what I gather, it becomes exceedingly challenging to make further progress once one's punching power reaches 900 kilograms. Indeed, it is quite difficult to advance beyond that threshold. Li Shui nodded, continuing, but this applies primarily to those wandering martial artists outside. Within the martial arts university, they have long since developed a unique cultivation method known as martial body, which enables students to cultivate a formidable and special physique even at the quasi-warrior level. This allows advanced apprentices to push their punching power to nearly 1,000 kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Such a method exists? No wonder Director Su took the time to advise me before departing. Chapter 22. Departing from Luqing within the confines of the training room, Wang Heng reclined on the sofa, continuing his conversation with Li Shui. The benefits obtained from cultivating the martial body extend far beyond mere expectations. Li Shui elaborated, as far as I know, certain powerful martial bodies can bestow abilities akin to extraordinary talents. Is it truly that incredible? Wang Heng expressed his astonishment. Li Shui affirmed, I am aware of one such martial body known as the Xuanwu Divine Body. Once successfully cultivated, it can double one's strength. What? Doesn't that equate to your strength doubling effect? Wang Heng exclaimed in disbelief. Li Shui reflected, indeed, This is precisely why Director Su advised you so earnestly. Should you miss the opportunity to cultivate the martial body, it is a regret you will carry for a lifetime. Wang Heng nodded, then furrowed his brow. If the martial body is so formidable, why does the nation not promote its practice? Insufficient resources. Li Shui rolled her eyes and continued. Do you think cultivating the martial body is a simple endeavor? It requires not only innate talent but also numerous precious resources. For instance, the Xuanwu divine body necessitates the brain marrow of a demon king. How can loose cultivators in the outside world possibly acquire that? Wang Heng gasped in shock. Demonic beasts are classified from levels 1 to 9, with those surpassing level 9 referred to as demon kings, comparable to the war god level warriors among humans. It is no wonder that the nation refrains from promoting the cultivation techniques of the martial body, as even if they were made available, external loose cultivators would find them unattainable. Enough pondering for now. It is still premature. Your current punching power has yet to reach 900 kilograms, rendering you ineligible for martial body cultivation. Li Shui stated matter-of-factly. Wang Heng chuckled ruefully. Old friend, your words cut deep. My punching power has already reached 880 kilograms. You should make the most of your summer break and push yourself harder, Li Shui declared with pride. Wang Heng smirked. I cannot compare to your kind of pay-to-win player. I shall stick to diligently training on my own. Farewell. Goodbye. As the conversation with Li Shui concluded, Wang Heng found himself lost in contemplation. He questioned whether he had been overly conservative. Rather than saving money for Haida, it might be wiser to spend it during the summer. After all, he still possessed 12,000 credits and would not lack funds even at Haida. Li Shui's words rang true. He must strive to enhance his punching power during the summer. Achieving the rank of advanced apprentice and elevating his punching power to 900 kilograms was crucial. Ultimately, with increased strength, he would surely earn more in the future. With determination, Wang Heng activated his smart wristband and navigated to the warrior marketplace. This time, he purchased 80 body refinement pills, expending a total of 80 million. Consequently, his bank account balance dwindled to a mere 8 million. He has no intention of utilizing this money, as it is meant for his parents. After all, since moving into the villa, their household expenses have increased significantly. Along with the last purchase of body refinement pills, he now possesses a total of 90 pills, which allows him to consume one each day. Wang Heng never anticipated that he would experience such luxury. This realization has fueled his dedication to training even more fervently. With the aid of body refinement lotion, no matter how exhausted he becomes, a soak in the lotion rejuvenates him, making him feel vibrant the next day. Moreover, under the nourishment of the lotion, the body refinement pills he ingests are rapidly absorbed and refined. Days pass in this manner, and Wang Heng's strength continues to rise swiftly. 2 months later, on August 30th, Wang Heng arrived at the 3rd Middle School of Lu City. Tomorrow, he would be heading to Hai University, so today he came to bid farewell to his instructor, Sun Yen. Naturally, he also aimed to test his current strength. Given the exorbitant price of testing devices, he could only borrow the school's martial arts gym equipment for this purpose. After 2 months of training, he wondered how much he had improved. He recalled that during the college entrance examination, his strength had been 600 kilograms. Sun Yen stood by the testing device, filled with anticipation. Wang Heng took a deep breath, concentrated his power into a single punch, and struck the target of the testing device with great force. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the device displayed a bright red number, 690 kilograms, an increase of 90 kilograms in just 2 months. It seems you have consumed quite a few body refinement pills, Sun Yen remarked with a smile. He recognized that Wang Heng's innate talent for training was not particularly high, yet such substantial progress indicated the consumption of numerous pills. I have spent all the compensation money from the Qin family, Wang Heng chuckled. Sun Yen nodded in approval. You are right. Money is merely a means. For us martial artists, the true essence lies in our own strength. To put it bluntly, when we engage in combat with demonic beasts, we might lose our lives at any moment. Rather than hoarding money, it is far more prudent to convert it into strength. Wang Heng wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in understanding that strength is the foundation of a martial artist. Instructor, I will be leaving tomorrow. Thank you for your guidance over the past 3 years, Wang Heng said respectfully as he bowed to Sun Yen. Keep pushing forward. I look forward to the day you become a battle general, Sun Nian encouraged, patting Wang Heng on the shoulder. Wang Heng nodded, then turned to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the gym, he suddenly turned back and shouted to Sun Nian. Instructor, I forgot to mention, my goal is to become a war god. In that moment, Wang Heng's eyes shone with fervor, bright as a shooting star piercing through the night sky. Sun Nian was taken aback by the declaration, then burst into laughter. What a spirited lad. It seems I underestimated your ambition. Watching Wang Heng's retreating figure, Sun Nian was filled with nostalgia. A war god, once, that had been his own dream as well. However, after spending half a lifetime in the throes of battle, even upon his return from the meat grinder of Dahu City, he remained confined to the realm of a senior warrior. It was not merely the divine warrior level that eluded him. He could not even break through to the general rank. Wang Heng, continue to strive forward, for the future belongs to the youth. Sun Nian silently prayed for his student. With the talent for duplication, if Wang Heng could indeed ascend to the status of a divine warrior, it would serve as a tremendous boon for the entire Great Xia Kingdom. On August 31st, Wang Heng bid farewell to his family at the New Bridge International Airport in Luqing, boarding a flight to Dahu City. Upon my return, I shall be a true martial artist. The plane swiftly ascended into the sky. Wang Heng gazed through the window at the diminishing Luqing below, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Entering university signifies that the door to martial arts has swung open for him. With unwavering self-assurance, Wang Heng envisioned a prominent place for himself at the pinnacle of martial arts. Chapter 23. A gathering of geniuses in Ocean City. It is said that this place once served as the economic and trade hub of the Great Xia Kingdom, thriving with prosperity. However, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, its proximity to the ocean transformed it into a formidable fortress against the onslaught of demonic beasts. As Wang Heng disembarked from the aircraft, he was met with the sight of numerous military warriors. Their accents revealed a diverse origin, suggesting they hailed from various regions. Wang Heng understood that this was due to the exceptionally high mortality rate faced by the military in Ocean City, compelling the nation to deploy warriors from afar. Young man, daring to apply to high university is truly commendable. Devote yourself to your training. The nation will rely on you for its protection in the future. As some passing military warriors took notice of the young Wang Heng, they expressed admiration upon learning he was a freshman at high university. In turn, Wang Heng gazed at these valiant warriors with profound respect. Ocean City is a veritable meat grinder, a truth well acknowledged by all. In such perilous circumstances, those who still dare to serve here are undoubtedly noble souls, true heroes unafraid of sacrifice in defense of their country. How could one not admire such individuals? Welcome to Tianhai Martial University, freshman check-in area. Upon exiting the airport, Wang Heng was immediately greeted by a large banner. Beneath it, a bus was parked at the roadside. A line of students emerging from the airport was diligently signing in. To his delight, Wang Heng spotted a familiar face, Director Su Qinghua from the admissions office. Without hesitation, he grabbed his luggage and joined the queue. One by one, students presented their acceptance letters, signed their names, and boarded the bus. Once filled, the bus departed swiftly from the airport. Soon after, another bus arrived and stopped at the curb. It was now Wang Heng's turn.
Director Su.
Wang Heng greeted respectfully while producing his acceptance letter. It's you, Wang Heng. You've arrived quite late. You're part of the final batch of students, Su Qinghua remarked with a smile. After signing his name, curiosity got the better of Wang Heng. Director Su, how many freshmen are there this year? 1,500.
Replied Su Qinghua.
Is that all? Wang Heng was taken aback, noting that other martial arts universities typically welcome tens of thousands of newcomers. Even Jing University boasted over 5,000. Perceiving Wang Heng's bewilderment, Su Qinghua sighed. The inherent dangers here have led to a decline in students willing to apply to high university. Wang Heng fell silent. Indeed, it required considerable courage to choose high university. Yet, Su Qinghua continued with a smile. Nevertheless, this is good news for you. With fewer competitors, the resources available for your cultivation will be more abundant. Wang Heng nodded, bidding farewell to Su Qinghua before boarding the bus. He casually selected an empty seat and settled in. At this moment, Half of the seats on the bus were occupied. Yet Wang Hong did not recognize any of the individuals. Thus he had no inclination to engage in conversation and opted instead to close his eyes and rest. Nevertheless, the air was intermittently filled with snippets of conversation. It was said that among this year's freshmen, there was a remarkable school beauty, rumored to possess a doubling of strength talent, currently boasting the highest combat prowess among the newcomers. You must be referring to Li Shui, someone remarked. She is the little princess of the Li family from the war god lineage in Kyoto. I never expected her to enroll in our High University. Truly, the heavens have smiled upon us. High University has finally secured a top 10 beauty from the martial art school rankings. Listening to the surrounding students discuss Li Shui, Wang Hong felt no surprise. After all, with her formidable strength, illustrious background, and striking beauty, she was destined to be a focal point wherever she went. Besides Li Shui, Wang Hong also overheard tidings of several other illustrious figures. Among them was a freshman named Xie Yuanhao, whose cultivation talent had reached an S level, and was unanimously recognized by the faculty as having the potential to become a war god. There was also a girl named Fu Yuhan, whose body refinement technique had astonishingly reached the micro level, leaving Wang Hong in disbelief. To elevate her skills to such heights without practical combat experience was truly remarkable. Wang Hong mused quietly. In addition to these two exceptional prodigies, there was another girl named Yu Xiaowei, who had awakened a special talent for invisibility, eliciting envy from many male classmates. Wang Hong felt somewhat helpless, as he could easily guess what those boys coveted about her ability. Truth be told, he found himself envious as well. Indeed, as one of the two prestigious universities, High University was teeming with geniuses. Wang Hong couldn't help but reflect on his past. In Luqing, he and Li Shui were the brightest of talents, yet at High University, they seemed less remarkable. After all, the students here were all exceptional individuals. Graduates from High University were, at the very least, battle commanders, with the majority being high-ranking commanders. Shortly thereafter, as the last student boarded, Su Qinghua also stepped onto the bus. Let's get going. Su Qinghua instructed the driver, then turned to the group with a smile, saying, Welcome to High University. You will be residing here for at least 4 years, and I am confident that you will gradually come to love this place. The crowd listened attentively. Su Qinghua continued, While we have some time, allow me to share some pertinent information for the freshmen. Shortly, this bus will take you to a hotel near the school, where you will check in with your identification card. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you will enter the school grounds with your ID and gather on the playground. Remember, you must arrive by 8:30. Latecomers will face expulsion. Upon finishing, Su Qinghua retrieved a map from the pocket of a nearby seat and addressed the group. This is a map of High University. Please familiarize yourselves with it as soon as possible. Upon witnessing this, the others began to extract maps from the pockets of their seats. Director Su, why must we go to the hotel instead of the dormitory? Suddenly, a student inquired. Su Qinghua smiled and replied, I trust you are somewhat informed prior to your arrival. Our esteemed Haidai operates under a competitive training system. Thus, even for dormitories, you must vie for them based on your abilities. Is it not the case that if one's strength is lacking, one might not even secure a place to reside? The individual questioned, perplexed. Su Qinghua shook his head and said, Not to that extent, but there are distinctions among dormitories. The strong naturally inhabit better accommodations, while the weaker must settle for less desirable quarters. Director, how do we compete for dormitory placements? Are we to engage in a brawl? Another student asked. Su Qinghua shook his head, chuckling, Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, the school will first arrange for you to test your punching strength, skill level, and true combat capability. Subsequently, dormitory allocations will be based on your results. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Those who have come to Haidai are undoubtedly prodigies, and they naturally do not perceive themselves as inferior to others. Chapter 24. The beginning of school. Upon arriving at the hotel, Wang Hong retrieved his identification to complete the check-in process. He then activated his smart wristband and sent a message to Li Shui. Just arrived at the hotel. Almost instantly, Li Shui replied, Tomorrow's competition will be incredibly fierce. I've received some insider information and have sent it to you. You can prepare in advance. Ding ding ding. Subsequently, Li Shui inundated him with a flurry of messages, accompanied by several illustrations. As Wang Heng perused the information provided by Li Shui, he quickly grasped the testing conditions for the following day. The upcoming assessment primarily encompasses three facets. First, the evaluation of true combat prowess. Testing location, the Demon Lock Tower. The Demon Lock Tower consists of 18 levels, each housing beasts ranging from levels 1 to 9. It is said that conquering all levels grants one the strength of a war god. Second, the assessment of strength. Testing location, the War God Tower. The War God Tower also features 18 levels, and successfully navigating through it endows one with strength comparable to that of a war god. Third, the evaluation of skill mastery. Testing location, the Virtual Arena. The Virtual Arena is a collaborative virtual space established by all martial arts universities. By donning the virtual helmet provided by the school, one can access this arena. Within the Virtual Arena, all participants possess identical physical attributes, relying solely on their mastery of skills during combat. Competition is present in every corner. After absorbing this information, Wang Heng felt a profound sense of reflection. The regulations of the Demon Lock Tower, the War God Tower, and the Virtual Arena clearly conveyed one resounding message: competition. Beyond these three venues, there exists an intensely competitive leaderboard, the High University Points Ranking. The High University Points Ranking comprises 4 sublists, corresponding to the first, second, third, and fourth years. The higher the points ranking, the more rewards one receives. High University unabashedly incentivizes students to compete against one another through tangible benefits. In such an environment, it is nearly impossible not to grow stronger. Having reviewed this information, Wang Heng retired for the night, determined to rest and replenish his energy in anticipation of the forthcoming tests. The following day, September 1st, Wang Heng awoke at 7 o'clock. After having breakfast, he departed from the hotel and made his way towards High University. Upon witnessing the grandeur of High University once more, Wang Heng was once again awestruck. The imposing entrance of the university was captivating, flanked by 4 robust columns that radiated a mysterious luminescence, exuding an almost palpable aura of power. The wide sign above the entrance boldly proclaimed, Tianhai Martial University. The characters appeared to be more than mere script. They seemed to be forged from the very essence of the universe itself, shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance that ensnared the gaze of anyone who beheld them. As Wang Heng approached the entrance, he was overtaken by a feeling of insignificance, akin to that of an ant. Isn't it magnificent? Just as Wang Heng was lost in reverie, a laughter resounded from behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to find 2 identical young men, both beaming smiles as they gazed at him. My name is Zhao Hai, and this is my younger brother Zhao Lei. We are both freshmen this year, the young man on the left said. The young man on the right nodded towards Wang Heng. Realizing the situation, Wang Heng quickly introduced himself. I am Wang Heng, also a freshman this year. He felt somewhat astonished. It was quite rare to encounter twin brothers who had gained admission to High University. Since we are all classmates, let us enter together, Zhao Hai said, evidently skilled in socializing as he invited them with a smile. Wang Heng nodded and followed the twin brothers into the campus. As they passed through the gate, Wang Heng felt every hair on his body stand on end, a prickling sense of danger creeping over him. He turned to glance at the Zhao brothers, only to find them seemingly unperturbed. It is said that this gate is forged from the bones of a demon king, thus exuding a potent malevolence. Every passerby feels an acute sense of crisis here, Zhao Hai explained. This serves as a constant reminder that we must never forget the threat posed by monstrous beasts. Zhao Lei added. Wang Heng suddenly understood. No wonder the gate felt extraordinary. Truly, this is High University. Even the gate is constructed from the bones of a demon king. The trio made their way to the school's playground, which was, in fact, a vast plaza. It was already bustling with numerous freshmen who had arrived. Wang Heng even spotted Li Shui amidst the crowd. Surrounded by many admirers, she was particularly striking. This young princess of the Li family is quite popular, which is not surprising, given that it is rare for High University to have a beauty featured on the list of top talents. Zhao Hai couldn't help but steal a few glances at Li Shui as well. Brother, look over there. Zhao Lei suddenly pointed to a young man not far away. Wang Heng followed his gaze. The young man, clad in gray sportswear, had a handsome face and sharp, expressive eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. No one dared approach him, as if a frigid aura surrounded him. Who is that? He seems quite formidable. Wang Heng squinted, sensing a dangerous vibe emanating from the individual. Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he whispered, "That is the only super genius in our cohort whose cultivation talent has reached S level, Xia Yuanhao. So it is him." Wang Heng realized. With S-level cultivation talent, as long as he survives, he is destined to become a war god. Zhao Lei remarked enviously. Fu Yuhan has also arrived. Zhao Hai suddenly focused on another group nearby, consisting entirely of girls. Among them was a girl in a blue long dress who left a lasting impression. Though her beauty did not rival Li Shui's, she possessed a unique charm, particularly her eyes, which resembled a tranquil yet unfathomable lake. Upon hearing this name, Wang Heng couldn't help but shift his gaze towards her. Fu Yuhan is the singular prodigy among the freshmen, having elevated his skills to an extraordinary level of finesse. As the first-year students gradually arrived, several school officials took to the podium. When the principal made his entrance, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence, for his arrival was nothing short of astonishing. He approached, step by step, as if treading upon the void itself. Wang Heng stared, wide-eyed and astonished, exclaiming, "It seems even a warrior of the God of War rank cannot fly, can they?" Indeed, warriors of the God of War rank are unable to soar. However, those who transcend this rank possess the ability to take flight. Zhao Hai gazed at the principal, suspended in the air, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "What rank is it to surpass the God of War?" Wang Heng inquired, recognizing that these twin brothers hailed from an extraordinary lineage and were privy to many secrets unknown to him. "I am not well versed in this either," Zhao Hai replied, shaking his head. Wang Heng inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the elderly man with white hair, proudly standing in midair, his own eyes filled with yearning. What warrior does not aspire to fly? Chapter 25. The Virtual Arena Form Lines, bellowed a middle-aged teacher with a square face as the principal arrived. His voice resonated powerfully, instantly echoing throughout the entire square. Consequently, the students on the playground instinctively arranged themselves into several lines. Simultaneously, the principal ascended the podium. "Greetings, students. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huo Wanshan, and I am the principal of Tianhai Martial University." The elderly man, with his white hair, spoke with vigor, his voice also carrying across the square. The crowd listened attentively. Huo Wanshan continued, "Our educational philosophy at Tianhai Martial University is rooted in competition, a principle you should all comprehend. Therefore, in the days to come, I encourage you to unveil your strengths and strive to excel. The more formidable you become, the greater the cultivation resources you shall acquire. For the first year, we shall not divide into colleges but rather into two classes based on gender. The boys will be led by teachers Wu Wenbin, while the girls will be under the guidance of teacher Tang Qingwan." Huo Wanshan then proceeded directly to the main point, adding, "Next, the two teachers will escort you for assessments. I must reiterate, at Tianhai Martial University, the more powerful you demonstrate yourself to be, the more cultivation resources you will gain. Do not conceal your strength." With that, Huo Wanshan took flight, leaving the assembly somewhat astonished. They had anticipated a lengthy address, yet it was delivered with such brevity and decisiveness. "I am Zhuo Wenbin. Gentlemen, pay attention and form an orderly line. I will lead you to the virtual hall for skill assessments," announced a middle-aged man after the principal's departure. Wang Heng and his companions promptly lined up behind him and departed. "Girls, follow me. We will first visit the Demon Lock Tower," stated teacher Teng Qingwan, who emerged to guide the remaining female students. Before long, Wang Heng and his group arrived before a magnificent edifice. This was the virtual hall. The hall boasted 4 floors, corresponding to the 1st through 4th years of study. Following Zhuo Wenbin, they entered the ground floor. The spacious interior resembled a grand conference room, filled with seats and dominated by a massive screen at its center. The students chose their spots and donned virtual helmets to enter the virtual arena, operating according to the given instructions to test their skill levels. "Conduct your assessments diligently," Zhuo Wenbin proclaimed. whether it pertains to skill level, strength testing, or actual combat capability. All results will contribute to your scores. The higher your scores, the better your ranking on the university leaderboard. Moreover, this testing would occur on the first of every month, and the school would distribute academic credit rewards based on the results of your assessments, which would be directly allocated to you after completion. Upon hearing teachers Wu Wenbin's words, the students promptly seated themselves and donned their virtual helmets. As Wang Heng positioned the helmet upon his head, a brilliant light engulfed him. He found himself on a platform adorned with a futuristic aesthetic, surrounded by a cosmic expanse, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Scanning information. Smart wristband linked. Confirming details. Wang Heng, freshman. Welcome to the virtual arena. You currently do not have a ranking. Please confirm if you wish to begin the assessment. A mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Wang Heng stretched his arms, feeling an astonishing sense of realism. Even practicing his body-tempering fist, moving his limbs with ease. Commence the assessment, Wang Heng declared. As soon as he spoke, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet quickly illuminated once more. At this moment, Wang Heng found himself within an arena. It was desolate, devoid of any presence. The assessment would commence in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. With the mechanical voices countdown, a monstrous beast gradually materialized, revealing a ghastly visage and a coat of blood-red fur. It was a first-level beast, the Blood Wolf. Wang Heng recognized the creature instantly. With a fierce growl, the Blood Wolf, fully formed, fixed its crimson gaze upon Wang Heng, a terrifying intent to kill emanating from its eyes as it lunged at him. Wang Heng retaliated with a punch. His virtual body possessed a striking physique. With a punching power of 1,000 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second, rivaling that of the Blood Wolf. Utilizing his mastery of the body-tempering fist, Wang Heng swiftly dispatched the beast before him. However, almost immediately another 10 blood wolves coalesced. Surrounded by the pack, Wang Heng felt the weight of pressure. This battle raged on for half an hour before he finally vanquished all 10. Yet, soon after, 100 blood wolves materialized. It's over. Wang Heng chuckled helplessly, realizing he could not surpass this trial. The sight of 100 blood wolves charging at him was overwhelming, akin to an army on the attack, a sight to behold. He lasted only a few minutes before succumbing. Battle concluded. Skill level, mastery. Score, 85. Current ranking, 12. Returning to the initial platform, a series of numbers appeared before Wang Heng, chronicling his recent performance. An 85 score and currently ranking 12? Wang Heng furrowed his brow. This result was subpar, particularly as many had yet to complete their assessments, and the female classmates had not even begun. By the time the final results were tallied, he feared his rank would plummet even further. Indeed, this was Haida University. Even with my mastery of the body-tempering fist, I couldn't break into the top 10. Wang Heng sighed and subsequently exited the virtual arena. Wang Heng, have you completed your test? How did it go? As he removed the virtual helmet, Zhao Lei's voice reached his ears. Wang Heng had no intention of concealing his results, stating candidly, I scored 85, currently ranked 12. Oh, now it's dropped to 15, still falling. Observing the incessant decline of his ranking on the smart wristband, Wang Heng couldn't help but smile wryly. With the final ranking yet to be confirmed, it seemed pointless to dwell on it. The score was what mattered. Zhao Lei, with an envious expression, remarked, You are far more formidable than I am. Despite both of us having achieved mastery in our martial arts, my score is merely 72. Your brother has yet to finish, and it seems his score will surpass ours. Wang Heng then glanced at Zhao Hai, who was still donning a virtual headset. Zhao Lei chuckled, My brother possesses exceptional insight. He is only a hair's breadth away from reaching the subtle level. I have no doubt he will secure a place among the top 10. Before long, Zhao Hai removed the virtual headset. Wang Heng didn't need to inquire. He already knew Zhao Hai's test score, as the screen in the virtual hall displayed the top 10 results. Zhao Hai ranked third, with an impressive score of 98. Wang Heng couldn't help but congratulate him. That's incredible. With such a score, remaining in the top 10 is surely assured. Zhao Hai humbly replied, This is merely a test of technique. Next, We must evaluate strength and real combat prowess, in which I cannot hold a candle to you. Indeed, Wang Heng, you possess the talent of duplication, and the power enhancement after merging with your duplicates reaches an astounding 100. When it comes to strength and true combat capabilities, you undoubtedly surpass us by a wide margin. Zhao Lei added, his face reflecting admiration. During their previous conversations, they had become well acquainted with Wang Heng's circumstances, as they were all classmates, and there was no need for him to conceal anything. Upon hearing the brother's words, Wang Heng could not help but display an expression of anticipation. Indeed, the tests of strength and combat prowess were where his true strengths lay, with perhaps only Li Shui able to outshine him. Chapter 26. Ranked first in the virtual hall as the last student completed the test, Wang Heng discovered that his ranking had plummeted to 375th. A wave of emotion washed over him. Haida truly is a gathering of geniuses, he mused. To be ranked 375th among the boys alone. I can only imagine how far I will fall once the girls complete their tests. Perhaps beyond the 500th mark. A sense of indescribable feelings engulfed him. Despite being a top scorer in the college entrance examination, he felt rather unremarkable here. After all, who among those admitted to Haida was not a top achiever? Wang Heng, it's time to go. Zhao Hai's voice broke through his thoughts. At that moment, their teacher, Zhuo Wenbin, had already led the group out of the virtual hall. Their next destination was the God of War Tower for a strength test. Reflecting on the power he had gained after merging with his doppelganger, Wang Heng felt a surge of determination. This time it was finally his moment to shine. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a colossal tower. The structure loomed majestically, resembling a divine sword thrusting into the clouds. Zhuo Wenbin addressed the group with a booming voice. The God of War Tower has a total of 18 levels, each protected by a defensive shield. You must break through these shields to access the next level. Furthermore, each shield will assess your strength, so even if you cannot advance, you must strike with all your might to obtain an accurate measurement of your power. The group nodded in understanding, and one by one, they began to enter the God of War Tower. Unlike the spacious virtual hall, the interior of the tower could only accommodate 100 individuals at a time. However, with only a few hundred students present, they would soon have their turn. Wang Heng, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei were among the third batch to enter. By this time, many students had already emerged from the tower. What level did you reach? The third level. I couldn't get past the fourth. Our punching power barely exceeds 900 kilograms, so we could only make it to the third level. Listening to the conversations of the departing students, Wang Heng learned that they had all reached only the third level. Zhao Hai remarked, the third level corresponds to the advanced apprentice realm, while the fourth level represents the limits of a quasi-warrior. It is said that only those who have cultivated the martial body can hope to surpass it. Wang Heng, your strength has already attained the warrior level after merging with your doppelganger. And with Li Shui possessing the double power talent, it seems that only the two of you might surpass the fourth level, Zhao Lei chimed in. Wang Heng felt a sense of anticipation welling up within him. The three soon arrived at the entrance of the first-level staircase. Indeed, a purple defensive shield stood in their way. As one student unleashed a punch, a crack appeared in the shield, large enough for him to slip through. Wang Heng and his companions approached the purple shield, mimicking the action, and delivered a punch forward. In the next instant, a fissure emerged, and Wang Heng hurriedly squeezed through. As he noticed the crack was mending rapidly, he realized that if he did not enter in time, he would have to strike again. Like the students who had departed before them, Wang Heng and his companions breezed through to the third level. Bang! 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 Faced with the barrier leading to the fourth level, many students struck for quite some time without success, ultimately choosing to give up and exit the War God Tower. The Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, also approached with reluctance, delivering several blows but failing to shatter the barrier. It seemed that a force of at least 1,000 kilograms was necessary to break through. After a few more attempts, Zhao Hai shook his head with a wry smile. It's up to you now, Wang Heng. Zhao Lei gazed at Wang Heng with fervent anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng decided to merge his 10 avatars within him, instantly doubling his strength. At that moment, he felt a surge of power coursing through him as he swung his fist, generating a gust of wind that struck the purple barrier fiercely. Crack! A fissure appeared on the surface of the purple barrier. Wang Heng's eyes brightened as he hurriedly slipped through the opening. The doubling of strength was indeed enviable. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei looked at Wang Heng's entrance with expressions of envy. Wang Heng waved at them before ascending the staircase. Soon he arrived at the 4th level, which was eerily empty, with only him present. The female class had yet to undergo testing, and among the male class, he was the only one whose strength exceeded 1,000 kilograms. At last, I am in first place, he thought, a joyful smile blooming on his face. Being young, he naturally harbored a competitive spirit. Previously, during the skill level tests, he had ranked beyond 300, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, now, ranking first in strength testing filled him with delight. Yet, he was also aware that his first place was merely temporary. Once the female class tested, Li Shui would undoubtedly surpass him. After all, Li Shui possessed greater innate strength, and with the doubling effect, she would certainly outmatch him. Nevertheless, Wang Heng was confident that he would soon surpass Li Shui, as his punch strength had already reached 690 kilograms. With a slight increase, he could ascend to a higher apprentice level, allowing him to summon 10 more avatars. At that point, merging all his avatars would amplify his strength to a terrifying 210, nearly doubling it. How could Li Shui possibly compare? Bang! 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 Wang Heng then approached the staircase leading to the 5th level, striking the purple barrier several times. Yet he could not break through. It seemed that even 2,000 kilograms of force might not suffice. After a dozen attempts, he ultimately decided to concede. Not having reached the 5th level did not leave Wang Heng feeling disappointed. After all, he was already the top of the new students. Even when Li Shui completed her testing, he would still likely secure 2nd place. This ranking is sufficient to earn him the school's generous rewards. Wang Heng. He is indeed Wang Heng, and it is surprising that our cohort has produced a fortunate individual endowed with the talent for duplication. Furthermore, the amplification of his power after merging with his duplicates astonishingly reaches 100, which is tantamount to the effect of a talent that doubles one's strength. However, according to Teacher Zhua, his cultivation talent is merely rated D, making it quite challenging for him to advance to the rank of Battle General in the future. As Wang Heng emerged from the Battle God Tower, he instantly garnered the attention of the crowd, a scenario he had anticipated. After all, the information of students ranked in the top 10 is publicly displayed. Wang Heng, you have now become a prominent figure among our freshman class. Zhao Hai approached with a smile, and his brother Zhao Lei also congratulated Wang Heng with a grin. Wang Heng humbly replied, I am merely leading temporarily. Once you become official warriors, I will no longer be able to keep pace with you. You possess quite the self-awareness. Zhuo Wenbin approached, looking at Wang Heng and reminding him, remember, one's realm is the foundation of a warrior. Even if a fighter's strength were to multiply tenfold, it would still not rival that of a battle general. Thank you for your guidance. Teacher Zhuo. Wang Heng nodded respectfully, refraining from rebuttal. Now, let us proceed to the Demon Lock Tower. The female students have already completed their assessments. Zhuo Wenbin waved his hand, leading the group toward the Demon Lock Tower. This marks the final test for the new students' admission. Chapter 27. The repugnant beasts. The Demon Locking Tower loomed majestically into the clouds, surpassing even the War God Tower in both size and grandeur, exuding an eerie, sinister aura. Wang Heng could faintly hear the furious roars of the beasts emanating from within the tower. The creatures imprisoned here were genuine beasts, unlike the simulated data of the Void Arena. Zhao Hai spoke with a grave expression, while Wang Heng maintained a solemn demeanor. It was his first encounter with real beasts. Previously, he had only seen videos of these creatures online. As for the beast tide, the beasts that had fallen from the sky were merely corpses, long devoid of threat. They lined up orderly, as the tests at the Demon Locking Tower progressed slowly, permitting only 10 students at a time to enter. Zhuo Wenbin called out loudly, prompting everyone to form 10 queues. Wang Heng found himself in the 32nd position in the current line, realizing he would have to wait a considerable time before he could enter the tower. However, while waiting, he noticed an update on the rankings from the Void Arena via his smart wristband. His rank was continuously plummeting. Wang Heng surmised that the female students were testing their skills. Indeed, the talent among the girls was formidable. Fu Yuhan had swiftly ascended to the top position. Zhao Lei, also observing the information displayed on his wristband, exclaimed in surprise. With her meticulous skill level, it is only natural she ranks first, Zhao Hai remarked with a smile. Brother, your rank has dropped to 7th, Zhao Lei suddenly announced. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he quickly raised his wrist to check the information. Wang Heng also glanced at his own ranking, which had suffered a more severe decline, now resting at 422nd place. After about half an hour, Wang Heng's ranking finally stabilized. At that moment, he found himself ranked 517th in the Void Arena. How disheartening! Wang Heng sighed, feeling an immense pressure. If his physical strength was lacking due to his low cultivation talent, then falling behind in skill level indicated his comprehension was inferior to others. For a martial artist, comprehension was of utmost importance, especially when breaking through higher cultivation bottlenecks. The greater the comprehension, the higher the chance of success. Those who could ascend to the status of war god were invariably individuals of extraordinary talent and insight. Fortunately, he still possessed avatars. As long as he had a sufficient number of them, even limited comprehension could be transformed through the accumulation of experience. Wang Heng reassured himself inwardly. Finally stabilized, Zhao Hai's voice was heard beside him, expressing relief. These women are truly remarkable. My ranking in the Void Arena has plummeted from 3rd to 9th. Zhao Lei chuckled. Brother, you are now 9th. That position is rather precarious. You might be surpassed by next month. You should focus on yourself. You've fallen beyond the 900th rank. Zhao Hai reprimanded sternly. Zhao Lei pouted. In terms of skill level, he had already resigned himself to mediocrity. Enough, no need for further words. It is almost our turn, Wang Heng remarked with a smile. At that moment, a throng of students emerged from the Demon Lock Tower, and it would soon be Wang Heng and his companions' turn to undergo the test. However, Wang Heng found it peculiar that those who exited were cursing and appeared as though they had just bathed, their hair soaked. Engaging in combat with demonic beasts would naturally result in bloodshed, yet he was astonished to discover that the tower indeed possessed bathing facilities for the convenience of its participants. Zhao Lei expressed his astonishment. What is so strange about that? After all, we are in a school. We cannot allow ourselves to run around drenched in blood, as it would tarnish the school's image. Zhao Hai interjected. Wang Heng furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. He activated his smart wristband to check the rankings within the tower, and was startled to find that the top position was held by Fu Yuhan, rather than the familiar Li Shui. It was well known that with Li Shui's talent for doubling her strength, her punch force reached an astonishing 1,800 kilograms. Even if Fu Yuhan possessed exquisite skills, it was unlikely he could overpower Li Shui. At the very least, she should have ranked 2nd. Yet, to his disbelief, Li Shui had not even made it into the top 10. Nonetheless, Wang Heng had no time to ponder the mystery further, as it was now their turn. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the students who had completed their tests, Wang Heng and his companions entered the Demon Lock Tower. Inside the tower, each level contained 10 rooms, and the 10 of them selected individual rooms to enter. As soon as Wang Heng stepped inside, the heavy door behind him closed. The room was quite spacious, approximately 500 square meters, though the lighting was dim, and the walls were splattered with crimson blood, with the floor coated in coagulated stains, filling the air with a strong metallic scent. Wang Heng's expression turned grave as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The first level of the Demon Lock Tower assessment begins. A mechanical voice echoed through the room. Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Roar! At that moment, a low growl resonated. A robust beast resembling a lion dog emerged from the iron bars opposite him, its green eyes glaring like those of a ferocious wolf, fixated menacingly upon Wang Heng. He raised his fists, remaining vigilant. Although he did not perceive any immediate threat from the beast before him, it was his first encounter with such a creature, and he could not afford to be careless. I have heard that the first level of the Demon Lock Tower houses only first-tier beasts, whose strength should be lesser than mine, Wang Heng mused. First-tier beasts corresponded to the initial apprentice realm, with strength below 400 kilograms. Even without merging with his avatar, he could easily dispatch it. Nevertheless, Wang Heng kept the instructor Sun Yan's words in mind. One must exercise caution in the face of any beast, without a trace of negligence. Roar! The beast across from him could no longer contain itself and lunged toward Wang Heng with a swift motion. Even before its sharp claws could near him, a foul, gusty wind assaulted Wang Heng's face. Wang Hong could not help but furrow his brow, yet he quickly dodged, unleashing all his strength as his fist came crashing down upon the head of the beast before him. Bang! This strike was delivered without reservation. Merging with 11 avatars, he unleashed a force of approximately 1,400 kilograms, akin to a tempest that violently collided with the beast's skull. In the next moment, the creature's head shattered like a watermelon. Wang Hong recognized his victory and a smile broke across his face. However, the smile soon froze in place. From the remnants of the beast's exploded head, a multitude of foul-smelling blood splattered all over him. Good heavens! Why does it smell so horrendous? Wang Hong couldn't help but curse, hastily wiping his face with his clothing, only to find that his garments were now stained with the beast's blood, rendering them even dirtier. The stench of the blood was nauseating, compelling Wang Hong to fight the urge to vomit. The assessment of the second level of the demon locking tower commenced. Just as Wang Hong was on the verge of retching, a mechanical voice echoed once more. Instantly, he set aside his discomfort and steeled himself for what lay ahead. Before him, within the iron bars, emerged 10 more beasts. To Wang Heng's dismay, these 10 beasts were identical to the previous one, evidently of the same species. Wang Hong felt no fear toward these creatures. Even with their numbers totaling 10, he remained unperturbed, for they were mere first-tier beasts and posed no threat to him. Yet, the repulsiveness of these beasts was overwhelming, their blood exuding an unbearable stench. He could not fathom where the Academy's higher-ups had procured such bizarre creatures. Roar! The beasts offered no reprieve for Wang Heng's contemplation. As the iron bars lifted, they lunged toward him. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the urge to vomit, Wang Hong charged into the throng of beasts. These creatures remained no match for him, but with each beast he felled, the splattering of their grotesque blood sent his stomach churning. Chapter 28. Under the spotlight in the demon locking tower. Having just passed the second level of the assessment, Wang Hong decided to take a brief respite. He leaned against the wall, violently retching, expelling the meals he had consumed earlier that morning. The stench of the blood from the demon beasts was utterly repulsive, more odious than excrement itself. Although the corpses had been removed, the room still reeked of a nauseating metallic scent, reminiscent of being trapped in a latrine. Wang Hong was thoroughly disillusioned with the Academy's higher-ups, suspecting that they had deliberately summoned these grotesque demon beasts to repulse them. Commenced the third level of the assessment. After a moment of respite, Wang Hong, enduring the foul odor that permeated the room, shouted into the emptiness. He was eager to conclude the test and escape the unbearable stench. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more, announcing the start of the third level. The iron bars opposite him slowly lifted, revealing a demon beast resembling a fluffy ball, with short limbs and white fur, appearing rather adorable. Wang Heng's spirits lifted somewhat. Surely this creature would be less revolting. However, despite its cuteness, he knew he had to eliminate it. This should be a second-tier demon beast, corresponding to the intermediate apprentice level. With determination, Wang Hong charged forward, eager to end the battle swiftly and vacate the demon locking tower. Suddenly, the fluffy demon beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed a noxious green liquid that drenched him from head to toe. Instantly, he was transformed into a grotesque shade of green. A cacophony of expletives erupted from his lips. What the hell are these monstrosities? He vented his frustration, overwhelmed by the revulsion the green liquid evoked. Though it was not as foul as the previous beast's blood, it was akin to a repugnant mucus. At that moment, Wang Hong desperately wished to forfeit and escape the tower. Yet, a flicker of rationality reminded him that retreating was not an option. The assessments in the demon locking tower were conducted only once a month, and to abandon this attempt would mean waiting until the following month. Moreover, the tower's rankings were tied to the forthcoming rewards from the Academy, which he could not bear to relinquish. Die, all of you, he bellowed. With his lips pressed tightly together, Wang Hong cast aside his disgust, focusing solely on annihilating the demon beast before him. Commenced the fourth level of the assessment. The chilling mechanical voice echoed once again, signaling the start of the next challenge. From behind the iron bars emerged 10 identical demon beasts. Wang Heng's expression darkened, gritting his teeth as he charged once more. Unsurprisingly, he was once again besieged by the vile green liquid. As he progressed to the 5th and 6th levels, he faced 3rd-tier demon beasts, equivalent to the advanced apprentice level, yet these creatures continued to induce nausea. Having successfully passed the 6th level of the assessment, Wang Heng once again opted to pause. At this moment he was drenched, lying on the ground, on the verge of expelling the bile from his stomach. Were it not for his indomitable will, he might have chosen to surrender by now. It is no wonder that despite Li Xue's formidable strength, she failed to secure a position in the top 10. She too must have been thoroughly disgusted. After regurgitating for a while, Wang Heng finally grasped the situation. Li Xue's inability to enter the top 10 was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because she was repulsed by these grotesque beasts, prompting her to abandon the assessment. These creatures were likely even more terrifying for the female students. Women, by their nature, are more concerned with cleanliness than men. Facing such bizarre beasts would be far more distressing for them than death itself. It seems the Academy's higher-ups deliberately arranged for these beasts, likely to test our mettle. At this moment, Wang Heng has come to appreciate the Academy's well-meaning intentions. Although these beasts are repulsive, does that mean one should shy away from confrontation? Within the confines of the Demon Lock Tower, one can choose to surrender. However, in the wild, regardless of the type of beast one encounters, one must confront it. Otherwise, could lead to certain doom. If one's strength diminishes due to disgust or fear when facing these beasts, it becomes exceedingly perilous. The Academy's leaders deliberately subjected students to these grotesque creatures to help them acclimate to such situations. Once accustomed to these bizarre beasts, students will be able to maintain their composure when confronted with any creature in the future. The 7th level of the assessment commences. Wang Heng bellowed, resolutely accepting the challenge. He had no desire to withdraw, for he had yet to reach his limits. The 7th level of the Demon Lock Tower has begun. Warning! 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 The creatures for the 7th level are 4th-grade beasts, surpassing the current cultivation levels of the students. Proceed with caution. This cold, mechanical voice echoed 3 times, accompanied by a shrill alarm. Wang Heng was well aware of the terror posed by 4th-grade beasts, as they equated to the level of a novice warrior. Nevertheless, he was determined to give it a try. After all, within the confines of the Demon Lock Tower, his life was assured. Should danger arise, the lasers embedded in the surrounding walls would swiftly eliminate the beasts. Of course, even with such safeguards, there remained a risk to life and death. Thus, Wang Heng was exceedingly cautious, carefully observing the beast within the iron bars before him. It was a creature of immense size, akin to a small car, with a visage that was grotesquely terrifying, resembling a malevolent spirit that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Currently, the highest-ranked freshman, Fu Yuhan, had only managed to reach the 6th level. If Wang Heng could conquer the 7th, he would ascend to the top. He silently pondered this opportunity, especially since Li Xue had performed poorly. Naturally, he intended to seize this chance to claim the title of first in the Demon Lock Tower. As he understood, whether in the Void Arena, the War God Tower, or the Demon Lock Tower, the rewards for first place were unparalleled and exceedingly generous. Such a favorable opportunity was one Wang Heng was unwilling to let slip away. With a roar, as the iron bars before him slowly ascended, the massive beast charged towards Wang Heng. Wang Heng chose not to confront the beast head-on. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered around, evading the creature's attacks. Only when opportunities presented themselves did he throw punches. Thud, thud, thud. The beast staggered back under Wang Heng's blows. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, as he discerned that this beast's strength was not vastly superior to his own, likely around 1,500 kilograms, leaving room for the possibility of its demise at his hands. Thus, Wang Heng commenced employing a kite-flying strategy reminiscent of games, gradually exhausting the creature's stamina. This battle was destined to be prolonged. In fact, it took him a full 2 hours to vanquish the beast. It was arguably the weakest among the 4th-tier monsters. Had it been any stronger, it might have been he who succumbed. At this moment, Wang Heng sat on the ground, panting heavily, completely drained of energy. At his current level, defeating a 4th-tier beast was still a formidable challenge. The monster on the 7th level of the Demon Lock Tower was the weakest among the 4th-tier beasts, while those on the 8th level represented the most formidable class within that tier. Wang Heng had no intention of participating in the 8th level's assessment. After passing the 7th, he opted to conclude his trials. Upon finishing the assessment, an abundance of shower gel erupted from the walls, followed by a cascade of clean water that washed over Wang Heng's body. Half an hour later, he was the last to exit the Demon Lock Tower. Once again, he found himself the center of attention. All the first-year students focused their gazes upon him. Even Zhuo Wenbin, the teacher of the boys' class, looked at Wang Heng with surprise, nodding in appreciation. Well done. Even when faced with the most repulsive of beasts, you managed to exert your full combat prowess. In terms of perseverance, you have surpassed most of your peers. This marked the first time Zhuo Wenbin praised Wang Heng, leaving him somewhat astonished. Wang Heng, in the crowd, Xie Yuanhao fixated intently on him, beginning to regard his counterpart with newfound respect. As a super genius with an S-level cultivation talent, he had initially believed that upon arriving at High University, he would shine as the brightest star. Yet, after 3 assessments, he had failed to secure even a single first place. Chapter 29, Dormitory Classification before the Demon Lock Tower. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Heng stepped into the throng. The male class instructor, Zhuo Wenbin, stood at the forefront, surveying the assembly with a grave expression, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Are you all perplexed as to why the beasts within the Demon Lock Tower are so repulsive? Allow me to clarify. This is a deliberate arrangement by the school." Among the crowd, some displayed expressions of bewilderment, while others, like Wang Heng, had already grasped the school's intentions. Zhuo Wenbin's gaze swept across the gathering before he continued. "The testing within the Demon Lock Tower has concluded. I have just reviewed the results, and among the top 100, fewer than 10 are female. The rest are all male. Do you presume that those females are inherently weak?" Zhuo Wenbin challenged. The previously puzzled students began to comprehend the implications of his words. Zhuo Wenbin coldly remarked, "The variety of beasts is astonishingly diverse. If you allow your fear of their repulsiveness to diminish your combat effectiveness, then dying would be a futile demise. Furthermore, I must inform you that in the wilderness, everything is a matter of survival. Some warriors, in an attempt to evade the pursuit of these beasts, have even hidden within their excrement, as it masks their scent. If it were you, would you be capable of such a feat?" His words incited a clamor among the crowd. Wang Heng was equally taken aback. Hide in the excrement of a beast? Just the thought made his stomach churn. Look at your pitiful expressions. Repulsed by the stench of beastly excrement? Are you not afraid of death? No matter how foul, that excrement is preferable to dying, Zhuo Wenbin scolded. Among the crowd, Zhao Lei could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Teacher, if we continuously grow stronger, surpassing the beasts, we need to hide in their excrement." Well said. Zhuo Wenbin did not rebuke Zhao Lei but rather nodded in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct. As long as you are stronger than the beasts, there is no need to demean yourselves. Therefore, while you are still within this ivory tower of the school, strive diligently to enhance your strength. I do not wish for a day to come when you are devoured by beasts, only to be expelled like refuse." After finishing his remarks, Zhuo Wenbin proceeded towards the playground, with the crowd closely following behind. Along the way, whispers circulated regarding the battles within the Demon Lock Tower. I initially thought the beasts on the first level were sufficiently disgusting, but I never anticipated that the beasts on the third level would spray me with green liquid. At that moment, I truly wished to end it all, Zhao Lei confided. Zhao Hai quickly pushed him aside, wearing a disdainful expression, and retorted, "Keep your distance. You still carry a foul odor. As if you smell any better. You're not much different from me." Zhao Lei shot back, glaring at him. Wang Heng, observing the bickering between the two, felt a sense of helplessness. Of course, he acknowledged that he too bore an unpleasant scent. As the cleaning within the Demon Lock Tower was rather rudimentary, it was impossible to emerge unsoiled. He could only hope to be assigned to a dormitory soon, so he could return and take a few more showers. On the playground, a group of freshmen gathered once more. Wang Heng observed the girls incessantly spritzing themselves with perfume, shaking his head in disbelief. It was no wonder their test scores within the Demon Lock Tower were dismal. Thankfully, the school had devised this clever strategy. Otherwise, if such performances were witnessed on the battlefield, a significant number would surely perish. Silence! With a commanding shout from Zhuo Wenbin, The playground fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned to the two teachers at the front. Zhuo Wenbin spoke gravely. The 3 tests have concluded. You may view your results on the smart wristbands. We shall now distribute the dormitory keys. Teacher Teng Qingwan from the girls' class took over, her clear voice resonating across the playground. Our high university dormitories are divided into 4 zones: A, B, C, and D. Among these, A1, B1, C1, and D1 are the most prestigious, with subsequent numbers representing descending order. The 4 zones correspond to the Demon Lock Tower, the War God Tower, the Virtual Arena, and the Freshman Points ranking. The top-ranking individual from each list will receive the key corresponding to their respective letter and number. Zhuo Wenbin produced 4 keys and called out to the assembled crowd. Now, I invite the top performers from these 4 lists to step forward. Remember, each person may only claim 1 key, so choose the one corresponding to your highest rank. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng immediately stepped out from the crowd, joined by Li Shui and Fu Yuhan. In an instant, the 3 became the center of attention, envy evident in the gazes of their peers. Zhuo Wenbin turned to Wang Heng and said, Wang Heng, you are ranked 1st in the Demon Lock Tower and 2nd in the War God Tower. Will you choose the A1 key or the B2 key? Is there any doubt? Wang Heng promptly replied, Teacher, I choose A1. Zhuo Wenbin immediately handed the A1 key to Wang Heng. Next, he presented the B1 key to Li Shui. Finally, he looked at Fu Yuhan, his admiration unmistakable, and said with a smile, Fu Yuhan, you are 1st in both the Virtual Arena and the Freshman Points ranking. You may choose either C1 or D1, and the key you forego will be given to the 2nd place. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Fu Yuhan in astonishment. This beautiful girl, exuding an aura of elegance, was indeed remarkable. Wang Heng checked his smart wristband and confirmed that Fu Yuhan was, indeed, ranked 1st in the Freshman Points ranking. Meanwhile, he found himself languishing at the 227th position. The disparity was stark. In truth, the Freshman Points ranking is calculated based on performances in the Demon Lock Tower, the War God Tower, and the Virtual Arena. Wang Heng's subpar results in the Virtual Arena had significantly hindered his overall rank, as he was placed 517th in that domain. In contrast, Fu Yuhan ranked 2nd in the Demon Lock Tower, 4th in the War God Tower, and 1st in the Virtual Arena, thus naturally securing her position at the top of the points ranking. I choose C1. Fu Yuhan's cool voice rang out. Upon hearing these words, Zhuo Wenbin promptly handed the C1 key to Fu Yuhan. He then grasped the remaining D1 key and addressed the assembly. According to the established regulations, the D1 key is to be awarded to the 2nd-ranked student on the Freshman Points leaderboard. Let us see who it is. It is Xie Yuanhao. The crowd turned their gazes towards Xie Yuanhao, who was well known among the new students. After all, he was the sole prodigy among the freshmen, possessing a remarkable S-level cultivation talent. However, at that moment, this S-level genius appeared rather discontented. With a stern expression, he stepped out from the throng and calmly stated to Zhuo Wenbin, Teacher, my ranking in the Virtual Arena is 2nd. I shall opt for the C2 key. Are you certain you wish to forego the D1 key? Zhuo Wenbin inquired, astonished while also cautioning him the key for the 1st place is unparalleled. Are you sure you want to relinquish it? I will strive for the 1st place key myself next month. I do not require anyone to concede it to me. Xie Yuanhao replied in a deep tone. As the only S-level genius among this year's freshmen, he possessed a sense of pride, yearning to attain the 1st place key through his own merits rather than relying on the generosity of others. Very well, you possess ambition, and I appreciate those who are ambitious. Zhuo Wenbin smiled upon hearing this and subsequently produced the C2 key, handing it to Xie Yuanhao. Without a glance, Xie Yuanhao accepted the key and turned to rejoin the crowd. Wang Heng and Li Shui exchanged pleasantries before retreating into the assembly as well. Zhuo Wenbin continued to distribute the dormitory keys. Chapter 30. Credit Rewards on the Playground. Zhuo Wenbin distributed all the keys and then addressed the crowd. Today marks the 1st test of the semester. I am aware that some of you may feel dissatisfied, believing you did not perform to your potential or that you possess untapped abilities. Among the crowd, Xie Yuanhao's eyes flickered. He was indeed harboring such thoughts. He believed that with his innate talent for cultivation, he would soon become a full-fledged martial artist. At that point, Both his strength and true combat prowess would see substantial enhancement. Individuals like Wang Heng and Li Shui, who relied on special talents to gain an advantage, would undoubtedly be left far behind. Such sentiments are entirely natural, and we encourage healthy competition among you. After all, a reevaluation will occur on the 1st of each month. If you aspire to attain better treatment, then strive diligently throughout this month. Zhuo Wenbin continued, it is getting late. You should all return to rest. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will conduct online teaching through the dormitory video. Do not be late. Following this, the two teachers departed. The freshmen on the playground promptly activated their smart wristbands to locate their dormitories, all eager to return. They were still carrying the unpleasant odor of the beast from the Demon Lock Tower and yearned for a refreshing shower, especially the girls, who rushed off in haste. Wang Heng sought an opportunity to greet Li Shui but found none. Wang Heng, we're leaving now. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Zhao Hai approached with Zhao Lei and spoke to Wang Heng. Wang Heng smiled and nodded. Sure, let us eat after we shower. He was not one to be reclusive. After spending a day together, he had developed a favorable impression of the Zhao brothers and was naturally inclined to cultivate their friendship. After agreeing on dinner, the three hurried to their respective dormitories. Although the campus was quite expansive, it was not complex. Each grade had its designated area, ensuring no interference among them. Following the guidance of his smart wristband, Wang Heng quickly found his dormitory. It was a spacious and lavishly decorated villa. The courtyard alone spanned 500 square meters, with an additional 500 square meters across 2 floors, and the basement boasted a remarkable 1,000 square meters. This opulent villa was unlike anything Wang Heng had encountered before. The basement was particularly impressive, equipped with an array of training apparatus, including a luxurious version of the power testing device used during the college entrance examination. After exploring the premises, Wang Heng proceeded to the bathroom. After scrubbing vigorously for an hour and confirming that no trace of the foul odor lingered, he emerged and reached out to the Zhao brothers. He also contacted Li Shui, but she responded with a single message: not in the mood to eat. Clearly, the day's ordeal in the Demon Lock Tower had left her feeling quite unsettled. Wang Heng met up with the Zhao brothers on the way, and together they headed to the dining hall near their dormitory. The dining hall was already bustling with students. After placing their orders, they began to converse. Wang Heng, how many credits do you think you will receive as a reward?
Curiosity piqued, Cao Lei inquired.
Wang Heng, perplexed, responded, I sent the credit reward to be issued tomorrow. Indeed, it will be disbursed tomorrow, yet it can be anticipated in advance, Zhao Lei elucidated. Zhao Hai interjected, if you examine the reward descriptions accompanying each leaderboard, it will become clear. Wang Heng promptly activated his smart wristband to investigate. Indeed, each leaderboard was accompanied by a detailed reward explanation. The first place awarded 100,000 credits. The second and third places each garnered 50,000 credits, while the 4th to 10th places received 30,000 credits, and the 11th to 100th places were granted 10,000 credits. The 101st to 300th places earned 5,000 credits, and the 301st to 500th places were rewarded with 2,000 credits. The 501st to 1,000th places received 1,000 credits, and those ranked beyond 1,000 were allotted merely 500 credits. Why is there such a vast disparity in rewards? Wang Heng gasped after reading through the details. The first place's reward of 100,000 credits equated to a staggering 10 billion, while those beyond the 1,000th position received only 500 credits, translating to 5 million. What an immense chasm! The higher one ranks, the more credits one receives. This clearly serves to propel us forward and foster competition, Zhao Hai remarked. Zhao Lei gazed at Wang Heng with admiration, stating, teachers were previously mentioned that the reward for first place is unparalleled. You secured the top position in this Demon Lock Tower test, instantly earning 100,000 credits, which far surpasses the total of our several leaderboard rewards combined. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng silently calculated his credit rewards, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He had achieved first place in the Demon Lock Tower, earning 100,000 credits, second place in the War God Tower, garnering 50,000 credits, and ranked 517th in the virtual arena, receiving 1,000 credits. His position of 227th in the freshman points leaderboard awarded him an additional 5,000 credits. Altogether, Wang Heng had amassed a remarkable total of 156,000 credits, equivalent to 1.5 billion in the external world. He was rendered speechless by the magnitude of his rewards. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, hailing from distinguished backgrounds, felt no twinge of jealousy upon learning of Wang Heng's credit rewards. The individual likely to receive the highest credit reward this time would be Fu Yuhan, as she ranked first in 2 leaderboards and was within the top 5 in the other 2, presumably accumulating nearly 300,000 credits. Suddenly, Zhao Lei remarked. The image of the ethereal girl floated in Wang Heng's mind, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware of her rankings, allowing him to make a rough estimate. 3 billion indeed evokes envy. After dinner, Wang Heng returned to his dormitory, still immersed in the enormity of his credit rewards. The school's reward system favored the top achievers. Thus he resolved to ensure he secured a first place in the future. Wang Heng contemplated silently. The first place garners a reward of 100,000 credits. Securing merely a first place position effectively leaves the majority of peers far behind. After much contemplation, Wang Heng resolved to set his sights on the Demon Lock Tower and the God of War Tower. With the advantage of his fusion clone power amplification, he stands the greatest chance of ascending the ranks on these 2 leaderboards. As for the virtual arena, he has not even breached the top 100, rendering it unnecessary to squander time on it for the moment. The leaderboard refreshes monthly, affording Wang Heng only a month to focus his time and energy on enhancing his advantages. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Wang Heng's smart wristband. Upon checking the screen, he recognized the caller as Teacher Zhuo Wenbin and promptly answered the call. Wang Heng, proceed to the basement immediately and activate the electronic screen. With that, Zhuo Wenbin ended the call. Though puzzled, Wang Heng hastened to the basement. On one wall in the basement hung a colossal electronic screen. As he powered it on, the figure of Teacher Zhuo Wenbin materialized before him. Wang Heng, in Villa Number 1, a teacher will be dedicated to guiding your training every day. For the next month, I will come to instruct you every evening from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Zhuo Wenbin's words filled Wang Heng with both surprise and delight. Chapter 31. Exclusive guidance. Wang Heng was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated receiving such specialized instruction from Master Zhuo Wenbin. It is worth noting that within the entire freshman cohort of over 1,500 students, only 2 instructors were responsible for guidance. On average, receiving feedback from a teacher once a month was considered fortunate. Yet, Wang Heng was privileged to receive daily counsel, a stark advantage over most of his peers. It was no wonder that masters were often remarked that the reward for the top student was unparalleled. In the basement, Wang Heng sat cross-legged, attentively absorbing Master Zhuo's insights. With a stack of papers in hand, Zhuo Wenbin reviewed the information before addressing Wang Heng. Based on your current data, my suggestion is to swiftly enhance your physical strength and refrain from spending time on skill refinement for the time being. Wang Heng nodded in agreement, having contemplated the same course of action. Setting aside the papers, Zhuo Wenbin turned to Wang Heng and inquired nonchalantly, "How many credits did you earn this time? I assume you've calculated it. Are you particularly pleased?" Wang Heng, slightly embarrassed, replied with a grin, "I am indeed quite thrilled. With 1.5 billion coming my way, who wouldn't be delighted?" "Do not rejoice too prematurely," Zhuo Wenbin interjected with a scoff. "In this assessment, everyone is at the threshold of the martial artist realm, which is why you are currently ranking high due to the power enhancement from your clone integration. However, most of your classmates possess punching strengths exceeding 900 kilograms. Once they attain the martial body, they will instantly ascend to the warrior realm. At that point, what advantages will you retain? Keep in mind that you are still far from advancing to the warrior realm." Wang Heng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Master Zhuo. "I understand this well. Therefore, for the forthcoming month, I will devote myself entirely to augmenting my strength. Your training aptitude is rather lacking. Relying solely on your diligent practice of the body refinement fist will yield minimal gains in strength. Only through utilizing auxiliary resources can you rapidly enhance your power," Zhuo Wenbin remarked, shaking his head. Wang Heng responded with a wry smile, Master Zhua, the body refinement pills and body refinement lotion have limited effects on me now. Who said those were the only two auxiliary treasures for body refinement? Zhou Wenbin chuckled, continuing, once the credits are distributed tomorrow, our school's internal marketplace will be accessible to you. At that time, you will discover numerous treasures that can assist in body refinement. Wang Heng's face lit up with anticipation. Of course, the more effective the auxiliary treasures, the steeper their prices. However, you are not currently short on credits. I advise you to invest generously to expedite your strength enhancement. Otherwise, in next month's assessment, you may find it challenging to secure a substantial credit reward, Zhou Wenbin added. Curiously, Wang Heng asked, Master Zhua, what exactly is the situation regarding the cultivation of the martial body? Is it particularly challenging? Zhou Wenbin glanced at him and replied, I had planned to provide a comprehensive explanation tomorrow, but since you inquired, I shall share it with you in advance. Wang Heng felt a surge of joy. This was the distinct advantage of having personalized guidance from a dedicated teacher. After years of diligent research, our esteemed Daxia Kingdom has successfully developed 4 distinct martial physiques: the Xuanwu Divine Body, the Baihu Divine Body, the Qinglong Divine Body, and the Zhuke Divine Body. Zhou Wenbin spoke in a grave tone, stating that mastering the Xuanwu Divine Body would yield a doubling of strength, and upon advancing to the warrior realm, one's power would significantly escalate. Upon refining the Baihu Divine Body, one's speed would also double, granting one a velocity comparable to that of a general upon reaching the warrior realm. Mastery of the Qinglong Divine Body would elevate one's cultivation talent by 1 grade, the benefits of which need no further elaboration. Lastly, achieving the Zhuke Divine Body would endow one's vital energy with flame-infused attacks upon ascending to the warrior realm, resulting in remarkable potency. As Zhou Wenbin elucidated, he simultaneously manipulated the electronic screen, displaying pertinent information regarding the 4 martial physiques. Wang Heng's astonishment grew with each revelation, particularly regarding the Qinglong Divine Body, which could enhance cultivation talent, precisely what he sought. It is worth noting that his cultivation talent was merely at the D level. An elevation would exponentially accelerate his progress. However, the effects of the other 3 martial physiques were equally formidable. Teacher Zhua, do the effects of these 4 martial physiques persist indefinitely? Wang Heng inquired. For instance, does the strength-doubling effect of the Xuanwu Divine Body remain even after we ascend to the God of War level? To dare mention the God of War, your ambition is indeed considerable, Zhou Wenbin remarked, casting a glance at Wang Heng before shaking his head. The strength-doubling effect of the Xuanwu Divine Body directly doubles your power. For instance, if your current strength is 900 kilograms, upon mastering the Xuanwu Divine Body, it would immediately rise to 1,800 kilograms, not akin to the incremental enhancements you and Li Shui experience. Wang Heng expressed his disappointment. Are the effects of the other 3 martial physiques also temporary? The speed enhancement of the Baihu Divine Body, much like the strength increase from the Xuanwu Divine Body, is also solidified at the quasi-warrior level, Zhou Wenbin continued. However, the flame attacks from the Zhuke Divine Body can be utilized until the general level, while those at the God of War level can comprehend intent, rendering such flame attacks ineffective. Conversely, mastering the Qinglong Divine Body, which elevates one's cultivation talent, would have a lasting effect. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Teacher Zhua, my cultivation talent is lacking, so the Qinglong Divine Body is most suitable for me. Yet, he acknowledged the formidable difficulty of cultivating the Qinglong Divine Body. Zhou Wenbin sighed, noting that it requires exceptionally high comprehension. Wang Heng, however, brimmed with confidence, believing that with numerous clones at his disposal, if one lacked understanding, surely the combined intellect of dozens would suffice. Zhou Wenbin added, in truth, the cultivation difficulty of the other 3 martial physiques is also considerable. Hence, we have delineated the cultivation of martial physiques into 3 stages: minor success, major success, and perfection. Generally speaking, achieving a modest level of proficiency is sufficient. Wang Heng furrowed his brows and inquired, if one were to cultivate a particular martial body only to a modest level, would its efficacy diminish? Zhou Wenbin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, take the Xuanwu Divine Body as an example. If cultivated merely to a modest level, it would only enhance one's strength by a third. I see. Wang Heng exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had previously assumed that everyone could master a martial body, only to realize that most individuals are unable to complete the practice. The reason we do not disclose the cultivation methods for the martial body is partly due to the considerable difficulty involved. This secret technique has been specifically devised for the exceptionally gifted, Zhuo Wenbin explained. Chapter 32. The school mall in the basement, the clock struck 9:30, and the guidance from teacher Zhuo Wenbin was still in progress. Wang Heng, he remarked, the cultivation of martial bodies is not solely determined by your personal needs. It is also contingent upon whether your physique aligns with the martial body in question. Observing Wang Heng deep in thought, Zhuo Wenbin continued, the most effective approach is to experiment with each type of martial body for a few days, then choose to cultivate the one in which you experience the most rapid progress. Wang Heng, intrigued, inquired, Teacher Zhuo, I possess the talent for creating avatars. Might my avatars also cultivate martial bodies, and would the effects be cumulative with my main body? Zhuo Wenbin pondered for a moment before responding. Martial bodies can indeed be cultivated concurrently. However, unless your comprehension is exceptionally high, it is more advantageous to focus on mastering a single martial body. Wang Heng's eyes brightened at this revelation. With multiple avatars at his disposal, he would not be hindered by distractions, allowing him to cultivate all 4 martial bodies, thus reaping immense benefits. Moreover, our school provides free resources for the cultivation of only one martial body. Should you wish to pursue multiple types, you must purchase the necessary materials using academic credits in the mall, Zhuo Wenbin continued. This policy aims to prevent students from wasting resources, as the requirements for cultivating martial bodies are substantial. Without such restrictions, the collective waste of resources from numerous students experimenting with various martial bodies would be untenable, even for high university. Wang Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. If he had to procure the cultivation resources himself, the expenditure of academic credits would be considerable, and he was uncertain whether he had enough credits to cover the costs. He suspected he might not have sufficient funds. After all, he had heard from Li Shui that cultivating the Xuanwu divine body required the brain marrow of a god-level beast, and it was likely that the treasures needed for other martial bodies would not be of lesser caliber. Well, I shall take it one step at a time, he decided. Perhaps I lack talent in the other martial bodies. Soon, he resolved not to dwell on it further. If he found his progress in the other martial bodies to be sluggish, it would be wiser to concentrate on mastering a single one. Time swiftly passed, and at 10 o'clock, Teacher Zhuo Wenbin concluded his guidance. After practicing several sets of body-tempering punches, Wang Heng decided to rest. The following day, Wang Heng was awakened by a series of notifications from his smart bracelet. At 6 in the morning, he turned it on and was greeted by a multitude of messages, which brought a smile to his face. His academic credits had been rewarded. He hurriedly checked his credit balance and was astonished to find that it had surged from 12,000 to 168,000 credits, a value nearly equivalent to 1.7 billion. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Heng had never anticipated possessing such wealth. The school mall was now open. He quickly finished his morning routine and made his way to the basement, eagerly activating the electronic screen to await teacher Zhuo Wenbin's arrival while browsing the school's mall on his smart bracelet. The school's marketplace boasts a diverse array of products, including martial arts techniques, combat skills, equipment, rare materials, and elixirs, among various other categories. The sheer volume of offerings left Wang Heng utterly bewildered. With no other option, he resorted to the search bar to directly seek treasures that could aid in body tempering. Instantly, a multitude of items appeared before him. The first item listed was dragon blood of the youngling form, priced at an astonishing 10 million credits, capable of shattering the limits of a quasi-warrior and enhancing strength to a staggering 3,000 kilograms. Wang Heng was momentarily rendered numb by shock upon seeing this item. Dragon blood. It was said that in the boundless ocean, a colossal python evolved into a flood dragon, which after an indeterminate time, further transformed into a giant dragon. This entity transcended the level of a war god, reigning supreme as the monarch of the seas. The fact that the school's higher-ups could procure such dragon blood, and in its youthful form no less, was truly unfathomable. Wang Heng's heart was flooded with profound astonishment. However, the exorbitant price of dragon blood, 10 million credits, was utterly disheartening. The sum equated to a staggering 1 billion. Wang Heng suspected that the school had intentionally presented such items to stimulate their ambitions, for even the scions of the war god families would find such a price prohibitive. Forcing himself to shift his gaze, Wang Heng directed his attention to the items below. Yet, many of them still bore exorbitant prices. The more he looked, the greater his longing grew, but he felt utterly helpless. The prices were simply beyond his reach. With a sigh, Wang Heng adjusted his search criteria to items priced below 100,000 credits. He soon encountered iron-eating beast bone marrow, priced at 100,000 credits, which, when consumed, would enhance strength by 100 kilograms daily, ineffective beyond a strength of 900 kilograms. Next was Flood Dragon Blood Pill, priced at 90,000 credits, which could provide a one-time boost of 300 kilograms to strength, also ineffective beyond 900 kilograms. Following that was the Saintly Body Tempering Pill, priced at 1,000 credits, which could elevate strength by 10 kilograms, ineffective beyond 900 kilograms. Lastly, there was the Saintly Body Tempering Cream, priced at 100 credits, which would enhance strength by 1 kilogram daily, ineffective beyond 900 kilograms. Wang Heng was pleasantly surprised to discover upgraded versions of both the body tempering pill and cream. These two treasures were relatively affordable, well within his financial means. Furthermore, they would not induce any antibodies, allowing for continuous consumption until his strength reached 900 kilograms. Currently, with a strength of 690 kilograms, he realized that he would require just 21 saintly body tempering pills to elevate his strength to 900 kilograms. He pondered quietly, calculating that 21 pills would cost a total of 21,000 credits, still within his budget. However, combining them with the Saintly Body Tempering Cream would yield even better results. Since the Saintly Body Tempering Pill could only be consumed once daily, and excessive intake would impede digestion, it was prudent to complement it with the cream. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Heng placed an order for 20 body tempering pills and a 20-day supply of body tempering cream, spending a total of 22,000 credits. Thus, in 20 days my strength will reach 900 kilograms. After placing the order, Wang Heng was filled with countless emotions. It is no wonder that everyone aspires to enter Wuhan University. The training here is remarkably effortless. As long as one has access to resources, the enhancement of strength occurs at an astonishing pace. If training outside, even with multiple clones assisting him, it would likely take several years for Wang Heng to elevate his power to 900 kilograms. Just then, the electronic screen on the opposite wall displayed the figure of Professor Zhuo Wenbin. Classmates, today our first lesson will focus on martial physique. Professors was stated directly, without any unnecessary words. After listening for a while, Wang Heng realized it was quite similar to the explanation given yesterday, and perhaps even less detailed. Indeed, specialized guidance proves to be superior. Next month, he is determined to reclaim the top position on a certain leaderboard and maintain this advantage. Chapter 33. Promotion to Senior Apprentice. In today's inaugural lesson, Teacher Zhuo Wenbin primarily elucidated the cultivation of the martial body and imparted the secrets of 4 distinct martial body techniques to everyone. At this moment, Wang Heng was examining the cultivation secrets of the 4 martial bodies displayed on the electronic screen in the basement. Each martial body cultivation secret possesses its unique guiding technique, necessitating the prior mastery of the corresponding guiding technique before one can embark on the cultivation of the martial body itself. Following this, a blood testing kit is employed to ascertain one's compatibility with the current martial body. The guiding technique is indeed commendable, although my strength has yet to reach 900 kilograms, rendering me unable to formally cultivate the martial body. I am nonetheless able to practice the guiding technique in advance. This significantly conserves my time. Wang Heng promptly accessed the school's marketplace to purchase the testing kits for the 4 martial bodies. He then summoned 4 avatars, each engaging in the practice of the respective guiding techniques. The instructions indicated that mastering a single guiding technique requires 3 days. Hence, to learn all 4 would necessitate 12 days in total. However, with the aid of my avatars, I can complete all of them in just 3 days, saving me 9 days compared to others. Wang Heng felt a surge of delight. His strength not having reached 900 kilograms meant he was 20 days behind others in cultivating the martial body. But now, with this time saved, the gap is significantly reduced. After all, on the 1st of next month, they must continue to vie for rankings. He certainly does not wish to fall too far behind his peers. According to Teacher Zhua, the only individuals this month with hopes of advancing to official martial artists are the prodigies Fu Yuhan and Xia Yuanhao. One possesses exceptional cultivation talent, while the other exhibits extraordinary comprehension, making them the most likely to succeed in mastering the martial body within the month. As for the rest, the fastest among them would require at least 3 months to achieve this feat if I wish to accrue more credits. I must expedite my mastery of the martial body. Wang Heng pondered. The top 3 positions offer the most credits, and he must at least remain within the top 3 to earn a substantial amount. Approximately 2 hours later, Wang Heng received a notification on his smart wristband, informing him to collect a delivery at the dormitory entrance. The school's marketplace is conveniently located on campus, ensuring delivery within 3 hours. Wang Heng quickly made his way to the dormitory entrance, where a man dressed in the school marketplace uniform handed him a metal briefcase, stating, "Delivery complete. Please check the contents and confirm receipt in the marketplace." Wang Heng nodded, performed a quick operation on his smart wristband, and then took the metal briefcase back to his dormitory. Upon returning to the basement, he utilized the unlocking code provided by the school marketplace to open the metal briefcase. Inside, he discovered 2 vials, each containing 10 Supreme Body Refining Pills, along with 20 pouches of golden powder, which is the Supreme Body Refining Liquid, and 4 blood testing kits. Wang Heng carefully stowed these items away, then took out 1 Supreme Body Refining Pill and swallowed it, before heading to the bathroom with a pouch of Supreme Body Refining Liquid in hand. In the bathtub, Wang Heng prepared hot water and poured the golden powder from the bag. Instantly, the water transformed into a brilliant golden hue, resembling molten gold. Wang Heng couldn't help but marvel. This divine body refining elixir was indeed extraordinary. As he felt the strength within him gradually intensifying, he hesitated no longer, shedding his garments and reclining in the tub. An hour later, a sudden piece of information surged into Wang Heng's mind. He had broken through a minor realm, increasing his number of avatars by 10. With a start, he opened his eyes, excitement flooding his face. At last, he had ascended to the rank of advanced apprentice. Casting a glance at the now murky water in the tub, Wang Heng promptly activated the heater to rinse himself off before dressing and eagerly returning to the basement. Standing before the testing apparatus, he took a deep breath and then struck the target with a powerful punch. Bang! The screen of the apparatus immediately displayed a number. 702 kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes brightened. Indeed, a divine body refining elixir could augment his strength by 10 kilograms, considering his previous strength was 690 kilograms. With 10 additional avatars, merging them would yield a strength increase of 210, equivalent to a doubling of his power. He then summoned back the 4 avatars currently practicing the guiding technique and merged them all. In the next moment, he felt an immense surge of strength. Closing his eyes to absorb the sensation, he gradually reopened them, focusing on the testing apparatus, and once more threw a punch at the target. Bang! With a resounding impact, the apparatus displayed an astonishing number. 2,170 kilograms. Such formidable power. Many newly promoted warriors would likely struggle to achieve such strength. Wang Heng gazed at the numbers on the screen, excitement etched across his face. With the upcoming ranking competition on the 1st of next month, he felt highly likely to secure the top positions in both the Demon Lock Tower and the War God Tower. Even if Fu Yuhan and Xia Yuanhao managed to advance to warrior level within this month, unless they cultivated the perfected Xuanwu divine body, their newly gained strength would hardly surpass Wang Heng's. Moreover, his own strength had yet to reach 900 kilograms, and he had not yet practiced the Xuanwu divine body. By the end of the month, his power would continue to escalate. Wang Heng was brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, in a conference room at Tianhai Martial University, a group of teachers gathered, including the freshman instructors, Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan. They were notably subdued, as all the other teachers present were at the War God level. Their status as first-year instructors granted them the privilege to be seated among such esteemed company. Everyone, you have all reviewed the information regarding these newcomers, correct? Let us discuss which of them require focus cultivation and the methods we should employ. Seated at the forefront, Vice Principal Zhao Wu perused the document in his hands, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the assembly as he inquired. No sooner had he posed the question than a female teacher responded with a smile. Naturally, it is Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan. One possesses exceptional talent for cultivation, while the other demonstrates remarkable comprehension. Both have a substantial likelihood of advancing to the level of a war god, with Fu Yuhan exhibiting the greatest probability. Indeed, I concur that Fu Yuhan has the highest potential for ascension to that rank. As we all understand, achieving the status of a war god necessitates a profound grasp of the essence, and those with heightened comprehension enjoy a significant advantage in this regard. Another instructor chimed in. Vice Principal Zhao Wu nodded thoughtfully and continued, certainly, these two must be prioritized in their training. What of the others, particularly Wang Heng, who possesses the ability to create avatars? What are your thoughts? At this, the gathered teachers exchanged glances, some reaching for the documents on the table to scrutinize Wang Heng's information. However, they soon shook their heads with a hint of regret. While the talent for avatars is impressive, Wang Heng's cultivation aptitude is rather low, and his comprehension does not compare to that of Fu Yuhan. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Vice Principal Zhao Wu shifted his gaze to Teacher Zhua Wenbin, saying, Teacher Zhua, as the instructor for the first-year male students, who also provides dedicated guidance to Wang Heng in the evenings, what is your assessment of him? Teacher Zhua promptly rose, offering a respectful bow. Vice Principal Zhao, I previously contacted Wang Heng's high school instructor, Sun Yan. According to him, although Wang Heng's cultivation talent is limited, he is exceptionally diligent in his studies. With the school's support, I believe he should have no trouble advancing to the rank of senior war general, implying that his chances of reaching the level of war god are quite slim. Vice Principal Zhao Wu sighed. With his keen insight, he too recognized the challenges Wang Heng faced in attaining such heights. The results from the current evaluations alone were indicative of this. Even disregarding Wang Heng's cultivation talent, his ranking of 517 in the virtual arena suggested that his comprehension was not particularly high. Achieving the rank of senior war general is commendable in itself. A senior war general with the ability to create avatars, coupled with equipment advantages, can perform comparably to some lower-tier war gods on the battlefield. One teacher remarked with a smile. Vice Principal Zhao Wu pondered. Let us continue to observe. After all, the first year has only just commenced. There have been students in the past who blossomed later, revealing their true potential in their third or fourth years. Teacher Zhua, please keep a close eye on Wang Heng and guide him to avoid unnecessary detours. Yes, Vice Principal Zhao. Teacher Zhua nodded earnestly. Chapter 34. The essence in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. Wang Heng summoned back the 4 avatars practicing the cultivation technique and extracted a drop of blood from each, placing them into blood testing kits. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon the 4 kits, anxiously awaiting the results. Each kit was delineated into 3 levels of compatibility. Achieving the first level would enable one to reach the minor completion of martial body cultivation within a week, the major completion within a month, and the perfect level within 3 years. Attaining the second level would allow for minor completion in a month, major completion in a year, and perfection in 5 years. The third level would require 6 months for minor completion, 3 years for major completion, and 10 years for perfection. Wang Heng naturally yearned for his compatibility to reach the first level, though this seemed rather implausible. Nonetheless, achieving the second level would still be quite commendable. After all, with 21 avatars cultivating simultaneously, he could progress at a rate 21 times faster than others. Thus, even if he only achieved a third-level compatibility, his advancement in martial body cultivation would be comparable to that of a first-level genius. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to one of the blood testing kits, and his pupils constricted in disbelief. To his astonishment, one of his martial bodies had indeed reached the first level of compatibility. This unexpected revelation filled him with exhilaration. He then turned his eager gaze towards the other 3 blood testing kits, and their results gradually emerged. The compatibility of the Azure Dragon body was at the second level, the White Tiger body at the third level, and the Vermilion Bird body at the second level. Although these were not as impressive as the Black Tortoise body, Wang Heng felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the 2 second-level results. The compatibility of the Azure Dragon body was particularly significant to him, as his cultivation talent was rather low, necessitating his focus on this particular martial body. With a second-level compatibility, it would take 5 years to reach perfection. But with 21 avatars practicing together, he could achieve this in a mere 3 months. Wang Heng felt an inner joy swell within him. Having multiple avatars was indeed advantageous. No matter which martial body he cultivated, he could progress 21 times faster than others. Despite having tested the compatibility of his martial bodies, Wang Heng was still unable to cultivate, as his own strength had yet to reach 900 kilograms. Thus, in the days that followed, he continued his regular routine of practicing the body refining fist and consuming high-grade body refining pills to enhance his strength. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. By this time, all of his classmates had tested their martial body compatibilities and, under the guidance of teachers Wu Wenbin, began selecting their martial bodies for cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Heng had to wait another week, helplessly watching others embark on their cultivation journeys. Miss Li, it is rare for you to invite me to dinner. This evening, Wang Heng encountered Li Shui in the cafeteria, where they had arranged to dine together. This marked their first meeting since they had separated into different dormitories. However, Wang Heng seldom ventured outside, dedicating himself to rigorous training within the confines of his dormitory. His classmates shared a similar disposition. All were prodigies, each with a fierce competitive spirit, unwilling to be surpassed by others. Each individual harbored an inner drive, eager to enhance their rankings in the upcoming test on the 1st of next month. Stop speaking so sarcastically, as if you've been out and about frequently these past few days, Li Shui remarked, casting an irritated glance at Wang Heng while fiddling with her utensils. Wang Heng chuckled softly, poured himself a glass of water, and inquired, "So, how is your compatibility with the martial body?" He was keenly aware that the results of the compatibility tests had just been released that day, and Li Shui had invited him to dinner with the intent of discussing martial cultivation. "My vermilion bird divine body has already reached the minor accomplishment stage," Li Shui replied slowly. "What?" Wang Heng nearly spewed his tea, taking a moment to regain his composure as disbelief washed over him while he stared at Li Shui. "You chose to cultivate the vermilion bird divine body without even testing your compatibility?" Wang Heng quickly deduced the reasoning behind her choice. Even with a level 1 compatibility, it would typically take at least a week to cultivate a martial body to the minor accomplishment stage. Hence, it was clear that Li Shui had not tested her compatibility but had directly opted for the vermilion bird divine body. Astonished, Wang Heng gazed at Li Shui and remarked, "You truly possess remarkable courage, and your fortune is exceptional. To casually select the vermilion bird divine body and achieve a level 1 compatibility is astonishing. To reach the minor accomplishment stage in such a short time indicates that your compatibility with the vermilion bird divine body must indeed be level 1. I did not choose it arbitrarily. Regardless of the compatibility level, I would have chosen to cultivate the vermilion bird divine body." Li Shui shook her head. Wang Heng, intrigued, asked, "And why is that?" "The vermilion bird divine body seems to carry fire attributes that enhance offensive capabilities, while the black tortoise divine body is also formidable, and the azure dragon divine body can accelerate cultivation speed." Li Shui looked at Wang Heng in surprise and retorted, "Haven't you visited the school library these past few days?" "The library?" Wang Heng shook his head. "Teachers were instructed me to focus all my energy on enhancing my strength before delving into martial bodies, advising me not to divert my attention elsewhere until I reached the warrior level." Wang Heng was well aware that the school library housed numerous invaluable tomes, including various extraordinary techniques crafted by formidable warriors, yet he had no inclination to peruse them at the moment. After all, without reaching the warrior level, he could not cultivate those esoteric skills. Indeed, teachers' advice is sound. However, curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and it is rare to find someone so steadfast in their purpose. Li Shui nodded appreciatively before elaborating. "My goal is to ascend to the warrior level, so I previously consulted relevant texts in the library and discovered that the key to advancing to the warrior level lies in comprehending the concept of intent." "Intent?" Wang Heng displayed a look of confusion. Li Shui nodded and explained, "The concept of artistic realm represents a certain level of mastery and skill. We know that after the subtle level comes the perfect level, and beyond that lies the artistic realm. Enlightenment washed over Wang Heng as he grasped this notion. Li Shui sighed, saying, with my talent, advancing to the subtle level or even the perfect level is merely a matter of time. However, comprehending the artistic realm is not so easily attained. She abruptly asked, do you still remember Sister Lin? Wang Heng nodded, of course. How could I forget Sister Lin? If she hadn't given me a body-refining pill back then, I doubt I would have been able to gain admission to High University. Gratitude radiated from Wang Heng's expression. Li Shui glanced at him, knowing that it was she who had requested Lin Yu to bestow that pill upon Wang Heng, a fact that the fool remained oblivious to. Nevertheless, she chose not to reveal this and continued. Sister Lin is a high-ranking battle general, and she has long elevated her skill level to perfection. Yet, it is precisely due to her inability to comprehend the artistic realm that she has been unable to ascend to the realm of the war god. Wang Heng was taken aback, realizing the true prowess of Lin Yu. He had not anticipated that she was just a step away from the war god level. In our great Xia kingdom, there are millions of high-ranking battle generals, yet only a little over 300 have reached the war god level, making the odds nearly 1 in 10,000. Li Shui revealed a staggering statistic that left Wang Heng astonished. Most high-ranking battle generals, like Sister Lin, were similarly hindered by their inability to grasp the artistic realm. Li Shui continued, and it dawned on Wang Heng just how significant the artistic realm truly was. Chapter 35. Wang Heng's choice in the dining hall. As Wang Heng savored his meal, he curiously inquired, you have elaborated so extensively, but how does this artistic conception relate to your choice of cultivating the vermilion bird divine body? Li Shui shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, do you possess no sense of curiosity whatsoever? You are utterly oblivious to the information regarding the ascension to the war god realm. I'm not even a warrior yet. I hardly have the leisure to concern myself with that, Wang Heng replied, shaking his head. While his aspiration was indeed to ascend to the war god level, it felt exceedingly distant and unnecessary to focus on it at this moment. Li Shui elaborated, when war god level warriors strike, their attacks are imbued with elemental attributes. I once witnessed a war god who comprehended the artistic conception of ice and snow. With a mere gesture, countless beasts were encased in ice sculptures. Wow! That is truly extraordinary, Wang Heng exclaimed, taken aback. There are also war gods who grasp the artistic conception of fire, and when they unleash their power, the entire battlefield is engulfed in flames. Li Shui turned to Wang Heng and asked, now do you understand the connection between the vermilion bird divine body and artistic conception? Are you suggesting that cultivating the vermilion bird divine body will enhance my chances of comprehending the artistic conception of fire? Wang Heng's eyes flickered with realization. He was not foolish. At this juncture, it would be absurd not to understand. Experiencing fire attribute attacks beforehand significantly increases the likelihood of grasping the artistic conception of fire. Li Shui continued, for me, practicing other martial bodies would only bolster my combat prowess, but they would be of no assistance in my future pursuit of the war god realm. Wang Heng seemed to grasp her meaning and was somewhat astonished as he remarked, are you planning to cultivate the vermilion bird divine body to perfection? But even if your compatibility reaches level 1, it would take at least 3 years. Indeed, Li Shui nodded. If that is the case, you will have to wait until your senior year to ascend to the warrior level. Wang Heng found it hard to believe and added, in that case, don't expect to make it onto the leaderboard. You will likely remain in last place. Even with your unique talent that doubles your strength, once everyone else has ascended to the warrior level, you will still be at the bottom. Being last is being last. I do not require the honor of ranking high, nor do I need the academic credits that come with it. After all, credits can be purchased, and at least I can afford the expenses of the warrior realm, Li Shui stated nonchalantly. Wang Heng was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that credits could indeed be bought. In the past, Qin Zhan had spent a fortune to acquire a credit top-up card worth 10,000 credits for him. It dawned on him that these wealthy heirs were evidently not short on money. He placed great importance on credits, whereas they appeared indifferent. It seemed that those affluent individuals were more concerned about the prestige that came with ranking high. Wang Heng shook his head in resignation. This was indeed the stark contrast between the affluent and the impoverished. And what about you? After all this discussion, you have yet to tell me your compatibility level and which martial body you intend to cultivate? Li Shui looked at Wang Heng with curiosity. Wang Heng regained his composure and smiled as he said, "My compatibility with the Xuanwu Divine Body is at level 1, while the Qinglong Divine Body and the Zhuke Divine Body both stand at level 2. The compatibility with the Baihu Divine Body, however, is only at level 3. Does this mean you intend to cultivate the Xuanwu Divine Body?" Li Shui inquired. Wang Heng's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded. "Indeed, I cannot afford to wait until my 4th year to ascend to the warrior rank as you did. I must expedite my cultivation of the martial body, advance to the warrior rank, and subsequently strive to earn credits through rankings." Naturally, he would not foolishly disclose his intention to cultivate multiple martial bodies, as it would be impossible to explain. Even with a clone, he could only exhibit the cultivation of 2 martial bodies. Yes, the Xuanwu Divine Body truly suits you. Given your inherent strength, it is wise to further enhance this advantage. At least during your 1st and 2nd years, you should be able to amass a substantial amount of credits through ranking pursuits. Li Shui nodded in agreement. She was acutely aware of Wang Heng's family circumstances, thus comprehending his desire to accumulate credits. Without the threat of your doubled strength, I will dominate the rankings of both the Locking Demon Tower and the War God Tower next month, Wang Heng said with a hint of anticipation. Li Shui self-deprecatingly remarked, "What kind of genius am I? Individuals like Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan are the true geniuses, especially Fu Yuhan. Nearly all the instructors believe she has the potential to ascend to the War God rank in the future. Who can predict the future? I believe your diligent efforts and early preparations for the War God rank will surely be rewarded by fate. You will undoubtedly ascend to the War God rank." Wang Heng encouraged with a smile. "Thank you for your kind words," Li Shui replied with a faint smile, raising her cup and finishing its contents in one go. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was time for the exclusive guidance of teacher Zhuo Wenbin. "Wang Heng, your martial body compatibility should have been assessed by now. Which martial body do you intend to cultivate?" Zhuo Wenbin's figure appeared on the electronic screen, and he inquired directly without any preamble. Wang Heng had prepared for this and promptly replied, "Teacher Zhuo, I plan to cultivate both the Xuanwu Divine Body and the Zhuke Divine Body." The external manifestations of these 2 martial bodies were too prominent for Wang Heng to conceal. "What are your compatibilities with these 2 martial bodies?" Zhuo Wenbin asked, narrowing his brows. Wang Heng answered candidly, "Teacher Zhuo, my compatibility with the Xuanwu Divine Body is level 1, and with the Zhuke Divine Body it is level 2. And the Qinglong Divine Body?" Zhuo Wenbin inquired again. "It is also level 2. Wang Heng responded. Zhuo Wenbin pondered for a moment and suggested, "I recommend that you cultivate the Qinglong Divine Body. Although it takes 5 years to reach perfection, with your clone assisting, you would require only 2.5 years. By then, with a perfected Qinglong Divine Body, your cultivation talent will elevate by a level, significantly increasing your chances of advancing to the War General rank in the future." Wang Heng shook his head in response, saying, "Teacher Zhuo, if I remain in the quasi-warrior realm for an extended period, I will be unable to accumulate a significant number of credits through the ranking challenge. You have already earned quite a few credits this time. In fact, not much is required at the quasi-warrior level. You should focus on breaking through to the general level in the future." Zhuo Wenbin looked at Wang Heng and spoke solemnly. "I understand that your family circumstances are not favorable, but having money does not guarantee a breakthrough to the general level. On the contrary, if you manage to ascend to the general level in the future, coupled with your talent for creating avatars, your earning potential will undoubtedly surpass that of other generals, and you need not worry about financial constraints." Wang Heng comprehended teacher Zhuo's advice, yet the latter was oblivious to his true situation. If he indeed possessed only a single avatar, following Zhuo Wenbin's counsel would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. However, the crux of the matter was that Wang Heng had multiple avatars. This information was something he dared not disclose. Sighing inwardly, he wore a defiant expression on his face, resolutely stating, "Teacher Zhuo, I still believe that cultivating the Xuanwu Divine Body and the Zhuke Divine Body is more suitable for me." Zhuo Wenbin gazed deeply at Wang Heng before responding gravely, "How about this? You may cultivate both the Xuanwu Divine Body and the Qinglong Divine Body simultaneously, at least to the level of great perfection. This way, you need not worry about the ranking challenge in the early stages." Wang Heng managed a bitter smile but gritted his teeth, stubbornly insisting, "Teacher Zhuo, I remain steadfast in my choice." Zhuo Wenbin, exasperated, pointed at Wang Heng and admonished, "Why are you so obstinate? As your teacher, would I lead you astray? Ask yourself, have I been anything but earnest in my guidance these past few days?" Wang Heng replied respectfully, "Teacher Zhua, your guidance has been sincere and responsible, and I am immensely grateful. Then why do you still refuse to heed my advice? I am, after all, a senior general, and I even consulted a god-level expert regarding your situation. Are we truly conspiring against you?" Zhuo Wenbin pressed. Wang Heng remained silent. He could not afford to reveal the information about his multiple avatars, thus rendering him unable to explain further. "Very well, since you believe my guidance is of no use, you may practice on your own from now on. I shall see just how far you can go," Zhuo Wenbin huffed, understanding Wang Heng's thoughts as he abruptly terminated the communication. Wang Heng sighed, anticipating that Teacher Zhuo would no longer regard him kindly in the future. Chapter 36. Strength of 900 kilograms in a spacious office. Zhuo Wenbin suddenly slammed the table, rising to his feet as he vociferously rebuked, "How foolish! How exceedingly arrogant! I have never encountered such a student." After severing communication with Wang Heng, his anger still simmered. After all, he had devoted many days to prepare for Wang Heng and even sought the counsel of a formidable warrior, only to have his efforts met with indifference from Wang Heng. Of course, Zhuo Wenbin's intentions had never been driven by a desire for gratitude. Rather, the thought of his heartfelt efforts being disregarded ignited a fire within him. "Teacher Zhuo, what has transpired? Were you not mentoring Wang Heng?" In the distance, Teng Qingwan, who was guiding Fu Yuhan, cast a puzzled glance. Zhuo Wenbin snorted disdainfully. "I offered him my guidance, yet he showed no appreciation whatsoever." He then recounted the situation to Teng Qingwan. Upon hearing his account, Teng Qingwan sighed. "Your suggestions are indeed sound. However, all students at Haida are prodigies, and prodigies tend to be egotistical, firmly believing in their own ideas. We can only guide them gradually." Zhuo Wenbin scoffed. "If you consider Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan to be geniuses, I have no objections, but what merits does Wang Heng possess as a genius? Were it not for the mutation of his doppelganger, granting him a 100 enhancement in strength, he would have had no chance of entering our Haida." Teng Qingwan frowned. "Teacher Zhuo, you must always remember that you are an educator and cannot engage in a battle of wills with your students." Zhuo Wenbin was momentarily taken aback and then replied, "I apologize. My words were inappropriate. However, I am frustrated by his lack of progress. You are well aware of his cultivation talent. Without relying on the Azure Dragon Divine Body to enhance his abilities, advancing to the rank of a war general will be exceedingly difficult for him. Moreover, I have made concessions by allowing him to cultivate the Black Tortoise Divine Body concurrently, thereby enabling him to accrue credits." Zhuo Wenbin continued, "Yet, he chooses to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Divine Body instead? I simply cannot fathom the reasoning behind his decision." Li Shui has also opted for the Vermilion Bird Divine Body. Teng Qingwan interjected suddenly. Zhuo Wenbin retorted, "Li Shui possesses at least C-grade cultivation talent. Given her background, advancing to the rank of a war general is certainly within her reach. Her choice to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Divine Body is a preparation for her future pursuit of the rank of a war god. Surely, you do not suggest that Wang Heng shares the same aspirations? Perhaps that is indeed his intention." Teng Qingwan replied with a smile. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head. "I do not mock him, but with his talent, even striving for the rank of a war general is exceedingly arduous. How could he possibly aim for the rank of a war god?" Teng Qingwan chuckled. "You may not be aware, but Li Shui and he were classmates in high school, and they are friends. I suspect his decision to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Divine Body is influenced by her. Ha! I look forward to his future ascension as a war god." Zhuo Wenbin was rendered speechless, uncertain whether to commend Wang Heng's audacity or to lament his ignorance. "Are you truly not planning to continue mentoring Wang Heng?" Teng Qingwan inquired. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head. "If he refuses to heed my guidance, how can I possibly continue? With such time at hand, I might as well offer guidance to Xie Yuanhao." Having said that, Zhuo Wenbin returned to his seat and connected to Xie Yuanhao's communication. "Teacher Zhuo, you called for me?" Xie Yuanhao, upon seeing Zhuo Wenbin's visage on the electronic screen, hastily bowed in respect. Though brimming with arrogance, he held profound reverence for his teacher, as he only respected the strong. Zhuo Wenbin, pleased, nodded and smiled, The compatibility of your martial body has been determined, has it not? Have you made a decision on which martial body to cultivate? Xie Yuanhao was still contemplating which martial body to pursue. Upon hearing Zhuo Wenbin's inquiry, he promptly responded, Teacher Zhuo, my Azure Dragon Divine Body has a compatibility rating of level 2, while the other 3 martial bodies are rated at level 1. Which martial body do you believe I should choose for cultivation? He was not foolish. He understood that his teacher's insights were far broader and more comprehensive than his own solitary musings. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Even your martial body's compatibility is exceptionally high, Zhuo Wenbin praised, then pondered. The Azure Dragon Divine Body can be dismissed outright. With your cultivation talent, you do not require such a minor enhancement. Pursuing this would be a sheer waste of time. Xie Yuanhao nodded in agreement, as he shared the same sentiment. As for the remaining 3 martial bodies, Zhuo Wenbin continued, in fact, all 3 can be cultivated concurrently. Since each has a compatibility rating of level 1, you can elevate all 3 to a proficient level within a mere 3 months. Furrowing his brow, Xie Yuanhao responded, Teacher Zhuo, I wish to ascend to the warrior rank as swiftly as possible. I have heard that achieving the battle general rank before the age of 20 qualifies one for admission into the War God Hall. Zhuo Wenbin looked at Xie Yuanhao with surprise, saying, I hadn't anticipated such ambition from you. The War God Hall is the pinnacle of our 3 great human powers, a sanctuary that cultivates not mere warriors but beings that transcend the concept of a war god. Moreover, to gain entry into the War God Hall, one must not only attain the battle general rank before turning 20, but must also elevate their skill level to perfection, an endeavor that presents its own formidable challenges. Zhuo Wenbin gazed intently at Xie Yuanhao, speaking gravely, I am not concerned about your ability to reach the battle general rank before 20. However, grasping the perfection level of skill is no simple feat. I must expedite my ascension to the battle general rank, then devote myself entirely to enhancing my skill level, Xie Yuanhao declared resolutely. Another determined genius, Zhuo Wenbin thought to himself with a silent sigh. Why did I even mention him again? Wang Heng hardly qualifies as a genius. Shaking his head, Zhuo Wenbin contemplated. Given your lofty ambitions, it is indeed unwise to squander too much time on martial body cultivation. I suggest you focus solely on the Xuanwu Divine Body and the Zhuke Divine Body, cultivating these 2 to a proficient level. The Zhuke Divine Body will aid your future ascension to War God, while the Xuanwu Divine Body will significantly enhance your strength post-ascension to warrior rank, expediting your bone tempering process and consequently saving time in reaching the battle general rank. Upon hearing Zhuo Wenbin's explanation, Xie Yuanhao's face brightened with joy, and he quickly nodded. Very well, I shall heed your advice, teacher. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Zhuo Wenbin couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, a smile blooming on his face. As for Wang Heng, he had long been cast aside, forgotten. If he could indeed cultivate a super genius capable of entering the Hall of War Gods, Zhuo Wenbin would consider his life well lived. On September 21st, Wang Heng dressed and emerged from the bathroom, approaching the testing device. Today, he had consumed the last of the sacred body refining pills, and according to his estimations, his punching power should have reached 900 kilograms. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Wang Heng held his breath, focused his energy, and then struck fiercely at the target of the testing device. 908 kilograms. An exhilarated smile spread across Wang Heng's face as he beheld the number displayed on the screen. He had finally caught up with his peers in terms of physical strength. Next, he intended to cultivate the martial body, with the Xuanwu Divine Body as his first choice. Wang Heng pondered quietly. He needed to amass a substantial amount of credits through ranking, thus prioritizing the Xuanwu Divine Body was imperative. Resolute in his thoughts, Wang Heng promptly activated his smart wristband to request the resources needed for the cultivation of the Xuanwu Divine Body from the school. Chapter 37. Cultivating the martial physique. Regrettably, the school only provides a single type of martial resource for free, leaving the rest to be procured at my own expense. After Wang Heng applied for the resources to cultivate the Xuanwu Divine Body, he accessed the school's marketplace to explore the required resources for the other 3 martial physiques. Utilizing the search function, Wang Heng swiftly discerned the results. The prices for the resources needed for the remaining 3 martial physiques were approximately equivalent. To cultivate a martial physique to the Xiaoqing realm, the required resources amount to 10 000 academic credits. To advance to the Deshang realm, the price escalates to 100,000 credits. Achieving the perfection realm demands an expenditure of 500,000 credits. This revelation left Wang Heng utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such exorbitant costs. The requirement of 100,000 credits for reaching the Deshang realm is nearly equivalent to 100 million, which explains why the nation refrains from promoting it externally. Ordinary martial artists outside could hardly afford such training. With such a substantial sum, one could potentially ascend to the rank of a general. It appears that aspirations for the perfection realm are futile. For the remaining 3 martial physiques, I can at most cultivate them to the Deshang realm. Wang Heng mused with a wry smile. Even with his dominance in the 4 rankings, he could only accumulate 400,000 credits monthly, necessitating 2 months to gather sufficient funds for a single martial physique's cultivation to the perfection realm. If he aimed to elevate all 3 martial physiques to that realm, he could not afford to delay his ascension to the warrior level by a year or 2. Moreover, it was improbable that he could maintain his position at the top of all 4 rankings alone. He could at best dominate the War God Tower and the Demon Locking Tower. It seems I must make some sacrifices. I shall prioritize the cultivation of the Zhuke divine body. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Heng resolved to elevate the Zhuke divine body to the perfection realm while allowing the other 2 martial physiques to reach the Deshang or Xiaoqing realms. After all, the Zhuke divine body would be instrumental for his future breakthroughs into the war god level, making it the foremost priority. In truth, had it not been for the need to ascend the rankings for credits, he would have undoubtedly chosen to cultivate the Zhuke divine body first, followed by the Xuanwu divine body. Ultimately, however, financial constraints prevailed. Unlike those from affluent families who could easily purchase credits, Wang Heng had to rely on ranking achievements to earn credit rewards from the school. Ding! Suddenly, a notification chimed from his smart wristband. Wang Heng glanced down to see that the resources he had previously applied for to cultivate the Xuanwu divine body had arrived at his dormitory door. He promptly went to retrieve the resources. Simultaneously, with gritted teeth, he placed an order through the school marketplace to purchase the necessary resources for cultivating the Zhuke divine body. Of course, he only acquired those required for reaching the Xiaoqing and Deshang realms. Even so, this expenditure drained Wang Heng of 110,000 credits, leaving him with a mere 36,000 credits remaining. Truly, spending felt like a relentless torrent. Wang Heng felt a pang of anguish so intense it was difficult to breathe. To have spent such a staggering sum of 1 billion was beyond his previous imagination. Thus, he resolved to immerse himself in cultivation to numb the pain of his financial outlay. Summoning all his avatars, Wang Heng practiced the Xuanwu divine body alongside his 21 duplicates, progressing at a velocity akin to that of a rocket. What would typically require a week to attain the minor achievement realm was accomplished by Wang Heng in less than 10 hours. Uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength, he rose at dusk after refining the Xuanwu divine body to the minor achievement realm and promptly proceeded to the testing device nearby. At that moment, he could distinctly sense a significant augmentation in his power, surpassing even the effects of the sacred body refinement pills he had previously consumed. Teacher Zhua had remarked that the martial body at the minor achievement realm could yield a 30 enhancement. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that his strength had indeed increased by that margin. Standing before the testing apparatus, Wang Heng inhaled deeply, then unleashed a powerful punch towards the target ahead. With a resounding thud, the screen of the device immediately displayed a figure, 1,185 kilograms. A look of astonishment spread across Wang Heng's face. His strength had directly exceeded 1,000 kilograms, reaching the threshold of a primary warrior. It is worth noting that this was his inherent power, not the combined strength of his avatars. Should he merge all his duplicates, he surmised that his strength could potentially surpass 3,000 kilograms. The thought startled even him. From his understanding, the strength of a primary warrior ranges between 1,000 kg and 5,000 kilograms. This implied that once he perfected the Xuanwu divine body and integrated all his avatars, his might could rival that of a mid-level warrior. Such a notion was nearly unfathomable. How could a budding warrior possess power comparable to that of a mid-level warrior? Exercising caution, Wang Heng contemplated the implications. A budding warrior exhibiting strength on par with a mid-level warrior would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Unless one had consumed the blood of a dragon in their youth, which was clearly unattainable for Wang Heng. In silent calculation, he deduced that upon achieving perfection in the Xuanwu divine body, his strength could reach 1,800 kilograms, and subsequently doubling that would yield an impressive 3,600 kilograms. This figure represented the strength he could publicly display. Exceeding it would be deemed unusual and might provoke scrutiny from others. Sufficient for now with such power. Even if his classmates advanced to warrior rank, they would struggle to surpass him in the near term. In the days that followed, Wang Heng continued to refine the Xuanwu divine body. Achieving first-level compatibility typically required a month to reach the Great Achievement realm. However, with 21 avatars training alongside him, he effectively accelerated this process 21-fold. Thus, in less than 2 days, he attained the Great Achievement realm in the Xuanwu divine body. Following testing, his punching power had escalated to 1,500 kilograms. On September 24th, Wang Heng began concurrently practicing the Zhuke divine body, and by September 27th, he had cultivated it to the minor achievement realm. On September 28th, Wang Heng began his dual cultivation of the Azure Dragon divine body. By September 30th, he had successfully refined the Azure Dragon divine body to the minor completion stage. The compatibility at the second level significantly hindered his cultivation speed, forcing him to temporarily limit his training of both the Vermilion Bird divine body and the Azure Dragon divine body to the minor completion stage. As Wang Heng assessed his condition, he discovered that after achieving the minor completion of the Azure Dragon divine body, his cultivation speed had increased by approximately 30%. However, upon reaching the minor completion of the Vermilion Bird divine body, he noticed no remarkable improvement, as if he had not cultivated it at all. Wang Heng understood that this was due to the fire attribute attack associated with the Vermilion Bird divine body, which could only manifest after he advanced to the warrior level and cultivated his vital energy. Unfortunately, his compatibility with both the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon divine bodies remained at a mere second level. To elevate these two martial bodies to the major completion stage would require a year's time. Even with his 21 clones hastening the process, it would still take half a month. Thus, Wang Heng was compelled to confine their cultivation to the minor completion stage for the time being. Additionally, he faced a shortage of academic credits. Advancing the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird divine bodies to the major completion stage would necessitate 200,000 credits. Yet he currently possessed only 26,000. Fortunately, tomorrow marked October 1st, heralding the onset of the competition rankings. A gleam of confidence sparkled in Wang Heng's eyes. This time, he aimed to secure the top spot on both leaderboards. Chapter 38. The top of 2 rankings on October 1st. A group of first-year students gathered once again on the playground. Wang Heng's gaze swept across his fellow classmates, particularly scrutinizing the 2 prodigies, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan. Upon realizing that both remained at the threshold of becoming martial artists, Wang Heng silently exhaled a sigh of relief. These 2 individuals possessed the finest talents and were the most likely candidates to ascend to the warrior level within a month. However, it was evident that they had likely cultivated more than one martial body, which explained their current status. This was advantageous. At least for this month, they would not pose a threat to him, Wang Heng mused. He needed to retain his position atop the rankings for a few more months to accumulate sufficient academic credits. Just then, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, approached. Wang Heng immediately greeted them. At Hai University, aside from Li Shui, his only connection was with this pair of twins. As for his other classmates, they had been engrossed in their training throughout the month, resulting in little interaction. In truth, Wang Heng had only shared a few meals with the Zhao brothers. After all, everyone was preoccupied with their cultivation. Wang Heng, I heard that Li Shui has only cultivated the Vermilion Bird divine body. It seems you will monopolize the top spots of both the Demon Locking Tower and the War God Tower this time, Zhao Hai remarked, patting Wang Heng's shoulder with a broad smile, offering his early congratulations. Zhao Lei, with an envious expression, added, the top of both rankings means 200,000 credits. You must treat us tonight, and be sure to invite Li Shui as well. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng playfully scolded, I see that last statement is your true intention. Hehe, who could blame me? Since you don't harbor any romantic intentions towards Li Shui, I shan't be polite, Zhao Lei chuckled. Knowing Wang Heng had no interest in dating, Zhao Lei seized this opportunity to forge an introduction with Li Shui through Wang Heng. Wang Heng, unperturbed, replied with a smile. All right, I'll invite her over tonight. However, I advise you to not harbor any designs on her. She won't be distracted until she ascends to the war god level. That's when she's in your presence. If faced with a handsome man like me, even a celestial maiden would find it hard to resist, Zhao Lei unabashedly proclaimed. Indeed, my brother speaks wisely. Zhao Hai nodded in agreement. As twins, Zhao Hai naturally received praise alongside Zhao Lei's self-aggrandizement. Wang Heng was left speechless by the shamelessness of the duo. Fortunately, at that moment, teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Tang Qingwan arrived at the playground. With their arrival, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. The students appeared invigorated and full of spirit. Zhuo Wenbin, with piercing eyes, scanned the crowd and boisterously declared, "It seems that you have all been diligently training this past month. However, whether a horse is truly a horse can only be determined when it is led out for a stroll. Today, the rankings will be updated. I hope each of you achieves commendable results." The students were all animated, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The two teachers did not linger long. One led the boys' class, while the other took charge of the girls' class, departing the playground in unison. The boys' class did not first venture into the virtual arena. Instead, they arrived at the Demon Lock Tower. Upon sighting the familiar structure, the expressions of the boys shifted dramatically. Even Wang Heng could not suppress a few dry heaves. To be honest, I genuinely wish to concede. After all, my ranking lies beyond the top 100, and the reward is merely a few thousand credits. Zhao Lei lamented. Wang Heng chuckled. If you're not afraid of teachers with thrashing you, then by all means, concede. Zhao Lei glanced at the stern-faced Zhuo Wenbin nearby and instinctively recoiled, immediately refraining from further comment. Zhuo Wenbin was known for his strict teaching methods. Even exemplary students like Wang Heng had been called out multiple times this month. Those ranked outside the top 100 dared not provoke Zhuo Wenbin further. Fortunately, I skipped breakfast. Zhao Hai expressed with relief. If I hadn't tea, I might have lost my bile as well, Wang Heng remarked with a sidelong glance, shaking his head subtly. As time passed, one by one, classmates emerged from the Demon Lock Tower, faces drawn and disheveled. From a distance, Wang Heng and his companions could detect that familiar foul odor. Regrettably, no one could escape such torment. Soon it was Wang Heng's turn. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely approached the entrance of the Demon Lock Tower. Zhuo Wenbin stood at the entrance, observing Wang Heng's approach with a cold remark. Cherish this final reward. Next month, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan will ascend to the warrior level. Even if your strength doubles, it will be impossible for you to surpass them. Wang Heng remained silent, bowing respectfully to Zhuo Wenbin before entering the tower. Zhuo Wenbin sighed, watching Wang Heng's vanishing figure, unable to suppress a shake of his head. His feelings were not rooted in anger but rather in frustration at unfulfilled potential. A student endowed with the clone ability, even if unable to become a war god, could still attain the status of a high-ranking warrior, with future prospects not inferior to those of a beginner war god. Yet Wang Heng was too obstinate. Without the enhancement of the Azure Dragon body to improve his cultivation aptitude, it was likely he would remain at the warrior level for the rest of his life. What could a warrior with the clone ability achieve? Ultimately, they would remain mere cannon fodder. I hope you do not come to regret this decision in the future, Zhuo Wenbin thought to himself. During his second attempt at the Demon Lock Tower, Wang Heng displayed remarkable proficiency. Although the demon beasts still revolted his senses, he charged effortlessly to the 7th level. The beasts at this level were 4th-tier initial stage creatures, with strength around 1,500 kilograms. Wang Heng had struggled against them previously, but this time he dispatched them with ease. However, the 8th level housed 4th-tier peak beasts, approximately 4,000 kilograms in strength. Wang Heng, merging 21 clones, elevated his strength to 4,600 kilograms to defeat it. Exiting the Demon Lock Tower, Wang Heng appeared quite at ease. He was confident that, prior to achieving the warrior level, none of his classmates could conquer the 8th level. How did you defeat the beasts on the 8th level? Zhuo Wenbin inquired, gazing at the emerging Wang Heng with incredulity. The 8th-tier demon beast is a formidable foe, and he is acutely aware of its prowess. Within the realm of aspiring warriors, it is nearly impossible for anyone to vanquish such a beast. Even with a talent that effectively doubles his strength, Wang Heng's current power barely exceeds 2,000 kilograms. How could he possibly defeat a demon beast that is twice as powerful, unless his mastery of technique has reached an exquisite level? Teacher Zhua, my Xuanwu divine body has already attained the level of great perfection, Wang Heng explained. Impossible. Even if your affinity with the Xuanwu divine body is at level 1, it is inconceivable that you could cultivate so swiftly. Zhou Wenbin initially expressed astonishment, then shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps my affinity with the Xuanwu divine body exceeds level 1. Regardless, I find the cultivation process quite effortless, Wang Heng replied. Zhou Wenbin regarded Wang Heng with a penetrating gaze. While the possibility was slim, it indeed existed. The so-called level 1 affinity allows for the cultivation of the martial body to great perfection within a month, a statistic derived from extensive official research. However, each individual's constitution and comprehension vary, and it is not uncommon for exceptional cases to arise. One could only say that Wang Heng was extraordinarily fortunate to be so well suited to the Xuanwu divine body. Following the conclusion of the testing at the Demon Locking Tower, the male students proceeded to the virtual hall. Wang Heng's results in the skill assessment were disappointing, ranking him at 633rd place, a drop of over 100 positions from his last performance. Nonetheless, this outcome was anticipated, as he had scarcely practiced the body refinement fist this month. He had no intention of advancing his skill level for the time being. In the subsequent testing at the God of War Tower, Wang Heng secured the top position with a striking power of 3,000 kilograms. The second place was held by Li Shui, with a striking power of 1,800 kilograms. The third was a classmate who had also cultivated the Xuanwu divine body to great perfection, achieving a striking power of 1,500 kilograms. Wang Heng speculated that this individual, like Li Shui, had chosen to cultivate the Xuanwu divine body without first assessing affinity, and fortuitously possessed a level 1 affinity, enabling him to reach great perfection in just 1 month. Such individuals will undoubtedly ascend to warrior status next month. Wang Heng felt a sense of pressure. Many students would surely advance to warrior rank next month, and their strength would inevitably see a significant enhancement. Chapter 39. Thorn in the Eye, October 2nd. Wang Heng gazed at his credit balance, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face. This time, he had secured first place in 2 categories, earning a remarkable 202,000 credits, surpassing his previous achievement. Undoubtedly, the most dazzling performer remained Fu Yuhan. This young lady not only ranked first in the virtual arena but also held the top position in points and secured second place in the Demon Lock Tower and fourth in the War God Tower. Such rankings were enough to earn her nearly 300,000 credits, leaving Wang Heng filled with envy. Wang Heng, have your credits arrived? Don't forget to treat us to dinner tonight. Most importantly, make sure to invite the campus belle. At that moment, Zhao Lei sent a message to Wang Heng. After reading it, Wang Heng couldn't help but feel speechless. Yet, he promptly reached out to Li Shui. Do you have time for dinner tonight? Sure. Li Shui quickly replied. Thank you for today. Otherwise, I would have had to move. We are old classmates. No need to be so formal. Wang Heng smiled faintly. Today, during the dormitory allocation, he had chosen the A1 key representing the Demon Lock Tower, naturally leaving the B1 key representing the War God Tower for Li Shui, the second place winner, thus sparing her from relocating. See you tonight. After concluding the call with Li Shui, Wang Heng resumed his training in the Zhuke Divine Body. This month, he aimed to cultivate the Zhuke Divine Body to a perfected state before continuing with the Xuanwu Divine Body. In the evening at the school cafeteria, Wang Heng arrived punctually with Li Shui and the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei.
Lida Beauty.
I have long heard of your name, and today, seeing you in person, you truly resemble a celestial maiden descended to earth. Upon spotting Li Shui, Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly extended his hand to shake hers. Wang Heng swiftly interjected, grasping Zhao Lei's hand first, and cheerfully remarked, a simple greeting will suffice. No need to be so forward. Come on, you still claim you have no ties with her? Zhao Lei shot Wang Heng a disdainful look. Wang Heng chuckled. I am her male best friend. Is that a problem? All right, male best friend. Let's see if I can make you go bankrupt today. Zhao Lei glared at Wang Heng, gritting his teeth, before grumbling as he sat down to begin ordering. Li Shui and Zhao Hai watched them banter with amused smiles. While waiting for their meals, the group discussed the day's test. Naturally, Wang Heng was the object of their envy. Next month will be tough for me. All of you will be advancing to warrior level, while it seems only Li Shui and I will remain at the preliminary warrior stage, Wang Heng said humbly. But haven't you already cultivated the Xuanwu divine body to perfection? Why aren't you advancing to warrior level? Zhao Hai inquired, puzzled. That's because I intend to continue refining the Zhuke divine body. Wang Heng replied candidly. Zhao Hai was taken aback, then gave Wang Heng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're impressive, managing to cultivate 2 divine bodies simultaneously." He and his brother Zhao Lei had only chosen to cultivate 1 divine body each. After all, they do not wish to squander too much time in the realm of aspiring warriors. Given their exceptional talents, early advancement to the rank of battle general would significantly enhance their chances of ultimately breaking through to become a battle god. Should you fail to attain the rank of warrior before next month's examination, it is likely that the top positions in the Demon Lock Tower and Battle God Tower will be claimed by Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao. Zhao Lei chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Suddenly, Li Shui interjected, "Fu Yuhan is indeed a possibility, but Xie Yuanhao has trained in 2 martial bodies. He may require another month to reach the warrior rank." Wang Heng, intrigued, glanced at Li Shui and inquired, "Are you well acquainted with them?" "We all hail from the capital. What do you think?" Li Shui retorted, casting him an exasperated look. Wang Heng was taken aback, realizing that they were all scions of prestigious families. Damn, all these aristocrats vying with us commoners for academic credits. He silently lamented. "You should strive to advance to the warrior rank swiftly. I've heard that Fu Yuhan has long regarded you as a thorn in her side," Li Shui remarked. The Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, perked up, their expressions betraying their curiosity. Wang Heng, bewildered, responded, "When did I ever offend her? I haven't even spoken to her. It's not that you've wronged her. Rather, your ranking obstructs her ambitions," Li Shui replied with a smile. Fu Yuhan was renowned as a prodigious young lady during her time in the capital. Whenever she appears on a ranking list, she is determined to secure the top spot. Having been overshadowed by you in the recent 2 months of assessments in both the Demon Lock Tower and Battle God Tower, she naturally harbors a grudge. Li Shui then turned her gaze back to Wang Heng, a glint of mischief evident in her eyes. "It's not just Fu Yuhan. I've heard that Xie Yuanhao also views you as an obstacle. They are both eagerly waiting to surpass you." Wang Heng, exasperated, exclaimed, "As a commoner, isn't it tough enough for me to earn credits? Why are they fixated on me? Why else would they focus on you, the one who has monopolized the top 2 ranks? Surely, they cannot be concerned with someone ranked outside the top 100. Zhao Lei chuckled. Zhao Hai clapped Wang Heng on the shoulder, encouraging him with a grin. "Fear not. A true man does not bow his head. Stand your ground against them. After all, you possess the advantage of doubled strength, and with the training of the Xuanwu divine body, at least in the early stages of the warrior rank, your advantages are considerable. Indeed, with your doubled strength, once you break through to the warrior rank, you might directly ascend to the intermediate warrior realm. At least during your freshman year, they will find it quite challenging to surpass you," Li Shui concurred. "Thank you for your kind words," Wang Heng replied, though beneath his jovial facade lay a heavy burden. Who wouldn't he feel apprehensive under the scrutiny of 2 extraordinary talents? Nevertheless, he was resolute not to concede, for higher rankings translated to greater rewards in credits, and more credits facilitated swifter enhancement of strength. This constituted a healthy competition. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Wang Heng immersed himself in rigorous training. Time was fleeting for the Chinese team. No, for Wang Heng himself. To cultivate the Xuanwu divine body to its consummate state, even with a compatibility level of 1, it requires a minimum of 3 years. With the assistance of my 21 avatars, this duration would still amount to at least a month and a half. After pondering for a moment, Wang Heng resolved to dedicate this month to focusing on the cultivation of the Zhuke divine body, where his compatibility level stands at 2. To reach the major completion stage, he would need merely a year. With the aid of his avatars, this time could be reduced by a factor of 21, resulting in just half a month. Thus, He would first elevate the Zhuke divine body to the major completion stage before resuming his efforts on the Xuanwu divine body. However, throughout this month, Wang Heng frequently heard from the Zhao brothers Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei that many of their classmates had already ascended to the warrior level. Both Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei had also achieved this advancement. By the end of the month, only a scant few students remained at the quasi-martial artist level. Chapter 40. Li Shue's best friend. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. On November 1st, Wang Heng fortuitously claimed the top position in the War God Tower. He publicly demonstrated a striking fist strength of 3,600 kilograms. He had proclaimed that he had perfected the Xuanwu divine body. Consequently, his foundational fist strength stood at 1,800 kilograms, which doubled upon merging with his doppelganger, resulting in a remarkable 3,600 kilograms. This figure was exceedingly reasonable and faced no skepticism. However, the journey to secure the first place in the War God Tower was fraught with peril. The second-ranked Fu Yuhan unleashed a fist strength of 3,500 kilograms, just a hair's breadth away from surpassing Wang Heng. Undoubtedly, Fu Yuhan had ascended to the warrior level. This girl is truly a prodigy. Upon her elevation to the warrior level, she experienced a surge of 2,000 kilograms in strength, prompting Wang Heng to marvel in admiration. Typically, aspiring warriors, upon their initial advancement to the warrior level, exhibit significant strength gains due to their first-time practice of the return to origin technique, which absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. After enduring prolonged periods of deprivation, their initial enhancement tends to be substantial. A singular increase of over 500 kilograms is considered average, while a boost exceeding 1,000 kilograms is regarded as exceptional. An increase of over 1,500 kilograms is deemed extraordinary. However, to witness an increase of over 2,000 kilograms, as Fu Yuhan has achieved, marks her as a prodigy among prodigies, a paragon of talent. In contrast, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, managed merely a gain of just over 1,000 kilograms after their ascension to the warrior level. Although I possess slightly greater strength than her, I cannot match her combat prowess. Wang Heng sighed with resignation. In the recent rankings of the Demon Ceiling Tower, he secured the second position with Fu Yuhan in first. Both had traversed the 8th level, yet Wang Heng found himself struggling against the beasts of that tier. Conversely, Fu Yuhan, utilizing her subtle mastery of technique, effortlessly dispatched the 8th level's beasts. According to the rules of the Demon Ceiling Tower, when two individuals conquer the same level, the one who completes it more swiftly claims the higher rank. Thus, in this month's assessment, Wang Heng garnered just over 150,000 credits. Fortunately, Fu Yuhan chose to continue residing in dormitory C1, sparing Wang Heng the inconvenience of relocating. On November 17th, Wang Heng opened his eyes from meditation, his face alight with joy. The Zhuke divine body had finally reached the realm of great accomplishment. With the assistance of his 21 doppelgangers, Wang Heng had elevated the Zhuke divine body to this stage in merely half a month, a pace undeniably swift. Li Shue had commenced her training on the Zhuke divine body even earlier, yet she remained at the minor accomplishment level. It must be said that having multiple doppelgangers training alongside one is akin to wielding a cheat code. Now, both my Xuanwu and Zhuke divine bodies have attained the great accomplishment stage, and even my Qinglong divine body has reached the minor accomplishment level. Wang Heng pondered over his current state of martial arts cultivation. Among the 4 primary martial bodies, he had mastered 3, with only the White Tiger divine body remaining. His compatibility with the White Tiger divine body was rated at level 3, which would significantly slow his progress. Wang Heng's primary focus remained on the Xuanwu divine body and the Zhuke divine body. Now that he had achieved mastery in the Zhuke divine body, he could continue his cultivation of the Xuanwu divine body. After all, the resources required to attain perfection in the Zhuke divine body would cost a staggering 500,000 credits, while Wang Heng currently possessed only 381,000 credits. He needed to continue accumulating credits. The days of cultivation were exceedingly monotonous, prompting Wang Heng to occasionally invite Li Shue, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei for dinner. At the end of this month, Wang Heng once again arranged a gathering with the trio. "Where are Wang Heng and Li Shue?" Zhao Lei eagerly inquired upon seeing Wang Heng. During this period, he had exhausted every possible tactic to win Li Shue's affection. Yet, regrettably, to no avail. Wang Heng looked at Zhao Lei helplessly and replied. She said she would be here shortly. Zhao Lei, are you still not willing to give up?
Cao Lei chuckled.
I am resolutely determined to win her heart. I swear I will have her. You are merely courting your own misery. She is willing to remain at the quasi-warrior level for 3 years just to cultivate the Zhuke divine body. This clearly indicates her fervent desire to ascend to the god of war level. Do you truly believe she would divert her thoughts elsewhere? Wang Heng shook his head, harboring no hope for Zhao Lei's pursuit of Li Shui. I will wait for her until she reaches the god of war level, Zhao Lei proclaimed with a lovesick expression. Wang Heng, uninterested in his antics, shifted his gaze to Zhao Hai and congratulated him. I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion to the warrior level. By the way, how much strength did you gain from this breakthrough? Indeed, Zhao Hai had recently advanced to the warrior level, and even Zhao Lei was not far behind. Over half of their classmates had already elevated to the warrior level this month. Frankly, Wang Heng felt a sense of pressure. He anticipated the upcoming test would be quite challenging. I increased my strength by 1500 kg. My current punching power is 3000 kilograms. Zhao Hai could hardly contain his smile, clearly pleased with his breakthrough. In fact, achieving a 1,500 kilograms increase in strength upon advancing to the warrior level was a rare accomplishment. Not to mention, Zhao Hai had also refined the Xuanwu divine body to a state of great perfection. With such a breakthrough, it was likely that after a few more months of training, Zhao Hai would ascend to the intermediate warrior level. Impressive. It seems that by next month your strength will surpass mine, Wang Heng remarked. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes, retorting, comparing a warrior to a quasi-warrior like you is simply a futile endeavor. Furthermore, once you advance to the warrior level, coupled with your strength doubling effect, you will easily surpass me in an instant. Indeed, Wang Heng, are you still cultivating the Zhuke divine body? Are you planning to spend 3 years before advancing to the warrior level? Zhao Lei chimed in with his inquiry. Wang Heng naturally could not speak the truth. He shook his head and replied, no, after some time, once I cultivate the Zhuke divine body to perfection, I will be able to ascend to the warrior realm. But that will take a whole year. Zhao Lei frowned, recalling that Wang Heng's compatibility with the Zhuke divine body was at level 2, requiring a year to reach perfection. Have you forgotten? He possesses a doppelganger, which allows him to have his training time, Zhao Hai interjected. Zhao Lei suddenly realized and said, then he only needs 6 months, which is indeed much quicker. Enough about me. Li Shui has arrived. That is. Wang Heng glanced towards the cafeteria entrance, already spotting Li Shui's silhouette, but beside her stood a familiar figure. It was, in fact, Fu Yuhan. Wang Heng was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Shui would invite Fu Yuhan. It is Fu Yuhan. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei also recognized the illustrious genius beside Li Shui. They immediately stood up, watching as the 2 young women approached. Along the way, numerous classmates cast their gazes upon them. After all, one was the campus belle, and the other was a prodigious talent, both prominent figures in their freshman year. This is my dear friend. I need not introduce her, right? Li Shui said with a smile, pulling Fu Yuhan along. Zhao Lei hurriedly chimed in, adopting a flattering demeanor. The beautiful Fu is undoubtedly the top genius of our freshman class. Who wouldn't recognize her? Hello, Miss Fu. I am Zhao Hai, and this is my brother Zhao Lei. Zhao Hai stood to greet her. Fu Yuhan nodded in acknowledgement before directing her gaze toward Wang Heng, a subtle glint of combativeness in her eyes. Wang Heng felt somewhat helpless. He had long learned from Li Shui that he was a thorn in Fu Yuhan's side, and it seemed to hold true. Miss Fu. I am Wang Heng. A pleasure to meet you, Wang Heng said, then turned to Li Shui with a wry smile. You never mentioned she was your close friend. I just met her. Is that a problem? Li Shui shot him a glance and pulled Fu Yuhan down to sit. Wang Heng shrugged and took a seat as well. However, just as he settled down, he heard Fu Yuhan say, Wang Heng, next month, the first place in the War God Tower will likely be snatched away from you. Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback. But then he responded with a look of resignation. I anticipated this day. Your current punching power has likely surpassed mine by a considerable margin. You are bound to claim the top rank next month, which would be an unprecedented achievement. I am not referring to myself but to Xie Yuanhao. After he ascended to the warrior realm, he increased his power by 300 kg in one go. He now surpasses me, Fu Yuhan stated. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Chapter 41. The fallen genius, a single surge of strength, had increased to an astonishing 3,000 kilograms. It was truly terrifying. The few individuals present were profoundly shaken. Zhao Lei cursed under his breath. This bastard is truly abnormal. No wonder he mentioned wanting to drive Wang Heng out. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Hai delivered an elbow jab to him. Wang Heng furrowed his brows and inquired, "What did he say?" "Do not stop him." Zhao Hai shot a glare at Zhao Lei and then remarked, "You are well aware of Xie Yuanhao's character. He has always been arrogant and dismissive. It is likely that he has been feeling suppressed by you lately, so with this newfound power, he wishes to trample you beneath his feet." Upon hearing this, Wang Heng scoffed, comparing himself to me, a prospective martial artist? He certainly has made some progress. He truly lives up to being our freshman year's only S-rank genius. Once you break through to the warrior level, you will surpass him. Fu Yuhan turned to Wang Heng and said, "You need only to attain the warrior rank to outdo him." Wang Heng smiled lightly and replied, "I did not enroll in High University to engage in comparisons. Moreover, the journey ahead is long. What does a momentary victory or defeat signify?" Seeing this, Fu Yuhan chose not to press the matter further. The group chatted a while longer before gradually dispersing. December 1st, another round of testing had arrived. This time, numerous students were eager and restless, for apart from Wang Heng and Li Shui, the rest had already advanced to the warrior level. Among them, Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao shone the brightest, reportedly having entered the intermediate warrior tier. Indeed, during the test at the War God Tower, Xie Yuanhao secured first place with a punch strength of 4,800 kilograms. Nearing the intermediate warrior classification, Fu Yuhan was not far behind, ranking second with a punch strength of 4,600 kilograms, also close to the intermediate warrior level. Wang Heng, however, demonstrated a punch strength of only 3,600 kilograms, placing him seventh. Aside from Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao, several students who had cultivated the Xuanwu divine body had surpassed him in strength after ascending to the warrior level. Regarding the rankings in the Demon Lock Tower, Wang Heng had even fallen to the 10th position. As for the virtual arena and the points leaderboard, it would be best not to mention them. Wang Heng had only accumulated over 60,000 credits, and the only one worse off than him was likely Li Shui. However, Li Shui had long since abandoned aspirations for the leaderboard, and as the campus belle, her beauty had already captivated numerous classmates. Following his significant drop in rankings, Wang Heng faced a barrage of ridicule. After all, he had previously dominated the top of the rankings, and many who had secretly envied him were now more than willing to take pleasure in his misfortune. There is a saying that rings true: when one is a genius, those around them are benevolent. When one becomes a failure, those around them turn malevolent. Wang Heng felt this sentiment deeply. Wang Heng, do you still persist in cultivating the vermilion bird divine body? After the test concluded, Zhuo Wenbin summoned Wang Heng. Observing this once resplendent student who had now gradually faded into mediocrity, Zhuo Wenbin could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Amidst the relentless tides of fate, true genius ultimately prevails, while the mediocre, despite a fleeting opportunity that grants them a temporary advantage, shall inevitably be surpassed by genuine talent. Wang Heng's current predicament was long anticipated by Zhuo Wenbin. Teacher Zhuo, I remain steadfast in my pursuit of cultivating the Zhuke divine body. After a moment of silence, Wang Heng lifted his gaze, his resolve unwavering. Observing this, Zhuo Wenbin let out a sigh and advised, My dear child, your diligence and practice has not gone unnoticed. Frankly speaking, had it been anyone else, I would have long since dismissed this matter. Yet for you, I sincerely hope you can concentrate on cultivating the Qinglong divine body. As you have observed, the achievements of Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan speak volumes. I can assure you that, given their innate talent, their rate of advancement will only accelerate. It is likely that by the time they reach their third year, both will ascend to the ranks of battle generals. Zhuo Wenbin gazed at Wang Heng and continued, As for you, with your paltry D-level talent, even after advancing to the warrior rank, your cultivation speed will remain painfully slow. Who knows when you might reach the level of a battle general? Wang Heng remained silent, grappling with matters he could not articulate, and thus felt he was letting down Zhuo Wenbin's sincere intentions. Alas, you truly baffle me. Do as you wish. Zhuo Wenbin, observing Wang Heng's silence, sighed and turned to leave. Wang Heng watched the departing figure of his teacher, contemplating silently, "Teacher Zhua, I shall one day prove to you that I am not mistaken." Departing the playground, Wang Heng began his journey back to the dormitory, where it was finally his turn to relocate. However, upon returning, he was taken aback to discover Xie Yuanhao's presence. "Aren't you supposed to be in dormitory B1? Hurry and tidy up your belongings. I need to bring someone in to clean." Xie Yuanhao disdainfully glanced at Wang Heng and entered the dormitory, taking a seat on the nearby sofa. Wang Heng furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on him. If I recall correctly, this dormitory was meant to be vacated for Fu Yuhan. Fu Yuhan did not choose dormitory A1. I did, and what of it? Xie Yuanhao arrogantly raised a finger, pointing at Wang Heng, his demeanor haughty. "This is now my dormitory. You'd best get out." To be candid, after being overshadowed by Wang Heng on the rankings for months, Xie Yuanhao was filled with pent-up frustration that now erupted uncontrollably. "Leave if you must. Why the arrogance? After all, you're merely someone who has consumed my bathwater." Wang Heng was not one to suffer in silence. He offered no concession to Xie Yuanhao and shot back defiantly before turning to gather his belongings. "You!" Xie Yuanhao, infuriated, shouted at Wang Heng's retreating form, "You're nothing but a D-level talent, and yet you dare to be so brazen before me? Understand this, a waste will always be a waste. After masquerading as a genius for so long, have you not revealed your true self today? At least I have triumphed over you before." Once Wang Heng had packed his things, he made his way out of the dormitory. Xie Yuanhao gazed at his departing figure. A look of disdain etched upon his face as he remarked, "It's merely a temporary victory or defeat. I am utterly indifferent. From this moment forth, you and I inhabit two disparate worlds. I am the unparalleled genius, exalted and lofty, while you can only cower amidst the crowd, gazing up at my silhouette. How infuriatingly arrogant this fool is." Wang Heng, disinterested in further discourse with such a person, strode purposefully towards dormitory B7. Along the way, he encountered the hurried approach of the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei. "Wang Heng, I've heard that Fu Yuhan has exchanged dormitories with Xie Yuanhao," Zhao Hai exclaimed, urgency apparent in his demeanor. Zhao Lei, with a furrowed brow, voiced his concern. "Wang Heng, are you all right? I've heard that Xie Yuanhao is exceedingly arrogant and disregards everyone except Fu Yuhan. He didn't trouble you, did he?" Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces warmed Wang Heng's heart. At least not everyone was inclined to kick someone when they were down. "I'm fine. I'm still at school. What could he possibly do to me?" Wang Heng replied with a smile, then turned to Zhao Hai and added, "You must have earned quite a few credits today. It's your turn to treat us." "Absolutely." Zhao Hai responded with a hearty laugh. The trio departed together. Meanwhile, within dormitory A1, Xie Yuanhao, akin to a triumphant general, surveyed his domain with a sense of pride. "From this day forth, this shall be my permanent residence. No one shall wrest it from my grasp, not even Fu Yuhan," he declared with unwavering confidence. Though Fu Yuhan possessed refined skills, perhaps even surpassing his own in strength, Xie Yuanhao was confident in his ability to maintain dominance in combat. After all, his cultivation talent was rated S-class, ensuring that his future advancements would outpace Fu Yuhan's. Furthermore, once he ascended to the warrior level, he would have ample opportunity to enhance his skill level. Chapter 42. The genius transforms into a wastrel on December 7th. Wang Heng opened his eyes from his meditation, a gleam of joy illuminating his face. After many days of relentless training, he had finally perfected the Xuanwu divine body. Rising to his feet, he approached the testing apparatus nearby, inhaled deeply, and concentrated all his strength into a single fist before striking powerfully at the target. 1811 kilograms. A resounding noise echoed as the screen of the testing apparatus displayed a number that filled Wang Heng with delight. Indeed, upon achieving the perfected state of the Xuanwu divine body, his inherent strength had doubled. What might my power reach if I were to merge all my avatars? With that thought, Wang Heng acted swiftly, merging his 21 avatars within him, and once more delivered a mighty blow to the target of the testing apparatus. Bang! This time, the sound was even more thunderous, causing the massive apparatus to tremble. Subsequently, the screen revealed an astonishing figure, 5,589 kilograms. By merging with his 21 avatars, his strength had surged by 210, propelling his punching power into the realm of a mid-level warrior. The strength of a novice warrior ranges from 1,000 kilograms to 5,000 kilograms, while that of a mid-level warrior spans from 5,000 kilograms to 10,000 kilograms. Yet Wang Heng, still at the threshold of warrior status, possessed strength comparable to that of a mid-level warrior. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly shake the entire school community. I must keep this a secret, Wang Heng pondered, astonished by his own capabilities. Such power was certainly beyond the reach of someone at the threshold of warrior status. Exposure would inevitably lead even the most oblivious to suspect that he harbored significant secrets. Concealing one's secrets is an instinct inherent to all beings, and Wang Heng was no exception. Until he had the means to protect himself, he would absolutely refrain from revealing the existence of his multiple avatars. Next, he turned to the cultivation of the Zhuke divine body. Wang Heng dismissed the figures on the testing apparatus and began to chart his path forward in his training. With the Xuanwu divine body completed, it was now imperative to cultivate the Zhuke divine body to perfection as well. After all, this martial physique would greatly aid him in aspiring to reach the realm of the war god, making it essential for his training. As for the Qinglong and Baihu divine bodies, he had no intentions of pursuing them. One was too time-consuming, and the other, he lacked the necessary credits to acquire the training resources. In truth, he currently possessed 440,000 credits, which appeared substantial and exceeded that of most of his peers. However, the resources required to cultivate the Zhuke divine body to perfection were priced at 500,000 credits, leaving him short by several tens of thousands. Should he consider borrowing credits from others? Three figures came to mind: Li Shui, as well as the Zhao brothers Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei. Among his classmates in the first year, he had maintained close ties only with these three. The remaining acquaintance, Fu Yuhan, had merely shared a meal with him once. However, both Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei had already attained warrior status and were in need of credits to enhance their own cultivation. It would be unreasonable to expect them to halt their progress in order to lend him credits. Wang Heng was not yet so shameless. As for Li Shui, she was still cultivating the Zhuke divine body at the quasi-martial artist level, and thus was not in a rush to utilize her credits. Moreover, as a wealthy young lady, she likely possessed a substantial amount of credits. After pondering for a moment, Wang Heng activated his smart wristband to contact Li Shui. "What do you need?" Li Shui inquired directly, as she was never one to indulge in idle chatter. "Emergency assistance," Wang Heng replied candidly. Given their familiarity, there was no need for pretense. "Interesting. This is the first time you've asked to borrow money from me. How much do you need?" Li Shui responded with a hint of curiosity, recalling the days in Lu City when Wang Heng, despite his impoverished background, had never asked her for financial aid. Even the body-refining pills she gifted him were sent through Lin Yu's hands. "I need 60,000 credits, and I will return it to you in a few months at most," Wang Heng said with a smile. He was no longer the same person as before. In the past, he was just a poor boy from Lu City, overwhelmed by the 2 billion given to him by Qin Zhan. At that time, he would never have dared to ask Li Shui for money, as even $1 million seemed an astronomical sum. However, now that he was at high university, he had amassed several 100,000 credits himself, equivalent to billions in the outside world. Having encountered such wealth, his perspective had naturally broadened, and he no longer regarded a few tens of thousands of credits as significant. "I've already transferred it to you. You can return it any time. I won't be needing credits in the next few years anyway," Li Shui concluded and abruptly ended the communication. Currently, she was solely focused on cultivating the Zhuke divine body, with all necessary resources generously provided by the school. Thus, she had no need to expend her credits, and the substantial amount she had saved remained untouched. To her, a mere few thousand credits was but a trifle. Ding! Soon, Wang Heng heard the notification sound of the credit transfer. Upon seeing his balance exceed 500,000, he immediately accessed the school's marketplace to purchase resources for mastering the complete realm of the Zhuke divine body. In an instant, his credits dwindled to nothing. He was left with only 3,000 credits, and he still owed Li Shui 60,000. Reflecting on it, he realized that his expenditures during the quasi-martial artist phase had already surpassed 1 billion. Wang Heng felt a surge of emotion, He had spent over 600,000 credits just on the Zhuke divine body, which equated to more than 6 billion in the outside world. Although the resources for cultivating the Xuanwu divine body were also provided by the school, they still held a value of over 600,000 credits. This meant he had consumed a total of 120 billion. Wang Hong could hardly fathom the implications if such news were to spread. It would surely become sensational. He remembered when he could not even afford a single body-refining pill. Shaking his head with a smile, he exited the underground training room and patiently awaited the delivery from the school's marketplace in the living room. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to the cultivation of the Zhuke divine body. On January 1st, another round of testing commenced, but it bore no relevance to Wang Hong. Apart from him and Li Shui, all the other students had ascended to the warrior level, their strength surging, leaving him far behind. In this latest assessment, Wang Hong had fallen beyond the 1,000th position on all 4 leaderboards, merely acquiring a meager 2,000 base credits. On February 1st, a new evaluation commenced and once again, Wang Hong secured only the minimal 2,000 credits. His repeated low rankings transformed him from a once prominent figure into what his peers referred to as a failure. Even Zhuo Wenbin had forsaken him. Previously, Zhuo Wenbin had taken an interest in Wang Hong due to his unique talent for duplication, which warranted attention. However, now that Wang Hong had resigned himself to mediocrity, Zhuo Wenbin naturally saw no reason to invest his time in him. After all, High University was not devoid of prodigies, and he could not afford to revolve solely around Wang Hong. Nevertheless, Wang Hong remained undeterred by his diminished status, focusing exclusively on cultivating the vermilion bird divine body, achieving a state of oblivion to both self and surroundings. Chapter 43. The perfecting of the vermilion bird body in the dining hall. Wang Hong gathered with the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, to celebrate Zhao Hai's recent promotion to a mid-level warrior. It must be said that Zhao Hai's talent is indeed remarkable. Among over 1,500 freshmen, he was the 15th to ascend to the rank of mid-level warrior. Congratulations, Zhao Hai! Wang Hong sincerely offered his best wishes. Zhao Hai humbly waved his hand, responding, "This minor achievement is hardly worth mentioning. The early stages of warrior-level cultivation progress quite swiftly. Only after reaching mid-level does the pace of advancement begin to slow. Brother is absolutely right. I am not far from becoming a mid-level warrior myself," Zhao Lei added confidently. Wang Hong nodded in agreement. Although he had yet to be promoted to warrior, he had gained insight into the cultivation conditions at the warrior level from the Zhao brothers during this time. Upon reaching the warrior level, practitioners are required to cultivate the return to origin technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, subsequently refining it into vital energy within their bodies. This vital energy is then used to temper the bones. The human body comprises 206 bones, and only once all are fully tempered can one advance to the general level. The initial phase of bone tempering is relatively easier, especially for those talented individuals who have been admitted to High University. For them, the early stages of bone tempering pose no significant challenge. The true difficulty lies in the final step, the tempering of the last 29 cranial bones. These bones reside within the skull, and any slight miscalculation during the tempering process could result in catastrophic consequences, such as shattering the skull. Consequently, many martial artists find themselves hindered at this stage, unable to break through to the general level. Wang Heng's instructor, Sun Nian, is one such individual who has been stuck at this juncture. "Brother, look, it's Xie Yuanhao and that rascal Lu Sun," Zhao Lei suddenly whispered, pointing toward the entrance of the dining hall. Wang Hong lifted his gaze in response. He saw Xie Yuanhao entering, accompanied by a male student whom Wang Hong recognized as Lu Sun, previously embroiled in a dispute with Zhao Lei over their mutual pursuit of Li Shui. Naturally, rivals in love are bitter adversaries. At this moment, Lu Sun spotted Zhao Lei and Wang Hong. He cast a scornful glance at Wang Hong and mockingly addressed Zhao Lei. "No wonder you're so useless. It seems you've been infected by this waste of space, Wang Hong. I advise you to keep your distance from him." Wang Hong frowned at Lu Sun, recalling that 2 months prior, this individual would not have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Now, witnessing Wang Hong remain at the quasi-warrior stage, Lu Sun had become audacious. "Lu Sun, I don't care what you consume, but when you speak, could you at least clean your mouth to avoid offending others?" Zhao Lei stood up, glaring at Lu Sun. Lu Xun snorted dismissively. Your mouth is quite bold. If you have the guts, let's see how you fare in next month's test. You can choose any of the 4 rankings to compete. Zhao Lei fell silent. In terms of strength, he indeed could not match Lu Xun, who possessed considerable talent, nearly rivaling that of his brother Zhao Hai. Lu Xun, that's enough. If you wish to compete, I shall gladly oblige. Zhao Hai interjected, resolutely defending his brother. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's remarks, Lu Xun curled his lip and fell silent. However, Xie Yuanhao, who was ahead, turned back to wave at Lu Xun, casually stating, hurry up, why waste time with a bunch of inept individuals? Yes, brother Xie. Lu Xun nodded eagerly, hastening to follow suit. Observing his obsequious demeanor, Zhao Lei could not help but scold. What a sycophant, an arrogant fool, truly a perfect match. You should refrain from speaking too much. If you offend Lu Xun, I can still shield you, but crossing Xie Yuanhao is a different matter altogether. Zhao Hai shot a glare at Zhao Lei, who shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? Does he dare to lay a hand on me within the school premises? Zhao Lei retorted. Do not forget, when we reach our 2nd year and test our true combat abilities, it won't be a matter of locking beasts away but rather a direct contest. Beware of Xie Yuanhao's potential treachery then, Zhao Hai cautioned. Wang Heng, aware of the situation, advised Zhao Lei, your brother is right. You should exercise caution. Xie Yuanhao holds grudges easily, and if he targets you, you will surely suffer. At worst, I'll concede defeat when I face him. What can he possibly do? Zhao Lei remained defiant. Wang Heng and Zhao Hai exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. On February 26th, the eve of the Lunar New Year, Wang Heng was engaged in a video call with his sister, Wang Kiki. The martial arts university did not observe winter break, as the semesters flowed consecutively, so Wang Heng could not return home this year, relying instead on video communication with his family. Brother, my punching power has now reached 150 kilograms, Wang Kiki declared proudly through the screen. Wang Heng smiled slightly. His sister had just entered her 1st year of high school. Although she pursued a liberal arts track, he still encouraged her to practice body refining techniques in her spare time. Even without exceptional talent, she could easily become an advanced apprentice with the resources he provided. After all, practicing martial arts could strengthen the body, even if she could not venture out to hunt beasts. Xiaoheng, how are you faring at the university? Are you getting along well with your classmates? Their mother, Lu Yuru, appeared on the screen, her expression filled with concern. Mother, rest assured, I showed you last time, didn't I? I currently reside in a villa, and the cafeteria serves ample beast meat. My living and dining conditions are excellent, Wang Heng replied with a smile. I have long said that Xiaoheng has grown up. You need not worry about him. What could possibly trouble him at school? Came the voice of his father, Wang Tao, from the video. Wang Heng beamed at his family on the screen, feeling exceptionally joyful. Regardless of what the future held, he had at least ensured that his family enjoyed a good life at present. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was March 13th. On this day, Wang Heng opened his eyes after his training, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. The Zhuke divine body had finally reached its perfected state. Wang Heng was thrilled. After nearly 3 months of diligent practice, and with the assistance of his 21 avatars, he had successfully elevated the Zhuke divine body from its accomplished stage to the pinnacle of perfection. At this juncture, both his Xuanwu divine body and Zhuke divine body have reached perfection. As for the Qinglong divine body and the Baihu divine body, Wang Heng has resolved not to pursue further cultivation. On one hand, he is reluctant to waste additional time lingering in the realm of a quasi-warrior, and on the other hand, he lacks sufficient credits to acquire the necessary resources for cultivation. It is time to consider advancing to the warrior level. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Wang Heng's eyes. After a period of silence spanning 3 to 4 months, it is now his turn to unleash his potential. During this time, he has transformed from the prodigy upon entering high university into what his classmates derogatorily refer to as a worthless individual. Although he feigns indifference on the surface, he has long harbored a sense of frustration within. In the upcoming test next month, he is determined to vindicate his honor. Chapter 44. Ascending to the warrior level within the training chamber, Wang Heng activated his smart wristband and accessed the school's marketplace to download the Return to Origin technique. This method of cultivation, akin to the body refinement fist, is among the publicly available martial arts established by the state. After all, we are now in an era where martial arts are embraced by the populace, and the government imposes no restrictions on such techniques. Only those formidable martial arts, crafted by individuals, require monetary investment. However, for those who gain admission to a martial arts university, these powerful techniques are provided at no cost. It is understood that both cultivation methods and martial techniques are sustainable resources, and the state, in its endeavor to nurture martial prodigies, imposes no limitations in this regard. Before long, the return to origin technique was successfully downloaded. Wang Heng connected his smart wristband to the electronic screen mounted on the wall to observe the content on the expansive display. The cultivation of the return to origin technique is not particularly challenging. It consists merely of an illustration resembling the meditative posture of Taoist practitioners, accompanied by some breathing techniques. By synchronizing the breathing methods during meditation, one can absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. While the process is not difficult, the time it takes to perceive this energy varies from person to person due to individual constitutions. Nevertheless, even those with the least talent can grasp the essence of this energy within a month. Wang Heng, fully aware of his own limitations, decided to engage all 21 of his avatars in the practice of the return to origin technique to expedite the process. Seated upon the carpet, he began to implement the breathing techniques, lightly closing his lips and gently brushing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, gradually directing his breath to his dantian as his abdomen expanded with each inhalation. Subsequently, he relaxed his tongue, slightly parted his lips, and exhaled slowly, repeating this cycle. As he practiced the breathing technique, Wang Heng's body gradually relaxed. His mind began to dispel distractions, and his spirit immersed itself in a tranquil state, slowly attuning to the surrounding energies. To absorb the spiritual essence of the universe, one must first become aware of its presence. However, these energies are neither visible nor tangible. They must be sensed through one's spirit. During this process, any disturbance or stray thoughts could jeopardize one's progress. At this moment, Wang Heng and his 21 avatars were collectively attuning to the spiritual energy of the universe. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Even after an entire day had elapsed, Wang Heng had yet to perceive the presence of this energy. Yet, he remained unfazed, his patience unwavering as he continued his quest for awareness. Finally, on the third day, Wang Heng entered a peculiar state. It felt as though he had drifted into slumber, his physical existence fading away, leaving only the sensation of his consciousness floating in an endless void. Surrounding him were vibrant, ethereal energies, swirling in a kaleidoscope of colors. How delightful! Suddenly, these spiritual energies surged toward Wang Heng's body, and he felt as though his very soul were transcending. The sensation was ineffably exquisite. It was the spiritual energy of the universe. Wang Heng jolted awake, his heart swelling with overwhelming joy. He had finally sensed the presence of the universe's spiritual energy. As the return to origin technique commenced its operation, Wang Heng began to actively absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, drawing them towards his dantian. Soon, a mass of gas gradually coalesced in his dantian, forming what is known as the vitality vortex. This vortex is a hallmark of ascending to the warrior level. Once it took shape, it accelerated the absorption of surrounding celestial energies under Wang Heng's guidance. A surge of information flooded his mind, startling him momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. His unique talent for creating avatars meant that with each minor breakthrough, he would gain 10 avatars, and with each major breakthrough, an additional 100. This marked the first occasion where he had amassed 100 new avatars. At this moment, his total number of avatars had reached an astonishing 121. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire martial world. Suppressing his exhilaration, Wang Heng was acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, and thus he continued to operate the return to origin technique. Time passed inexorably. Under the baptism of these celestial energies, Wang Heng's body gradually underwent a form of evolution. Every aspect, from the surface of his skin to the depths of his bones and even the most minute cells, was engaged in a life-altering metamorphosis. It is said that humans are born without absorbing these celestial energies, and thus, after such prolonged hunger, When a martial artist finally absorbs them for the first time, they experience a dramatic surge of growth. Wang Heng contemplated this phenomenon, likening it to a person who has been starved for an extended period suddenly confronted with an abundance of food. They would initially devour it ravenously before gradually slowing their pace. At this moment, Wang Heng resembled a famished individual, relentlessly consuming the surrounding celestial energies. Meanwhile, the vitality vortex in his dantian, having refined wave after wave of celestial energy, continued to expand. This state of cultivation persisted for a full day and night. The following morning, Wang Heng slowly opened his eyes. At that instant, he perceived the world anew. His vision extended further, his hearing sharpened, and his body felt imbued with an overwhelming force. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted his senses. Wang Heng's nostrils flared, and upon glancing down, he discovered a layer of black impurities coating his skin, residues expelled after his elevation to the warrior level. Realizing this, he promptly rushed to the bathroom to cleanse himself. After emerging from his bath, he eagerly made his way to a nearby testing device. How much power will I gain from my first absorption of celestial energy? Anticipation lit up his face as he fixed his gaze on the target of the testing apparatus, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, the screen of the device displayed an astonishing figure, 3,812 kilograms. Unable to believe his eyes, Wang Heng rubbed them, ultimately confirming that he had not misread. Indeed, it was 3,812 kilograms. Previously, his strength had reached an impressive 1,800 kilograms, attributed to the flawless cultivation of the Xuanwu divine body. However, it has now surged to an astonishing 3,812 kilograms, signifying that he has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, resulting in an extraordinary increase of 2,000 kilograms in power. Among all the first-year students at Haida University, aside from Xie Yuanhao, who experienced a remarkable increment of 3,000 kilograms during his initial absorption of celestial energy, only Fu Yuhan managed to achieve a similar enhancement of 2,000 kilograms during her first endeavor. Perhaps this is connected to my mastery of the Xuanwu divine body, as well as my ability to utilize my clones. Wang Heng pondered silently. He did not believe that his innate talents could rival those of Fu Yuhan. His only advantages lay in the perfection of his Xuanwu divine body and the fact that he absorbed the celestial energy alongside 21 of his clones. This effectively meant that 22 Wang Hens were simultaneously drawing upon the energy of the cosmos. Chapter 45. Choosing a weapon upon ascending to the warrior level. Wang Heng was overwhelmed with joy as his strength surged by an astonishing 2,000 kilograms. With his current punching power, it would not be long before he advanced to the intermediate warrior rank. However, the most significant aspect of this breakthrough was that he had gained the ability to manifest an additional 100 avatars, bringing his total to an impressive 121. Although his cultivation talent was not as remarkable as others, having over 100 avatars training alongside him effectively multiplied his cultivation speed by more than 100-fold. Wang Heng pondered quietly. With a D-level cultivation talent after this enhancement, he estimated his prowess could rival that of an A-level talent. Moreover, he wondered just how powerful he would become after merging with all 121 avatars. The thought was somewhat daunting. Each avatar could amplify his strength by 10, and with 121 avatars, the total amplification could reach a staggering 1210, equating to 12 times his original strength. Surely, he would be comparable to a general. Estimating his own punching power, Wang Heng was taken aback. He eagerly turned his gaze towards the testing machine, took a deep breath, and swung his fist with great force against the target. Bang! This time, the sound was even more thunderous, causing the entire testing apparatus to tremble violently, the ground shaking beneath him, and the surrounding furniture swaying precariously. Wang Heng himself was startled. However, his attention quickly shifted to the screen of the device. 49,888 kilograms. The moment he glimpsed that figure, his pupils constricted, and he felt as though he had entered a state of paralysis, struggling to believe what he saw. Approaching 50,000 kilograms of strength. If memory served him well, the strength of a senior warrior ranged from 10,000 to 50,000 kilograms, while a junior general's strength spanned from 50,000 to 100,000 kilograms. This indicated that Wang Heng was nearing the upper limit of a senior warrior, and with just a few more days of training, he would be able to contend with junior generals. How terrifying! Astonishment washed over Wang Heng's face as he experienced the true potential of his avatar talent for the first time. And this was merely with 121 avatars. As he continued to break through to higher realms, the number of avatars he could wield would only increase, and the power he would gain from them would become ever more formidable. Given that the heavens had bestowed upon him such a remarkable talent for avatars, it would be a grave disappointment to not ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. At that moment, ambition surged within Wang Heng. If previously his goal was to reach the realm of the god of war, now his sights were set even higher. He would never forget the scene of the president of Haida University descending from the sky on the day of enrollment. One day, he too would achieve that level of greatness. In the school library, after his ascent to the warrior level, Wang Heng arrived at this sanctuary of knowledge. During his time as a budding martial artist, he had relied on his fists for combat, honing his skills through the practice of the body-tempering fist technique. However, during the hunt for demonic beasts, relying solely on one's fists would undeniably be an act of folly. The most significant distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to wield intelligence to forge an array of powerful weapons. Thus, once one attains the warrior stage, it becomes imperative for martial artists to cultivate formidable combat techniques, utilizing their weapons to vanquish foes. Which weapon should I choose? As Wang Heng entered the library, such thoughts occupied his mind. From his understanding, Fu Yuhan wielded a spear, Xie Yuanhao a blade, Zhao Hai also favored a knife, while Zhao Lei preferred to show off his sword, believing it more stylish. Although there exists a myriad of weapons, martial artists predominantly employ the four: sword, knife, spear, and staff. Wang Heng was not inclined towards acquiring any peculiar weapons. If only there were a teacher to guide him. He sighed inwardly. Over the past few months, he had consistently ranked at the bottom, rendering him unable to seek guidance from a teacher. Moreover, having previously clashed with Zhuo Wenbin, he felt too ashamed to approach him for assistance now. "Oh, Wang Heng, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. Turning to look, he discovered it was teacher Teng Qingwan from the girls' class. "Greetings, Teacher Teng." Wang Heng promptly bowed. Compared to teacher Zhuo Wenbin, Teng Qingwan exuded a much gentler demeanor, and many male classmates longed for her guidance, yet she was unfortunately a teacher for the girls' class. How frustrating it is that classes are segregated by gender. Surely, it would be more beneficial to train together, Wang Heng mused, though he merely said, "Teacher Teng, I have just broken through to the warrior level, and I have come to select a martial technique for training." Warrior level? Upon hearing this, Teng Qingwan's eyes brightened, and she scrutinized Wang Heng closely for a moment. Indeed, she soon discerned a change in him. A subtle aura of vitality emanated from within him, something a novice martial artist would not possess. "I never expected you to finally break through. I thought you would follow Li Shui and refine the vermilion bird body to perfection," Teng Qingwan remarked with a smile. Given that Wang Heng had only practiced for a few months, she naturally did not believe he had attained perfection in the vermilion bird body. In her view, reaching a high level of mastery was exceedingly challenging. After all, Wang Heng's affinity for the vermilion bird body was merely at level 2, and achieving a state of completion would require a year. Even with a doppelganger to assist in cultivation, it would still take at least 6 months. The cultivation of the vermilion bird body is exceedingly arduous, and I couldn't resist breaking through prematurely, Wang Heng sighed, discreetly withholding the truth of his progress with the vermilion bird body. Breaking through is breaking through. Although I may have wasted a few months, it is not a significant matter. By the way, what type of weapon do you intend to select? Teng Qingwan inquired with a smile. Unlike Zhuo Wenbin, Teng Qingwan demonstrated great respect for her students' choices when teaching. Naturally, she would also offer her recommendations and assess the pros and cons of the student selections. Ultimately, the decision rests upon the individual preferences of the students. Teng Qingwan has always believed that only what resonates with the students is truly suitable for them. Forcing a student down a path they do not favor, even if it is the correct one, is likely to prove unsuitable for them. Teng Laosher, I am still uncertain and wonder if you could offer me some guidance? Wang Heng inquired, his eyes lighting up at Teng Qingwan's words, eager to seize this rare opportunity to engage with her. She regarded him with understanding, aware of his predicament. Recently, Zhuo Wenbin had focused his attention on Xie Yuanhao, neglecting Wang Heng for quite some time. Had it been earlier, when Wang Heng had ascended to the warrior level, Zhuo Wenbin would undoubtedly have brought him to the library to select his martial skills without delay. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Qingwan spoke. The choice of weapon ultimately hinges on your personal affinity for its type. If you wield a weapon that does not appeal to you, your proficiency will surely suffer, and your advancement in skills will be sluggish. Thus, allow me to elucidate the merits and drawbacks of several common weapons. Wang Heng immediately perked up, eager to listen. Tang Qingwan's discourse was soothing. Had it been Zhuo Wenbin, he would have likely dictated a weapon based on one's innate talents and comprehension. However, this does not imply that Zhuo Wenbin's approach is incorrect. Having taught numerous students and amassed considerable experience, he is indeed more knowledgeable about the appropriate weapon choices than the students themselves. Yet certain individuals are exceptions, and Wang Heng belongs to this category. With multiple avatars assisting him, he must approach weapon selection with discernment. Among the most common weaponry are the sword, saber, spear, and staff, with the spear reigning as the king of weapons due to its length and sharpness, providing significant advantages in combat. Its versatility and formidable lethality, particularly in long-range engagements, are noteworthy. Tang Qingwan continued, however, mastering the spear is exceedingly challenging and demands a high degree of comprehension. Among your cohort of first-year students, only Fu Yuhan has opted for the spear. Teng Laosher, what about the sword and saber? Wang Heng inquired. He recognized his own limitations and understood that pursuing the spear would likely lead to unnecessary hardship. Chapter 46. The dominant blade. The blade, revered as the commander of all weapons, is renowned for its robust and bold style, striking with the ferocity of a tiger. Tang Qingwan turned to Wang Heng and remarked, mastering the blade requires an exceptional innate strength, excelling in overpowering one's adversaries. As the saying goes, swift as the wind, steady as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain, elusive as shadows, and thunderous in movement. Such is the essence of the blade. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, he possessed the advantage of strength. Teacher Teng, how challenging is it to master the blade technique? He inquired. With a smile, Tang Qingwan replied, there is a saying, it takes a month to learn the blade, a year for the staff, 10 years for the sword, and a lifetime for the gun. Among various weapons, the mastery of the blade is not overly difficult, making it the most suitable choice for beginners. However, achieving a profound level of skill is indeed a formidable challenge. Wang Heng nodded in agreement, finding it quite fitting for him. She continued, as for the sword, it is the sovereign of all weapons, characterized by its nimbleness and versatility. However, due to its double-edged nature, it can easily inflict harm upon its wielder, thus requiring a high level of comprehension. In fact, many swordsmen, limited by their understanding, eventually wield the sword as if it were a blade. Wang Heng's expression became somewhat peculiar as he recalled Zhao Lei. Although he wielded a sword, he often used it in a chopping manner during combat, swinging broadly. You might as well use a knife to avoid injuring yourself with the double-edged sword, he thought. Regarding the staff, its mastery is also not overly challenging, ranking just below the blade. However, its lethality is somewhat limited unless one possesses exceptional strength to wield it as a heavy weapon, which then renders it formidable. After finishing her explanation, Tang Qingwan turned her gaze back to Wang Heng, eager to discover which weapon he would choose. Wang Heng pondered for a moment. He first dismissed the gun, followed by the staff, reasoning that if he were to craft a heavy weapon, the blade would suffice. As for the sword, he reconsidered and ultimately rejected it. With his significant strength advantage, opting for a nimble style would be foolish. Even if he were to wield a sword, he imagined it would be in a grandiose fashion, cleaving mountains and rivers with a single stroke. Therefore, it seemed more prudent to choose the blade. With this realization, Wang Heng lifted his head and said to Tang Qingwan, Teacher Tang, I have decided to choose the blade. That sounds excellent. The blade is the quickest weapon to master, enabling you to swiftly enhance your strength, Tang Qingwan affirmed, nodding in approval. She then gestured towards a nearby row of bookshelves. The shelves over there are filled with blade technique manuals. You can refer to the tablet beside you to check the levels of those techniques. Remember, do not solely choose the higher level manuals, as the greater the level, the more challenging the cultivation will be. Wang Heng nodded appreciatively and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Tang, for your guidance. Devote yourself to practice. With your strength doubling advantage, you should be able to break into the top 10 of the God of War Tower and the Demon Lock Tower next month. Teng Qingwan encouraged him before taking her leave. Wang Heng watched her departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he walked towards the nearby bookshelves. The top 10? Teacher, I shall surely astonish you then. Approaching the bookshelf, Wang Heng swiftly discovered an array of manuals on swordsmanship, each row meticulously labeled with its corresponding rank, ranging from the exalted SS grade to the lesser D grade. He recalled his teacher, Zhuo Wenbin, proclaiming that manuals ranked S and above were crafted by those surpassing the war god, while those of A and B grades were the creations of war gods themselves, with C and D grades originating from the ranks of war generals. It appeared that the fellow named Zhao Hai practiced a technique entitled Thunderous 9 Transformations. Wang Heng proceeded to consult the tablet beside the shelf. Thunderous 9 Transformations, Category, Sword Technique, Rank, S. Characteristics, Speed. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount, and when combined with the unique footwork inherent in this technique, one's sword can strike with the swiftness of lightning. A mere glance at this left Wang Heng disinterested. His strength lay in power, not swiftness. Next, he turned his attention to the singular SS grade swordsmanship manual, for curiosity is a fundamental trait of humanity, and Wang Heng was no exception. The sole SS grade manual read, Reincarnation, Category, Sword Technique, Rank, SS. Characteristics. It aids one in comprehending the profound essence of life and death, yet requires an exceptionally high level of enlightenment. Otherwise, one may find it exceedingly difficult to even begin. After perusing the description, Wang Heng felt a strong yearning. If one could grasp such insight, would it not allow them to transcend the limitations of the war god and ascend to that status? However, Wang Heng was not naive. The scarcity of war gods indicated that mastering this manual was an arduous endeavor, and given his own level of understanding, he doubted he would be able to enter its realm. Although he possessed numerous avatars to assist in his training, having many does not equate to enhancing one's enlightenment. There exists a significant distinction between quantity and quality. While numerous avatars could expedite Wang Heng's training time, if the difficulty of mastery were high, no amount of time would enable him to break through the barriers. It was akin to a middle school student. Regardless of how many avatars he had to complete hundreds of middle school examination papers in a single day, he would falter at a high school paper. What would suit him best were manuals that posed a lower entry difficulty yet demanded considerable time investment. Wang Heng mused to himself, casting a wistful glance at reincarnation before resuming his search on the tablet for S-grade manuals. There were 3 S-grade sword techniques in total. In addition to Thunderous 9 Transformations, there existed Songlong Blade Technique and Domineering Blade. Domineering Blade surprisingly had a lower difficulty than some A-grade manuals. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Domineering Blade, Category, Sword Technique, Rank, S. Characteristics. Low difficulty of mastery, yet requires a Xian Iron Warblade to practice, excelling in overpowering opponents through sheer strength. As he absorbed the annotations on Domineering Blade, a flicker of excitement surged within him. This manual was indeed remarkably suitable for his prowess. The Xian Iron series of warblades fell into the category of heavy weaponry. Even the lowest-ranked D-grade Xian Iron Warblade weighed a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Typically, newly promoted junior warriors struggled just to lift such a blade, let alone practice wielding it, hence few chose to pursue this technique. As Wang Heng's excitement grew, he realized that this particular sword technique was indeed a perfect fit for him. Without further hesitation, he promptly located the dominant blade manual on the bookshelf and proceeded to register at the library's intelligent device before hastening back to his dormitory. In the freshman office, Teng Qingwan entered and noticed Zhuo Wenbin guiding Xia Yuanhao in his sword practice. She approached him. Zhuo Wenbin glanced at Teng Qingwan and then addressed Xia Yuanhao on the screen, saying, "Continue your practice. At your current pace, you should master the first level of Thunderous 9 Transformations by mid-next month." With that, he ended the communication and looked up at Teng Qingwan, smiling as he remarked, "Teacher Teng, congratulations. Under your guidance, Fu Yuhan has already mastered the first level of star destruction. She is likely to secure first place on the 4th leaderboard in next month's assessment. Tang Qingwan smiled slightly and replied, "That girl possesses great talent. Even without my guidance, she would easily master the first level of star destruction." She then added, "Oh, by the way, Teacher Zhua, you may not know this yet, but Wang Heng has already advanced to the warrior level." Wang Heng? Zhou Wenbin's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that determined figure, and he shook his head, saying, "I advised him long ago against practicing the vermilion bird divine body, but he refused to listen. Now he has finally reached a standstill, wasting several months of time unnecessarily. Nonetheless, with his doubled strength, he still has a chance to place in the top 10 in next month's assessment," Tang Qingwan noted. Zhou Wenbin responded nonchalantly, "He only had an advantage in the initial months. Once those students have mastered their martial skills, his slight edge will diminish." As he spoke, Zhou Wenbin searched the intelligence screen before him. Soon, he discovered through the library's records that Wang Heng had chosen to practice the dominant blade. It seemed he possessed a degree of self-awareness. After glancing at it, Zhou Wenbin no longer focused on the matter. Given Wang Heng's talent and strength advantage, choosing to practice the dominant blade was indeed a sensible decision, and Zhou Wenbin would naturally refrain from intervening further. Chapter 47. The speed of bone tempering. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Heng promptly applied for a D1 level Mystic Iron War Blade from the school, as this grade of weaponry was provided free of charge to students. Weapons exceeding D grade, however, required students to purchase them using their credits. It is noteworthy that Wang Heng's current credit balance stood at a mere 7,000, and he still owed Li Shui a staggering 60,000. He resolved to earn more credits in the upcoming test. The date was March 19th, and he had to wait another 12 days. Wang Heng was determined not to squander this time. Upon reaching the warrior level, one must commence the tempering of bones. The human body comprises a total of 206 bones, including 32 in each hand, 31 in each foot, 51 in the torso, and 29 in the skull. The initial focus of bone tempering at the warrior level typically begins with the bones of the arms and legs, as these are relatively easier to temper. The process carries inherent risks. Tempering the skull, for instance, could lead to certain death in the event of an accident. Additionally, some bones in the torso are near vital organs, rendering their tempering equally perilous. In contrast, even if one were to sustain a grievous injury to a limb, a warrior's physique can recover, especially with the aid of restorative elixirs. Furthermore, tempering the limb bones first enhances one's effectiveness in wielding weapons or evading danger. These insights had been imparted to them by their instructor, Teacher Zhou Wenbin, during class. Although Wang Heng had not previously engaged in tempering, he had diligently noted these teachings. To proceed with caution, he decided to let a clone attempt the process first. Seated in the underground training chamber, Wang Heng summoned a clone to commence the bone tempering. He resolved to start with the phalanges of his right hand, as he would subsequently practice his swordsmanship, thereby strengthening his right hand to wield the blade with greater force. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng closed his eyes and focused his consciousness on the clone. As he guided the clone's movements, he began the tempering of the finger bones. With utmost caution, Wang Heng channeled the energy vortex within his dantian, drawing forth wisps of energy toward the phalanges of his right hand. He executed this process with meticulous care. Once the energy reached the finger bones, he initiated the tempering. However, after an extended period, he observed little to no significant progress. This pace was rather sluggish. Was it a reflection of his lack of talent? Doubt clouded Wang Heng's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to draw forth additional energy, and indeed, the speed of tempering markedly improved. Boom! Just as Wang Heng began to feel a sense of satisfaction, the finger bone he was tempering shattered, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of mangled flesh and bones surrounding it. Wang Heng gazed at the scene with a sense of helplessness. Although Teacher Zhou Wenbin had warned against excessive haste during bone tempering due to the associated dangers, he had not anticipated the process would be so perilous. Fortunately, this time he employed a doppelganger. Otherwise, Wang Heng would have been compelled to procure medicinal pills for healing his injuries. Exhaling softly, Wang Heng remained undeterred as he continued to manipulate this doppelganger, initiating the refinement of the bones in his left hand. As for the bloodied fingers of his right hand, he paid them no mind, After all, the doppelganger felt no pain from its injuries. Boom! Moments later, the left fingers of this doppelganger were shattered. Wang Heng furrowed his brow, but then resumed the refinement of the bones in its arms. Boom, boom, boom. Throughout the ensuing hours, the underground training chamber was intermittently filled with explosive sounds. The doppelganger summoned by Wang Heng lay crumpled on the ground, its flesh reduced to a bloody pulp and incapable of movement. Nevertheless, a smile graced Wang Heng's face, for through this recent experiment, he had discerned the maximum amount of vital energy that the finger bones could withstand. Armed with this knowledge, he could proceed with the refinement of his bones at his utmost speed. One must not underestimate this achievement. Others could not derive such data. Each individual's physique varies, and consequently, every bone within their body possesses distinct resilience. Hence, one must conduct the experiments individually. Only Wang Heng, with his doppelganger, could afford such audacity. Were it another, though they might recover from injuries with medicinal pills, how could they endure the pain of explosive wounds? Few could withstand such agony to torment themselves. Thus, other martial artists could only cautiously diminish the amount of vital energy they expended, fearful of refining their bones at full speed. This undoubtedly bestowed an advantage upon Wang Heng. Now it was time to formally commence the refinement of his bones. Wang Heng closed his eyes once more, this time beginning the refinement of his own bones. He still chose to start with the bones of his right fingers. With the output of vital energy, the progress of this refinement steadily improved. However, the speed of bone refinement remained slow. This was due to the limitations of his innate talent, which Wang Heng was powerless to alter. In ancient times, when martial artists recruited disciples, they would first examine their bones to assess their potential. If someone were praised for their exceptional skeletal structure, it indicated they were a genius. Thus, it is evident that the bones of geniuses differ from those of the mediocre. In contemporary times, the bones of the talented are more amenable to refinement, while those of the untalented present significantly greater challenges. Wang Heng undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. This limitation of his bones was beyond his ability to change. Fortunately, he had the assistance of his doppelgangers. After merging with 120 of them, Wang Heng's bone refinement speed increased by 120 times. 10 hours swiftly elapsed. Wang Heng finally completed the refinement of one finger bone. Exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes, he sighed in relief. It was now deep into the night. Having refined continuously since the afternoon without a moment's rest, Wang Heng was nonetheless quite satisfied with the speed of his bone refinement. To his knowledge, classmates like Zhao Hai, possessing A-grade talents, required 7 to 8 hours merely to refine a single bone. In other words, bolstered by the strength of his 120 avatars, Wang Heng's cultivation talent has reached a level comparable to that of an A-class genius. Moreover, he possesses a significant advantage: endurance. While others engage in bone tempering, they must exercise extreme caution due to the difficulty in gauging the bone's resilience, which inevitably drains their mental energy. Consequently, after several hours of bone tempering, Zhao Hai and his companions must take a break to recuperate their spirits. Thus, despite the day comprising 24 hours, they dedicate only half of that time to the tempering process. However, Wang Heng differs. He has long since conducted experiments with his avatars to ascertain the bone's endurance, allowing him to temper with far less mental strain. This means that apart from the time spent on basic needs such as eating, drinking, and sleeping, Wang Heng can continuously engage in bone tempering. While others may temper a single bone in a day, he can accomplish the tempering of 2. Such a pace, it seems, could only be rivaled by Xie Yuanhao. Wang Heng mused quietly. An S-class genius would undoubtedly temper bones at a rate surpassing that of an A-class genius. Yet, even S-class geniuses must expend mental energy during the process, implying that Xie Yuanhao's speed would not exceed Wang Heng's by a significant margin. Chapter 48. A breakthrough into the subtle realm. After a modest meal, Wang Heng continued to refine the second finger bone. It was not until nearly noon the following day that he completed the refinement. After taking a shower, he exited his dormitory and retrieved the alloy safe positioned by the entrance. This contained the D1 grade Xian iron battle blade he had applied for the previous day. With a crisp click, he opened the alloy safe to reveal an ancient-looking battle blade. The weapon measured approximately 150 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width. Its blade a deep, dark hue that exuded a sense of weighty dominance. Indeed, it was exceedingly heavy, weighing a full 1,000 kilograms. Even without the aid of his avatars, Wang Heng found it quite strenuous to lift. Though his punching force had reached about 800 kilograms, this only reflected his explosive strength. He could manage to hold a 1,000-kilogram object for a short period, but wielding such a blade for an extended duration would be an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Wang Heng did not intend to dedicate every hour of the day to sword practice, as he still needed to refine his bones, leaving him with limited time for training. However, with 121 avatars at his disposal, even if he allocated just 1 hour each day to practice, it would equate to a staggering 121 hours of training. His peers, who also needed to refine their bones, could only devote 1 or 2 hours to martial arts, while he was effectively practicing for 121 hours a day, significantly outpacing them. Wang Heng estimated that an hour of his training with the blade was equivalent to 2 or 3 months of their cultivation. With such a vast disparity in training, coupled with similar levels of comprehension, Wang Heng was guaranteed to surpass his competitors. Even if their comprehension were slightly better, he would still excel. Returning to the underground training chamber, Wang Heng began to practice the S-grade sword technique, Supreme Blade. Following the power techniques detailed in the manual, he trained alongside his 120 avatars. The remaining avatar, injured during yesterday's bone refinement, was still in recovery. However, with 120 avatars practicing together, the results exceeded Wang Heng's expectations. In an instant, a plethora of insights regarding swordplay flooded his mind. Each swing of the blade felt as though he had executed it 120 times. After 10 or even 100 swings, it felt as if he had wielded the blade thousands of times. The epiphanies arising from this training were akin to a sudden burst of inspiration, filling Wang Heng with exhilaration. He let out a jubilant cry, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation as his swordplay grew increasingly proficient. The accumulation of practice had indeed catalyzed a qualitative transformation. Wang Heng realized his prior estimations had been flawed. Having over 100 avatars significantly enhanced his understanding. Unlike the previous scenario with only 20 avatars, which merely increased quantity without enhancing quality, this new arrangement allowed for substantial improvement. In light of this, he felt an exhilarating anticipation that he might soon master the first layer of Supreme Blade. The S-grade martial arts manual promised that achieving this initial level would double his explosive power. What an incredible prospect! Wang Heng had previously merged all his avatars, exhibiting a power nearing 50,000 kilograms. If he were to unleash the first level of the dominant blade technique, he could potentially unleash nearly 100,000 kilograms of strength. This was already approaching the power of a mid-level battle general, a realization that left Wang Heng profoundly astonished. The drive to cultivate surged within him, propelling him back into the ceaseless cycle of training. Even when Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei invited him to dinner, he politely declined. In the remaining days of the month, Wang Heng dedicated all his energy to his cultivation. In Dormitory A1, Xie Yuanhao awoke, his face alight with uncontainable joy. At long last, he had completed the process. He hastily activated his smart wristband to contact Zhuo Wenbin. Soon, Zhuo Wenbin's figure appeared on the electronic screen mounted on the wall. What's the urgent matter? Zhuo Wenbin inquired with a smile. As the only S-class genius in their class, Zhuo Wenbin held Xie Yuanhao in high regard, particularly since this prodigy heeded his advice, unlike the obstinate Wang Heng. Teacher Zhuo, I have just completed the refining of the final piece of my torso bone. I can now proceed to refine the skull bone, Xie Yuanhao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ah! Zhuo Wenbin gasped in astonishment. It had only been a few months since Xie Yuanhao had advanced to the warrior level, and he had already reached the advanced warrior realm. Such a rapid progression was truly astonishing. No wonder he was recognized as an S-class super genius. Excellent. Continue to focus on bone refining, but be aware that refining the skull bone carries significant risks. You must procure additional bone guard pills and strive to reach the battle general level by your sophomore year, Zhuo Wenbin advised. Hesitant, Xie Yuanhao pondered. Teacher Zhuo, the bone guard pills are quite expensive, and I worry my credits may not suffice. Have you forgotten that you are an S-class genius? You can apply for a loan from the school in advance. Even 10 million credits can be secured, Zhuo Wenbin reminded him. Xie Yuanhao suddenly realized his advantage. As an S-class genius, he was destined to become a battle god as long as he remained alive. Thus, the school offered generous provisions for talents of his caliber, including loan credits. After all, for a battle god-level warrior, earning 100 billion credits was hardly a challenge. Teacher Zhua, I will apply for the loan immediately, aiming to reach the battle general level in the first semester of my sophomore year, Xie Yuanhao declared with determination in his eyes. His goals were clear and precise. First, to advance to the battle general level, and then to devote all his time to mastering the blade, elevating his skills to a perfect state. In doing so, he would be able to apply for entry into the Hall of Battle Gods. In Dormitory C1, in the underground training room with a resounding bang, Fu Yuhan thrust his spear, producing a deafening noise as a formidable force struck the target on the testing apparatus. 16,700 kilograms. Fu Yuhan beamed at the figures displayed on the testing device, his smile wide with satisfaction. Though she undoubtedly lacks the strength to achieve such a value on her own, she has just executed the first tier of the Starfall technique. Starfall is an S-rank secret art. Mastering its first tier unleashes a force double one's own. In the upcoming test next month, I shall claim the top spot on all 4 leaderboards. A confident gleam illuminated Fu Yuhan's eyes. March 31st. In the basement, Wang Heng tirelessly repeated the motion of wielding his blade, sweat cascading down like rain, soaking his garments. His body was gradually reaching its limits, yet the unwavering belief within him propelled him to persist. Just as Wang Heng was on the verge of exhaustion, he suddenly felt a peculiar force surging from within. This energy coursed through his entire being, revitalizing his fatigued form. At that moment, his blade movements became increasingly fluid and natural, as though he had fused with the weapon itself. Each swing carried an innate grace, the force of his strikes growing ever more formidable, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Finally, with a powerful slash, Wang Heng felt a profound clarity wash over him, a new understanding blossoming in his mind. With a resounding crack he struck, the air seemingly cleaved in two, producing a piercing whistle. Remarkably, he had mastered the first tier, and astonishingly, his skill level had transcended to the micro level. Wang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. Then, joy surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shout with exhilaration. Even the battle blade in his hand seemed to resonate with his elation, emitting a jubilant hum. The micro level, a mastery not even attained by Xie Yuanhao. Among the over 1,500 students in the entire freshman class, only Fu Yuhan had reached this realm. Now Wang Heng too has ascended to this level. Chapter 49. The 12th level of the underground training chamber. With a heart brimming with exhilaration, Wang Heng hastily approached the testing apparatus. Standing before it, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He then unleashed a powerful punch, striking the target with tremendous force. Over the past few days, he had successfully tempered 24 bones, and now it was time to assess the fruits of his labor. 4,520 kilograms. Accompanied by a resounding boom, the screen of the testing apparatus displayed an astonishing figure. Upon seeing this number, Wang Heng quickly calculated in his mind, confirming that each tempered bone contributed an increase of 30 kilograms in strength, which aligned closely with what Zhou Wenbin had explained. However, the effects varied depending on the type of bone tempered. Tempering the limb bones and torso bones yielded different results. For instance, if he were to temper a torso bone, each would augment his strength by 100 kilograms. In contrast, tempering a cranial bone would result in a remarkable increase of 1,000 kilograms. With a strength of 4,520 kilograms, and after merging with 10 clones, he could reach a staggering 9,000 kilograms. Furthermore, with the enhancement from the first level of the dominant blade, his strength could soar to 18,000 kilograms. After a brief calculation, an involuntary smile of excitement spread across Wang Heng's face. After all, the clone talent he had publicly revealed could double his strength, and with the enhancement from the dominant blade, that meant a twofold increase. Such explosive power would render him nearly invincible among his peers. There was no need to disclose the other clones, thus minimizing the risks associated with exposure. Tomorrow was April 1st. How exhilarating! Wang Heng cast his gaze down at the date displayed on his smart bracelet. April 1st. Once again, the first-year students gathered on the playground. Wang Heng blended into the crowd, hardly noticeable. After months of silence, he was no longer the remarkable figure he had been upon his arrival at school. The attention of his classmates was now primarily focused on Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao, who had been in fierce competition for months, nearly indistinguishable in their prowess. Following them was a girl named Yu Xiaowei, who possessed the talent of invisibility and gradually revealed extraordinary strength after ascending to the martial artist level. Do not underestimate the talent of invisibility. Those who possess it are often born assassins. While Yu Xiaowei's individual strength might not be formidable, her ability to vanish allowed her to easily eliminate beasts far more powerful than herself. This capability secured her a high rank in the Demon Lock Tower, trailing only behind Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao. Wang Heng, have you broken through to the warrior level? The Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, approached him. The moment they spotted Wang Heng, they immediately noticed his breakthrough. After all, once one reached the warrior level, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were impossible to conceal. Indeed, I just recently achieved it, Wang Heng replied with a smile and a nod. At last, you can truly showcase your abilities. Let that scoundrel Lu Sun see who the real waste is, Zhao Lei exclaimed, clapping Wang Heng on the shoulder with palpable excitement. Who is Lu Sun? Wang Heng momentarily paused, only to recall that classmate who once labeled him as a waste, frequently currying favor behind Xie Yuanhao. However, Wang Heng had never regarded such individuals with any seriousness. With his formidable doppelganger talent, his aspirations had long transcended mere competition with these peers. Wang Heng, how much strength have you gained since breaking through to the warrior level? Zhao Hai inquired with curiosity. 2,000 kilograms. Wang Heng replied candidly. While the increase of 2,000 kilograms in strength was indeed astonishing, it was not overly surprising given that he had perfected the Xuanwu divine body. Impressive. No wonder you have perfected the Xuanwu divine body. Coupled with your strength-doubling ability, your power has now surpassed mine, Zhao Hai remarked with admiration. Zhao Lei added with envy. Having such a unique talent is truly advantageous. While we have to toil for months, you surpass us with just one breakthrough. I envy your high cultivation talents as well. Without my unique ability, I wouldn't even qualify to be your classmate, Wang Heng responded with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei also smiled in return. Indeed, had Wang Heng lacked the doppelganger talent, given his lamentably low cultivation aptitude, he would likely struggle to even qualify for an ordinary martial arts university. With this thought, they found a sense of balance in their hearts. Soon after, teachers Wu Wenbin and Teng Qingwan arrived at the playground, each leading their respective teams away. Wang Heng and his companions first headed to the Demon Locking Tower. Facing the Demon Locking Tower once more, the students were now remarkably composed. It must be said that the school's arranged training was indeed highly effective. At the very least, regardless of the type of demon beast they would face in the future, these students would no longer exhibit signs of nervousness or fear. I wonder how far I can ascend this time. At last, it was Wang Heng's turn. With eager anticipation, he stepped into the Demon Locking Tower. Zhou Wenbin stood at the entrance, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Heng without uttering a word. Although Wang Heng had broken through to the warrior level and possessed a strength-doubling capability, which would surely place him in the top 10, such an accomplishment held little significance in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. After all, with Wang Heng's cultivation aptitude, he would inevitably be surpassed by his classmates in the near future. This time, Fu Yuhan is likely to secure first place on all 4 rankings, an unprecedented achievement. Zhou Wenbin silently mused. Not long ago, he had learned from Teng Qingwan that Fu Yuhan had mastered the first level of star extinction. Originally, Fu Yuhan's foundational strength was only slightly inferior to Xie Yuanhao's, but now, with the doubling effect of star extinction, he would undoubtedly surpass Xie Yuanhao. Furthermore, Fu Yuhan was the only one among them to reach the subtle level of mastery in technique. Therefore, he would assuredly take first place across all 4 rankings. 8th floor of the Demon Locking Tower. With a swift stroke, Wang Heng effortlessly vanquished the beast before him, a surge of vitality radiating from his being. The splattering blood was thwarted in its attempt to stain his attire. The 9th level of the examination commenced. As a chilling mechanical voice echoed, the colossal beast lunged towards Wang Heng. With a steely gaze, Wang Heng unleashed a fervent blade of flame from his obsidian sword, cleaving the oncoming creature in twain, its form scorched beyond recognition. This was the fiery assault bestowed upon him through the cultivation of the vermilion bird divine body, now revealing its formidable power following his ascension to the warrior rank. The 10th level began. The 11th level commenced. The beasts of the 11th level had attained the rank of advanced warriors, yet they too fell before Wang Heng's might. The 12th level's adversaries reached the pinnacle of advanced warriors, and even while concealing a portion of his strength, he managed to strenuously dispatch them. Enough was enough. The beasts of the 12th level possessed an immense strength of 30 to 40,000 kilograms, a feat that no other classmates could likely achieve. After conquering the 12th level, Wang Heng chose not to advance further. After all, the 13th level housed beasts of the general rank, and should he slay them, how would he justify his prowess? Moreover, his sole aim was to secure first place. Venturing into additional levels bore no significance. Chapter 50. Shock in the Demon Locking Tower. Numerous students emerged. At the entrance, Zhuo Wenbin frequently glanced at the rankings displayed on his smart wristband. Xie Yuanhao had navigated through the 11th level with remarkable steadiness, temporarily securing the top position. Unfortunately, Fu Yuhan had already mastered the first level of star destruction, which would undoubtedly enable her to surpass him in speed through the 11th level. Zhuo Wenbin's expression revealed a hint of regret as he perused the rankings. Had Xie Yuanhao also mastered the first level of Thunder 9 transformations, he would have undoubtedly claimed the first place. Suddenly, Zhuo Wenbin noticed a shift in the rankings. A familiar name had entered the top 10. Wang Heng. It was this lad. Indeed, having perfected the Xuanwu divine body and ascended to the warrior tier, it was expected that his strength had significantly increased. Coupled with his ability to double his power, it was not surprising that he had breached the top 10. Zhuo Wenbin, recognizing Wang Heng, chose not to dwell on it further, as this outcome had long been anticipated. However, Zhuo Wenbin's countenance swiftly shifted. Wang Heng's name did not merely remain in the top 10. It surged upward with remarkable speed. 7th place, 6th place, 5th place when Wang Heng's name surpassed Yu Xiaohui's, placing him in second. Zhuo Wenbin's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could he surpass Yu Xiaohui? Zhuo Wenbin found this hard to fathom. Although Yu Xiaohui's strength had not reached 10,000 kilograms, her invisibility talent allowed her to stealthily deliver lethal strikes against demon beasts, effortlessly slaying those with strength exceeding 10,000 kilograms. Thus, she, like Xie Yuanhao, had also conquered the 11th level of the Demon Locking Tower. Even with his power-doubling ability, Wang Heng should not have been this formidable. Even if he had gained an instant increase of 3,000 kilograms in strength upon breaking through to the warrior tier, doubling that would only bring him close to 10,000 kg, making it improbable for him to defeat the demon beasts of the 11th level. Zhuo Wenbin wore a perplexed expression. If his memory served him correctly, the demon beasts of the 11th level possessed strength around 15,000 kg, and with their tough hides, it was exceedingly difficult for warriors of the same tier to vanquish them. Yu Xiaohui relied on stealth, blinding the demon beasts before gradually wearing them down. Xie Yuanhao's strength was comparable to that of the demon beasts, and with the advantage of weaponry, he too could slay them. What made Wang Heng capable of achieving this? Just as Zhuo Wenbin grappled with his confusion, he noticed that Wang Heng's ranking had ascended yet again. This time, he surpassed Xie Yuanhao, claiming the first position. He had actually conquered the 12th level. Zhuo Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief. If his recollection was accurate, the demon beasts of the 12th level were peak level 6 beasts, boasting strength between 30 to 40,000 kilograms. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, even Fu Yuhan, with her refined skills, would find it challenging to slay such a beast. How could Wang Heng possibly achieve this? Just as Zhuo Wenbin was filled with doubt, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd outside the Demon Ceiling Tower. My goodness! Look at the rankings of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Someone has surpassed Xie Yuanhao. It is Wang Heng. How could this be? How is he so formidable? I heard he has already advanced to the warrior level. Even so, he shouldn't be this strong. The monsters on the 12th floor are beyond even Fu Yuhan's capabilities. This is utterly astonishing. The crowd was abuzz with exclamations of disbelief. Clearly, everyone was intently watching the rankings of the Demon Ceiling Tower, and upon witnessing Wang Heng's ascent to the top, They were all left in shock. Brother, I must be seeing things. Wang Heng is in first place. Zhao Lei stared at the ranking displayed on his smart bracelet, unable to suppress his disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. Zhao Hai wore a similarly astonished expression and, after a moment of silent contemplation, he finally managed a wry smile, saying, I don't understand either. I have no idea how he became so powerful. If this were the Battle God Tower, I would certainly suspect him of cheating. But this is the Demon Ceiling Tower. Zhao Lei appeared equally perplexed. The Demon Ceiling Tower tests genuine combat prowess. Cheating may be possible elsewhere, but within the confines of the Demon Ceiling Tower, students must face the onslaught of monsters head-on, leaving no room for deceit. How could he have possibly breached the 12th floor? In the crowd, upon hearing the astonished exclamations of his classmates, Xie Yuanhao also directed his gaze towards the ranking displayed on his smart bracelet. Upon seeing Wang Heng surpass the 12th floor and claim the top position, he struggled to maintain his composure. The individual he had dismissed, nearly forgotten as a worthless contender, had suddenly surged ahead, eclipsing him and even Fu Yuhan. This was difficult for Xie Yuanhao to accept. How could this be? He must have cheated. Even with a power amplification ability, he could not possibly be this strong. Xie Yuanhao's expression darkened considerably. Beside him, the once sycophantic Lu Xun stared at the rankings in shock, rendered speechless. How could that worthless fool become so powerful all of a sudden? He wouldn't come looking for trouble with me, would he? Lu Xun felt a twinge of unease in his heart. He has emerged. Wang Heng has come out. Just then, Wang Heng slowly walked out of the Demon Ceiling Tower. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him as if magnetized. Zhuo Wenbin, standing at the entrance of the tower, regarded Wang Heng with a complex expression. He found it increasingly difficult to decipher this student. Wang Heng, just how powerful have you become? Unable to restrain his curiosity any longer, Zhuo Wenbin finally inquired. Teacher Zhuo. Wang Heng turned to Zhuo Wenbin, smiling as he replied, after breaking through to the warrior level, I increased my strength by 2,000 kg, and subsequently tempered 24 bones, currently possessing around 4,500 kilograms of strength. Zhuo Wenbin frowned upon hearing this, as it aligned closely with his own estimations. However, even after Wang Heng fused with his doppelganger, his power enhancement reached only 100, resulting in a mere 9,000 kilograms of strength. Unless Zhuo Wenbin seemed to grasp something, his gaze fixed on Wang Heng as his pupils abruptly contracted. In disbelief, he inquired, have you possibly mastered the Overlord Blade? He could not finish his sentence, for even he found such speculation too astonishing. It had only been a mere few weeks since Wang Heng began practicing the Overlord Blade. Teacher Zhuo, I have already attained the first level of the Overlord Blade, Wang Heng candidly affirmed, nodding without reservation. Zhuo Wenbin was momentarily stunned. Although he had entertained such a hypothesis in his mind, the confirmation left him somewhat incredulous. After all, it was an S-grade technique. Even if it was the least difficult among S-grade, achieving the first level in just a few weeks seemed implausible. Yet, the living testament before him compelled Zhuo Wenbin to accept the reality. In a daze, he realized that this student had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Perhaps, he had never truly understood this student from the very beginning. Chapter 51. An unexpected first. Wang Heng astonishingly surpassed Xie Yuanhao in the rankings of the Demon Ceiling Tower. He had managed to conquer the 12th level of the tower. Wang Heng's fame skyrocketed, far surpassing the recognition he had received at the beginning of the school year. At that time, everyone was still a budding martial artist, constrained by their limited strength, which allowed Wang Heng to clinch the top spot due to his unique talent for creating clones. However, now that everyone had advanced to warrior-level martial artists, it was indeed difficult for them to accept that they were still overshadowed by Wang Heng. Particularly, upon learning that Wang Heng had mastered the first level of the dominating blade, his classmates were left utterly astounded. Every student admitted to Haida University was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, and thus the cultivation manuals they chose were predominantly of S-rank. They were acutely aware of the challenges posed by S-rank manuals. Aside from Fu Yuhan, it was nearly impossible to find another individual who could achieve mastery of the first level in such a brief period. Wang Heng's sudden emergence had undeniably delivered a profound lesson to everyone. Even without his clone ability, his remarkable insight would allow him to ruthlessly overpower them. In the God of War Tower, Fu Yuhan exited with a radiant smile. She had successfully advanced to the 9th level, her unleashed power nearing 17,000 kilograms, which would undoubtedly surpass Xie Yuanhao. The first place was already secured. Yuhan. Suddenly, Tung Qingwan, standing at the entrance, pulled Fu Yuhan aside and whispered, "You should take a look at the rankings of the Demon Ceiling Tower." "Teacher, what is going on?" Fu Yuhan asked, puzzled, but complied and activated her smart wristband to check the rankings. Initially, she thought Xie Yuanhao might have made a breakthrough, but when she saw that Wang Heng held the first position, her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Fu Yuhan was filled with incredulity. She had never underestimated Wang Heng, recognizing that he possessed the ability to double his strength, making him a formidable competitor in the early stages of cultivation. However, Wang Heng had stagnated at the budding martial artist level for a considerable 6 months. Even though he had now advanced to warrior level, it seemed implausible for him to catch up to her so swiftly. Furthermore, she had already mastered the first level of Starlight Annihilation. According to teacher Zhua, Wang Heng had achieved mastery in the first level of Dominating Blade. Tung Qingwan looked astonished. She felt somewhat incredulous as well. Being the first to learn of Wang Heng's advancement to warrior level and aware that he had chosen the Dominating Blade, she never anticipated that he would become so formidable in such a short span of just over 10 days. "Teacher, I suddenly feel a bit concerned. You don't think his skill level has also reached the micro level, do you?" After a moment of silence, a hint of regret crossed Fu Yuhan's face. Tung Qingwan was taken aback by this statement, then hesitantly replied, "That seems unlikely. The micro level is not easily attained. If he possessed your level of insight, he would have broken through long ago. Moreover, even if he did, it would be impossible for him to surpass you." "Teacher," Fu Yuhan said with a wry smile, "I was merely honing my marksmanship in the virtual arena, not in a rush to slay the monsters." Tung Qingwan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Previously, Fu Yuhan had been the only one to reach the subtle level, so she had no concerns about anyone usurping her position as the top contender in the virtual arena. Consequently, during the assessment, she did not hasten to eliminate the monsters but seized the opportunity to refine her shooting skills. This decision inadvertently extended the time Fu Yuhan spent, thereby diminishing his score in the virtual arena. This was not a significant matter since, as long as no one attained the subtle level, he would not be surpassed. However, it now seemed that Wang Heng might have the potential to break through to the subtle level. Could this time lead to Wang Heng claiming the top spot on the leaderboard? Tung Qingwan was taken aback by her own speculation. In the virtual arena, after leaving the Demon Lock Tower, the boys' class arrived at the virtual hall. Wang Heng instinctively returned to his previous seat and was just about to don his helmet when Zhao Hai remarked beside him, "You've mastered the first level of the Dominant Blade, and your skill level must have improved as well. Surely you will secure the second position this time? Unless something unexpected occurs, it should indeed be the second place." Wang Heng nodded and then put on his helmet, entering the virtual arena. Although his skill level had ascended to the subtle level, there still existed hierarchies within that realm. Fu Yuhan had reached the subtle level before him, and thus, his score in the virtual arena would invariably be higher. Nevertheless, even if he could only achieve second place, due to his dual first rankings in the Demon Lock Tower and the War God Tower, Wang Heng would still surpass Fu Yuhan on the points leaderboard. At that moment, he would be the top contender in 3 categories, a feat certainly impressive enough. Wang Heng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Wang Heng removed his helmet, staring incredulously at the large screen before him. Displayed prominently were the top 10 rankings of the virtual arena, and astonishingly Wang Heng was in first place. But how could this be? Just moments ago, he had received a notification indicating he was leading the virtual arena. Yet the question lingered, how could he have surpassed Fu Yuhan? However, as he gazed at the ranking displayed on the screen, he had no choice but to accept this startling reality. It wasn't just Wang Heng who was in disbelief. His classmates also wore expressions of shock. Exclamations echoed throughout the virtual hall. "Wang Heng, have you broken through to the subtle level?" asked Zhuo Wenbin, who had approached with a look of astonishment. He felt somewhat numb, having been astounded multiple times that day. Wang Heng nodded, replying, "Yes, I broke through while practicing the dominant blade, but I just recently achieved the subtle level, so it shouldn't be possible for me to surpass Fu Yuhan. I've heard about that, Zhuo Wenbin remarked. Fu Yuhan took the opportunity to refine his marksmanship during the challenge, which slowed his progress and ultimately affected his final score. After Zhuo Wenbin finished speaking, he gazed at Wang Heng, his eyes still filled with astonishment. Achieving the first level of the dominant blade and breaking through to the subtle level of skill indicates that Wang Heng's comprehension has significantly improved, perhaps even to a considerable extent. Although warriors experience a transformation upon ascending to the soldier rank, such a transformation is typically minimal. Could it be that Wang Heng is experiencing yet another anomaly? Zhuo Wenbin pondered quietly within himself. This was not without possibility. Wang Heng's doppelganger was unlike anyone else's. While others could only augment their strength by 10% upon merging their doppelganger, Wang Heng's fusion granted him a remarkable 100% increase in power. As the saying goes, where there is one, there may be another. Thus, it was not entirely implausible for Wang Heng to undergo another transformation. Using challenges to hone his marksmanship? Upon hearing Zhuo Wenbin's words, Wang Heng could not help but feel somewhat speechless. It was indeed a fortuitous first place. Wait, if that is the case, does it mean I will secure the top position across all 4 rankings? Wang Heng held his breath and looked at Zhuo Wenbin, stammering slightly as he said, Teacher Zhuo, it seems I am about to achieve first place in all 4 rankings. Zhuo Wenbin was taken aback, and then he too realized this point, casting a peculiar glance at Wang Heng as he remarked, this was originally Fu Yuhan's goal, but unexpectedly, her oversight has paved the way for you. 400,000 credits. I am about to strike it rich. Wang Heng could not help but grin widely. Look at you. So lacking in ambition. Zhuo Wenbin shot a disapproving glance at Wang Heng, then added with a smile, not just 400,000 credits. Achieving the unprecedented feat of first place across all 4 rankings will earn you a direct reward of 1 million credits from the school. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Heng was instantly left in a state of shock. Chapter 52. Top of the 4 lists, 400. 000 credits. 1,000,000 credits. At this moment, Wang Heng was blissfully immersed in a sea of happiness. He was truly on the verge of a windfall. A total reward of 1.4 million credits was equivalent to an astonishing 14 billion. Only 1.4 million credits, and look at your foolish demeanor. Do you even know how many credits Xie Yuanhao borrowed from the school? Zhuo Wenbin remarked, observing Wang Heng's dazed expression with a hint of annoyance. Wang Heng, slightly perplexed, inquired, is it possible to apply for a loan at school? Ordinary individuals cannot acquire credits through loans. However, Xie Yuanhao possesses an S-level cultivation talent. Historically, those with S-level cultivation abilities, as long as they survive, can inevitably become war gods. Thus, the school naturally extends certain privileges to such prodigies. Zhuo Wenbin explained. Intrigued, Wang Heng asked, then how many credits did he actually borrow? 10 million, Zhuo Wenbin replied, observing the shock etched on Wang Heng's face, secretly amused, thinking to himself, look at you, surprised for once. Wang Heng was indeed astounded. 10 million credits translated to an astronomical sum of 1 billion. Just how much money was that? Suddenly, he felt that his 1.4 million credits were not as appealing. If one could apply for a loan, he too would be eager to borrow. Although it would need to be repaid in the end, the more one borrows, the less one fears repayment. Historically, when borrowing money, if one borrows little, they are merely a son. If one borrows a lot, they become the father of the creditor. Given that Xie Yuanhao borrowed such a large sum, the school would certainly take measures to protect him. After all, should he perish, the school would suffer a tremendous loss. Are you also considering applying for a loan? Zhuo Wenbin asked, his face adorned with a teasing expression. Wang Heng replied with a wry smile, of course. With sufficient credits, I can rapidly grow stronger. Martial practitioners refine their bodies with the aid of elixirs such as body-tempering pills and body-tempering liquids. Similarly, warrior-level practitioners refine their bones, and there are indeed treasures to assist in this endeavor. However, such treasures for bone refinement are, without exception, exorbitantly priced. As long as you demonstrate the potential to become a war god, I can assist you in applying for a loan from the school, Zhuo Wenbin said with a smile. Curiously, Wang Heng asked, What constitutes the potential to become a war god? Possessing S-level cultivation talent like Xia Yuanhao, or having comprehended the realm of intention, Zhuo Wenbin elucidated. Wang Heng was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Comprehending the realm of intention? The difficulty was insurmountable. If he were to truly comprehend it, he would likely be on the brink of the war god realm. Focus on your cultivation. With this substantial amount of credits, you should be able to expedite your bone refinement. Don't hesitate to spend. You possess the avatar talent, so you need not worry about finances in the future. Zhuo Wenbin encouraged, patting Wang Heng on the shoulder. Nodding in agreement, Wang Heng understood the advantages of his avatar talent. Once he graduated, by dispatching avatars to undertake perilous tasks, he could reap substantial rewards. It was akin to earning money while comfortably at home. Certainly, it requires formidable strength to achieve such feats. Otherwise, a weak doppelganger would perish upon leaving the city, rendering the effort futile. The War God Tower. Under the guidance of Zhuo Wenbin, the male students commenced their final test. However, their gazes frequently drifted towards Wang Heng. It was common knowledge that Wang Heng had secured first place in both the Demon Lock Tower and the Virtual Arena. Should he also claim victory in the War God Tower, he would accomplish the unprecedented feat of topping all 4 rankings. They would bear witness to the birth of this miracle. Wang Heng, you are truly destined to soar. Zhao Hai gazed at Wang Heng with palpable excitement, overwhelmed by the impact Wang Heng had made. Wang Heng, no, Brother Wang, I'll be counting on your support in the future. 140,000 credits. TSK, you must treat us tonight. I crave Demon King meat.
Cao Lei Kaim Din, equally exhilarated.
Alright, make sure to clean up before coming to my dorm tonight. Wang Heng teased with a smile. Zhao Lei quickly retreated several steps, warily eyeing Wang Heng, crossing his arms defiantly as he said, never mind that. I must remain loyal to Li Shui. Get lost. Wang Heng laughed, scolding him lightly as he made his way to the War God Tower. Following a group of classmates, Wang Heng entered the tower. As expected, he swiftly ascended to the 9th level. He chose not to press further, as his ranking already surpassed that of Fu Yuhan. Although both were at the 9th level, Fu Yuhan's punch power was 16,000 kilograms, whereas Wang Heng's reached 18,000 kilograms. Securing first place was sufficient. There was no need to reveal more of his prowess. Upon exiting the War God Tower, Wang Heng once again reveled in the spotlight. At that moment, he had achieved first place across all 4 rankings: the Demon Lock Tower, War God Tower, Virtual Arena, and the Freshman Points leaderboard. This was an unprecedented accomplishment, rarely achieved even among past freshmen. In the last decade, only Wang Heng had managed such a feat. Impressive. With his level of comprehension, becoming a general in the future is surely within reach. Moreover, possessing the doppelganger talent, he is destined to become an exceptionally formidable general, a classmate remarked, gazing at Wang Heng in admiration. If previously they had doubted Wang Heng's potential to ascend to the general level, now he had exhibited exquisite skill and insight far beyond their own, making his rise to general status a mere formality. A general endowed with the doppelganger ability would undoubtedly be the most terrifying existence beneath the war god. Although all present were geniuses admitted to high university, their future achievements would likely culminate only in the general level, with few breaching into the realm of war god. Thus, no one dared to underestimate Wang Heng any longer. It's merely a temporary victory. My true goal is to enter the Hall of War Gods. Among the crowd, Xia Yuanhao fixed his gaze on Wang Heng, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. As the sole S-class genius of high university, he had once envisioned a life illuminated by brilliance. However, upon entering high university, he found himself repeatedly overshadowed by others, much to his dismay. Regretfully, he pondered that perhaps he should have opted for Jing University instead. Before long, a gathering took place once again on the playground. With the assessment concluded, the students commenced the reallocation of dormitories. Wang Heng, having topped the rankings, was granted the privilege to choose freely among the 4 most prestigious dormitories: A1, B1, C1, and D1. Ultimately, he settled on dormitory A1. True to his nature of repaying grievances and seeking retribution, Wang Heng was determined to make experience the inconvenience of moving, especially relishing the sight of rolling up his bedding and departing before him. Chapter 53. The cultivation of Wang Heng in dormitory A1. Wang Heng lounged on the sofa, observing the moving-in process of Xie Yuanhao, urging him impatiently, "Hurry up, I need to find someone to clean this place. Who knows what kind of craftsmanship you've been up to in there? Don't push your luck." Xie Yuanhao's temper flared at these words, glaring at Wang Heng. Being young, he understood perfectly well the implications of Wang Heng's insinuation. What a ridiculous joke. As an S-class genius, if he truly had any needs in that regard, he could simply beckon and a multitude of women would rush to him. There was no need for him to get his hands dirty. "Get moving. Don't waste my time." Wang Heng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with whether Xie Yuanhao was angered. In terms of strength, Xie Yuanhao was currently inferior to him. When it came to potential, with his numerous avatars, he would never be able to match Wang Heng in the future. Ultimately, it was due to Xie Yuanhao's previous arrogance that Wang Heng was in no mood to be cordial. "Wang Heng, don't get too cocky. I am already refining my skull. Once I ascend to the battle general level, let us see how you can compete with me. Sooner or later, I will suppress you from all 4 rankings." Xie Yuanhao spat out these harsh words before striding away. Wang Heng watched as Xie Yuanhao left in a huff, paying no heed to his final threat. Surpass him? What a laugh. This time, he had concealed much of his strength while competing for the rankings. Otherwise, if he fused all his avatars and unleashed his full power, he could reach nearly 100,000 kilograms of strength, which was already approaching the initial battle general level. However, it was indeed surprising that Xie Yuanhao had begun refining his skull at such a swift pace. Moreover, having borrowed 10 million credits from the school, his rate of progress would undoubtedly accelerate. "I must hasten my own advancement," Wang Heng pondered. In this ranking push, he had amassed a total of 1.4 million credits, which he intended to spend entirely. Only by rapidly entering the battle general level could he find time to enhance his skills and aim to comprehend the essence by the time he reached the advanced battle general stage. In a vast conference hall, Vice Principal Zhao Wu convened another meeting. "Dear colleagues, I have just received news that among this year's freshmen, there is a genius who has achieved first in 4 rankings." Zhao Wu scanned the crowd, smiling as he continued, "And this individual is someone you are quite familiar with, Wang Heng, who possesses the talent for avatars but has an exceptionally poor aptitude for cultivation." "How is that possible?" "Vice Principal Zhao, you must be joking. This is absolutely impossible." Upon hearing Zhao Wu's announcement, the teachers present displayed a myriad of expressions, each reacting differently. Some chose to believe while others were adamantly skeptical. However, without exception, all were profoundly astonished. "Teachers Wu, please share your thoughts." Zhao Wu smiled slightly, nodding towards Zhuo Wenbin, who was seated at the back. Zhuo Wenbin immediately rose, visibly excited as he addressed the gathering. "Principal Zhao, esteemed teachers, Wang Heng has ascended to the warrior level a fortnight ago, and upon his breakthrough, he has augmented his strength by an impressive 2,000 kilograms. Today, he has further demonstrated his skills, achieving the subtle mastery level, and has even mastered the first tier of the dominating blade." After speaking, Zhuo Wenbin operated his smart wristband to retrieve footage of Wang Heng's endeavors in the Demon Tower, God of War Tower, and the virtual arena, projecting it onto the large screen in the conference room. The teachers, upon witnessing the footage, fell into silence. The evidence was irrefutable. Indeed, he had reached the subtle mastery level. Although still somewhat unrefined, it was undeniably remarkable, indicating that his comprehension was on par with that of Fu Yuhan. One teacher, captivated by Wang Heng's combat display in the virtual arena, could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, with such comprehension, his ascension to the general level is assured, and he even harbors the potential to break into the God of War rank. Another teacher gazed intently at the screen, his eyes alight with excitement. Previously, they had overlooked Wang Heng, as at that time, the prospect of him breaking through to the general level seemed improbable. Yet now, he possessed the potential to challenge the God of War rank, which warranted their investment. After all, a God of War level practitioner endowed with the ability to create avatars is undoubtedly the most formidable entity within that tier. May I inquire, how did his understanding suddenly elevate to such heights? Had he possessed such high comprehension, he would not have ranked so low in the virtual arena previously. A teacher posed a question. Zhao Wu, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, I have discussed this with Teacher Zhua. It seems that following his breakthrough to the warrior level, his physique underwent a transformation. This is not the first time he has experienced such a metamorphosis. You may recall that Wang Heng's avatar ability differs from others. Upon merging with his avatar, he gains a 100 enhancement of strength. Thus, it is not beyond reason that another anomaly would arise following his ascension to the warrior level. This child is truly fortunate. This transformation has significantly enhanced his comprehension. Even if his cultivation talent remains modest, high comprehension greatly increases the likelihood of grasping the concept and potentially becoming a god of war-level powerhouse, one teacher remarked with a sense of awe. The other teachers nodded in agreement, beginning to see promise in Wang Heng's future. Noticing the mood in the room, Zhao Wu suddenly adopted a serious expression. Esteemed colleagues, the purpose of this meeting is to deliberate on Wang Heng's training. He possesses the avatar ability and has now exhibited the potential to ascend to the god of war level. We can no longer afford to be negligent. Principal Zhao, are you suggesting we fully support him in his pursuit of the god of war rank? A teacher asked gravely. Zhao Wu nodded, stating, given his high comprehension, we cannot allow him to squander time on merely enhancing his cultivation. Therefore, I propose we provide him with abundant training resources, enabling him to focus entirely on elevating his skill level. This approach is excessively resource-intensive. If we succeed, it will be worthwhile. However, if we fail, the losses we incur will be substantial, a teacher remarked with a furrowed brow. Zhao Wu replied in a grave tone, indeed, should we fail, our losses would be considerable. Yet, if Wang Heng successfully ascends to the god of war level, the benefits to our institution, Haida, and even the entire Great Xia nation would be far greater. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. This matter is of great importance. I believe we ought to inform the principal and allow him to make the decision, suggested another teacher. Zhao Wu frowned and responded. The principal has recently entered seclusion at the God of War Hall and is unreachable for the time being. Based on past experience, he will likely remain in seclusion for several years. We cannot allow Wang Heng to squander these precious years. Zhao Principal, we could enhance his benefits for now, considering he is still at the warrior level and does not require an abundance of cultivation resources, proposed another teacher. Zhao Wu pondered. That is indeed a feasible idea. Wang Heng is currently at the warrior level and does not need extensive resources. I have an idea, exclaimed a robust teacher with thick eyebrows and large eyes, suddenly standing up. Since Wang Heng has chosen to cultivate the dominant blade, we can certainly use this as a basis to elevate his benefits. For instance, if he masters the second level of dominant blade, we could reward him with 500,000 credits. If he achieves the third level, we could grant him 1,000,000 credits, and so forth. This way, we not only enhance his benefits but also motivate him to elevate his skills. If he can reach the perfect level of mastery before turning 20, he will be able to enter the God of War Hall without us needing to expend further resources on his training. As soon as he finished speaking, another teacher beside him chuckled and teased, Old Wu, your ambitions are nearly hitting me in the face. Who doesn't he know that among us, your dominant blade cultivation is the most outstanding? Once Wang Heng enters his second year, he will undoubtedly choose you as his mentor. Haha, I am merely considering the school's interests. Besides, selecting a mentor is a personal choice. I cannot guarantee that Wang Heng will choose me, replied the teacher named Wu with a hearty laugh. Zhao Wu smiled and asked, what do you all think of Teacher Wu's proposal? I support it. No objections here. I am in favor. To encourage him further, we could establish a reward mechanism, granting him 10,000,000 credits if he elevates his skills to the perfect level before turning 20. Excellent proposal. The teachers chimed in. Zhao Wu smiled and said, let us proceed with this for now. I will study the specific reward measures and send them to you for a vote on whether to approve. Dismissed. Chapter 54. The Hall of War, April 2nd. Wang Heng rose early in the morning, his heart brimming with anticipation as he activated his smart wristband. Upon viewing his credit balance, a radiant smile illuminated his face. 4 million credits had indeed been deposited. At last, he had acquired wealth. Elated, Wang Heng felt invigorated. For some time, he had only been wistfully gazing at the school's marketplace, and now he could finally procure some cultivation items to expedite his training. He still owed Li Shui 60,000 credits. With this thought in mind, Wang Heng promptly transferred the amount to her. Ding! Li Shui quickly replied, "Credits received. Now you're quite the affluent one. Remember to treat us tonight." "No problem." Wang Heng responded instantly, as he had already intended to invite Li Shui, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei for a gathering. After concluding his conversation with Li Shui, Wang Heng swiftly accessed the school's marketplace, commencing his search for warrior-grade cultivation resources. With over 1 million credits at his disposal, the array of available items had significantly expanded. However, the prices of warrior-grade cultivation resources were exorbitantly steep, causing Wang Heng to feel increasingly apprehensive. 1 drop of adult dragon blood. Price: 1 million credits, capable of directly refining a bone. 9-leaf spirit fungus. Price: 1 million credits. Doubles bone refining speed within a month. Blood plasma berry. Price: 100,000 credits. Doubles bone refining speed within 3 days. 1 pound of dragon meat. Price: 10,000 credits. Enhances bone refining speed by 30% in 1 day. Bone refining pill. Price: 1,000 credits. Increases bone refining speed by 10% in 1 day. Upon witnessing the prices of these cultivation resources, Wang Heng suddenly realized that 1 million credits was woefully insufficient. He mused that wandering warriors in the outside world could likely only afford the bone refining pills. These cultivation resources, apart from the bone refining pills, were precious commodities seldom accessible to outsiders, specifically designated by the state and school for nurturing prodigies. Naturally, if one were not a genius, there would be no need to utilize such valuable resources. After all, these resources merely save time in cultivation. They offer no aid in breaking through to the realm of the war god. Were Wang Heng a wandering warrior in the outside world, he would certainly refrain from purchasing these precious cultivation resources, as a delayed ascension to the warrior rank would bear little consequence for him. Yet within the confines of the school, strength is paramount. Only by becoming stronger can one amass more credits. Wang Heng had no intention of slowing his cultivation speed merely to conserve credits. After careful contemplation, Wang Heng decided on his purchases: 1 9-leaf spirit fungus, 30 pounds of dragon meat, and 30 bone refining pills. This totaled 1,330,000 credits. Adding the 60,000 credits he had returned to Li Shui, Wang Heng's freshly acquired 1 million credits vanished before he could even warm them in his grasp. To be honest, he felt a pang of regret. However, the thought of soon becoming stronger allowed him to find solace. These cultivation resources have the potential to double my bone tempering speed. Perhaps I could complete the tempering of my limbs within this month, Wang Heng mused. Shortly thereafter, he received a shipment from the school's marketplace, a reinforced alloy lockbox. Wang Heng carried the box back to his underground training chamber but refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he tidied himself up before heading out. He had arranged to dine with Li Shui and the others at noon. However, upon arriving at the cafeteria, not only did he spot Li Shui, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei, but also an unexpected guest, Li Shui's close friend, Fu Yuhan. Although Fu Yuhan had attended once before, she had not been seen at subsequent gatherings. Evidently, this exceptional talent possessed a certain pride and typically refrained from mingling with them. Wang Heng, we've been waiting for you. Hurry up and order, Zhao Lei urged upon seeing him. Wang Heng could only smile wryly and replied, "You all can decide, just don't exceed 17,000 credits. You're being rather stingy. After all, you've just received 1 million credits," Zhao Lei jested. Wang Heng shrugged and explained, "I just placed an order for some cultivation resources, and it drained my funds. I'm left with only 17,000 credits. What on earth did you purchase that was so costly?" Zhao Lei exclaimed, astonished. Zhao Hai and Li Shui also displayed expressions of curiosity. "It must be the 9-leaf spirit mushroom," Fu Yuhan interjected suddenly. Wang Heng glanced at her and nodded. "Indeed, I acquired a 9-leaf spirit mushroom, along with dragon meat and bone tempering pills." "Wow, you really are extravagant. My brother and I only bought bone tempering pills and dragon meat. We'll save the higher tier treasures for when we temper our skulls. Or else the consumption at the warrior level is just too great," Zhao Lei remarked, filled with admiration. Though he came from a wealthy family, he did not dare to spend money as liberally as Wang Heng did. It seems your strength will significantly increase this month, Fu Yuhan observed, fixing her gaze on Wang Heng, then added earnestly, however, I grant you another chance to claim first place in the next virtual arena. Wang Heng laughed heartily. I must thank you, Fu, for your earlier concession. Otherwise, I would have missed out on an additional 1 million credits. Mentioning this caused Fu Yuhan to wear a look of frustration. Had she not been careless, Wang Heng would never have achieved the prestigious title of first in 4 rankings, and consequently, he would not have received the extra 1 million credit reward. All right, let us eat first. You two can settle your rivalry on the 1st of next month. Li Shui chimed in, attempting to ease the tension with a smile. Fu Yuhan, upon hearing this, ceased to dwell on the matter and instead stated, Wang Heng, your comprehension has improved. If you can elevate your mastery to perfection, you may have a chance to enter the Hall of War Gods. The Hall of War Gods, Li Shui exclaimed, her expression shifting, but upon reflecting on her own circumstances, she sighed. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei also exhibited longing expressions. What exactly is the Hall of War Gods? Wang Heng observed the subtle shift in their expressions, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Fu Yuhan elucidated. It is the pinnacle of academic institutions, established collaboratively by the 3 principal powers of humanity, specifically designed to nurture the most exceptional talents among us. It is said that anyone who graduates from this esteemed academy possesses a minimum strength of a war god. How come I've never heard of it? Wang Heng inquired, perplexed. Such a prestigious institution surely cannot exist in obscurity. Fu Yuhan replied nonchalantly, for ordinary individuals, such knowledge is of little consequence. To gain entry into the War God Hall, one must master the perfect level of skill and achieve the rank of a war general before the age of 20. The difficulty is exceedingly daunting, Wang Heng frowned. While he believed that with ample resources, one could enhance their cultivation through investment, the attainment of the perfect level of skill is not easily grasped. Moreover, it must be accomplished before turning 20. At present, Wang Heng is 17, and his classmates are of a similar age. This implies that they must comprehend the perfect level of skill by the end of their 4th year at the latest. Such a challenge is undeniably formidable. Even the prodigies from esteemed institutions like Jing University and Hai University would find it arduous to achieve. Chapter 55. New reward measures. After the dinner gathering, Wang Heng returned to his dormitory. The mention of the War God Temple by Fu Yuhan lingered in his mind. Aspiring to elevate his skill to perfection within the next 2.5 years posed a formidable challenge. Wang Heng pondered deeply, yet he was not devoid of opportunities. If he could transcend to the next major realm, namely attain the rank of a war general, he would gain an additional 100 avatars. An increase of 100 avatars would exponentially enhance his training speed. Thus, it became evident that his immediate focus should be on improving his cultivation rather than his skill level. With a clear plan forming in his mind, Wang Heng entered the underground training chamber and unlocked the alloy safe he had purchased in the morning. Inside lay 30 bone refining pills and a 9-leaf spirit mushroom. As for the 30 pounds of dragon meat, the school cafeteria would prepare it and deliver it to him punctually for each meal. It must be acknowledged that the school was wholly dedicated to nurturing prodigies. Let the training commence. Wang Heng seized the 9-leaf spirit mushroom and consumed it whole. Such rare treasures were best ingested directly and subsequently refined with vital energy. As the mushroom was digested, a warm sensation enveloped his body, akin to being immersed in a hot spring, with vital energy coursing through him, continuously aiding in the refinement of his bones. The results were indeed remarkable. Upon assessing his physical condition, Wang Heng was profoundly astonished. After consuming the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, the passive bone refining speed was comparable to his previous maximum effort. Next, he ingested a bone refining pill, which accelerated the refining process significantly. Once he finished the dragon meat he had brought back from the cafeteria, the speed of his bone refinement surged even further. Wasting no time, Wang Heng promptly settled into a cross-legged position, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement of his bones. Time swiftly passed. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Heng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating excitement. Remarkably, in just 10 hours, he had refined 2 bones and made considerable progress on a 3rd. By this calculation, he could refine at least 5 bones a day. Wang Heng's face was alight with exhilaration. With such a refining speed, he might reach the war general rank by his sophomore year. However, maintaining such a pace would require an astounding amount of resources. After all, it was unrealistic for Wang Heng to acquire 4 million credits every month. Teacher Zhua is reaching out to me. Wang Heng suddenly received a message from Zhou Wenbin and turned his attention to the electronic screen mounted on the wall. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, marking the designated time for Zhou Wenbin's guidance. Since yesterday, Zhou Wenbin had resumed his mentorship. Wang Heng, I have wonderful news for you. Your achievement of securing the top of the 4 rankings has prompted the school to intensify its support for your development. The screen displayed Zhou Wenbin's smiling visage as he spoke to Wang Heng. Upon hearing the news, Wang Heng was filled with delight. For just moments earlier, he had been fretting over insufficient credits. To his astonishment, good tidings arrived swiftly. He hurriedly inquired with Zhou Wenbin about the specifics. With a smile, Zhou Wenbin informed him, the school has just approved a proposal regarding you. If you master the 2nd level of the dominant blade before turning 20, you will be awarded 1 million credits. Should you attain the 3rd level, the reward increases to 2 million credits and so forth, with the credit rewards doubling. Furthermore, if you elevate your skills to perfection before your 20th birthday, the school will grant you a one-time reward of 10 million credits. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng could not help but furrow his brow. The reward measures revealed the school's intent to compel him to devote his time to enhancing his skill level. The stipulation of the age limit of 20 clearly indicated their desire to propel him towards the War God Hall. Naturally, it was reasonable for the school to consider such a strategy, and it was likely that Fu Yuhan had a similar reward mechanism. However, the paramount concern for Wang Heng was to first elevate his cultivation level. After all, once he ascended to the rank of a battle general, he would gain an additional 100 avatars, allowing him to enhance his skills more efficiently later on. Unfortunately, the school was unaware of this fact, and he dared not disclose this secret. Thank you for the school's support. I shall strive diligently. Wang Heng sighed internally while feigning an expression of heartfelt gratitude. Zhou Wenbin, oblivious to Wang Heng's true thoughts, cheerfully remarked, focus on mastering the dominant blade for now. As for the bone tempering, there is no need to rush. With these credit rewards, you will undoubtedly reach the battle general level. I understand. Wang Heng nodded. Despite his acknowledgement, he intended to prioritize bone tempering. Of course, he was not foolish enough to clash with Zhou Wenbin again. After all, Zhou Wenbin would not be monitoring him constantly. Who could discern whether he was engaged in bone tempering or practicing the blade? Oh, by the way, several teachers asked me to send you some videos. You should take a good look at them. After saying this, Zhou Wenbin activated his smart bracelet and made a few adjustments. In an instant, Wang Heng received 3 videos. Curiosity piqued. He opened one to discover a middle-aged man, unfamiliar to him, demonstrating the techniques of the dominant blade, specifically the 2nd level. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, this was guidance directed towards him. Having already mastered the 1st level, he was now set to practice the 2nd level. Subsequently, he opened the other 2 videos, which also featured a teacher practicing the 2nd level of the dominant blade. Zhou Laosher, what is this? Wang Heng inquired, glancing at Zhou Wenbin with a look of confusion. He found it peculiar that a teacher was instructing him on blade techniques, seemingly orchestrated by the school. However, the arrival of 3 teachers at once seems somewhat excessive. Does it not? Zhou Wenbin replied with a faint smile. These 3 educators hold great optimism for your future, and are inclined to take you under their wing. Thus, they entrusted me with these videos for you. Nevertheless, you need not feel any pressure, as it is only upon entering your sophomore year that you will be eligible to take on a mentor. Wang Heng suddenly understood. He was aware that, upon reaching sophomore status, they would receive guidance from teachers of exceptional caliber. After all, with numerous students and various cultivation techniques, it would be impossible for Zhou Wenbin alone to provide adequate instruction. Once they entered their 2nd year, there would be daily classes taught by these esteemed instructors, allowing students to attend sessions that catered to their individual needs. At that time, should you excel, there would be opportunities to be taken on as an apprentice by the teaching staff. Clearly, these 3 educators hold Wang Heng in high regard, as they sent the videos in advance to win his favor. After all, the selection of a mentor is a mutual process, where both master and apprentice have their preferences. Chapter 56. Tempering the skull at 10 o'clock, Zhuo Wenbin concluded his guidance. In truth, for Wang Heng, Zhuo Wenbin's mentorship held little significance, as Zhuo practiced the Thunder 9 transformations, focusing on speed, which contrasted sharply with Wang's dominant blade style. Nevertheless, Zhuo did offer advice on various considerations during the bone tempering process, yet this was of little utility to Wang Heng. Having previously conducted experiments with his clones, he faced no dangers during his bone tempering. However, he graciously accepted Zhuo's good intentions. Next, he decided to review the videos of his 3 instructors. After ending the video call with Zhuo Wenbin, Wang Heng accessed the 3 recordings stored in his smart bracelet and began to watch them attentively, one by one. Although all 3 instructors elucidated the second level of dominant blade, their explanations varied, reflecting their unique interpretations of the technique. Listening to their insights proved to be quite beneficial for Wang Heng, as it enabled him to circumvent some pitfalls during his practice. Previously, while training in dominant blade, he had navigated many convoluted paths without a teacher's guidance, relying solely on his own exploration. It was only due to the sheer number of his clones that he managed to master the first level of dominant blade in such a short time. In truth, the assistance of his clones was of greater significance to him. Thus, the guidance from these 3 instructors was relatively equivalent in value. After viewing the 3 videos, Wang Heng fell into contemplation. The distinction between choosing any of these 3 instructors seemed negligible. However, he would need to consider the benefits he could gain from the mentorship, as the relationship between master and disciple differed substantially from that of teacher and student. The student-teacher relationship is inherently tied to the school, with each teacher managing numerous students, leading to a more tenuous connection. In contrast, the master-disciple relationship demands genuine reverence and kneeling to the master, creating a bond akin to that of father and son. Furthermore, under national law, should a master pass away, their disciple inherits rights to their property equivalent to that of biological children. Moreover, a master typically takes only a handful of disciples, treating them as sons. For Wang Heng, the primary role of a master is to serve as a formidable support, so the more powerful the master, the better. Of course, character is equally paramount. He quickly clarified his criteria for selection. Subsequently, he opened his smart bracelet and searched for the identities of the 3 instructors on the school forum. It is not uncommon for students to discuss their teachers behind their backs, so Wang Heng swiftly uncovered a wealth of information. There was no cause for concern regarding the character of these 3 instructors. Being a teacher at high university required rigorous vetting, as the state places significant emphasis on this matter to prevent undesirable elements from infiltrating. Notably, teacher Wu Jingshan possessed the strength of a high-ranking war god, with a unique talent for flight, making him nearly invulnerable to defeat among his peers. Wang Heng quickly narrowed his focus to one individual. The individual is named Wu Jingshan, reputed to possess the highest mastery of the dominant blade among the instructors at Haida. He is also a formidable advanced warrior, endowed with the rare and exceptional talent of flight, a capability possessed by only a few among the warriors. After all, only those who transcend the realm of warriors can soar through the skies. This is indeed a remarkable figure. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a powerhouse is undoubtedly among the elite of warriors, capable of providing protection during his own nascent phases. This esteemed teacher Wu shall be my choice. Wang Heng resolved without hesitation. Having identified his target, he resumed his bone tempering. He had already consumed the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, and this month would be dedicated entirely to the tempering of his bones. As for his swordsmanship, he would adhere to his original plan, practicing for an hour each day. As days passed, not only was Wang Heng diligently training, but his classmates were also tirelessly honing their skills. After all, Wang Heng's sudden ascendance had ignited a fire within many. A person they had deemed a waste suddenly claimed the top position on the 4 rankings. How could they, who prided themselves on being geniuses, accept this? Xie Yuanhao, filled with resentment, borrowed 10 million credits to acquire numerous cultivation resources, rapidly accelerating his bone tempering progress. Fu Yuhan, similarly discontent, retreated into seclusion to train following a gathering. After accumulating over 1 million credits, She gritted her teeth and purchased the 9-leaf spirit mushroom. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei were also striving to improve. As friends of Wang Heng, they did not wish to be left far behind. Among the first-year students, only Li Shui seemed to be leisurely cultivating the vermilion bird divine body. On April 22nd, in the underground training chamber of Dormitory A1, Wang Heng opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. All 126 bones of his limbs had been successfully tempered. Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the testing device nearby. I wonder to what extent my strength has reached. Approaching the testing device, Wang Heng delivered a powerful punch to its target. With a resounding crash, a number appeared on the screen. 7,580 kilograms. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Heng nodded in satisfaction, as it closely aligned with his calculations. Undoubtedly, he had ascended to the intermediate warrior level, gaining an additional 10 clones, bringing his total to 131. Next, he would proceed to temper the bones of his torso. However, perhaps I should consider tempering my skull first. A sudden spark illuminated Wang Heng's eyes. Tempering a limb bone only adds approximately 30 kilograms of strength, while tempering a torso bone adds 100 kilograms. Yet, tempering a skull bone can enhance strength by a remarkable 1,000 kilograms. Therefore, tempering the skull in advance would undoubtedly expedite his increase in power. In truth, the process of bone tempering does not adhere to a specific sequence. The reason martial artists opt to first temper their limbs and bones is that the hands and feet are primarily utilized when wielding weapons and in movement, and the tempering of these limb bones does not pose a lethal risk. However, the order of tempering the trunk bones and the skull is not fixed. Some individuals choose to tackle the more challenging skull first, while others prefer to begin with the relatively safer trunk bones. Wang Heng believed himself sufficiently equipped to undertake the experiment without fear of the dangers involved in tempering. Thus he resolved to commence with the skull. Being a decisive individual, once he made his choice, he immediately initiated the tempering process of the skull. Wang Heng first summoned his clones to test the skull's resilience. Yet, the tempering of the skull was exceedingly perilous. A single explosion could obliterate the entire head. Consequently, Wang Heng detonated over 100 clones to ascertain the resilience of 10 skulls. On average, the loss of 10 clones was necessary to validate the strength of one skull. This method of verification proved to be extraordinarily brutal, one that others could not possibly emulate. This, indeed, was Wang Heng's distinct advantage. Uncertain of my own speed in tempering the skull, Wang Heng selected one of the verified skulls to begin the process. Initially, his pace was painstakingly slow. After all of his over 100 clones had perished, and it would take 3 days for them to regenerate. It was not until 3 days later, with the assistance of over 100 clones, that his speed in tempering the bones experienced a significant acceleration. Chapter 57. The Reluctant Xie Yuanhao, April 30th. Wang Heng opened his eyes in the underground training chamber. After several days of rigorous practice at the month's end, he had calculated the speed at which he could refine a cranial bone. With the aid of the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, dragon meat, and bone refining pills, he could complete the refinement of a single cranial bone in just 2 days. Without these precious items, it would take him approximately 5 days to achieve the same result. Such an astonishing speed of refinement was undoubtedly greatly influenced by the over 100 clones he possessed. However, this rate still paled in comparison to the speed at which he previously refined his limb bones. Yet there was little he could do about it, for the refinement of cranial bones posed a significantly greater challenge. I need more credits to procure cultivation resources. As Wang Heng gazed at his dwindling credit balance, he couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming test tomorrow. This month, he had purchased the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, dragon meat, and bone refining pills, savoring the exhilarating benefits of rapid bone refinement and naturally wished to maintain this efficiency. However, this required a substantial expenditure of cultivation resources. Therefore, he needed to acquire more credits. May 1st. The crowd once again gathered on the playground. Before the test commenced, Zhuo Wenbin, with a grave expression, addressed everyone. I would like to share some important news with you. Our final assessment for the freshman year, scheduled for July 1st, will be a practical examination. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Among them, Zhao Hai whispered to Wang Heng, "The mortality rate at our high university has always been alarmingly high. primarily because we are subjected to practical examinations as freshmen, whereas at other martial arts universities, even the prestigious Jing University does not conduct such assessments until the senior year. Is the practical examination about venturing outside the city to hunt demon beasts? Wang Heng inquired. Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, it involves leaving the city to hunt demon beasts, and unlike other schools, there will be no teachers leading the way. We are expected to venture out alone to hunt these creatures. It seems I must strive to enhance my strength this month. Wang Heng nodded in agreement. He felt little pressure, as he had his clones to scout ahead. For him, as long as he did not encounter a beast tide, this practical examination posed little danger. Zhao Hai understood this as well, but still cautioned. Save some credits this month to procure some weapons and equipment. After all, we humans are intelligent beings, and equipment is also a part of our strength. Indeed, at the warrior level, the effectiveness of firearms is quite commendable. I plan to purchase Gatling series firearms. They are essentially metal streams of bullets. As long as we do not encounter demon beasts of the general tier or above, they will be quite lethal. Zhao Lei chuckled. Wang Heng nodded in response. He certainly intended to buy equipment, but firearms were out of the question. Given his current strength, he felt no fear against demon beasts below the general tier. As for those above the general tier, firearms would struggle to inflict damage. Unless one used laser weapons, but those were prohibitively expensive and cumbersome for individual operation. In truth, contemporary firearms are primarily employed for the defense of cities, as they necessitate time to acquire their targets. The formidable and swift nature of combatants ranked at the level of war generals renders them indispensable in the struggle against demonic beasts. It is precisely for this reason that the state fervently supports martial arts universities in nurturing prodigies. Now, let us commence the assessment. Once the evaluation concludes, you may explore the school's forum for details regarding the practical combat assessments. After Tung Qingwan finished speaking, she departed with the female class. Zhuo Wenbin also guided the male class towards the virtual arena, where their assessment would begin. Wang Heng exerted himself fully and swiftly completed the examination in the virtual arena. However, he was acutely aware that this time, Fu Yuhan would not underestimate him again, and he estimated that he could only secure second place. Upon arriving at the War God Tower, just as Wang Heng was about to enter, he encountered Xie Wenhao approaching him. Wang Heng, I have mastered the first level of Thunderous 9 transformations. Even if you have tempered your limbs, your punching power cannot surpass mine. Xie Wenhao declared confidently, striding out of the War God Tower with an air of arrogance. Wang Heng replied nonchalantly, I have yet to undergo the assessment. How can you be certain my strength is inferior to yours? You should first check the rankings in the War God Tower. Xie Yuanhao sneered and turned away. Standing at the entrance, Zhuo Wenbin addressed Wang Heng. Xie Yuanhao has already begun tempering his skull. His combat power has surpassed 20,000, and with the doubling effect of the first level of Thunderous 9 transformations, he possesses a strength of 40,000 kilograms. However, do not concern yourself with this. Focus on improving your martial skills. With the school's credit rewards, you will eventually ascend to the rank of War General. Zhuo Wenbin then attempted to console Wang Heng, believing that he had devoted most of his time to practicing Domineering Blade and had little opportunity for bone tempering, thus limiting his strength gains. Actually, I have also begun tempering my skull. Wang Heng responded with a smile before entering the War God Tower. Zhuo Wenbin stood in astonishment, watching Wang Heng's retreating figure. Tempering his skull? How could Wang Heng progress so rapidly? Even with credits to purchase training resources, such swift advancement seems implausible. Wait, could it be that he chose to temper his skull first? Zhuo Wenbin suddenly snapped back to reality, finding this hypothesis quite plausible. Given Wang Heng's past obsession with ranking and assessments, it was not inconceivable that he might prioritize skull tempering. With his clones, he could test the tolerance of his skull, and coupled with the significant resources he acquired with credits, he might indeed surpass Xie Yuanhao. Zhuo Wenbin couldn't help but glance at the smart bracelet displaying the rankings in the War God Tower. Wang Heng was already navigating the tower, and his ascent was remarkably swift, quickly securing a place among the top 10. 7th place. 5th place. 3rd place. Wang Heng surpassed one classmate after another, ultimately even overtaking Xie Yuanhao, who held the first rank. Zhuo Wenbin was taken aback to discover that Wang Heng's striking power had astonishingly reached 4,200 kilograms, surpassing Xie Yuanhao by over 100 kilograms. This young man, could it be that he had spent the entire month honing his cranial strength? Zhuo Wenbin shook his head in resignation. Regarding Wang Heng's audacity, he no longer felt anger, for he found himself unable to decipher the young man's capabilities. Who could predict that, in the next moment, Wang Heng might achieve the second level of the dominant blade? Such a notion seemed implausible. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Xie Yuanhao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He too was monitoring the rankings displayed on his smart wristband. Initially, when he saw Wang Heng break into the top 10, he did not think much of it. However, when Wang Heng surpassed him, he found this reality difficult to accept. What stung him further was the realization that Wang Heng only exceeded him by a little over 100 kilograms of strength. If he had exerted just a bit more effort, he could have outdone Wang Heng. Perhaps if he had reduced his time spent watching Yi Didao's livestream last month, he could have gained that extra 100 kilograms of power. Xie Yuanhao's expression darkened significantly. To fall short of Wang Heng by merely 100 kilograms was a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 58 Comparable to an advanced warrior this time. It is certain to infuriate Xie Yuanhao. As Wang Heng stepped out of the War God Tower, he cast a glance at Xie Yuanhao amidst the crowd. The latter was fixated on him, his eyes ablaze with fury and a visage filled with resentment. A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Heng's mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. This was deliberately intended. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly manipulate the power data during the testing in the War God Tower. Wang Heng, I do not oppose your bone tempering, but do not neglect your sword training. Enhancing your skill level is equally crucial, Zhuo Wenbin, standing at the entrance, softly reminded him. His demeanor toward Wang Heng had softened. He was no longer as rigid, opting for persuasion instead. After all, Wang Heng had exhibited formidable potential, even harboring the chance to ascend to the War God realm. At the very least, he could become an advanced warrior. An advanced warrior with the ability to create avatars would be the most formidable existence beneath the War God, in some respects even surpassing certain junior war gods. Rest assured. I dedicate time each day to sword practice, Wang Heng replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He was not deceiving Zhuo Wenbin. He indeed devoted an hour daily to sword training. Though it was merely an hour with 131 avatars, it equated to a staggering 131 hours of practice each day, exemplifying the advantage of possessing multiple avatars. Thus, even while focusing on bone tempering, his advancement in skill surpassed that of his peers. Given a bit more time, he was confident he could catch up to Fu Yuhan. After all, Fu Yuhan was also engaged in bone tempering, leaving limited time for spear training. I'm glad to hear that. Zhuo Wenbin nodded, then inquired, by the way, have you decided which teacher to choose from the 3 videos I provided? All 3 teachers are exceptionally skilled, and to be honest, I am quite torn on whom to select. However, upon learning of Teacher Wu's talent for flight, I have resolved to choose him. As I have a strong yearning for flight, Wang Heng contemplated before responding. He could not directly admit he had chosen Wu Jingshan, as it would offend the other 2 teachers. Thus, he found a reasonable justification. After all, being young, it was only natural for him to be intrigued by flight. Consequently, even if the other 2 teachers felt slighted, they would have no grounds for reproach against Wang Heng. You have a discerning eye. Teacher Wu has mastered the 7th level of the Dominant Blade technique and is the most formidable instructor of Dominant Blade at our high university, Zhuo Wenbin remarked with a smile. Wang Heng chuckled. He had already discovered this information from the forum. Since I have chosen my teacher, I will remember to attend Teacher Wu's class first thing in my sophomore year, and upon completion, I shall promptly seek to become his disciple, Zhuo Wenbin promptly advised. Wang Heng nodded. This was an unwritten rule regarding apprenticeship, which he had already gleaned from the school forum. In the second year, with numerous teachers offering classes, theoretically, one could attend any teacher's lecture at will. However, should you desire to seek a mentor, it is imperative to first attend a lesson from that esteemed teacher, as it reflects a profound respect for their wisdom. Very well, let us proceed to the Demon Lock Tower. With a wave of his hand, Zhuo Wenbin led a group of male students towards the tower. This time, the examination unfolded without any surprises, and Wang Heng effortlessly secured the first position. For Wang Heng, these assessments had become rather trivial. Aside from the rigorous challenges posed by the virtual arena, He approached the other two tests with a restrained display of his abilities, rendering the so-called assessment data utterly meaningless. After all, his physical prowess had escalated to an impressive 9,500 kilograms, and even merging just 10 avatars allowed him to easily surpass both Fu Yuhan and Xia Yuanhao. Should he merge 131 avatars, his strength would soar to an astounding 134,000 kg, which, when amplified by the first level of the dominant blade technique, would amount to a staggering 268,000 kg. Such power had undeniably entered the realm of mid-tier battle generals. One must ponder how his classmates could possibly compete with Wang Heng. Consequently, his aspirations had long transcended the confines of the school. Monthly examinations served merely as a means to accrue academic credits. Ranked first in the Demon Lock Tower, first in the War God Tower, second in the Virtual Arena, and also holding the top position in the Freshman Points leaderboard, Wang Heng amassed a total of 350,000 credits this month. Although this sum paled in comparison to the previous month, it was still quite substantial. Regrettably, he could no longer procure the coveted 9-leaf spirit herb. Opening the school's marketplace, Wang Heng was met with the staggering price of 1,000,000 credits for the herb, prompting a sigh of resignation. Without the 9-leaf spirit herb, his bone tempering speed would significantly diminish this month. Fortunately, he still had the option of the blood plasma fruit as a substitute. Observing the price of the blood plasma fruit, which stood at 100,000 credits each, capable of doubling his bone tempering speed for 3 days, he lamented the limitation of being able to purchase only 3, thus maintaining a high speed for a mere 9 days. Nonetheless, he mused, given his current rate of tempering, he would undoubtedly reach the battle general realm by the time he entered his sophomore year. Wang Heng shook his head. His progress had become comparable to that of Fu Yuhan and Xia Yuanhao, leaving little room for further conflict. Resolutely, he chose to purchase 3 blood plasma fruits and 30 bone tempering pills, expending a total of 330,000 credits. In an instant, his credits dwindled to a mere 35,000. Reflecting on the insufficiency of his credits, he patiently awaited the delivery from the school's marketplace. Upon receipt of his goods, Wang Heng dedicated himself to the rigorous process of tempering his skull. Lacking the aid of dragon meat, his current pace was 1 piece every 3 days. Thus, within 9 days he had only managed to temper 3 pieces. Nevertheless, even this effort augmented his strength by an additional 3,000 kg, bringing his total power to 13,000 kg. Consequently, Wang Heng ascended to the advanced warrior realm, and his number of avatars increased by another 10. With the assistance of 141 clones. Even after the effects of the blood plasma fruit had waned, Wang Heng's bone tempering speed far surpassed that of others. By the end of May, he had refined 5 skulls. On May 31st, Wang Heng approached the testing apparatus and struck the target with a powerful punch. Instantly, a number appeared on the screen, 18,088 kilograms. As he beheld this figure, a radiant smile blossomed on Wang Heng's face. The enhancement in strength from refining the skulls was indeed substantial. In just 1 month, he had doubled his power. With renewed vigor, Wang Heng once again unleashed his fist upon the testing apparatus. This time, he merged his strength with all of his clones. Upon the fusion of 141 clones, Wang Heng felt an explosive force within him, akin to a volcano erupting, ferociously unleashed upon the target. In the next moment, an astonishing number flashed on the testing apparatus. 271,000 kilograms. Wang Heng himself was taken aback by this figure. With 270,000 kilograms of strength, and after the amplification from the first stage of the dominance blade, that amounted to an astounding 540,000 kilograms of power, propelling him into the realm of advanced battle generals. To think that I have become so formidable, Wang Heng felt a mix of astonishment and elation. It had merely been a year since the college entrance examination, and he had transformed from a mere aspirant martial artist into a powerhouse comparable to an advanced battle general. Chapter 59. Practical examination in the military. A high-ranking general is regarded as an officer of colonel rank, and with my talent for duplication, an exceptional promotion to brigadier general is well within reach. Gazing at the power data displayed on the testing device, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. In the mere span of a year, he had cultivated himself to such a remarkable state. If this were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. As the saying goes, the tall tree attracts the wind. Wang Hong could not help but shake his head in quiet lament. A senior warrior possessing the strength of a high-ranking general is a phenomenon unparalleled across the globe. Wang Hong, however, was not foolish enough to reveal his extraordinary abilities. Though he might trust the faculty and students of Hai University, could it be said that there were no envious individuals within the great Xia nation? Even if there were none within the nation, among the foreign entities in the International Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Alliance, there surely existed those who would wish to see him falter. After all, the principle of their hero is my enemy is widely understood. Once I attain the strength of a war god, I shall no longer live in fear, Wang Hong contemplated. Upon reaching the realm of the war god, coupled with my duplication ability, few in this world could bring about my demise. Furthermore, a war god endowed with the talent of duplication would surely be regarded as a treasure by the great Xia nation, ensuring that he would not be slain by foreign adversaries. Just as the peak war god, Ogres, is cherished by the International Chamber of Commerce, even those who surpass the war god level must treat him as an equal. One day, I too shall reach this pinnacle. Wang Hong clenched his fist tightly, his eyes brimming with confidence. After all, he possessed more than one duplication. On June 1st, another round of testing commenced, and once again, it was devoid of suspense. Although Xie Yuanhao had made significant progress, achieving a punch force of 30,000 kilograms, nearing the limits of a senior warrior, he was still effortlessly overwhelmed by Wang Hong. Wang Hong needed only to display a fraction of his strength to easily dominate his classmates. First in the Demon Lock Tower, first in the War God Tower, second in the Virtual Arena, and first in the Freshman Points leaderboard. Wang Hong swept through all four rankings, amassing a total of 350,000 credits. On the playground, after distributing the dormitory keys, Zhuo Wenbin did not leave immediately. Instead, he spoke earnestly to the crowd. On the 1st of next month, there will be a practical examination, to be held in the Pudong War Zone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd drastically shifted. Among them, Zhao Lei whispered, "The Pudong War Zone is notorious as a slaughterhouse. It is said that out of 100 soldiers who enter, only one is fortunate enough to return alive. No wonder the mortality rate at Hai University is so alarmingly high. As freshmen, we are being sent to the slaughterhouse." Some classmates clenched their fists tightly, their faces reflecting defiance. Why must they, as freshmen, be sent to the battlefield? It is known that students from other martial arts universities typically do not participate in practical examinations until their senior year. Wang Hong's expression also turned solemn. His high school instructor, Sun Nian, had retired from the Pudong War Zone. One of Sun Nian's eyes was left behind in this abattoir. However, Wang Hong felt no fear. With his current strength, even if he were to encounter a high-ranking beast general, he could escape despite not being able to defeat it. "What, are you all frightened already?" Up ahead, Zhuo Wenbin observed the drastically changing expressions of his classmates and couldn't help but let out a cold smile. The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhuo Wenbin. Some bore solemn expressions, others were filled with fighting spirit, while a few appeared terrified and apprehensive. "Cowards!" In the next moment, Zhuo Wenbin bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Everyone stared blankly at him. Zhuo Wenbin continued with a sardonic smile. "Our nation has clear regulations. Any martial artist who reaches the warrior level must venture outside the city to hunt beasts. You all arrived here last year from the airport. Did you not see the soldiers there? Most of them are merely at the warrior level, yet they still go to the front lines. And what about you? You are all exceptionally gifted individuals, having received the finest training at Hai University. Yet at this moment you hesitate to march into battle? And those soldiers, do they lack fear? You question why I would send you to the battlefield as freshmen. Then you should tell me, why do those soldiers rush headlong into the fray? What compels them to risk everything to defend our homeland? Why do you feel entitled to hide within the sanctuary of the school, training without a shred of guilt? Why?" Zhuo Wenbin's roar was deafening. All the students stood in stunned silence. Wang Hong felt an overwhelming surge within him. Indeed, why should they comfortably enjoy the protection of those soldiers? Memories of the scene at the airport flooded Wang Heng's mind. The soldiers heading to the battlefield, their faces devoid of fear, each adorned with calm and fearless smiles. He had previously asked his instructor, Sun Yen, why he chose to enlist in the military and go to this abattoir of a city. Sun Yen's response had seared itself into Wang Heng's memory. Someone must go to the abattoir. Why not me? Sun Yen had spoken these words with a smile. Reflecting upon it now, Wang Heng began to gain insight. Yes, someone must go to the battlefield. Why should it not be me? As a genius of high university, having received the nation's finest training and possessing the talent for division, if I do not go to the battlefield, who will? Wang Heng clenched his fists tightly, gazing ahead with resolute determination. In that moment, he felt he had discovered the meaning of life. Throughout this month, everyone was diligently training, striving to enhance their abilities. The practical examination on July 1st loomed over them like a heavy mountain, pressing down on their hearts. After all, not everyone possessed strength akin to Wang Heng's. The current freshmen were mostly at the intermediate warrior level, and even among some super talents, only a few had recently stepped into the ranks of advanced warriors. In the slaughterhouse, even a warrior of the highest caliber is merely cannon fodder. However, in contrast to those soldiers, the students of Haida possess ample credits to procure weaponry and equipment. At this moment, Wang Heng opened the school's marketplace, perusing the various arms available. As his strength has increased, the D1 level Xian Tai sword he wielded is no longer suitable. Given that he currently possesses a formidable strength of 18,000 kg, he decided to opt for the D9 level Xian Tai sword. Wang Heng contemplated internally. The D9 level sword weighs an astounding 9,000 kg, which would be quite burdensome even for seasoned warriors. Nevertheless, after merging with all his avatars, his power would surge by several fold, enabling him to wield it with ease. In reality, had he not wished to conceal his true prowess to a greater extent, he could have even chosen a C-level series Xian Tai sword. Chapter 60. A surge of power. The D-grade Weapon Academy provides resources free of charge. After placing his order, Wang Heng proceeded to acquire this month's bone tempering resources. Consistent with the previous month, he purchased 3 blood plasma fruits and 30 bone tempering pills, totaling an expenditure of 330,000 credits. With over 50,000 credits remaining, he began to peruse the healing elixirs available. Wang Heng meticulously examined the list of healing potions. They are indispensable for hunting beasts outside the city. In addition to healing elixirs, he also needed detoxification pills, as some beasts' attacks are poisonous. As for firearms, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided on a small nuclear bomb. This device was priced at 300 million, equivalent to 30,000 credits, which Wang Heng could still afford. Ding! Just as Wang Heng completed his order, his smart bracelet buzzed with a video call request from Zhuo Wenbin. Wang Heng hastily accepted the call. Wang Heng, what do you intend to do with a nuclear bomb? Is it for next month's practical assessment? With your abilities, you wouldn't even need something like that, Zhuo Wenbin remarked, gazing at Wang Heng with a mixture of astonishment and helplessness. He had been discussing the upcoming practical assessment with Tang Qingwan when the unexpected news from the school's marketplace about a student purchasing a nuclear bomb left him utterly flabbergasted. Even Tang Qingwan was momentarily speechless. Who on earth buys a nuclear bomb at school? Are you planning to reduce the school to ruins? Teacher Zhuo, I'm concerned about potentially confronting formidable beasts, so I thought it prudent to purchase a nuclear bomb for precaution. I possess a clone ability, so I can have my clone carry the bomb to deal with the beasts, Wang Heng explained. It was precisely because of his clone ability that he dared to consider acquiring such a device. Otherwise, detonating it at close range would be tantamount to mutual destruction. You speak so nonchalantly, as if you were merely buying an egg, Zhuo Wenbin said, exasperation etched on his face. Cancel the order immediately. Nuclear bombs are classified as strategic materials and cannot be purchased without military authorization. Then why are they available in the school marketplace? Wang Heng inquired, perplexed. Zhuo Wenbin sighed. There are special circumstances. In cities like High City, beast tides frequently occur, and at such times you can apply to the school to purchase a nuclear bomb. Furthermore, once you advance to your senior year, you will be eligible to join the military early, at which point you will also have the opportunity to buy nuclear bombs. With a hint of regret, Wang Heng replied, "If that's the case, I suppose I'll let it go." He promptly cancelled the nuclear bomb order. Zhuo Wenbin, somewhat irritated, remarked, "You truly are timid. With your current strength and clone ability, this assessment should be a trivial matter for you." Teacher Zhuo, "That is a slaughterhouse. My instructor from high school retired from there. I cannot afford to be careless even for a moment," Wang Heng asserted solemnly. Zhuo Wenbin chuckled. "Being cautious is indeed a virtue. However, this is your inaugural venture into actual combat. Do you truly believe the school would permit you to march to your demise?" A look of perplexity crossed Wang Heng's face. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Rest assured, there will be formidable instructors akin to battle deities stationed nearby, ensuring that no beasts of level 9 or above make their appearance. Even level 8 beasts will be scarce." Upon hearing Zhuo Wenbin's reassurances, Wang Heng felt an immediate sense of relief. It is well understood that the strength of a level 9 beast rivals that of a high-ranking general, while level 8 beasts are comparable to mid-ranking generals. If neither of these formidable creatures were present, Wang Heng's heart would be devoid of fear. With his current prowess, he was more than capable of confronting a level 8 beast. Should he encounter beasts of a lower level, he could easily vanquish them with overwhelming force. "Now, continue your training." With that, Zhuo Wenbin decisively ended the communication. After concluding the conversation, Wang Heng resumed his diligent practice of the dominant blade while patiently awaiting the delivery of his purchases from the school store. Shortly thereafter, he received the goods, and without delay, he immersed himself in the rigorous process of bone tempering. Throughout the month, he successfully refined 8 skulls, resulting in an augmentation of his strength by 800 kg. By the end of the month, Wang Heng approached the testing apparatus once more. With a resounding thud, he struck the target of the testing device with a powerful punch, and the adjacent screen instantly displayed a figure, 27,000 kilograms. "My strength has now reached an astounding 27,000 kilograms. Even without merging with my avatars, I rank among the elite in my freshman year." As he gazed at the figure on the screen, a jubilant smile spread across his face. This was the advantage of refining skulls beforehand. Of course, other students were well aware of this fact. However, the dilemma lay in their lack of avatars, preventing them from mitigating the dangers associated with skull refinement as Wang Heng could. Hence, the other students could not engage in early skull tempering as he did. "Behold the entirety of my current strength," Wang Heng murmured softly, directing his gaze toward the testing device's target. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his power and fused all his avatars. In an instant, his physique became more imposing, muscles taut, exuding an aura of formidable might. He then unleashed another powerful punch toward the testing apparatus. Boom! This strike, imbued with a torrent of force, was immensely powerful. Upon contact with the target, it produced a thunderous sound, the sheer impact almost shattering the apparatus. Wang Heng himself was taken aback by this extraordinary force, his eyes widening in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. Moments later, he regained his composure from the initial shock. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply towards the screen of the testing device, his heart racing with excitement, for the numbers displayed were astonishing. 407,000 kg. Wang Heng's face was a portrait of shock. If this figure were to be doubled by the first level of the dominating blade, it would reach an astounding 800,000 kg. This was already approaching the pinnacle of elite warriors. A further step would lead him into the realm of demigods. A gasp escaped his lips as he felt a tingling sensation race across his scalp. He sensed that his rate of progress was exceedingly rapid, with nearly a doubling of strength each month. If this continued for a few more years, would he not become invincible in this world? Perhaps, once he ascended to the rank of a warrior, he would be able to contend with some of the demigod elites. Wang Heng felt a thrill of joy within. In a world fraught with the peril of monstrous beasts, the stronger his power, the more secure he felt within. After all, only with formidable strength could he safeguard his loved ones and friends. However, he resolved not to test his strength through fusion again. Wang Heng cast another wary glance at the testing device, still haunted by a sense of dread. That punch he had just thrown nearly obliterated the machine. From what he understood, this device could not withstand the might of a demigod. After all, few students achieved such a status before graduation. Consequently, the school's testing apparatus lacked the capability to measure demigod-level power. Only devices crafted from special metals could gauge such formidable strength. Fortunately, as long as he could ascertain his base power, he could estimate the strength post-fusion. Wang Heng pondered quietly to himself. Chapter 61 Departure, July 1st. A group of first-year students gathered on the playground, fully equipped. This time, their expressions were notably grave, devoid of the excitement and anticipation that marked previous assessments. After all, this was a practical examination, where even the slightest misstep could result in the loss of life. Teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan arrived early. Teng Qingwan pointed to a pile of deep green backpacks nearby and addressed the group. These are specially designed backpacks, not only lightweight and spacious but also remarkably durable, intended for you to carry your spoils. Additionally, they are pre-packed with 3 days' worth of food and water. Zhuo Wenbin surveyed the students before him and continued, "This practical examination is set to last 3 days, which means you must survive in the Pudong battle zone for that duration." Upon hearing this, the faces of the students turned somber. Surviving a single day in the wild was already exceedingly challenging, let alone 3. Ignoring the change in expressions among the students, Zhuo Wenbin pressed on, "Surviving for 3 days is merely the foundational assessment. If you return without any spoils, you will receive only the standard reward of 500 credits. Wang Heng's eyes gleamed upon hearing this, his face betraying a look of eager anticipation. He was particularly enthusiastic about the credit rewards from this examination. Given that this was a practical test, the credits awarded would undoubtedly be substantial. Otherwise, it would fail to ignite the students' enthusiasm. "I am currently refining my skills, and my need for credits is immense. I hope the school rewards a generous amount this time," Wang Heng mused inwardly. With his lackluster cultivation talent, he recognized that rapid advancement could only be achieved through training resources. He even aspired to elevate to the rank of a battle general by the time he entered his 2nd year. Despite the grave dangers of this practical examination, the potential rewards in credits were exceedingly generous. Zhuo Wenbin finally broached the subject of credit rewards, looking at the crowd with a smile. "This time, the school will buy back any beast cores you acquire at 100-fold price." The students were taken aback by this announcement. 100-fold buyback. The school was essentially showering them with money. Many students from humble backgrounds felt their eyes welling with tears, wishing they could rush into the fray at that very moment. Wang Heng's eyes shimmered with excitement. Without delay, he activated his smart wristband to check the price of beast cores, first searching for the price of a level 7 beast core. After all, a level 7 beast, comparable to a novice battle general, was well within his capabilities to slay. The value of a level 7 beast core was approximately 10 million. Wang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 million multiplied by 100 equated to 1 billion, which was equivalent to 100,000 credits from the school. In other words, slaying a single level 7 beast would yield him 100,000 credits. What if he were to kill 10 or even 100? Wang Heng's heart surged with excitement, feeling as though fortune was about to smile upon him. If fortunate this time, he could completely acquire all the necessary resources for bone tempering. In the ensuing 2 months of summer vacation, he might directly ascend to the rank of a war general. To achieve such a status in his freshman year would be unprecedented and profoundly astonishing. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. The resonant voice of Zhuo Wenbin echoed. While the credit rewards are exceedingly generous, one must act in accordance with one's own capabilities. Many students have perished due to their own avarice in the past, and I implore you not to make the same mistake. Only then did the crowd regain their senses. Indeed, no matter how abundant the credit rewards, one must have life to enjoy them. If life is lost, what use are credits? Everyone must remember teachers' words, prioritizing their safety before devising ways to hunt magical beasts. Teng Qingwan also reminded the group, especially during nighttime rest, be sure to dig holes underground and do not forget to cover them with a layer of beast droppings. Girls, listen carefully, do not fear getting dirty. After emphasizing this, Teng Qingwan turned her attention to the group of girls. Zhuo Wenbin spoke again. "It is best to smear yourself with beast droppings all over while sleeping. That is the safest approach." Upon hearing this, the students' expressions changed dramatically. To cover oneself in droppings, was that resting or enduring torment? Alright, come over to collect your backpacks. Tung Qingwan began distributing the backpacks to the students. Be cautious. Wang Heng's smart wristband suddenly received a message from Li Shui. He glanced over at the girls' class, only to find no sign of Li Shui. She had not yet advanced to the warrior level, thus she was not required to participate in this practical assessment. After receiving a backpack from teacher Tung Qingwan, Wang Heng opened it to inspect its contents, discovering some bottled water and compressed meat snacks. Although beast meat was also consumable, lighting a fire in the wilderness could easily attract magical beasts. Therefore, unless one resorted to consuming the beast meat raw, reliance on one's own provisions was essential. Having collected his backpack, Wang Heng, along with his classmates, boarded the bus, setting off for the Pudong battle zone. On the bus, the students engaged in hushed discussions regarding the upcoming practical assessment. Wang Heng, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei were also exchanging thoughts. I heard that this time we will be randomly dropped into the slaughterhouse by armed helicopters, Zhao Hai said in a low voice. Zhao Lei responded, somewhat exasperated. Isn't that just making us targets? Those magical beasts aren't blind. How could they possibly miss us? So, when we land, we must immediately vacate the area, Zhao Hai advised. Wang Heng inquired, what about our return? Are we supposed to walk back on our own? After 3 days, as long as we send a signal, a helicopter will promptly come to retrieve us, Zhao Hai replied. Wang Heng furrowed his brow. But what if we encounter flying magical beasts? The skies are fraught with peril, as one may encounter avian beasts at any moment. These creatures are particularly fearsome. Even the war gods are unable to take to the skies. Thus, during every beast tide, the threat posed by these avian monstrosities is paramount. Rest assured, the war god-level teacher stationed nearby will provide us with advance warning should any avian beasts appear, Zhao Hai explained. Wang Heng nodded in agreement, estimating that this practical combat assessment would not be too far from the military base. With the presence of the war god-level instructors in the vicinity, a certain degree of safety is assured. For them, the real danger lies in the hunt for these beasts. After all, this marks their inaugural foray into practical combat. Although they have previously vanquished beasts within the Demon Ceiling Tower, those encounters were one-on-one, and the creatures were weakened from prolonged captivity. In the wilderness, however, they are unlikely to confront a solitary beast. Rather, they are likely to face numerous creatures that appear in swarms. Consequently, Wang Heng remained vigilant, unwilling to underestimate the situation. Chapter 62. The Steel Great Wall. Look, there stands the renowned Steel Great Wall of Dhi City, a student suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Following his lead, numerous students rushed to the bus windows, peering eagerly outside. Wang Heng turned to gaze as well. Before them loomed a magnificent wall, towering majestically and seemingly piercing the heavens, resembling an endless, sinuous dragon of steel that spanned the horizon, leaving one utterly astounded by its vastness. This formidable wall was meticulously forged from an exceptionally resilient steel, its cold and unyielding exterior glinting with a harsh brilliance under the sun's rays. A mere fleeting glance at its grandeur stirred tumultuous waves of awe within, overwhelming the heart and soul with an ineffable sense of reverence for such a breathtaking sight. Surrounding the wall were rows of imposing tanks, their heavy armor reflecting a stern sheen in the sunlight, with their cannons raised high, poised to unleash their thunderous might at any moment. There were also missiles, robust as great pythons, standing silently on their launch pads, emanating an aura of chilling intimidation. Rocket vehicles awaited in readiness, their bodies adorned with numerous missile tubes resembling the spines of a hedgehog, showcasing their formidable firepower. At this moment, they had arrived at the military base of Dhi City. Everyone, disembark, Zhou Wenbin called out, leading the way off the bus. The group hurriedly followed suit. Once outside, they were greeted by the sight of soldiers bustling about with urgency, some even carrying severely wounded comrades swiftly past them. The sounds of cannon fire echoed from the Steel Great Wall, a testament to the relentless battles that raged on. Truly a notorious meat grinder, as Wang Heng mused. In his hometown of Lching, such frequent skirmishes were unheard of. Typically, warriors would venture beyond the city to hunt monstrous beasts, with the military base mobilizing only in response to a beast tide. However, in Dhi City, situated so close to the ocean, incursions by monstrous creatures were alarmingly common, necessitating a constant state of combat readiness at the military base. General Li, are the armed helicopters prepared? Zhuo Wenbin inquired, engaging in conversation with a commanding officer not far off. This general was an imposing figure, his gaze piercing as it swept over Wang Heng and the others. He then remarked to Zhuo Wenbin, they are merely a group of children. Your hate is indeed audacious, sending students to the battlefield in their first year. Other martial arts universities typically wait until their seniors commence practical combat assessments. They are the Armée de la Armée, unlike other martial arts students, and they enjoy the finest cultivation resources available, Zhuo Wenbin replied solemnly. General Li nodded in agreement. Let us hope that among this batch of students, a few will emerge as true warriors. Follow me, the helicopters are ready. With that, he strode purposefully ahead, leading Zhuo Wenbin and the group of students in his wake. Soon after, they arrived at a modest airport near the steel Great Wall. Gazing upwards, one could behold an astonishing array of armed helicopters, densely packed and lined up in a staggering display, numbering over 10,000, creating a truly magnificent sight. Each of you will board a helicopter and depart immediately, proclaimed Zhuo Wenbin with a serious demeanor, his voice resonating like thunder. Wang Heng and the others remained silent, hastily selecting an armed helicopter before eagerly boarding. This arrangement, with one person per helicopter, was not due to an excess of helicopters, but rather a strategic measure to minimize losses in the event of danger, ensuring that at most only one student would be affected. The thunderous roar of the helicopters filled the air as they took off, carrying the group of students over the impregnable steel Great Wall, racing toward the battlefield shrouded in smoke and gunfire. Zhuo Wenbin, Tung Qingyuan, and General Li stood together, solemnly saluting, their gazes resolutely fixed on the helicopters as they gradually vanished from sight. The steel Great Wall loomed majestically, piercing the clouds, as the helicopters ascended to heights of over 1,000 meters before successfully navigating past it. Beyond the Great Wall lay a battlefield resembling a desolate ruin, with the furious roars of monstrous beasts echoing intermittently, some launching frenzied assaults on the steel Great Wall, only to be instantly annihilated by beams of laser fire from above. Remnants of torn limbs and pools of crimson blood lay scattered everywhere. It was the first time Wang Heng had witnessed such a grand and tumultuous scene, causing him to involuntarily hold his breath. The helicopters were piloted by two soldiers, who, noticing Wang Heng's tense expression, one of them chuckled and said, "Relax. The location for your assessment is not far from the steel Great Wall. As long as you exercise caution, you will be just fine." Wang Heng nodded, yet he took several deep breaths. Ultimately, he was still just a 17-year-old youth, and despite his extraordinary combat prowess, this was his first exposure to such a heart-stirring spectacle. Fortunately, his unmatched strength provided him with a sense of confidence. Before long, Wang Heng regained his usual composure. The two soldiers exchanged knowing glances, internally impressed. Truly, he is the pride of Haida. His psychological resilience is indeed remarkable. With a rumble, the helicopter descended to a mere few hundred meters above ground, a phase that rigorously tested the pilot's skills. After a thrilling low-altitude flight, the helicopter hovered steadily above a towering tree. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only had humans and animals evolved, but even the commonplace trees had grown to extraordinary heights of over 100 meters. "Young man, you should jump onto this tree. It is relatively safe to descend from here," one soldier advised Wang Heng. Nodding in agreement, Wang Heng observed the lush foliage of the tree below. As long as he leaped into its embrace, he would likely remain unnoticed by the monstrous beasts. Should one foolishly descend from elsewhere, encountering an assault from malevolent beasts could render even a helicopter vulnerable. "My esteemed comrades, I shall take my leave. Do exercise caution on your return journey." Wang Heng vigorously waved farewell to the two soldiers piloting the helicopter, then without hesitation leaped forth, landing deftly within the embrace of a grand tree below. "Stay safe. Take care." The two soldiers reciprocated his gesture before swiftly turning the helicopter around, racing back towards the Bastion of Steel. Chapter 63. The First Hunt. Wang Heng, after falling into the embrace of a great tree, swiftly concealed himself amidst the dense foliage. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, ensuring that not a single sound escaped his lips. Yet, in that very moment, he was startled by a rustling noise emanating from nearby. Fixing his gaze in that direction, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. There, coiling tightly around the trunk, was a colossal python, its presence ominous. It seemed to have detected the disturbance he had made, raising its immense head, flicking its forked tongue, and casting a baleful glance in his direction. What a stroke of misfortune! Wang Heng's heart brimmed with resignation and disbelief. Quite by chance, he had chosen a tree that harbored such a formidable creature. It appeared that his ill luck was unparalleled. However, he quickly regained his composure. His intelligent wristband had alerted him that this python was merely a 5th-level demon beast, equivalent in strength to an intermediate warrior. With his current prowess, dispatching it would require little more than a mere flick of his wrist. In a flash, while his thoughts darted about, the python lunged into action. It moved with blinding speed, its sinuous body approaching him with alarming rapidity, its scales shimmering with a mysterious light as they caught the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. The serpent's head was the size of a large basket, and its eyes glimmered like ominous copper bells, radiating a chilling and ferocious gleam. With a swift motion, Wang Heng unsheathed his blade, the black iron sword erupting in a blaze of fiery energy, cleaving through the layers of branches and severing the advancing python in twain. Blood gushed forth like a torrential spring, instantly staining the surrounding foliage a vivid crimson. Without hesitation, Wang Heng leapt down from the tree. With a resounding crash, the slain python's carcass plummeted to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Observing the aftermath, Wang Heng quickly approached the fallen beast, deftly extracting its inner core with his blade before turning on his heel and making a hasty retreat. The sounds of their earlier confrontation, coupled with the scent of the python's blood, would undoubtedly attract nearby demon beasts. Wang Heng had no desire to face the onslaught of a horde, and thus he sought a safe haven to conceal himself. Roars erupted behind him, affirming his suspicions. He had not been long gone when the enraged cries of the demon beasts filled the air. Listening intently, it was clear that more than one beast was in pursuit. Had he hesitated even briefly, he would surely have found himself encircled. Even though his strength was formidable enough to dismiss the threat of lower-level demon beasts, entanglement could lead to a relentless influx of attackers, placing him in perilous jeopardy. Wang Heng's heart raced wildly. It was his first profound encounter with the myriad dangers of the wilderness. Perhaps it would be wise to send a clone ahead to scout the path. Concealed within the dense underbrush, he pondered thoughtfully before deciding to dispatch a clone to investigate ahead. He currently possesses 141 avatars. Hence, the loss of one would scarcely impact his combat prowess. Conversely, if an avatar ventures ahead to scout the terrain, even when confronted by formidable beasts, Wang Heng could find the opportunity to escape. In an instant, one of his avatars sprang forth from the thicket where Wang Heng concealed himself. Remaining quiet in his position, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings through the avatar's perspective. His avatars wield considerable strength, as his own power stands at an impressive 27,000 kg. Even without merging with the avatars, utilizing the first tier of the dominating blade skill amplifies his strength to 54,000 kg. Such might undoubtedly meets the criteria of a junior warrior. Therefore, as long as he refrains from engaging in combat with the beasts, his avatars hold a significant chance of successfully evading even mid-tier warrior-level beasts. Suddenly, through the avatar's vision, Wang Heng beheld a pack of ice wolves feasting ahead. The 4th-tier beasts possess strength comparable to junior warriors, and the value of their inner cores is exceedingly low, rendering them unworthy of his efforts to hunt. Without wasting a moment, Wang Heng directed his avatar to change course and continue gathering further information. His objective was crystal clear. With merely 3 days allotted for hunting, he could not squander precious time on low-tier beasts. Only by slaying 7th-tier beasts could he reap substantial rewards, as their inner cores are valued at 10 million, translating to 100,000 credits after the school's 100-fold return. Previously, he secured the top position on a leaderboard, which awarded him 100,000 credits. Now, the prospect of acquiring such a bounty from a single 7th-tier beast was something he would undoubtedly cherish. With his current combat capabilities, merging with his avatars would allow him to effortlessly dispatch 7th-tier beasts, thus maximizing his efficiency in hunting. Wang Heng cautiously followed his avatar, successfully avoiding wave after wave of beast packs under the avatar's timely guidance. In due course, aided by the avatar's vision, he finally discovered traces of a 7th-tier beast, 3 blood-haired lion mastiffs. Wang Heng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Although they were not solitary 7th-tier beasts, facing merely 3 of them afforded him ample confidence in his ability to vanquish them. After all, upon merging with his avatars and unleashing his full strength, he could reach an astonishing 800,000 kg of power. This formidable force rivaled that of high-tier warriors, making the task of slaying 3 junior warrior-level beasts seem effortless. Thus, Wang Heng swiftly surged forward, his black iron battle blade radiating a faint glow of flame. This fiery attribute, bestowed by the perfected Zhuke divine body, augmented the lethality of his strikes, akin to an enchanting effect in a game. A roar erupted. The 3 blood-haired lion mastiffs, enticed by the avatar, charged ferociously towards Wang Heng. Even though they had already discovered Wang Heng's true form, they showed no signs of retreat. After all, they could sense Wang Heng's cultivation level through the fluctuations of his aura. To them, he was merely one of 2 6th-tier beasts. Indeed, in the eyes of these creatures, humans were simply peculiar-looking beasts. They had 3 7th-tier beasts on their side. Why would they fear 2 human beasts? In an instant, a searing blade of light sliced through the air, raising the temperature dramatically. The first of the blood-furred lion mastiffs that charged forward met its end at Wang Heng's blade. The remaining 2 blood-furred lion mastiffs momentarily froze, evidently taken aback by the strength of this human beast. At that very moment, Wang Heng swung his blade towards the other blood-furred lion mastiff, while his avatar ensnared the last one tightly. There was no time for the remaining 2 blood-furred lion mastiffs to escape. In but a fleeting minute, Wang Heng had dispatched all 3. He swiftly extracted their inner cores before concealing himself and hastily departing, the sounds of the beast's roars echoing behind him. What exhilaration! As Wang Heng darted through the forest, his spirits soared with elation. 3 7th-tier beast cores equated to 300,000 credits, almost equivalent to his previous month's worth of efforts in ranking. Remarkably, this all transpired within a mere few minutes. Even accounting for the time spent searching for the beasts, it hardly exceeded an hour. Onward with the hunt, Wang Heng directed his avatar to scout ahead. He could already envision the remarkable bounty that awaited him over the next 3 days. Chapter 64. Abundant harvest. The nighttime in the Pudong battle zone was far from peaceful, resonating with the furious roars of demonic beasts. After a day of relentless fighting, Wang Heng felt an inkling of fatigue. Thus, he excavated a small burrow in a concealed location and subsequently covered the entrance with a layer of grass that had been smeared with the excrement of the beasts. Even if a creature passed by at that moment, it would only perceive a mound of dung, completely oblivious to Wang Heng's presence beneath. Let us examine today's spoils. Within the confines of the burrow, Wang Heng leaned against the narrow walls, savoring dried meat with a sip of fresh water, while rummaging through his backpack to assess his gains for the day. After a meticulous count, he discovered 5 inner cores from 6th-tier demonic beasts and 17 from 7th-tier ones. The 6th-tier cores were valued at 1 million yuan each, while the 7th-tier cores were worth 10 million yuan each. In total, he amassed a staggering sum of 75 million yuan, equivalent to 17,500 credits. After the school's 100-fold redemption, that would amount to 1,750,000 credits. The more he calculated, the more exhilarated he became, his heart racing with uncontainable excitement. In a mere day, he had acquired 175,000 credits. This place was indeed a treasure trove for him. At that moment, Wang Heng even felt that the testing period assigned by the school was far too brief. If only he could hunt here for a month, he could potentially earn millions, even billions of credits. Of course, Wang Heng was well aware that he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. The rewards for this assessment were merely to motivate students. If they were to redeem at such a generous rate every day, the school would have long declared bankruptcy. Moreover, such a golden opportunity only arose during the freshman year. After all, during this time, student strengths were generally modest, and the beasts they hunted were of lower tiers, meaning that even with a 100-fold redemption, the costs would not be exorbitant. However, by the second or third year, students would typically reach the level of battle generals. Should the school continue to offer such a scheme then, the financial burden would become exceedingly immense, one that even the esteemed high university would struggle to bear. Nevertheless, the school had indeed underestimated one factor. They did not anticipate the extraordinary strength of Wang Heng. Even the super geniuses Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan had only recently attained the beginner battle general level, finding it quite challenging to hunt 7th-tier beasts. Yet, Wang Heng could eliminate them with ease. This time, the school was destined to incur significant losses. Wang Heng, however, was indifferent to these considerations. This rare opportunity was not to be squandered, and he was determined to hunt extensively and accumulate as many credits as possible. The mere cultivation at the warrior level required an exorbitant amount of resources. As he advanced to the battle general level, the resource demands would only escalate. Wang Heng's pursuit of credits was naturally fervent. In the deep of night, a monitoring room within the Iron Great Wall remained brightly lit. Teachers Luo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan, alongside General Li, were present, their gazes fixed upon a large screen before them. Before them, the grand screen displayed a detailed map of the Pudong battle zone, adorned with numerous flashing red dots. Each red dot represented a surviving student of Haida University, all of whom wore intelligent wristbands. These wristbands served not only for communication but also for monitoring the students' pulses, thereby confirming their survival status. It was through this technology that Zhuo Wenbin and his colleagues assessed the casualties. Tragically, 7 students had already lost their lives. Teng Qingwan's expression darkened. As a woman, she was more sensitive and dreaded the news of student fatalities. Zhuo Wenbin spoke in a solemn tone. The situation is significantly better than the previous cohort, which witnessed dozens of deaths on the very first day. Unbeknownst to him, the reduced mortality rate this time was attributed to Wang Heng's successful hunting of numerous 7th-tier monsters. Given the strength of these freshmen, as long as they did not encounter beasts of 7th tier or higher, they could at least manage to escape. Wang Heng had slain over 10 7th-tier beasts that day, which greatly diminished the students' chances of facing such threats, consequently lowering the death rate. "Are there any promising talents among this batch?" inquired General Li, who was accustomed to the cycles of life and death, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. His primary concern was the emergence of super geniuses, for only they could ascend to the rank of war god, alleviating the pressure of beast invasions. "There are 3, Xie Yuanhao, Fu Yuhan, and the currently strongest, Wang Heng," Zhuo Wenbin replied. "I am aware of Xie Yuanhao, an S-class genius destined to become a war god. What distinguishes Fu Yuhan and Wang Heng?" General Li asked with curiosity. Zhuo Wenbin glanced at Teng Qingwan, who remained fixated on the screen, and continued, "Fu Yuhan is a super genius from the girls' class, having already grasped the subtleties of the micro-level technique. Given the current circumstances, she too has a strong chance of becoming a war god. To comprehend such a profound level of technique as a freshman, without having faced combat, is indeed astonishing. I have no doubt she will also ascend to the ranks of war god," General Li exclaimed in awe. He then inquired further, "And what about this Wang Heng? You assert he is the strongest. What qualities allow him to surpass both Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan, these 2 super geniuses?" His curiosity piqued. He wondered how anyone could overshadow 2 talents of such caliber. As in the past, only the prodigies of the War God Palace could rival them. If such talent existed, they would have long been sent to the War God Palace. Wang Heng possesses commendable insight and has also comprehended the micro-level technique. In addition to having the talent for creating avatars, Zhuo Wenbin elucidated. As Zhuo Wenbin mentioned Wang Heng, an involuntary smile graced his face. He continued, "Moreover, Wang Heng's ability to create clones is rather extraordinary. Upon merging with his clones, his power amplification reaches a staggering 100, effectively granting him a power-doubling talent. Thus, it is no surprise that he currently outmatches Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan. I surmise that he can effortlessly hunt 7th-level beasts." Upon hearing this, General Li's face lit up with delight. Possessing the talent for clones, and with such profound comprehension, once he ascends to the status of a war god, will our great Xia not also have its own ogres? General Li's excitement grew, and he hastily directed his gaze towards the large screen before him, searching for the red dot representing Wang Heng. Upon confirming that Wang Heng's dot remained visible, he breathed a sigh of relief. To him, Wang Heng's significance had dramatically increased. He could not allow Wang Heng to perish during this assessment. With this thought in mind, General Li promptly suggested, "Should I dispatch a war god to keep watch over Wang Heng, to prevent any premature demise?" Zhuo Wenbin shook his head, replying coldly, "That would be unfair to the other students. Besides, Wang Heng's strength is already the mightiest. Coupled with his clone talent, if he were to fall despite this, it would indicate his unsuitability for the martial path. He is a super genius endowed with the ability to create clones and possesses the potential to become a war god." General Li felt a pang of reluctance. No one understood better than he the significance of a war god with the talent for clones. The International Chamber of Commerce thrived because of the presence of that ogre. Even in the face of terrifying beast tides, they remained undaunted. The ogre could deploy clones carrying vast quantities of nuclear warheads to approach those formidable beasts. Even the beast emperors, surpassing the war god level, would still risk falling under the onslaught of a massive barrage of nuclear warheads. If our great Xia could boast a similar powerhouse, future encounters with beast tides would entail significantly reduced losses. Rest assured, Wang Heng is remarkably prudent, and with clones scouting ahead, he is not in danger. Observing General Li's evident anxiety, Zhuo Wenbin offered a wry smile, then reassured him. He was fully aware of the importance of a war god with clone abilities. Yet he held unwavering confidence in Wang Heng. A mere assessment would pose no challenge for him. Chapter 65 Encounter with the Beast Pack on the following day. The morning light gently filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft glow upon the ground. Wang Heng gradually awoke from a deep slumber, his eyes instantly bright and full of vitality. He quenched his thirst with clear, cool water and nibbled on several pieces of jerky. Subsequently, like a vigilant cheetah, he pressed his ears to the ground, attentively listening for the faintest sounds from the surface. Soon after, he summoned a doppelganger, which swiftly vanished from sight like a wraith, to scout the surrounding area. Once he confirmed that the vicinity was tranquil, devoid of any signs of danger, he sprang forth from the narrow burrow with agile grace. He hoped for greater bounty today. A look of anticipation adorned Wang Heng's face as he dispatched his doppelganger ahead to probe for traces of 7th-level monsters. Just as the previous day, he relied on his doppelganger to pave the way, avoiding beast packs in search of solitary 7th-level creatures. It was not strictly necessary for them to be alone. As long as their numbers did not exceed 10, Wang Heng was confident he could dispatch them swiftly. Thus, the relentless slaughter continued until the evening hours. That should suffice. It is time to find a place to rest. After slaying a 7th-level beast, Wang Heng gazed upwards at the sky and murmured softly. The twilight was fast approaching, and nighttime was ill-suited for hunting. Firstly, visibility would be hindered, making him susceptible to ambush by beast packs. Secondly, the creatures daring enough to hunt at night were invariably formidable beings. Despite his considerable strength, Wang Heng dared not take any chances. Moreover, after a day filled with hunting, he felt a weariness settling in his body. Consequently, Wang Heng sought a secluded spot nearby and began to excavate a burrow. Meanwhile, his doppelganger remained vigilant, monitoring the surroundings to guard against the approach of potent beasts. Roar! A beast's roar echoed in the ears of the doppelganger. That is a demon cloud tiger. Suddenly, Wang Heng, who was diligently digging, felt a jolt of surprise. Through the doppelganger's vision, he beheld a massive, swift demon cloud tiger. The demon cloud tiger was an 8th-level beast, equivalent to a mid-tier war general. The inner core of an 8th-level beast was worth 100 million, translating to 10,000 academic credits, which, after the school's 100-fold buyback, amounted to 1 million academic credits. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Slaying an 8th-level beast equated to the worth of 10 7th-level beasts. His entire day's haul consisted of merely 22 7th-level beasts. Should he kill it or not? Wang Heng found himself in a dilemma. With his current strength at full capacity, he could exert a force of 800,000 kilograms. Although he might not be able to eliminate the 8th-level beast in an instant, he could still bring it down with some time. However, the concern lay in the fact that it was now nighttime. If the encounter dragged on too long, it could easily attract numerous powerful beasts. If he were to be encircled by a pack, it would be perilously dangerous. My current strength is comparable to that of a high-ranking war general. There is no reason to fear an 8th-level beast. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and dashed towards the location of his doppelganger. A prize worth 1 million academic credits was too enticing to relinquish. Roar! Ahead, the demon cloud tiger had already detected Wang Heng's doppelganger and engaged it in combat. The strength of Wang Heng's doppelganger was merely 27,000 kg, and even after the first level of the Dominant Blade's enhancement, it could only muster 54,000 kg of power. This level was merely on par with that of a novice warrior and was no match for the demon cloud tiger, which relentlessly overpowered it, leaving it with numerous claw marks. Fortunately, Wang Heng's true self was not far from his doppelganger, and he quickly arrived, forcing the demon cloud tiger back with a single strike. Roar! The fur of the demon cloud tiger resembled a mass of dark clouds, its large, bell-like eyes glinting with ferocity, and its sharp claws carving deep grooves into the ground. It glared at Wang Heng, poised to pounce. However, Wang Heng seized the initiative and launched his attack, moving like lightning towards the demon cloud tiger. The dark iron battle knife in his hand radiated an intense, fiery glow as he swung downwards at the tiger's head. The demon cloud tiger nimbly sidestepped, simultaneously opening its massive maw to unleash a torrent of black demonic flames. Wang Heng swiftly executed a maneuver to evade the flames. At the same moment, his doppelganger emerged from the side, brandishing a long knife and striking forcefully at the tiger's abdomen. Wang Heng did not anticipate that his doppelganger could slay the demon cloud tiger. He merely needed it to divert the beast's attention, allowing him to strike a decisive blow. As expected, the tiger let out a furious roar and swung its massive paw towards the doppelganger. What an opportunity! Wang Heng's eyes brightened, and he exploited the moment to attack once more, channeling his energy into the battle knife, intensifying the flames that engulfed its blade. He then delivered a fierce slash to the tiger's back, leaving a deep wound. The demon cloud tiger, in pain, became even more ferocious, launching itself at Wang Heng. Wang Heng smirked, fully aware that this was the tiger's desperate counterattack before its demise. He concentrated all his strength to withstand the tiger's onslaught. Indeed, after several failed attempts to pounce, the tiger's aura began to wane significantly. Seizing the moment, Wang Heng advanced and delivered another powerful blow to the creature. The demon cloud tiger emitted a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Wang Heng remained vigilant, commanding his doppelganger to excavate the tiger's inner core. But at that instant, pairs of emerald green eyes emerged from the surrounding jungle, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, fixated intently on Wang Heng. Blood-furred lion mastiffs. Wang Heng's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the beasts. Although the blood-furred lion mastiff was merely a 7th-level demon beast, he harbored no fear of it. However, the sheer number of emerald eyes indicated that he was confronting a pack. Damn it, I have been somewhat careless. I should have dispatched additional doppelgangers to survey the surroundings earlier. Wang Heng's heart brimmed with regret. In haste, he summoned his doppelganger and retracted the inner core of the magic cloud tiger, choosing a random direction to flee. Yet it was already too late. Roars reverberated from all directions. Suddenly, a pack of blood-haired lion mastiffs leapt from the lush underbrush, charging ferociously towards Wang Heng, their sharp fangs glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. With a swift motion, Wang Heng slashed at the nearest blood-haired lion mastiff, blood spraying as the powerful blade cleaved through its body, leaving a deep gash in the earth. However, this display of might did not deter the surrounding mastiffs. Rather, it incited more of them to launch an assault upon him. Deep growls echoed as a horde of blood-haired lion mastiffs surged forth, their menacing visages and razor-sharp fangs appearing particularly terrifying in the dim light. Dozens of these beasts quickly encircled Wang Heng, their eyes gleaming with a savage thirst for blood. Clutching his long blade tightly, Wang Heng's expression turned grave, yet his gaze betrayed no fear. If escape was impossible, then he would fight. With a cold sneer, he swung his dark iron war knife, imbuing it with a potent surge of energy that emanated a searing wave of heat. A colossal blood-haired lion mastiff was the first to charge, its maw wide open, bringing with it a gust of foul wind. Wang Heng sidestepped with agility, aiming his blade at its legs. Yet, the other mastiffs seized the moment to attack as well, some lunging with their sharp claws, while others attempted to bite his arms. Wang Hung weaved through the throng of beasts, his knife flashing as it struck, blood scattering in the air. Yet, the sheer number of blood-haired lion mastiffs was overwhelming, and he could not fend them all off. One of the creatures, taking advantage of his distraction, left a deep gash on his back, causing him to grunt in pain. Nevertheless, he suppressed the agony and unleashed a surge of formidable energy, the fiery blade slicing down several of the approaching mastiffs. However, even more of the beasts charged forward, seemingly tireless in their pursuit. Wang Heng's expression grew increasingly solemn. The sheer number of blood-haired lion mastiffs far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the sounds of battle and the scent of blood had attracted powerful beasts from afar. Wang Heng's countenance darkened. He realized he had plunged into a perilous situation. It was all due to my greed, he chastised himself inwardly. Before this trial, teacher Tung Qingwan had repeatedly warned them against excessive avarice. Yet Wang Hung, overconfident in his own strength, had disregarded her counsel, and now he was reaping the bitter consequences. Regret was futile now. He could only continue swinging his dark iron war knife, relentlessly slaying the charging blood-haired lion mastiffs while searching for an escape route. At this moment, he no longer contemplated spoils of war. His sole focus was on how to flee. Chapter 66. Mastery of the highest order within a surveillance room of the Steel Fortress. 3 individuals, Zhuo Wenbin, Tung Qingwan, and General Li, continued to observe the red dots on the large screen before them. At this moment, their expressions bore an unusual gravity. Only 6 students had perished today. Zhuo Wenbin gazed incredulously at the count of red dots displayed. What? Are you dissatisfied with the number of casualties? Tung Qingwan shot him a fierce glare in response. Zhuo Wenbin chuckled awkwardly. That is not my intent. I merely find it quite unusual that the mortality rate has significantly decreased compared to the previous cohort. Humph, that merely indicates that our current students are more exceptional. Tung Qingwan retorted coldly. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head slightly. Indeed, this year's students were extraordinarily gifted, with talents such as Wang Hung, Xie Yuanhao, and Fu Yuhan emerging among them. However, the concern lay in the fact that most ordinary students bore little difference from their predecessors, making a reduction in the mortality rate seemingly improbable. Wait, look at Wang Hung. Why is this fellow still out hunting beasts at this hour? Is he courting death? Suddenly, General Li pointed at a moving red on the screen, his voice low and grave. Zhuo Wenbin and Tung Qingwan hastily redirected their gaze to the dot representing Wang Hung. At that moment, all other red dots had come to a standstill, indicating that the students they represented had already dug themselves a hole to rest. Only Wang Heng's dot continued its relentless motion, signifying that he was still engaged in hunting. This fool disregards our warnings and dares to hunt at night. Does he truly believe himself to be a god of war? Zhuo Wenbin felt a tumult of worry and anger at this sight. Under normal circumstances, given Wang Heng's capabilities, he need not fret about his safety. Yet, he had never anticipated Wang Heng's reckless audacity to venture out in the dark. This is peculiar. I have some understanding of Wang Hung. He does not strike me as a boastful individual, Tung Qingwan remarked calmly. Zhuo Wenbin scoffed. Do not be deceived by his exterior. This young man may appear humble, yet he harbors an intense pride within. Moreover, with his inferior cultivation talent and lack of resources, I suspect he aims to seize this opportunity to earn more credits. Tung Qingwan's expression shifted. If it were indeed for the sake of accumulating more credits, then Wang Hung could very well act on that impulse. Should we dispatch someone to protect him? Night hunting is likely to provoke a beast swarm. General Li expressed his concerns. Throughout the day he had been monitoring Wang Hung, believing that ensuring his successful growth into a god of war was far more critical than the emergence of 10 such beings. No, we cannot disrupt the school's examination rules. Wang Heng's life is valuable, but do the lives of the fallen students hold no worth? Zhuo Wenbin declared with a solemn countenance. In our great Xia, we are neither an international trading consortium nor a mercenary alliance. Here, every life is equal. It is imperative to remind them, as I have previously cautioned repeatedly, that regardless of what transpires next, they must bear the consequences themselves. General Li furrowed his brow at these words, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. As a soldier, he naturally concurred with Zhuo Wenbin's sentiments. However, Wang Heng possessed the potential to evolve into a formidable warrior. General Li fixated intently on a red on the large screen, silently urging the young lad to hold on. Although Zhuo Wenbin's words were cold and unfeeling, he too was closely monitoring the red dot representing Wang Heng. The three of them remained tense, their focus unwaveringly directed at Wang Heng's plight. Meanwhile, Wang Heng was indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. An ever-increasing number of monstrous beasts surged from all directions, eagerly lunging toward him. Among them, 3 8th-level beasts had already emerged. Despite Wang Heng's formidable strength, he gradually found himself overwhelmed, for he was not an inexhaustible machine. After battling the beasts for an entire day, he was utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. If this continued, my vitality will soon be depleted, leaving me reliant solely on raw strength. As Wang Heng sensed the dwindling energy within him, a wave of despair washed over him, compelling him to refrain from further exertion. Lacking the infusion of energy, he could no longer perform his fiery slashes and was forced to rely solely on brute force to fend off the relentless beasts. Although his strength remained extraordinary, it was inevitable that he would eventually exhaust his energy. The specter of death loomed ever closer. What should I do? Despite the turmoil within, Wang Heng compelled himself to remain composed. Teacher Zhuo Wenbin had once advised them that no matter how perilous the situation, maintaining a calm heart was essential. The greater the danger, the more vital it was to remain serene. Only by calming oneself could one uncover a glimmer of hope. As he repelled the attacks of the beasts, Wang Heng scanned his surroundings, searching for a means of escape. Yet, the sheer number of beasts surrounding him rendered any potential escape route utterly elusive. What if I release all 141 of my clones at once, then blend in with them? The thought suddenly sparked in Wang Heng's mind. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion, realizing that releasing all of his clones would significantly diminish his strength, rendering him vulnerable even to a 7th-level beast. Moreover, with so many beasts in proximity, what guarantee did he have that they would not target his true self? No. Only by merging all my clones can I maintain such formidable combat power. Once the clones are separated, my diminished strength would lead to a swifter demise. Resolving to cast aside this thought, Wang Heng continued to observe his surroundings, seeking a glimmer of opportunity. A fierce roar erupted nearby. A blood-furred lion mastiff, initially lunging at Wang Heng, collided with another beast that was also charging towards him after he deftly sidestepped. Witnessing this scene, a flash of inspiration coursed through Wang Heng's mind. In the next moment, Wang Heng once again deftly maneuvered his body, taking refuge behind a formidable beast, and then he swung his blade, cleaving towards another creature before him. After vanquishing this beast, he swiftly shifted his position, hiding behind yet another foe, and wielded his long knife with precision. A creature lunged at him from behind, only to be thwarted by the beast he had just evaded. As the two beasts collided, Wang Heng had already taken cover behind another adversary. Thus, he maintained the rhythm of his assaults, continuously darting and weaving, executing his movements in harmony with the in his grasp, seamlessly traversing the battlefield amidst the throng of beasts. In an instant, the once chaotic and savage scene of slaughter transformed into a harmonious and orderly spectacle, unfolding like a magnificent painting. How foolish I have been, utterly naive. Why must I eradicate every beast when I can harness their strength for my own purposes? Wang Heng reveled in this bloody banquet, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as the battle persisted. At this moment his agility, speed, and the blade in his hand were in perfect synchrony. He felt as if he had become one with his surroundings. Every tree, every blade of grass, and every creature was under his dominion. The in his hand relentlessly reaped the lives of the beasts, growing ever more effortless in its execution. This is perfection, a mastery of the highest caliber. Wang Heng experienced a sudden epiphany. Drawing upon the teachings of his instructor, Zhuo Wenbin, he recognized that his current state was indeed the pinnacle of mastery. This so-called perfection is akin to the ancient martial realm of unity with nature. In essence, it signifies an almost absolute command over all surrounding elements. In this realm, a warrior seamlessly integrates with the environment, as if in communion with the cosmos. Not only do their movements coalesce flawlessly, but they also adeptly employ all external factors, including the enemy's assaults, to their advantage, achieving a state of effortless ease and boundless freedom. Chapter 67. Abundant credits. Having perfected his skills, Wang Heng wielded his blade with effortless precision, finding himself remarkably efficient in battle. Despite the multitude of beasts surrounding him, they posed no threat whatsoever. With his formidable strength complemented by an exquisite mastery of technique, these 7th and 8th level creatures were utterly incapable of challenging him. Wang Heng continued to reap the lives of the beasts, his heart unperturbed, possessing an unparalleled awareness of his surroundings. Given his current prowess and the flawless level of his skills, as long as he avoided the pursuit of 9th level beasts, the sheer numbers of 7th and 8th level creatures would struggle to threaten him in the short term. As the slaughter persisted, Wang Heng's command over his perfected technique grew increasingly profound. With the anguished cries of the beasts echoing around him, they finally began to flee, for in their eyes, this human-like beast appeared as an invincible war god, beyond their capacity to contend with. Wang Heng did not pursue them further. Instead, he summoned 10 avatars to swiftly extract the inner cores from the corpses of the slain beasts. Meanwhile, the true Wang Heng remained rooted in place, savoring the state of combat he had just experienced. Indeed, between life and death lies both great terror and tremendous opportunity, he mused. Since the end of March, when he had broken through to the micro-level of his skills, he had diligently practiced his swordsmanship without pause, and it was only under the stimulus of life-threatening situations that he had ascended to perfection. Although merely 3 months had passed, Wang Heng had trained with over 100 avatars simultaneously. A month of his practice equated to more than 100 months for others, and 3 months amounted to over 300 months. Essentially, it was akin to practicing for over 30 years. Contemplating this, Wang Heng suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy regarding his own comprehension. Had it been Fu Yuhan, he would likely have grasped the essence within 30 years. However, he reminded himself they lacked avatars. This was a unique talent of his own. A smile of satisfaction crossed his face. After extracting all the inner cores, Wang Heng dismissed his avatars and hastily departed from the site. Moments later, he sought a secluded spot to excavate a resting place. Having slaughtered throughout the entire day and into the night, fatigue washed over him as he finally relaxed. On this 3rd day, Wang Heng had no intention of hunting. He intended to rest thoroughly. Even the spoils he had just acquired did not prompt him to rush into counting them. He merely tended to his wounds briefly and swallowed a healing elixir before succumbing to a deep slumber. In a monitoring room of the Iron Wall, Zhuo Wenbin and his companions observed the red on the large screen finally come to a halt, and they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The presence of the red dot signified Wang Heng's safety. It was already 4 in the morning. Tong Qingwan glanced at the time displayed on her smart wristband and couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly a madman, almost slaying the entire day and night. Seemingly valuing wealth over life, Zhuo Wenbin could not help but exclaim in anger. General Li laughed heartily. After all, he is young, and coupled with his exceptional skills and audacity, it is only natural for him to possess such fighting spirit. Upon discovering that Wang Heng was safe and sound, he felt a profound sense of relief. Once the test concluded, just wait until I set things right with him. Zhuo Wenbin still harbored resentment. Who, aside from a war god-level warrior, would dare to engage in slaughter throughout the night? As long as all is well, I hope that on this final day, fewer students will perish. Tong Qingwan continued to gaze intently at the large screen before her, her eyes slightly reddening. Zhuo Wenbin cast a glance her way and could not resist suggesting, "Teacher Tong, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I will keep watch here. The students are fighting for their lives. How can I possibly rest?" Tong Qingwan shook her head in refusal. Hearing this, Zhuo Wenbin ceased his insistence, as he too had not closed his eyes for 2 consecutive days and nights. The 3 of them remained fixated on the large screen. As dawn gradually broke, the 3rd day of the test finally arrived as scheduled. As time flowed steadily, only 1 red dot disappeared from the screen, and no further ones followed suit. How peculiar. Only 1 student has perished today? Zhuo Wenbin glanced at the time and realized it was already afternoon. Remarkably, only 1 red dot had vanished today, even fewer than yesterday. Could it be that those war god-level teachers have driven away the formidable beasts? Tong Qingwan also sensed something was amiss. In previous year's first-year practical tests, At least 100 or 200 students would meet their demise. Yet this time only a handful had perished, truly astonishing. Something unknown must have transpired, General Li speculated. Simultaneously, he directed his gaze toward the solitary red dot that had remained stationary. This was the dot representing Wang Heng, which had not moved since 4 o'clock this morning. General Li did not worry for Wang Heng's safety. He could surmise the reason. After battling for an entire day and night, Wang Heng was surely in need of rest. However, he had a hunch that the lowered mortality rate among this year's first-year students might be connected to Wang Heng. In a subterranean cavern, Wang Heng slowly awoke, stretching his arms and feeling as though the exhaustion of the previous day had completely dissipated, his entire being now brimming with vitality. Checking the time. It is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I have slept for a full 11 hours. Wang Heng glanced at the time displayed on his smart wristband, astonished. Nevertheless, he quickly returned to his normal state. After all, he had acquired a sufficient amount of spoils and had no intention of hunting today. Speaking of spoils, Wang Heng's gaze shifted to the bulging backpack beside him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Last night, in a frenzy of battle, he had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. In any case, the backpack was nearly full. Let me take stock and see. Wang Heng, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly emptied the beast core from his backpack, meticulously sorting and slowly counting them. 5 4th-level beast cores, 12 5th-level beast cores, 22 6th-level beast cores, 143 7th-level beast cores, 12 8th-level beast cores. The more he calculated, the more astonished he became. The bounty from this endeavor was extraordinarily abundant. With 143 7th-level beast cores alone, he had amassed a staggering 14,300,000 credits. The 12 8th-level beast cores, valued at 12 million credits, further enriched his haul. Just these 2 types of cores had bestowed upon Wang Heng over 20 million credits, rendering the lesser beast cores negligible in his calculations. This time he had truly struck gold. The resources necessary for his advancement to the rank of a battle general were more than sufficient. Wang Heng's face radiated with exhilaration and joy. This practical examination had proven to be a resounding success for him. In addition to accumulating a vast amount of credits, he had also elevated his skill level to perfection. Wang Heng felt that he was significantly closer to achieving the realm of the war god. Chapter 68. The Contest of Spoils Within the Iron Fortress. Beside the helicopter landing pad, Zhuo Wenbin and General Li stood side by side, welcoming the returning students. Meanwhile, Tang Qingwan was stationed at a table, meticulously tallying the students' spoils for proper registration. Indeed, the students' acquisitions this time were notably more abundant than in the previous session. After observing for a while, Zhuo Wenbin could not help but smile with satisfaction. General Li complimented. This cohort of students is truly remarkable. Not only are their spoils plentiful, but their mortality rate is astonishingly low. However, upon mentioning the mortality rate, Zhuo Wenbin's brow furrowed with perplexity. It seems rather peculiar that such a significant drop occurred all at once. As long as the students return safely, that is what matters, General Li reassured, and their spoils serve as evidence that they did not merely hide away during those 3 days. At that moment, Xie Yuanhao descended from an armed helicopter, his bulging backpack capturing everyone's attention. Teacher, General Li. He greeted Zhuo Wenbin and the others with a bow. Zhuo Wenbin patted his shoulder, beaming with praise. Well done. It appears you have reaped considerable rewards this time. A look of pride spread across Xie Yuanhao's face as he surveyed his surroundings, curiously inquiring, has Wang Heng not returned yet? He was eager to compare who had acquired more spoils. Having always been overshadowed by Wang Heng, he was determined to surpass him in this practical assessment. Zhuo Wenbin perceived Xie Yuanhao's intentions and chuckled. He has yet to return. Why don't you begin tallying your spoils? He welcomed the healthy competition among the students, understanding that it would ultimately enhance their abilities. All right. Xie Yuanhao nodded and approached Tang Qingwan, emptying the contents of his backpack onto the table with a flourish. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding students. So many monster cores. They marveled at the 7-level monster cores, not just 1, but a total of 9. With the school's 100-fold buyback, that amounted to a staggering 900, 000 credits. After a brief moment, Tung Ching-wan completed the tally of Xie Yuanhao's spoils and announced loudly, he has earned 47 million credits. This was a deliberate move to ignite the competitive spirit among the students. I wasn't particularly lucky this time, encountering several waves of beasts. Otherwise, my credits could have been even higher, Xie Yuanhao humbly remarked before his expression betrayed a hint of pride. 47 million credits. Truly impressive. It was equivalent to the haul Wang Heng had amassed over 4 consecutive months. No wonder he was regarded as an S-class genius. Even if Wang Heng led momentarily, he would eventually be surpassed by Xie Yuanhao. The classmates were awash with envy, admiration, and a tinge of jealousy. Although the school offered to buy back the spoils at 100-fold, most students were at the intermediate and advanced warrior levels. Thus, they could at most hunt 5th and 6th level beasts, yielding only a modest amount of credits. Even a top student like Zhao Hai merely accumulated a little over 100,000 credits this time, while his brother Zhao Lei garnered only a few tens of thousands. The prospect of a 100-fold return sounded alluring, yet if one only hunted low-level beasts, the credits obtained would be rather meager. Nevertheless, everyone remained content, for it was certainly more profitable than the monthly assessments they had previously faced. That fellow was exceedingly arrogant. They hoped that Wang Heng's spoils would surpass his. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Lei observed the pompous demeanor of Xie Yuanhao and could not help but express his dissatisfaction. Zhao Hai pondered for a moment and remarked, "That may prove quite difficult. Wang Heng's strength is only slightly superior to that of Xie Yuanhao. Moreover, hunting also relies on luck. Some individuals stumble upon solitary beasts and reap substantial rewards, while others, less fortunate, encounter packs and consequently gather far less." Zhao Lei countered, "That is not necessarily the case. Wang Heng possesses a doppelganger. Naturally, he wished for his friend to surpass Xie Yuanhao." Yao Hai Sai. Wang Heng's strength derives from his ability to merge with his doppelganger. If he were to separate from it, his current prowess would be insufficient to slay a 7th-level beast. At that moment, the crowd stirred once again. The highly esteemed female genius, Fu Yuhan, had returned. Eyes widened as they watched Tung Ching-wan tallying the spoils, all eager to discover whether Fu Yuhan would outshine Xie Yuanhao this time. As one of the 3 great geniuses of their freshman cohort, Fu Yuhan, Xie Yuanhao, and Wang Heng were frequently compared, and this occasion was no exception. Fu Yuhan achieved an astounding 22 million credits in this assessment. Moments later, Tung Ching-wan announced Fu Yuhan's remarkable accomplishment, once again leaving everyone in awe. Yet another milestone surpassed the million mark. It could be said that, aside from the dark horse Wang Heng, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan stood as exceptional talents among the first-year students. Fortunately, upon hearing Fu Yuhan's achievement, Xie Yuanhao felt a subtle relief wash over him. Compared to Wang Heng, he was more apprehensive about Fu Yuhan. After all, she possessed a profound mastery of technique, making her far more adept at slaying beasts. Thankfully, he had begun refining his skull, significantly enhancing his strength. Otherwise, he would have been outclassed by her this time. Xie Yuanhao mused. Now only Wang Heng remained. He could not help but cast his gaze towards the armed helicopters approaching from the sky. Surpassing Fu Yuhan had bolstered his confidence considerably. He eagerly anticipated the sight of Wang Heng's crestfallen expression after he eclipsed him. With a thunderous roar, an armed helicopter descended. Subsequently, Wang Heng, wielding a mysterious iron battle knife, leaped down from the helicopter and strode toward the crowd. Noticing the collective gaze fixed upon him, Wang Heng furrowed his brow in response. However, Wang Heng had long since grown accustomed to the attention, swiftly regaining his composure as he strode purposefully towards Zhuo Wenbin and the others. Look at Wang Heng's backpack. It appears even more swollen than Xie Yuanhao's. While quantity may be irrelevant, the quality speaks volumes. After all, Xie Yuanhao had successfully hunted 9 7th-tier monster beasts. How many credits might Wang Heng earn? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even the 2 super geniuses, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan, were fixated on Wang Heng's figure. "You finally returned." Zhuo Wenbin, upon seeing Wang Heng approach, scolded with a stern expression. "What on earth did you do last night? To dare hunt in the dark? Such audacity." "Teacher Zhuo, there were some unforeseen circumstances last night," Wang Heng replied with an awkward smile. "Indeed, His greed had nearly led him into peril, but fortunately, at a critical moment, his skills had reached perfection, sparing him from danger. Humph! Go count your spoils. Zhuo Wenbin shot Wang Heng a glare, withholding further reprimand. Beside him, General Li smiled and praised. Well done, lad. Truly deserving of the title of the top freshman. Remember to join the military after graduation. A man should stride across the battlefield defending his homeland. Wang Heng returned the smile, thinking it best to postpone discussions about post-graduation plans until the time came. Removing his backpack, Wang Heng poured out the monster beast cores within, all under the intense gaze of the onlookers. Wow! Someone exclaimed in astonishment. All eyes were fixated on the pile of monster beast cores Wang Heng had spilled, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Even Zhuo Wenbin, Tang Qingwan, and General Li were left speechless, astonished by Wang Heng's impressive haul. Chapter 69. Astonishment. Everyone was utterly taken aback by Wang Heng's spoils of victory. The sheer magnitude of his gains was nothing short of astonishing. Merely the sight of the numerous 7th-level beast cores left them speechless. Even more shocking was the presence of several 8th-level beast cores among them, a revelation that was simply breathtaking. 8th-level beasts were comparable to mid-tier battle generals, and those present struggled to defeat even 7th-level beasts, let alone their more formidable 8th-level counterparts. This was inconceivable. How could he possibly have slain an 8th-level beast? In the crowd, Xie Yuanhao clenched his fists, his face a canvas of disbelief and shock. He had previously entertained the thought of surpassing Wang Heng, but in retrospect, it seemed an utterly absurd notion. His own achievements paled in comparison to Wang Heng's, leaving the S-class genius grappling with a sense of inadequacy. That fellow. On the girl's side, Fu Yuhan stood with her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. While she held no animosity towards Wang Heng, she was perpetually in competition with him. Now, however, the chasm between their capabilities had only widened, stirring in her a sense of resentment. You rascal! Now I finally understand why the mortality rate has been so remarkably low. After a considerable pause, Zhuo Wenbin regained his composure, his expression a blend of complexity as he regarded Wang Heng. He could no longer fathom the depths of Wang Heng's prowess. The fact that he could slay 8th-level beasts, coupled with the mountain of 7th-level beast cores, was more staggering than the slaying of an 8th-level beast itself. After all, to hunt such a multitude of 7th-level beasts in a mere 3 days suggested he must have encountered a horde. No, Wang Heng probably only hunted for 2 days. The red dot representing him had remained stationary since last night, indicating he had likely been resting. Zhuo Wenbin surmised that Wang Heng must have faced a beast horde the previous night. This area had already been cleared by the war god instructors, and now, with Wang Heng's massacre of so many 7th-level beasts, the mortality rate had significantly diminished. Impressive, truly impressive. Based solely on your current achievements, if you were to join our military, I would bestow upon you the rank of colonel immediately. General Li, standing nearby, gazed intently at Wang Heng, eager to recruit him without delay. Unfortunately, Wang Heng was still a freshman and needed to remain in school to further his studies. Moreover, General Li understood that for Wang Heng, continuing his education was of paramount importance, for it was through the dedicated guidance of the war god instructors that he held the greatest potential to ascend to their ranks. He would not hasten Wang Heng's growth prematurely, recognizing the exceptional talent he possessed. Wang Heng had amassed an astounding 26.58 million academic credits from this assessment. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Qingwan finally finished tallying Wang Heng's spoils and announced loudly. The audience was left in a state of shock, nearly numb from the revelation. Some students looked at Wang Heng with eyes brimming with envy. A staggering 26.58 million credits. Collectively, their own earnings would scarcely amount to a fraction of Wang Heng's bounty. Even with the addition of Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan, the disparity remains unchanged. How can the gap between individuals be so vast? Alright, everyone disperse. Quickly board the vehicle. We shall return to the school. Zhuo Wenbin waved his hand to dismiss the crowd, yet he retained Wang Heng for a private conversation. Tang Qingwan approached, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Heng, evidently shaken by what she had witnessed. She had endured numerous practical assessments in her freshman year, yet had never encountered someone as exceptionally gifted as Wang Heng. Zhuo Laoshi, why are you all staring at me? Wang Heng asked, feeling rather uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Zhuo Wenbin scoffed, be honest and tell me, what is the extent of your current strength? To think you can effortlessly slay an 8th-level beast. Actually, killing 8th-level beasts is not an easy feat. Wang Heng murmured. Zhuo Wenbin shot him a sharp look. Not easy, yet you have slain over a dozen? Do not play tricks on me. Have you forgotten what the principal said at the beginning of the term? Do not conceal your abilities. No one within the school will harm you. The stronger you demonstrate your talents, the more the school will nurture you. Wang Heng, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk internally. He had no intention of hiding his prowess. However, his abilities were simply extraordinary. If he were to reveal his full strength, the world would undoubtedly be astounded. In fact, as they made their journey back, Wang Heng had already braced himself for Zhuo Wenbin's inquiries, as the spoils he had acquired were indeed substantial. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish these treasures, earned through his own merit. Moreover, he required ample credits to procure cultivation resources to expedite his growth. Wang Heng, do not harbor any reservations. Feel free to showcase your abilities. Our nation advocates the martial arts university precisely to cultivate talents. We will not allow the suppression of genius, Teng Qingwan encouraged. General Li, standing nearby, added, I assure you by my honor as a soldier, as long as you do not betray the nation and its people, no one will dare to suppress you. With such assurances laid bare, Wang Heng conceded, in fact, last night, I comprehended the 2nd level of the dominant blade. My technique has reached perfection, though I am hesitant to disclose it just yet. After all, just 3 months prior, his mastery had only reached the entry level. Such rapid advancement seemed implausible. If this trajectory continued, he might grasp the essence of the art within a few years. Therefore, Wang Heng resolved to keep his abilities under wraps for the time being, intending to reveal them in his senior year. The school had promised substantial rewards for achieving perfection in technique before the age of 20, offering a bounty of 10 million credits. Thus, he felt no urgency to unveil his talents. Those credits were firmly within his grasp. As for the revelation of his understanding of the 2nd level of dominant blade, he was not concerned about being exposed. After all, he had attained a mastery of skill that was nothing short of perfection. Under such lofty heights, he would soon grasp the 2nd level of the dominant blade. Even the 3rd level would likely not elude him for long. However, the mere comprehension of the 2nd level of the dominant blade would appear far less extraordinary than revealing a perfect mastery of his craft. The 2nd level of the dominant blade, you say? Zhuo Wenbin contemplated silently. Wang Heng's current strength, having preemptively tempered his skull, was approximately 30,000 kilograms. With the doubling effect of his avatar, that figure rose to 60,000 kilograms. When augmented by the 2nd level of the dominant blade's doubling effect, his strength would reach an astonishing 180,000 kilograms. This power had already reached the realm of mid-tier battle generals, and coupled with his nuanced mastery, slaying an 8th-tier beast seemed quite reasonable. However, the spoils of war Wang Heng had acquired were exceedingly abundant, suggesting he had encountered a horde of beasts. For one of Wang Heng's caliber, dispatching an isolated 8th-tier beast would pose little challenge, yet to kill multiple 8th-tier beasts amidst a swarm was nothing short of fantastical. Clearly, Wang Heng was concealing something. Nevertheless, Zhuo Wenbin chose not to press further. The mere display of Wang Heng's prowess had already left him astounded. Revealing more might indeed invite trouble. He began to comprehend Wang Heng's perspective. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows, indeed. A remarkably cautious young man. Very well, let us return to the school, Zhuo Wenbin remarked, casting a deep glance at Wang Heng. General Li's eyes sparkled with understanding. Zhuo Wenbin's thoughts were certainly not lost on him. Yet, he refrained from further inquiry, secretly hoping for Wang Heng's continued growth in strength. Chapter 70. The 2nd level of the overbearing blade. On the journey back, every passenger in the vehicle fixated their gaze on Wang Heng, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Wang Heng found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had merely earned a few additional credits. Moreover, these credits were issued by the institution, not by them. What was there to be envious about? Wang Heng, tonight I demand dragon meat, Zhao Lei exclaimed. his eyes gleaming with fervor as he stared at Wang Heng, his desire to confront him palpable. Over 20 million credits. Even with their affluent backgrounds, they could never procure such an amount from their families. While wealthy families may possess substantial resources, their offspring are numerous, resulting in a meager share for each. Not a problem, Wang Heng declared with a grand gesture. Tonight's expenses are on me. By the way, how did your strength increase so significantly? Weren't you only slightly stronger than Xie Yuanhao before? Zhao Hai inquired with curiosity. Wang Heng smiled faintly. I was fortunate this time. I encountered a horde of beasts and, in a moment of life and death, comprehended the second level of the overbearing blade. Encountered a horde of beasts? You call that luck? Zhao Lei was utterly speechless at this revelation. Zhao Hai's eyes brightened as he suddenly understood. Ah, I see. With the doubled explosive power of the second level of the overbearing blade, you can indeed slay an 8th-level demon beast now. Wang Heng, you are truly remarkable. To be this strong at the warrior level, once you reach the general level, you will undoubtedly ascend to become a peak general swiftly, Zhao Lei expressed enviously. Wang Heng chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that if they were aware of his true capabilities, their words might differ. The general level, though categorized into junior, intermediate, and senior ranks, harbors unique individuals who, blessed with extraordinary awakened talents, possess powers that rival those of war gods at this level. Such individuals are referred to as peak generals. With Wang Heng's current potential, he was destined to become one of them. Generally speaking, achieving this status places one at the pinnacle of martial prowess, for the number of war gods among humanity is exceedingly rare. A peak general would already be capable of safeguarding a medium-sized city. Such a person within the military would at least hold the rank of a major general. Yet, Zhao Lei still underestimated Wang Heng's potential, for he already possessed strength comparable to that of a peak general. Upon returning to school, the group promptly dispersed, each returning to their dormitories. Zhuo Wenbin and Tang Qingwan were tasked with attending to the aftermath of the fallen students. Once Wang Heng arrived at his dormitory, he hastened to the underground training room to practice his sword techniques. Unlike his peers, who had battled vigorously throughout the day and now required rest, Wang Heng had already replenished his energy and devoted his time to honing his skills. He opened the video gifted by teacher Wu Jingshan, practicing the sword techniques while watching. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Wang Heng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he instantly entered a combat state. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he channeled his entire strength into his arms, his momentum surging. In an instant, he let out a fierce shout and swung his long blade with fervor. At this moment, the blade gleamed like lightning, exuding an unstoppable momentum and a heart-pounding force, as if it intended to cleave everything in its path in twain. With each movement, a sharp sound pierced the air, echoing the ferocity of the strike. The blade's might was fierce and domineering, creating turbulent air currents that resonated through the void. Wang Heng was wholly immersed in this overwhelming aura of the blade, each strike imbued with boundless power and determination, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. To his astonishment, he had effortlessly mastered the second level of the dominant blade technique. A smile of delight illuminated Wang Heng's eyes. In truth, he had been practicing the second level for quite some time, yet had previously been hindered by a bottleneck that made breakthrough elusive. However, now, bolstered by his mastery of a perfect level of skill, he had easily transcended that barrier and grasped the essence of the second level of dominant blade. Of course, the instructional videos from Master Wu Jingshan had also greatly aided Wang Heng in his progress. Next, he would delve into the cultivation of the third level of the dominant blade. Wang Heng continued to study the tome of blade techniques. With the perfect level of skill at his disposal, previously obscure and complex techniques now seemed to simplify before him. It was akin to Wang Heng advancing to middle school and then returning to tackle elementary school problems. Even unfamiliar types could be comprehended with ease. He felt this way now, convinced that he would soon fully comprehend the third level of the dominant blade. Currently, with the power of the second level of dominant blade, he could exert a force of 1.2 million kilograms, rivaling that of a novice demigod. As he practiced the technique, he pondered silently. Having merged all his incarnations, his strength had reached 400,000 kilograms. With the double amplification of the dominant blade, his power soared to 1.2 million kilograms. The strength of a novice demigod ranges between 1 million and 5 million kilograms. Excluding the enhancement from intent, Wang Heng had already stepped into this echelon. This level was often referred to as that of a peak warrior. While this realization filled him with joy, it also sparked a twinge of concern. After all, possessing strength comparable to that of a demigod at the warrior level raised the question: who could guarantee that he would not be captured for study? Wang Heng had no desire to become a mere subject for experimentation. Until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, he needed to continue concealing his power. For now, he remained within the protective embrace of the school, allowing him to gradually reveal his capabilities and maintain his reputation as a prodigy. The following morning, Wang Heng rose early, for the credits he had registered the previous day had been credited to his account. Coupled with his prior balance, he now boasted a total of 61 million credits. He paid little mind to the fractional amounts. Gazing at the substantial sum displayed on his smart wristband, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He finally possessed enough resources to acquire cultivation materials. Shopping first, then returning home, Wang Heng activated his smart wristband, ready to select his cultivation resources. Today marks the commencement of the summer vacation at school. Wang Heng intends to procure essential cultivation resources before heading to the airport to catch his flight home. After all, these invaluable cultivation resources are exclusively available at the school, necessitating his early acquisition to bring back. The thought of the 9-leaf spirit mushroom immediately crossed his mind, prompting him to place an order for 2. With only 2 months of summer break, his selection of cultivation resources is influenced by this time frame. Additionally, he decides that purchasing 20 blood plasma fruits would suffice. In the blink of an eye, he expends 4 million credits, yet he feels no regret. With the assistance of these 2 treasures, he anticipates doubling his bone-tempering speed over the next 2 months. Furthermore, by complementing them with dragon meat and tempering pills, he believes he could refine a skull in a single day. With these cultivation resources at his disposal, he estimates that he could ascend to the rank of battle general within a month. He muses to himself. All of this amounts to a total expenditure of 4,660,000 credits, a trivial sum for the financially robust Wang Heng. He also decides to purchase some weapons and armor. Thus, he navigates to the weaponry section of the school's marketplace. With the significant enhancement of his abilities, it is time to retire his Xian Iron Battle Blade. Moreover, having faced the onslaught of the beast horde, Wang Heng has come to recognize the importance of defense, making armor an indispensable item. Chapter 71. Xie Yuanhao's Dilemma. Wang Heng meticulously selected items within the school's marketplace for an extended period, ultimately deciding on a sword and a suit of armor. The sword, a Xian Tai Battle Blade, was of A1 grade, meticulously crafted from the strongest superalloy available. It came with a staggering price tag of 1 million academic credits, equivalent to 1 billion yuan. Weapons of this caliber are typically reserved for formidable warriors of advanced ranks, making it suitable for Wang Heng to wield until he reaches the God of War level. The armor Wang Heng chose was even more exorbitantly priced. Given that armor serves the dual purpose of defense and preservation of life, it is inherently far more costly than weaponry. The black dragon armor he purchased, forged from dragon scales and the hide of Orcus, was valued at 10 million academic credits, or 1 billion yuan. This was indeed an exceptional piece of armor, primarily utilized by those at the God of War level, with few warriors of the battle general rank able to afford such luxury. In truth, Wang Heng had deliberated for a long time before resolutely deciding to acquire this armor. After all, once he reaches the God of War level, he would still require this very armor, so purchasing it now seemed equally justifiable. Wang Heng subsequently mused that, in his current circumstances, the black dragon armor was of even greater significance. Given his present strength, the adversaries he would soon confront would be formidable beasts of levels 8 and 9. Ordinary armor would scarcely offer adequate protection against foes of this caliber. Moreover, by the time he ascends to the God of War level, his prowess would render the black dragon armor unnecessary. Wang Heng held unwavering confidence in his clones. Once he stepped into the realm of the God of War, he would possess over 300 clones. When he amalgamated all his clones, his strength would surpass that of any within the God of War ranks. Thus, the matter of defense would be of little concern. After placing his order, Wang Heng began bidding farewell to a few familiar classmates. Li Shui, I'm off. See you next semester. Zhao Hai, Zhao Lei. Be diligent over the summer break, and don't fall too far behind. Fu, during the next virtual arena assessment, I shall surely surpass you. Xia Yuanhao, try to watch less of Yi Dadeo's live streams during the summer. I admit he is quite charming, but if you fail to train diligently, you may find it impossible to even catch a glimpse of my back when you advance to your second year. Wang Heng cheerfully ended the communications. He then took his leave of teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan. However, Zhuo Wenbin sent him a video once more. Upon opening it, Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was a video of teacher Wu Jingshan demonstrating sword techniques, specifically showcasing the third level of the Ba Dao. Clearly, Zhuo Wenbin had informed teacher Wu of Wang Heng's comprehension of the second level of Ba Dao. Teacher Wu is remarkably loyal, Wang Heng thought, yet he closed the video with a slight furrow of his brow. He had indeed resolved to take Wu Jingshan as his mentor, but now he found himself wavering. This uncertainty was not due to any shortcomings on teacher Wu's part, but rather because Wang Heng's strength was now perilously close to the God of War level. After the summer vacation, he estimated that he would possess strength comparable to that of a war god. At this moment, it seemed rather inappropriate to pay homage to Master Wu Jingshan. After all, what purpose would there be in taking a master if the disciple's prowess was on par with that of the master? Alas, he decided to postpone his plans until after the summer break. Wang Heng shook his head, dismissing this vexing thought. Shortly thereafter, the school's marketplace delivered the items Wang Heng had purchased, 3 sturdy alloy safes. He first opened one of the safes and donned the Black Dragon battle armor inside. To his astonishment, the armor was not heavy at all. It fit comfortably, allowing for unrestricted movement. Had he possessed this armor during the previous practical test, he mused, even without mastering the pinnacle of skills, he could have faced a horde of beasts without fear. Acknowledging the impressive defensive capabilities of the Black Dragon armor, Wang Heng silently reflected on the worthiness of his 100 billion investment. No amount of money could compare to the value of his own life. With this armor, he felt emboldened even in the presence of several 9th-level demon beasts. Next, Wang Heng retrieved the A1 level dark iron battle knife from the safe. The blade, as black as ink, weighed an astounding 50,000 kilograms. Without merging with his doppelganger, he could hardly lift it. For now, wielding this knife was somewhat beyond his current capabilities, so he decided to continue practicing with his previous blade, confident that he would be able to use the new knife once he reached the general rank. After a few glances at the weapon, he placed it back into the alloy safe and instructed someone to transport all 3 safes to the airport. Meanwhile, in B1 dormitory, Xia Yuanhao stood on the balcony, gazing at the distant figure of Wang Heng departing. His fists tightly clenched and his expression grim. Wang Heng. Xia Yuanhao had never anticipated feeling such pressure from a person with merely D-level cultivation talent. Even Fu Yuhan had only imparted a slight sense of pressure in the past. However, Wang Heng's rate of growth was alarmingly rapid. Despite having borrowed 10 million credits and exerting himself in training, he still could not keep pace with Wang Heng. With the 20 million credits he had just acquired, he could easily advance to the general rank during the summer break, even if he relied on financial means. I must accelerate my training once more. Resolving this, Xia Yuanhao gritted his teeth, activated his smart wristband, and dialed a number. Xia Yuanhao, have you given this careful consideration? Came the voice of a middle-aged man through the device. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuanhao's eyes flashed momentarily before he took a deep breath and responded in a low voice. I agree to join the International Chamber of Commerce, but I have one condition. What condition? Inquired the voice from the wristband. I want to enter the War God Hall in advance, Xia Yuanhao declared, his fists clenched, enunciating each word deliberately. That poses quite a challenge. However, our family has a special recruitment quota, but it requires you to marry one of our direct descendants, the middle-aged man pondered. Xia Yuanhao replied without hesitation, of course. He cared not for the nature of the woman he might marry. With sufficient strength, what kind of woman would be beyond his reach? Wang Heng, continue to reign supreme in school if you wish. I shall take the lead and step onto the stage of the mighty ahead of you. When we next meet, I shall be a warrior of unparalleled prowess. Xie Yuanhao's expression remained indifferent. He no longer wished to chase after Wang Heng within the confines of the school. Perhaps he understood that, in this academic arena, he could never match Wang Heng's prowess. However, he took solace in his S-class cultivation talent, which assured him preferential treatment wherever he went. The International Chamber of Commerce, in particular, offered exceptional privileges to those of S-class. Thus, whether within the Great Xia Kingdom or the Mercenary Alliance, many a genius found themselves irresistibly drawn to the allure of the International Chamber of Commerce, joining its ranks. Consequently, while there are over 1,500 warriors of godlike strength in the world, half of them reside within the International Chamber of Commerce. Only when combined do the Great Xia Kingdom and the Mercenary Alliance stand on equal footing with the chamber. At that moment, Wang Heng remained unaware that his departing words had inadvertently sparked a significant event. Chapter 72. A reunion with old classmates. Luqing, New Bridge Airport. A car drove through a special security passage and came to a halt beside the VIP waiting hall. Subsequently, 4 individuals emerged from the vehicle. Thank you so much, Instructor Sunday. Without your assistance, we would never have been able to get in, Wang Tao said, grasping Sun Yan's hands earnestly. The 4 individuals were Wang Heng's parents and sister, along with their instructor, Sun Yan. Initially, Wang Heng had only informed his parents of his return, but Sun Yan had anticipated his arrival and proactively reached out, resulting in this moment. The VIP hall at the airport is usually inaccessible to the general public, and it was only through Sun Yan's connections that Wang Heng's family could enter in advance. Brother Wang, you are too kind. Just call me Xiao Sunday. After all, Wang Heng is my student, and I am eager to see how much he has grown over the past year. Sun Yan replied with a beaming smile. He was not merely flattering Wang Heng. Rather, Wang Heng was his most outstanding pupil, having gained admission to one of the prestigious universities, Hai University. Thus, he was curious to see how far Wang Heng would progress in the future. Should Wang Heng become a distinguished general someday, it would undoubtedly reflect well on Sun Yan as well. Instructor Sun, has our little Heng's flight arrived? At this moment, Lu Yuru inquired from beside him. Sun Yan checked his smart bracelet and replied with a smile. There's still an hour to go, Sister Lu. Please don't worry. Let us rest inside for now. This is the VIP hall, and we will be the first to know when little Heng arrives. Wang Tao tugged at Lu Yuru's arm, encouraging her to enter the VIP hall together. Suddenly, another individual was waiting in the VIP hall. Upon noticing Sun Yan and his group, he curiously shifted his gaze towards them. This place was not typically accessible to ordinary people. It's Instructor Sun. He immediately stood up and walked towards Sun Yan's party. From several paces away, he laughed heartily. Instructor Sun, long time no see. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Sun Yan inquired, somewhat surprised upon recognizing the visitor as Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan replied with a smile. Instructor Sun, it seems you've forgotten your acquaintances. Our Qin Li is on summer vacation, so I came to pick him up. Oh, Qin Li is returning today too? What a coincidence! Sun Yan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Although Qin Li had only been admitted to Jiangnan Martial University, the summer break schedules for martial arts universities were the same, making his return today quite normal. Who are these individuals? Qin Zhan's gaze shifted to Wang Tao and the others, revealing a hint of curiosity. He could tell that the 3 before him were not martial artists and appeared quite ordinary. How could Sun Yan be associated with them? Brother Wang and Sister Lu are Wang Heng's parents, and this young lady is Wang Heng's sister. Sun Yan introduced Qin Zhan to them. Qin Zhan narrowed his eyes, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. He extended his hand towards Wang Tao, exclaiming with fervor, Ah, it is you, Brother Wang. My name is Qin Zhan. Our Qin Li and your Wang Heng were high school classmates and have returned today. Mr. Qin, greetings. Wang Tao promptly took his hand, his demeanor slightly apprehensive, for he could discern that Qin Zhan was a formidable warrior. Had it not been for Sun Yan's presence, he would have instinctively distanced himself from such a powerful figure to avoid any potential troubles. Brother Wang, you are too kind. Simply call me Xiao Qin. I must express my admiration for you, having raised a martial arts prodigy, unlike our Qin Li, who only managed to enroll in Jiangnan Martial University. Qin Zhan gripped Wang Tao's hand with a beaming smile. All is well. Jiangnan Martial University is quite remarkable, Wang Tao replied, still feeling somewhat ill at ease. After all, he was merely a commoner, and even though Qin Zhan had tempered his aura, the formidable presence of a warrior of his caliber was enough to make an ordinary person feel a chill run down their spine. Qin Zhan was aware of this and chose not to linger on Wang Tao and his companions. Instead, he turned to Sun Yen with a smile and said, Instructor Sun, I have reserved a private room at Junshan Tower. Shall we indulge in a delightful evening together? Thank you, Mr. Qin, but I must wait for Wang Heng. Perhaps another day, Sun Yen replied with a gentle smile. Qin Zhan waved his hand dismissively, saying no matter. Wang Heng and Qin Li are also old classmates. It is a perfect opportunity to gather, don't you think, Brother Wang? The last remark was directed at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, having never interacted with such influential figures, merely nodded and smiled in response. Sun Yen furrowed his brow before stating, Let us wait for Wang Heng to return. I cannot speak on his behalf. Very well. We shall await the return of my esteemed nephew before making any decisions. Qin Zhan agreed, nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from any further insistence. He was keen to discover how much Wang Heng had progressed. If Wang Heng's strength had stagnated, there would be no need for concern. However, if he had made significant strides, Qin Zhan would need to maintain this enthusiasm and perhaps find ways to foster a positive relationship with Wang Heng's parents. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as an airplane swooped in from the sky and landed, gradually gliding along the runway. Wang Tao, Sun Yen, and the others immediately rose to their feet. Qin Zhan glanced at the message on his smart wristband and cheerfully declared, Qin Li has returned. Oh, Wang Tao, Lu Yuru, and the others were instantly disheartened and sat back down. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan hurried towards the airplane. Qin Li had informed him in advance that he was bringing a classmate home, a first-year prodigy from Jiangnan Martial University. Such a promising talent deserved a warm welcome. Go, this way, please. Not far away, two young men descended from the airplane, one of whom was Qin Li. At that moment, Qin Li exhibited no airs of a distinguished young master. Instead, he enthusiastically walked alongside another young man, even deliberately lagging half a step behind to show respect. Ali, Qin Zhan approached from a distance, waving to them in greeting. Brother Zhang, that is my father, Qin Zhan. Qin Li spoke respectfully to the young man beside him. My father has reserved a private room at Junshan Tower, the foremost restaurant in Luqing. Their cuisine is simply exquisite, and I assure you, Brother Zhang, it will meet your expectations. Indeed, the young man referred to as Brother Zhang acknowledged with a subtle nod, his expression unchanging. At that moment, Qin Zhan had arrived. After introducing the two, Qin Li glanced at Sun Yen, who was not far away, and asked curiously, Dad, why is Instructor Sun here? I don't recall notifying him. Did you inform him? He had assumed Sun Yen was there to pick him up. Qin Zhan shook his head. Sun Yen is accompanying Wang Heng's parents. Wang Heng is on the same flight today. Wang Heng. A gleam flickered in Brother Zhang's eyes. A look of disdain crossed Qin Li's face as he coldly remarked, Wang Heng is still alive. If memory serves me right, our teacher mentioned that Haidai requires practical assessments in the first year. I never thought he would survive it. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Why had Wang Heng not perished? How absurd. Qin Zhan shot a disapproving glare at Qin Li and subtly gestured for him to be quiet. This foolish son had no awareness of the company they were in, speaking such nonsense. As long as Wang Heng remained alive, it would be unwise to offend him. Is Wang Heng the genius you mentioned who gained admission to Haidai? Brother Zhang suddenly inquired. Qin Li hastily ingratiated himself, yes, indeed. Interestingly, Wang Heng shares the same single character Heng in his name as you, Brother Zhang. However, in terms of talent, he pales in comparison to you. His cultivation aptitude is merely rated D-level, and he only managed to enter Haidai through a stroke of luck during the college entrance examinations last year by utilizing his doppelganger ability. Regardless of the circumstances, gaining admission to Haidai speaks to his capabilities, Zhang Heng stated calmly. Qin Li quickly echoed, Absolutely, Brother Zhang speaks the truth. However, I have heard that you could have entered two prestigious universities as well, but you chose not to. At those two esteemed institutions, my talents would merely be considered above average, hardly warranting the finest training. But at Jiangnan Martial University, I am regarded as an unparalleled genius, receiving the most exceptional guidance. Jiang Heng concluded with a faint smile. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Young Master Zhang's words are wise. Although Jiangnan Martial University may not compare to the two top universities, its graduates have indeed surpassed those from the latter, Qin Zhan added in praise. Qin Li smiled slightly and suggested, Brother Jiang, having spent a day on the plane, you must be weary. Shall we head to Junshan Tower? Let us wait a while longer. I wish to meet this Wang Heng from Haidai. Do you not wish to see how your old classmate has fared? Jiang Heng remarked with a knowing glance at Qin Li. He is not foolish. Through the brief exchange between Qin Li and Qin Zhan, he discerned the underlying tensions between Qin Li and Wang Heng. Qin Li was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded with a forced smile, saying, Since you, Brother Jiang, are so interested, let us wait for that fellow. However, given his D-rank cultivation talent, he may have only just become a novice warrior, which could leave you, Brother Jiang, rather disappointed. Jiang Heng, upon hearing this, did not express any disagreement. If it were merely D-rank talent, he would certainly regard it with disdain. However, considering the individual in question is a student of high university and possesses the talent for duplication, his curiosity was slightly piqued. Boom! Approximately an hour later, another aircraft descended. Once it came to a halt, a young man clad in black battle armor emerged, carrying two long swords on his back and holding a metallic password box in one hand. Upon seeing the two long swords strapped to the young man's back, both Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed, their expressions shifting dramatically. Humph! It's that fellow Wang Heng. Qin Li recognized Wang Heng at a glance, his disdain growing stronger, prompting him to snort coldly. Silence! Qin Zhan chastised in a hushed tone. Qin Li was instantly left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 73. The astonishment of the Qin father and son puzzled by his father's sudden reprimand. Qin Li appeared utterly bewildered. Father, is it really necessary to be this anxious? He inquired, confusion etched across his face. To him, even if Wang Heng had gained admission to Haida University, he was merely a novice warrior. Was such apprehension warranted? You fool! Look at that black battle armor he wears. Qin Zhan whispered tersely, his frustration mounting as he contemplated the shortcomings of his son. Despite having been accepted into Jiangnan Martial University, Qin Li remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It's just a piece of armor. It looks decent, but there's no need for such reverence, Qin Li argued, his expression one of indignation. With a grave countenance, Qin Zhan replied, That black armor is called the Black Dragon Armor, a premier piece of equipment valued at an astounding 100 billion yuan. What? Qin Li's face turned to one of sheer astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. 100 billion. How can a single piece of armor cost that much? It's utterly outrageous. Yet, even more daunting than the Black Dragon armor was the black long knife that accompanied it. Qin Zhan's voice trembled slightly as he continued, his gaze fixated on the approaching Wang Heng, disbelief swirling in his eyes. Is the price of that knife even higher than that of the Black Dragon armor? Qin Li asked, puzzled. Internally, he cursed, incredulous that Haida could afford such lavish gifts for its students. He failed to consider that Wang Heng had earned such treasures through his own merit, perceiving it instead as a fanciful tale. What your father finds frightening is not the knife's price, but its weight. At that moment, Jiang Heng, recovering from his shock, cast a steady glance at Wang Heng in the distance and remarked gravely, if I am not mistaken, that should be an A1 level Shen iron sword, priced at 10 billion yuan and weighing 50,000 kilograms. Indeed, Zhang Shenzi speaks the truth. That is an A1 level Shen iron sword, weighing an astonishing 50,000 kilograms. I once witnessed a god of war wielding such a weapon, Qin Zhan responded, his face still a mask of astonishment. 50,000 kilograms, equivalent to the strength of a junior war general, was being effortlessly carried by Wang Heng as he strolled towards them. Just how formidable was he? What? That knife weighs 50,000 kilograms? Qin Li exclaimed, the realization dawning upon him. Even he, in his ignorance, now comprehended the source of his father's and Jiang Heng's astonishment. From what he understood, The strength of a junior war general ranged between 50,000 and 100,000 kilograms. The very notion that Wang Heng could wield a knife of such weight left him trembling. His gaze towards Wang Heng filled with disbelief and reverence. How had he become so powerful in just a year? It's Qin Li. That lad is on today's flight as well. Wang Heng, now noticing Qin Li's group, immediately recognized Qin Zhan and the father-son duo. Yet, he merely cast a fleeting glance and chose to disregard it. Given his current prowess, the once arrogant Qin Zhan was now hardly worthy of mention in his eyes. After all, Qin Zhan was merely a junior warrior, at best nearing the rank of a mid-tier warrior, and he likely could not withstand even a single blow from him. However, Wang Heng had no intention of seeking revenge against Qin Zhan and his son. Having already laid their grievances to rest, he would not go back on his word. Of course, should the Qin father and son dare to provoke him in the future, he would settle both new and old scores. Young Master Wang. After seeing Wang Heng approach, Qin Zhan had intended to call him Cousin Wang, but the words faltered on his lips. In the world of martial arts, strength was paramount, and Wang Heng's current capabilities had far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to maintain any semblance of arrogance. Young Master Wang. After a moment, Qin Zhan finally settled on a more neutral address, attempting to navigate the situation. Indeed, Wang Heng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued striding purposefully towards his parents. Not sparing a glance at Qin Li, setting aside past grievances did not imply the forging of friendship. Wang Heng held Qin Li's character in disdain. As long as the latter refrained from provoking him, all would remain well. Xiao Heng, brother. At this moment Wang Tao and Lu Yuru hurriedly approached. Father, mother, little sister. Wang Heng set down the 2 metallic password boxes he was carrying, his face aglow with excitement as he reunited with his family. Sun Yen refrained from intruding on their joyous reunion, instead watching the scene unfold from a distance, a broad smile on his face. Not far away, Qin Zhan and his 2 companions observed. Their expressions differed markedly. Qin Li was first consumed by jealousy, then filled with envy, followed by a wave of anxiety and concern. His countenance shifted rapidly, akin to the dramatic face-changing art of Sichuan opera. Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement. Their recent close observation had made it clear that the imposing black longsword slung across Wang Heng's back was indeed an A1 level Shen iron sword. Carrying a weapon weighing 50,000 kilograms while strolling leisurely, and even holding 2 seemingly weightless metallic password boxes, spoke volumes of Wang Heng's strength. At this moment, it was evident that Wang Heng's prowess had surpassed the realm of mid-tier warriors. In the world of martial arts, such strength might not raise eyebrows. Yet it was worth noting that merely a year ago Wang Heng was just an aspirant martial artist. Such a profound transformation in his abilities within the span of a single year was astonishing. What might the future hold? Upon graduating from university, how formidable would Wang Heng become? Qin Zhan and his companions found it difficult to fathom. Brother Jiang, is Haida truly as remarkable as it seems? A D-level talent like him could achieve such heights in just a year. It is simply astonishing. After a long pause, Qin Li finally regained his composure, expressing disbelief. In response, Jiang Heng shook his head. Haida is not as extraordinary as you perceive. I know a friend studying there, and he has merely reached the advanced warrior level. With that, Jiang Heng activated his smart wristband to contact his friend at Haida. Hello, Jiang Heng. What brings you to me? A youthful voice emanated from the smart wristband. Beside him, the father-son duo, Qin Zhan and Qin Li, held their breath, refraining from interrupting the dialogue between Jiang Heng and his acquaintance. After all, they were equally eager to uncover what Wang Heng had accomplished during his year at Haida. I wish to inquire about an individual named Wang Heng, a fellow freshman like yourself. Are you familiar with him? Jiang Heng inquired. Wang Heng? The voice from the smart wristband noticeably rose in pitch, infused with admiration. In our Haida, who does not know Wang Heng? He is undoubtedly our top scholar of the freshman class, having dominated the rankings all year long. Recently, he achieved the unprecedented feat of being first in all 4 major assessments. Moreover, during practical evaluations, he eliminated over a dozen 8th-level beasts and more than 100 7th-level beasts, amassing a staggering reward of over 20 million credits. Jiang Heng stood there, utterly astonished, barely able to fathom the information. The same was true for Qin Zhan and Qin Li, who were similarly taken aback. The echoes of the earlier statements reverberated in their minds. Over a dozen 8th-level beasts slain. More than 100 7th-level beasts vanquished. 8th-level beasts, akin to mid-level generals in strength. The trio, Qin Zhan, Qin Li, and Jiang Heng, were wholly enveloped in a state of astonishment. Chapter 74. A month Wang Heng remained unaware of the tumultuous emotions experienced by Qin Zhan and his companions that day. At this moment, he was walking alongside his parents and sister towards Sun Yan. "Thank you, instructor," Wang Heng said respectfully, bowing to Sun Yan. Despite having surpassed Sun Yan in strength, he still held him in high regard. "My goodness, you have grown significantly taller, and your physique has become quite robust. Clearly, the provisions at Hai University are exceptional," Sun Yan remarked with a beaming smile, patting Wang Heng on the shoulder. However, his expression suddenly shifted, as he felt a faint pain emanating from his hand. "Have you truly completed the refinement of all your limb bones?" Sun Yan asked, his face a mask of disbelief and astonishment as he gazed at Wang Heng. Wang Heng smiled and nodded, explaining, "The training resources at Hai University are extraordinarily abundant. With ample credits, the process of bone refinement can be significantly expedited. No wonder everyone aspires to enter the two prestigious institutions. It took me 7 to 8 long years to complete the refinement of my limb bones." Sun Yan looked at Wang Heng with envy. Then, his gaze shifted to the 2 large boxes Wang Heng was carrying and subsequently to the 2 imposing battle blades on Wang Heng's back. "Let me carry those 2 swords for you," he offered, reaching for the dark iron battle blade. He chose not to help with the boxes, fully aware that the items contained within the alloyed, coated cases must be exceedingly valuable treasures. Thus, he aimed to assist Wang Heng with the cumbersome task of carrying the swords. "Wait a moment, instructor." Wang Heng began to refuse, but the proximity between them made it futile, as Sun Yan's hand had already grasped the dark iron battle blade. Perhaps fortune favored Sun Yan, as the blade he grasped was fortuitously the A1 level dark iron battle blade. "No worries, carrying 2 swords must be rather inconvenient. Allow me to take this one for you." "Huh? Why is it so heavy?" Upon attempting to lift the dark iron battle blade, Sun Yan's eyes widened, and his face flushed as he realized he could not raise it. "Goodness, how can a sword be this heavy?" Sun Yan exclaimed. "Instructor, let me handle this. The blade is incredibly weighty." Wang Heng could barely suppress his laughter at the sight, stifling his amusement. Sun Yan felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting to struggle even with a single sword in front of his former student. It was indeed quite humiliating. Fortunately, Sun Yan's character was open and cheerful, and he quickly regained his composure. "I must see just how heavy this sword truly is," he declared, raising his wrist to activate his smart bracelet, scanning the dark iron battle blade. Instantly, detailed information about the blade appeared on the device. Dark Iron Battle Blade Series, A1 level priced at 10 billion, weighing 50,000 kilograms. "Wow," Sun Yan exclaimed, unable to restrain his expletive-laden surprise at both the price and the weight of the sword, which he found utterly unbelievable. "Xiao Heng, did you just say that a mere knife costs 10 billion? I must have misheard." Beside him, his father, Wang Tao, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. His sister, Wang Kiki, was counting on her little fingers, trying to comprehend just how many zeros composed 10 billion. What a prodigal child. Lu Yuru, seated in her wheelchair, kept murmuring. Wang Heng found himself at a loss for words. However, this reaction was entirely understandable. Had it been a year ago, the revelation of a knife being valued at 10 billion would have left him equally flabbergasted. One could say that this past year at Haida has vastly broadened his horizons. "Wang Heng, just how formidable have you become?" With a 5,000-kilogram Xian iron war blade on his back, he appeared utterly unfazed. After a long moment, Sun Yan, visibly astonished, inquired about Wang Heng's current prowess. Wang Heng replied with a smile, "I would consider myself a peak-level advanced warrior now. However, as you know, after merging with my doppelganger, I can amplify my strength by 100, which allows my current power to rival that of a junior battle general. Additionally, I have mastered the 2nd level of the dominating blade, making it effortless for me to slay 8th-level magical beasts." You have actually attained the second level of dominating blade, Sun Nian exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. As a practitioner of the blade himself, he was well aware of the prestigious reputation of this S-rank secret technique. The fact that Wang Heng managed to achieve the second level in merely a year is truly extraordinary. In the distance, Qin Zhan and his companions, who had deliberately positioned themselves nearby, overheard Wang Heng's words and were once again engulfed in shock. Particularly Jiang Heng, who considered himself a genius, comparable to students from the two elite universities, yet he had yet to master even the first level of the S-rank secret technique. This stark comparison left him feeling utterly dwarfed. How narrow-minded I was! Jiang Heng sighed deeply and then turned to Qin Li, saying, "Let us depart. Today has been a disgraceful experience. We must strive to double our efforts in training from now on." Qin Li cast a glance at Wang Heng in the distance, his expression a complex mix of emotions. The once scorned impoverished youth had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a formidable figure far beyond his reach. At this moment, all traces of resentment vanished from Qin Li's heart, for he understood that from this day forward, he and Wang Heng would inhabit entirely different worlds, never to intersect again. Perhaps one day he would take pride in being a former classmate of Wang Heng. Qin Li chuckled to himself, then turned to leave with Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng. As evening descended, after dining at a restaurant, Wang Heng bid farewell to his instructor, Sun Nian, and returned home with his parents. Upon arriving at the familiar underground training chamber of their villa, Wang Heng opened an alloy safe and took out a 9-leaf spirit mushroom, consuming it eagerly, followed by a blood plasma fruit and a bone refinement pill. As for the dragon meat, he had already entrusted it to his sister, who would indulge in it the following day. Let the training begin. In the forthcoming 2 months, I shall embark on a remarkable journey of progress. Wang Heng closed his eyes and began to refine his cranial bones. With the assistance of rare treasures such as 9-leaf Ganoderma, blood plasma fruit, and bone refining elixir, Wang Heng's speed of refinement reached an astonishing level. Within a single day, he successfully refined 1 piece of cranial bone. Remarkably, it took him merely 12 days to refine the remaining 11 pieces. At this juncture, all of his cranial bones had been completely refined, leaving only the final 51 pieces of torso bones. As was his custom, Wang Heng first summoned his doppelganger to assess the load-bearing capacity of the torso bones. Upon determining the values, he commenced the extreme refinement process. The speed of refining the torso bones surpassed that of the cranial bones, allowing him to refine 3 pieces in a single day. The entirety of the 51 torso bones was refined in just 18 days. Consequently, every one of Wang Heng's 206 bones had been thoroughly refined. What level of strength have I attained now? Wang Heng rose to his feet, acutely aware of the stark contrast between his body now and a month prior. He felt an invigorating power coursing through every inch of his skin, every bone, and every sinew. It was as if a torrent of energy surged within him, and a look of anticipation and longing filled his face. He had now reached the pinnacle of the advanced warrior level. One more step forward and he would break through to the general level. Chapter 75. Defection August 1st. Underground Training Room. After Wang Heng meticulously refined all the bones in his body, he strolled towards the testing apparatus not far away. This device, a recent acquisition, was merely an ordinary model capable of measuring strength up to a maximum of 100,000 kilograms. Should the force exceed this threshold, the apparatus would be rendered inoperative. Thus, while testing his punching power, Wang Heng dared not to merge with his avatars. By gauging his own strength, he could estimate the power he would possess after integrating his avatars through calculation. Wang Heng pondered silently. He then approached the testing device, took a deep breath, and struck the target with a mighty punch. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the room. Wang Heng eagerly gazed at the display screen of the apparatus. 55,180 kilograms. The number flashing on the screen brought him immense joy. He had not anticipated that after refining his bones, he would experience such a significant increase in strength, surpassing the limits of a warrior. Typically, a martial artist could achieve a maximum of 50,000 kilograms of strength after complete bone refinement, yet Wang Heng had evidently exceeded this threshold. Perhaps this was related to the perfection of my Xuanwu divine body. Wang Heng contemplated inwardly. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. After all, the higher the foundational strength at the warrior level, the more formidable he would become upon ascending to the general rank. How strong am I now when merging with my avatars? Wang Heng swiftly calculated in his mind. Since the testing apparatus could not endure his strength, he could only make an approximate estimation. Wang Heng's current cultivation level was Advanced Warrior. The number of avatars he possessed was 141. His own punching power was 55,180 kilograms. The strength enhancement from merging all avatars amounted to 1410. Even if my current punching power is merely 55,000 kilograms, the combined power after merging with my avatars would reach an astounding 830,500 kilograms. Upon completing his calculations, Wang Heng was taken aback. 55,000 kilograms x 1410, 830,500 kg. This was purely the raw power he could unleash without employing any martial techniques. A staggering 830,500 kilograms. It was already comparable to the pinnacle of advanced generals. If he were to undergo the second stage of the overbearing blade technique, how immense would his strength become? Approaching to 5 million kilograms. Wang Heng quietly computed this in his mind, becoming increasingly awestruck. This power was not merely near that of a junior war god. He had undeniably stepped into that realm. Of course, Wang Heng did not truly believe he could contend with a war god-level powerhouse. After all, those formidable beings could also master S-grade techniques just as he had. From what Wang Heng understood, even a recently ascended junior war god could at least cultivate an S-grade technique to the 4th level, thereby quadrupling their explosive power. Even a newly ascended god of war, with merely 1 million kilograms of strength, can unleash a staggering 5 million kilograms after a 4-fold enhancement. Wang Heng, however, is still far from such prowess. Yet, once he transitions into the rank of a battle general, he may very well rival the slightly weaker primary gods of war. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Wang Heng's eyes. Upon reaching the battle general level, he would transcend a significant realm, naturally increasing his number of avatars by an additional 100. At that point, he would possess a total of 241 avatars. The amplification of strength after merging with these avatars could reach an astonishing 2,410. This would undoubtedly result in a considerable surge in his power. With this thought in mind, Wang Heng eagerly activated his smart wristband to research information pertinent to breaking through to the battle general level. To achieve this transition, he must first solidify the vortex of primordial energy within his dantian, subsequently forming a primordial dan. Once the primordial dan is formed, the practitioner's primordial energy will transform into a purer form of primordial power. The destructive capacity of the same amount of primordial power vastly surpasses that of primordial energy. How enlightening! After absorbing this information, Wang Heng promptly seated himself on the ground, focusing on his dantian. The vortex of primordial energy within him was immense, resembling a galaxy within the cosmos, vast and boundless. This grandeur was due to Wang Heng's power significantly exceeding that of other advanced warriors, resulting in a more magnificent vortex. Consolidate. Wang Heng commanded the vortex of primordial energy, exerting all his strength to compress it. However, it wasn't long before he realized that this task was akin to scaling a mountain. The sheer strength of his vortex made compression exceedingly challenging. It was indeed a fortunate dilemma. Wang Heng felt a tinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he devised an alternative strategy. At that moment, Wang Heng summoned his 141 avatars to assist him in compressing the primordial energy vortex. Consequently, he noticed a marked acceleration in the compression process. Within a few hours, he anticipated achieving his goal. A smile spread across Wang Heng's face. He then informed his parents that he would skip dinner and remained in the underground training room, preparing to focus entirely on breaking through to the battle general level. Meanwhile, high above the city of Dahuang, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man with a pair of wings was gripping a young man tightly as they soared through the air at breakneck speed. Xia Yuanhao, you have been exceedingly careless. How could you quietly leave the great Xia kingdom without being detected by the Haida? The golden-haired man scoffed. The individual in his grasp was none other than Wang Heng's classmate, the super genius Xia Yuanhao, who possessed S-level cultivation talent. I had already turned off my smart wristband, Yet who would have thought they could still pinpoint my location? Xie Yuanhao expressed his bewilderment. Foolish. The smart wristband contains a locator. Regardless of whether it is turned off, they can still track your position, the golden-haired man derided. However, his expression suddenly shifted, and he abruptly turned to look behind them. A towering figure loomed in the distance, wielding a long blade, swiftly approaching him. It was Wu Jingshan. The golden-haired, blue-eyed man's expression darkened as he hastened his pace. Despite lacking wings, Wu Jingshan was capable of traversing the air, rapidly pursuing Xie Yuanhao and his companions. Xie Yuanhao, you ungrateful wretch, our esteemed Haidai has nurtured you with utmost dedication, even permitting you to borrow 10 million credits in advance. Yet you dare to betray the great Xia kingdom. Wu Jingshan seethed with fury. Xie Yuanhao's countenance remained grim, his lips sealed in silence. Instead, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man burst forth in mockery. Wu Jingshan, you dare to flaunt a mere 10 million credits? How utterly ludicrous. In our International Chamber of Commerce, should an S-class prodigy emerge, they would be awarded a staggering 100 million credits as a prize. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingshan's expression darkened even further. The International Chamber of Commerce was indeed a titan of wealth, a stark contrast to their humble Haidai. Moreover, the great Xia kingdom prioritized the welfare of its people, aspiring to a path where all could flourish. In contrast, the International Chamber pursued an elitist agenda. There, the greater one's talent, the more lavish the rewards, while ordinary citizens were treated like mere chaff, exploited and oppressed by the elite. Much like the martial arts university, the International Chamber operated only a single martial arts university, renowned worldwide as the International Elite University. The minimum requirement for enrollment was an A-grade cultivation talent. Those who fell short of this standard would be relegated to the status of wandering martial artists, their plight incomparable to that of the great Xia kingdom. Yet, it was precisely this elitist policy that prompted frequent defections from the great Xia kingdom and the mercenary alliance to the International Chamber. After all, most individuals are self-serving and egotistical, indifferent to the plight of the common folk, content to revel in their own ease and comfort. Chapter 76. Promotion to the general rank. As the night quietly descended, the underground training chamber remained illuminated with brilliant light. Wang Heng was acutely aware that the key to advancing to the general rank lay in solidifying the swirling essence within his dantian into a primordial dan. He held his breath and concentrated deeply, fully engaging in the manipulation of the vast vortex of energy. He must succeed. Wang Heng silently encouraged himself. Initially, he exerted all his might, attempting to forcibly compress the energy. Yet the vortex remained as stubborn as an immovable boulder, refusing to budge. The air around him seemed to grow heavier with his efforts, and the lights on the walls appeared to quiver slightly. However, Wang Heng soon forced himself to calm down and began to mobilize his 141 avatars to assist in compressing the energy within his dantian. As he immersed himself completely, meticulously guiding every strand of energy, it gradually converged and compressed toward the center of his dantian. An invisible pressure enveloped the training room, leaving the dust in the corners motionless. As seconds ticked by, Wang Heng found himself drenched in sweat, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He continually adjusted the rhythm of the energy compression, proceeding with utmost caution, leaving no room for negligence. Success was within reach. His heart brimmed with anticipation and desire. With the aid of his 141 avatars, his primordial dan was on the verge of solidification. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly tense. Finally, after enduring a prolonged period of trial and effort, the energy vortex completely solidified into a resplendent primordial dan. Boom! This primordial dan radiated an immense and pure power. In an instant, the entire training room was filled with a magnificent aura. Wang Heng felt an unprecedented, overwhelming force surge within him. He had successfully broken through to the general rank. A sudden message echoed in his mind. Breakthrough to a new realm. The number of avatars has increased by 100. Wang Heng was initially startled, but soon elation flooded over him. I have finally ascended to the general rank. His heart surged with excitement, and his joy was palpable. At this moment, Wang Heng emanated a formidable aura, his eyes shimmering with confidence and determination. The training room gradually returned to tranquility, the light stabilizing as if celebrating Wang Heng's breakthrough. Yet, he understood that this was merely a new beginning. A broader path of martial arts awaited his conquest. How powerful am I now? Wang Heng pondered inwardly. When he first advanced from a quasi-warrior to a warrior rank, his strength had increased by 2,000 kg. This time, transitioning from warrior to general, his strength would surely see a significant enhancement. However, the exact extent of this increase remained to be tested. According to data on most martial artists breaking through to the general rank, ordinary warriors typically experience an augmentation of 5,000 kilograms in strength. Elite warriors can gain 10,000 kg, while exceptionally gifted warriors may see a staggering increase of 30,000 kg. Though my innate talent may be regarded as that of an ordinary warrior, the accumulation of my experience and skills as a fighter should allow me to stand on equal footing with elite martial artists. Wang Heng contemplated this within himself. Without delay, he eagerly approached the testing device not far away. Standing before the apparatus, Wang Heng took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly, channeling the essence within his dantian. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted from his fist. With a resounding thud, Wang Heng struck the target of the testing device. Immediately, a staggering number appeared on the screen. 180 kilograms. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Heng could not suppress his elation. He had indeed surpassed elite warriors, having gained an impressive 15,000 kg of strength upon his ascension to the general warrior level. His foundational strength had now reached an astonishing 70,000 kg. With such a foundational strength, how formidable would I be when merging all my avatars? Wang Heng mused. After his breakthrough to the general warrior level, the number of his avatars had increased by an additional 100, bringing his total to 241. The amplification of strength from merging all avatars amounted to 2410. 70,000
kg 2411, 757, 000 kg, 1, 757, 000 kg.
Upon concluding his calculations, Wang Heng was left in a state of shock. The sheer magnitude of 750,000 kg of strength, and if augmented further through the second level of the dominating blade, it could unleash over 5 million kilograms of power. This was already comparable to the weakest of the war deities. At this moment, Wang Heng truly possessed strength on par with that of a war deity. It was almost unbelievable that I had just recently ascended to the general warrior level. Wang Heng marveled inwardly. The talent of his avatars was indeed extraordinary, especially during each monumental breakthrough, when the sudden increase of 100 avatars had propelled his strength to new heights. It was evident that as the number of avatars increased in the future, so too would the terrifying power he could unleash. Moreover, possessing 241 avatars now greatly benefited my training in swordsmanship and the enhancement of my skills. Wang Heng pondered. With 241 avatars training simultaneously, it was akin to multiplying his cultivation speed by 241 times. This was truly terrifying. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Wang Heng was lost in thought, his smart wristband emitted a series of communication alerts. He glanced down to find that it was his teacher, Zhuo Wenbin, attempting to contact him. Could it be that teacher Zhuo has guessed my breakthrough to the general warrior level? Wang Heng felt a surge of joy and promptly answered the video call. In the next moment, Zhuo Wenbin's figure appeared before him. Wang Heng, Xia Yuanhao has defected to the International Chamber of Commerce. Teacher Wu Jingshan has gone to pursue him, and in the process, he engaged in battle with the war deity of the International Chamber, Taki Morgan, which has incited a beast tide sweeping across the entire Jiangnan region. Zhuo Wenbin's countenance was grim as he articulated a series of urgent statements in one breath. Wang Heng, upon hearing them, was left momentarily speechless, exclaiming, Xiao and Hao has defected? A beast tide? It seems that our Luqing is also within the Jiangnan region. Indeed, Luqing is included among them. I sought you out to caution you about the impending beast tide. Do not act rashly, Zhuo Wenbin said with a solemn expression. Wang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, then, with curiosity, inquired, why would Xia Yuanhao defect to the International Chamber of Commerce? Such a treacherous and ungrateful person, selfish to the core. It is my folly for not perceiving his malicious intent. Zhuo Wenbin's expression darkened. He had previously shown Xie Yuanhao considerable favor. Who could have predicted that this man would turn out to be a heartless ingrate? Wang Heng, you must not follow his example, Zhuo Wenbin promptly cautioned. Wang Heng shook his head, declaring, "Rest assured, Teacher Zhuo, I will always remain a citizen of the Great Xia. Yes, you must remain vigilant against the beast tide. This time it has been artificially induced and may be more ferocious than ever. You must prioritize your safety," Zhuo Wenbin reiterated with urgency. Wang Heng nodded once more. Just then, an air raid siren abruptly blared outside. Wang Heng's expression shifted slightly. He was all too familiar with that sound, as it had heralded the onset of the beast tide during Lu Qing's last encounter. The sound served as a dire warning for them to seek shelter promptly. "Teacher Zhuo, I must end this conversation," Wang Heng said, immediately disconnecting the communication and striding purposefully out of the underground training room. Chapter 77. Beast tide within the villa. Wang Heng's parents and younger sister had already fled in a state of panic, rushing towards him as they caught sight of him. "Father, mother, please head to the underground training room," he urged. "Sister, take good care of them." With that, Wang Heng swiftly lifted Lu Yuru's wheelchair and hurried them towards the subterranean sanctuary. In anticipation of the impending beast tide, provisions of food and water had been meticulously prepared in the underground training room, sufficient to sustain Wang Tao and the others for half a month. After ensuring their safety, Wang Heng prepared to depart from the underground refuge. "Xiao Heng, where are you going?" Lu Yuru exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety as she saw him about to leave. Worry clouded her eyes. Wang Tao hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. "Brother," Wang Kiki said, her face etched with concern. They could all surmise Wang Heng's intentions. Turning back, Wang Heng offered a reassuring smile. "Father, mother, do not worry. I shall return unscathed." With those words, he resolutely stepped out. "Xiao Heng." Lu Yuru covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart heavy with dread. Beside her, Wang Tao grasped her hand tightly, his voice trembling. "The child has grown up. He bears his own responsibilities. But he is only 17. Lu Yuru gazed at Wang Heng's receding figure, her heart brimming with trepidation. With a thunderous roar, as Wang Heng exited the underground training room, he promptly sealed the reinforced alloy door behind him. This door had been crafted specifically for the training facility. Without the strength of a warrior, it was impenetrable. Beasts of such caliber were typically monitored closely by the military, ensuring they could not wreak havoc within the city. Suddenly, a shrill alarm blared from Wang Heng's smart wristband. He immediately glanced down to find a message from the military headquarters of Lu City. A beast tide was imminent, and he was commanded to rush to the western city wall to assist in defense. Without hesitation, Wang Heng set off towards the western wall. In the Great Xia Kingdom, in any city facing a beast tide, all martial artists were required to heed the local military's directives. "Wang Heng, to which wall have you been assigned?"
En route.
He received a message from his instructor, Sun Nian. "Instructor, I have been dispatched to the western wall. What about you?" As he replied, he dashed towards his destination with great speed. "I'm also at the western wall," Sun Nian responded. Wang Heng promptly ended the communication and accelerated towards the western city wall. Having advanced to the rank of a war general, his speed surpassed that of an automobile, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he ran. In no time, Wang Heng arrived at the western wall, where numerous martial artists had gathered, clad in battle armor and wielding weapons, their expressions grave and solemn. Among them was Sun Nian, who rushed towards Wang Heng as soon as he spotted him. Wang Heng also noticed Qin Zhan and Qin Li, along with a young man he had seen previously at the airport standing beside Qin Li. Wang Heng. Sun Nian approached Wang Heng with a serious demeanor and stated, "I am aware that your current strength is formidable. However, amidst the beast horde, it is imperative to exercise caution and refrain from recklessness." His concern was not for Wang Heng's power but rather for his inexperience. After all, the myriad of monsters encountered during a beast tide presented a risk of demise, even to those of exceptional prowess. "Rest assured, instructor, this is not my first encounter with beasts," Wang Heng replied with a smile. In the past, he had indeed felt a twinge of anxiety, but now, having ascended to the rank of battle general, his strength was comparable to that of a novice war god. A typical beast tide posed no threat to him, and Lu City was not situated near the ocean, minimizing the likelihood of a large-scale beast tide. Suddenly, a thunderous cacophony of gunfire erupted. Sun Nian's expression changed dramatically as he informed Wang Heng. The beast tide has commenced. Wang Heng's countenance also grew grave as he gazed at the towering western city wall, which, while not comparable to the steel ramparts of the coastal city, still rose several dozen meters high. All warriors ascend the city wall. At that moment, a military officer arrived to deliver commands. Wang Heng and the other warriors promptly raced toward the wall. Upon reaching the battlements, Wang Heng noted the numerous soldiers already stationed in defense, each bearing a solemn expression and intense focus on the horizon. Turning his gaze forward, he beheld the vast wilderness, teeming with an innumerable swarm of beasts charging toward them. Even the sky was obscured by a dark mass, reminiscent of an army storming into battle. This grand spectacle was a first for Wang Heng. During the last beast tide in Lu City, he had merely sheltered within the city and had never witnessed such a breathtaking scene. Although he had subsequently viewed related videos online, they could not compare to the awe-inspiring reality. Boom! 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 The designated openings in the city wall belched forth brilliant artillery fire, relentlessly targeting the oncoming beasts. Yet, the tide of monsters showed no signs of abating. Furthermore, the speed at which the beasts advanced was astonishing, with some already nearing the city wall. All warriors received orders to focus on eliminating the beasts that threatened the wall and sought to scale it. Those ranked as battle generals and above were instructed to concentrate their efforts on defeating the battle general tier beasts. Commands echoed along the battlements. Wang Heng had already engaged in battle, wielding his mysterious iron war blade to slay the beasts that attempted to breach the wall. Despite the wall's impressive height, many evolved monsters could leap over 10 meters high and, with several powerful jumps, ascend the ramparts. Additionally, some avian beasts dove from the sky, persistently assaulting the warriors atop the wall. Although cannon fire and lasers blazed continuously, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to eradicate them completely. Wang Heng witnessed numerous warriors fall, feeling utterly helpless against the relentless tide of monsters. Is this the essence of a beast tide? Before the multitude of creatures, humanity seemed tragically insignificant. While dispatching the beasts scaling the wall, Wang Heng moved closer to Sun Nian's position. Every individual harbors selfish inclinations. He cannot save everyone, yet he can extend a modicum of concern towards his instructor. Wang Heng, endeavor to conserve your vitality. Otherwise, you may easily succumb to exhaustion and perish. This battle is destined to be a protracted one. Upon noticing Wang Heng's approach, Sun Nian hastily offered a word of caution. He had observed Wang Heng incessantly unleashing blade radiance and felt compelled to intervene, but the multitude of nearby demonic beasts rendered him unable to draw near. Roar! At that moment, an 8th-tier demonic beast lunged onto the city wall, charging fiercely at Sun Nian. The demon Cloud Tiger. Sun Nian's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized this formidable creature and understood that it was far beyond his capacity to confront. Am I to meet my demise here? Sun Nian forced a bitter smile. Feeling little fear, as a martial artist, he had long prepared himself for such eventualities. Suddenly, a brilliant blade radiance cleaved through the air, illuminating Sun Nian's eyes. When he regained his composure, he discovered that the demon Cloud Tiger lay before him, lifeless. Wang Heng, Sun Nian instinctively turned to look at Wang Heng, who stood not far away. Instructor, I have ascended to the rank of battle general. Wang Heng remarked with a gentle smile, his dark iron battle blade continuing its sweeping motion, dispatching several descending avian foes. What? Battle general? Sun Nian was taken aback, a mixture of astonishment and elation flooding him. He had never anticipated Wang Heng would so swiftly attain the rank of battle general. Given Wang Heng's avatar talent and his mastery of the 2nd tier of the dominant blade, his current combat prowess was nearly on par with that of a high-ranking battle general. How wonderful! Sun Nian's face radiated excitement and exhilaration. He felt that even if he were to perish at that moment, he would have no regrets. After all, he, Sun Nian, had nurtured a battle general with the extraordinary ability to create avatars. Chapter 78. The mission in the Grand Hall of the military headquarters in Luqing, numerous screens hung prominently, while a multitude of personnel diligently operated computers, monitoring the city walls in all directions and simultaneously tracking the status of the beast tide. Several officers were also observing the images displayed on the screens. General Ling, the situation on the eastern city wall is relatively calm, and the northern and southern walls can hold their ground. However, the conditions on the western wall are dire, one of the staff members reported, pointing to a specific screen. We have detected a large number of battle-class beasts advancing towards the western wall, expected to arrive in approximately 1 hour. Once they arrive, the defenses there may very well collapse, as one of them is a beast king, the Ironback Armored Earth Dragon. Ironback Armored Earth Dragon? Ling Ran's expression shifted dramatically as he pressed for more information. What level of beast king is this? Fortunately, it is merely a junior beast king, akin to a junior war god, the staff member replied. Ling Ran's countenance grew grave. Even a junior beast king should not be underestimated. As far as I know, dragons possess formidable defensive capabilities, with even conventional missiles struggling to penetrate their defenses. Only nuclear warheads are effective against them. The Ironback Armored Earth Dragon moves with the swiftness of the wind. Missiles would find it nearly impossible to hit. The staff member responded with a resigned smile. Though missiles and nuclear weapons are powerful enough to inflict damage on war god-level beings, their slow attack speed is a significant flaw of conventional weaponry. Contact the nearest war god for support, Ling Ran commanded. The staff member shook his head with a rueful smile. Unfortunately, a beast tide is currently sweeping through the Jiangnan region, leaving nearby war gods stretched thin. Curse it! Ling Ran slammed his hand on the table. Frustration and indignation etched on his face. While the Great Xia Empire boasts over 300 war gods, the number of cities exceeds thousands, making it impossible to adequately defend each one. Moreover, most war gods are preoccupied with protecting their own hometowns. When will Luqing ever have a war god of its own? General Ling, come quickly and take a look at this. Suddenly, another staff member rushed in, clutching a tablet. Ling Ran turned to the staff member and inquired, "What is it?" General Ling, please observe. This warrior is named Wang Heng. Our information indicates that he possesses the ability to create avatars. The staff member spoke rapidly while swiftly pulling up footage of Wang Heng slaying a beast. I am already aware of Wang Heng. I witnessed his strength during the college entrance examination. Ling Ran interjected, waving his hand. However, he is merely a freshman. Even if his power is on par with junior and intermediate battle generals, he is unlikely to alter the overall tide of beasts. General, look at his strike. The staff member did not elaborate but instead presented the scene of Wang Heng swiftly dispatching the magic cloud tiger. Ling Ran's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes fixated on the display before him. He watched as Wang Heng effortlessly swung his blade, a radiant arc of light instantly obliterating the 8th level beast. The magic cloud tiger. This is elemental force. He has remarkably advanced to the battle general level so swiftly. Ling Ran exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face. Not long after the conclusion of his freshman year, Wang Heng astonishingly ascended to the rank of a battle general. Such a pace of cultivation seems rather excessive. If I recall correctly, Wang Heng's innate talent for cultivation was merely at the D level. According to the intelligence we gathered from Hai University, Wang Heng was previously capable of slaying numerous 8th level monsters using the 2nd level of the overbearing blade. Now, having already advanced to a battle general, it is conservatively estimated that his strength is comparable to that of a senior battle general. If he were to deploy a clone armed with a nuclear bomb, would he be able to eliminate the Ironback Armored Earth Dragon? One of the staff members inquired. Ling Ran did not respond immediately. Instead, he sought out Wang Heng's contact information and sent a message. Wang Heng, I am Ling Ran, the defender of Lu City. What is your current foundational strength? Wang Heng, who was leisurely hunting monsters atop the city wall, felt quite at ease. After all, his true strength was akin to that of a junior war god, rendering these monsters incapable of posing any threat to him. However, the sheer number of monsters made it challenging for him to cover the entire city wall. Regrettably, he was not a true war god. The genuine powerhouses of that caliber have comprehended the essence of the realm, unleashing strikes that could alter the very environment, instantly annihilating swathes of monsters. Wang Heng recalled a video he had seen online, showcasing a war god who had mastered the essence of ice and snow. With a single blow, the entire battlefield was frozen, and thousands of monsters were encased in ice. It is only such destructive capability that can shift the tide of a monster tide. Although Wang Heng's strength was on par with a junior war god, he had yet to grasp the essence, and thus, the gap between him and true war god powerhouses remained vast. General Ling Ran? Wang Heng suddenly glanced down at his smart wristband. He had learned from Sun Yen that the defender of Lu City was a brigadier named Ling Ran, a peak battle general. It was said that he was present during the entrance examination years ago. Is he inquiring about my foundational strength? Could it be that he wishes to employ my clone? Upon reading Ling Ran's message, Wang Heng's eyes flickered as he quickly deduced the other party's intentions. Clearly, the situation regarding the monster tide was dire enough to necessitate the use of a nuclear bomb. Wang Heng swiftly eradicated the monster before him and promptly responded through his smart wristband. 70,000 kilograms. In the hall of the Lu City military headquarters, Ling Ran could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon receiving Wang Heng's reply. This strength was nearly that of a mid-level battle general, and as far as he knew, after merging with his clone, Wang Heng could double his power. This indicated that Wang Heng currently possessed a staggering 14,000 kilograms of strength. Should he further amplify this with the second level of overbearing blade, Wang Heng's explosive power could reach an astounding 420,000 kilograms. Such might could indeed rival that of a senior battle general. Perhaps, he truly could carry a nuclear bomb to annihilate the Ironback armored Earth Dragon. Ling Ran pondered for a moment before sending another message to Wang Heng. He then turned to the staff member before him and ordered, "Prepare the nuclear bomb at once." "Yes." The staff member responded affirmatively and quickly withdrew. Ling Ran swiftly departed from the hall, bearing the nuclear device prepared by the staff, racing towards the western city wall with remarkable haste. As anticipated, he found that Wang Heng had already received his message at the western rampart. The latter was on a mission to dispatch a clone, equipped with the nuclear device, to eliminate a formidable war god-level beast, the Ironback armored dragon. This beast possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities, necessitating proximity within 1,000 meters for the nuclear weapon to be effective. While Wang Heng perused the information on the Ironback armored dragon via his smart wristband, he contemplated the situation. Just then, Ling Ran arrived, hurrying with the nuclear device in tow. "General Ling." Wang Heng promptly approached him. Ling Ran handed over the alloy case containing the nuclear weapon, his expression grave. "This is the nuclear device. I will escort your clone to the destination." Startled by Ling Ran's words, Wang Heng quickly responded, "This is far too perilous. I can go alone." Transporting the nuclear device would inevitably require venturing deep into the beast horde. Even with Ling Ran's peak warrior prowess, he would face considerable danger. "No, your true self cannot take such risks. This is an order," Ling Ran stated firmly. Given Wang Heng's demonstrated talent, he was highly likely to ascend to the ranks of a war god, or at the very least become a peak warrior. The benefits of having a war god or peak warrior with a clone were immense, and Ling Ran could not allow Wang Heng to jeopardize himself. General Wang Heng attempted to protest further, but Ling Ran's demeanor remained stern. "This is an order." "Very well," Wang Heng sighed in resignation, summoning a clone and taking the alloy case containing the nuclear device from Ling Ran. "Let us proceed." Ling Ran then sped away with Wang Heng's clone, while Wang Heng remained to guard the city, dividing his focus to control the clone. With his current foundational strength of 70,000 kilograms, even with the enhancement from the second level of the dominant blade, he could only exert a maximum of 210,000 kilograms of force, equivalent to that of a mid-tier warrior. Wang Heng furrowed his brow. With such limited power, penetrating the beast horde to approach the Ironback armored dragon was fraught with challenges. Ling Ran was likely aware of this, which was why he personally undertook the escort. However, this decision placed Ling Ran at significant risk. "If I could master the third level of the dominant blade, my strength would elevate to a new height," Wang Heng mused, fiercely battling while diligently studying the dominant blade. Throughout the summer vacation, he had not ceased his training, dedicating an hour each day to practice relentlessly. After over 100 sessions of clone training, he had begun to grasp the essence of the third level of the dominant blade. Upon reaching the warrior level, the number of his clones had surged to 241. In the midst of intense combat with the beasts, Wang Heng could distinctly perceive the refinement of his swordsmanship. Perhaps it would not be long before he mastered the third level of the dominant blade. Chapter 79. Detonation of the nuclear bomb. Wang Heng skillfully maneuvered his avatar as he and Ling Ran departed from Lu City via the northwest exit. The presence of formidable beasts in this area was relatively sparse, allowing them to weave through the throngs of creatures with greater ease. Wang Heng, stay close to me. With that, Ling Ran took the lead, charging ahead with resolute determination. Suddenly, a level 7 beast lunged toward them, only to be pierced through by Ling Ran's lance. Undeterred, Ling Ran plunged deeper into the horde, dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency. Even level 8 beasts fell before him with little resistance. Truly, he was a peak warrior, having mastered the third tier of his S-class marksmanship, complemented by his unique talents. Trailing behind, Wang Heng observed the fierce battle unfolding before him. He noted the gradual emergence of a golden radiance enveloping Ling Ran, causing him to fixate intently. In that moment, Ling Ran resembled a resplendent war deity, his entire being shrouded in a luminous golden aura. His advanced talent, Diamond Body, dramatically augmented his defensive capabilities. Wang Heng recognized the extraordinary talent manifesting in Ling Ran, as the Diamond Body was indeed a well-renowned ability. Its most distinctive feature was the exponential enhancement of defensive strength. It became evident to Wang Heng why General Ling was confident in escorting his avatar beyond the city. With the Diamond Body at his disposal, he would likely evade peril unless confronted by a divine-level beast. A wave of relief washed over Wang Heng. He promptly guided his avatar to closely follow Ling Ran, advancing toward the ironback armored earth dragon amidst the beast horde. Occasionally, his avatar engaged in combat. However, most foes above level 8 fell to Ling Ran, leaving Wang Heng's avatar to contend primarily with level 7 beasts, which proved manageable. Yet, as they delved deeper into the throngs of beasts, the higher-level creatures became increasingly prevalent, and Ling Ran found it increasingly challenging to fend off all the level 8 beasts. Boom! Wang Heng unleashed a dazzling arc of blade light, ultimately slaying a level 8 beast after a fierce skirmish. Not far away, Ling Ran successfully dispatched a level 9 beast, continuing to lead the charge. According to the monitoring system, they were still 120,000 meters away from the ironback armored earth dragon. Can you still hold on? Ling Ran inquired of Wang Heng's avatar, now only capable of staving off level 9 beasts, while he struggled against level 8 foes. I can endure, Wang Heng replied through his avatar. He still possessed the ability to persist, with his mastery of skills yet to be fully displayed, allowing him to easily fell several level 8 beasts. Even against a level 9 beast, he felt confident of his ability to retreat unscathed. Very well, I shall accompany you for a while longer. Ling Ran regarded Wang Heng with a deep gaze before resuming his relentless advance, dispatching beasts with fervor. 100,000 meters, 80,000 meters, 50,000 meters. As the distance diminished, Wang Heng finally caught sight of the ironback armored earth dragon. The iron-backed armored dragon is a colossal creature, resembling a moving hillock, with its robust limbs akin to towering pillars that uphold its heavy form. Its head is large and menacing, with 2 blood-red eyes that burn like fiery orbs, emanating a chilling ferocity. Most striking is the impenetrable armor of tough scales that envelopes its body, appearing as if forged from black iron and gleaming with a cold, metallic luster. Particularly noteworthy are the scales along its back, which are as formidable as a shield, layered and indestructible. Wang Heng gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder that a nuclear bomb was deemed necessary against such a mountainous beast. Though his own strength was not inferior to that of the creature, he pondered that in a direct confrontation, even breaching its defenses might prove exceedingly difficult. After merging with his clone, his power had ascended to the level of a novice war god. However, the life level of a war god-level beast undergoes a transformation, enhancing not only its strength but also the defensive capabilities of its scales. Only a genuine war god, having comprehended the essence of combat, could penetrate the armored defenses of a beast king. With merely 10,000 meters remaining between him and the iron-backed armored dragon, he found himself unable to advance further, realizing that he must rely solely on himself from this point onward. Suddenly, Ling Ran halted in his tracks, turning to address Wang Heng's clone. Wang Heng nodded, then maneuvered his clone forward. He understood well that Ling Ran had to retreat. Otherwise, in the event of a nuclear explosion, whether it could annihilate the iron-backed armored dragon remained uncertain, but it would undoubtedly claim Ling Ran's life. May everything proceed smoothly. Ling Ran gazed at the figure of Wang Heng's clone, then took a deep breath and resolutely turned back towards Lu City. The return journey was uneventful, as he no longer needed to shield Wang Heng's clone. With his strength, he could easily traverse the beast horde. Yet, he harbored no certainty regarding Wang Heng's success. After all, with 10,000 meters still separating Wang Heng's clone from the iron-backed armored dragon, it was impossible to predict whether he could close the distance to within 1,000 meters. May he at least inflict severe damage upon the creature, Ling Ran silently prayed. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant eye on the position of the nuclear bomb displayed on his smart bracelet. At that moment, the distance between Wang Heng's clone and the iron-backed armored dragon diminished rapidly. 10,000 meters. 9,000 meters. 8,000 meters. Wang Heng guided his clone forward, racing towards the formidable iron-backed armored dragon. Yet, he faced an ever-increasing number of beasts, each growing stronger. The beasts charging towards him were all at least level 7, with numerous level 8 beasts in sight. Moreover, not far off, a level 9 beast was eyeing him hungrily. Just then, a spark of exhilaration illuminated Wang Heng's eyes. In the next instant, he swung the dark iron battle knife in his hand, unleashing a dazzling arc of blade light that cleaved through the air, igniting with fierce flames and instantly slaying several level 8 beasts before him. I have finally comprehended the third level of the dominant blade. Wang Heng beamed with joy. At this critical juncture, with the assistance of over 200 avatars, he finally comprehended the third level of the dominant blade. With his own strength of 70,000 kilograms, amplified by the enhancements of the third level of the dominant blade, his explosive power reached an astounding 280,000 kilograms. This substantial surge in strength, coupled with Wang Heng's exhibition of impeccable skill, allowed him to traverse the beast horde with remarkable ease. At this moment, only 3,000 meters separated Wang Heng from the iron-backed spine dragon. The dragon had already sensed Wang Heng's presence, its enormous eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the iron-backed spine dragon did not charge directly at Wang Heng. Instead, it commanded the nearby beasts to encircle him. As a creature of the Demon King rank, the dragon possessed considerable intelligence and was acutely aware of Wang Heng's capabilities through fluctuations in his energy. To it, Wang Heng's power was hardly noteworthy. Thus, it did not regard him with any seriousness. Observing this, Wang Heng felt an unexpected surge of exhilaration. He maneuvered his avatars closer to the iron-backed spine dragon. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. As the distance diminished, Wang Heng found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, besieged by a dozen ninth-tier beasts. Clear the way, he roared defiantly, determined to press forward, even if it meant enduring the onslaught of the ninth-tier beasts to close the gap with the iron-backed spine dragon. 1,900 meters. 1,700 meters. 1,500 meters. As he drew closer to the dragon, his avatar became battered and bruised. A ninth-tier beast lunged forward, severing one of his avatar's arms. Despite the grievous injury to his avatar, Wang Heng's true self remained unscathed, as he continued to direct his avatar towards the iron-backed spine dragon. However, increasingly more ninth-tier beasts descended upon his avatar. Cursed be this! Wang Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He was on the brink of collapse. Even the pinnacle of skill was not invincible. His strength was ultimately finite, and sustaining himself thus far was a significant achievement. It was time to detonate the nuclear bomb. Wang Heng gazed at the iron-backed spine dragon, now a mere 1,500 meters away, and sighed deeply with reluctance. Though only 500 meters separated him from the effective range, he understood that even the slightest margin could make it exceedingly difficult to slay a demon king, especially one renowned for its formidable defenses. Boom! With no time for further contemplation, Wang Heng commanded his avatar to immediately detonate the nuclear bomb concealed behind him. Chapter 80. Unwavering determination on the western city wall. Wang Heng had long since lost count of the demon beasts he had slain. He stood upon the rampart, gazing into the distance. At the moment his doppelganger detonated the nuclear bomb, it had perished. Thus, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding beyond. Yet, In the next heartbeat, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. What was happening? Why had an earthquake suddenly struck? Look, what is that? Amidst a chorus of terrified exclamations, everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the nuclear explosion. In the distance, a dazzling brilliance erupted as if a synthetic sun had been born in an instant, its radiance so intense that the world seemed to lose all color, leaving only a blinding white light. Following this, a cataclysmic energy surged forth from the epicenter of the nuclear blast, coalescing into a colossal fireball that expanded rapidly, igniting everything in its vicinity. The air itself warped and twisted from the searing heat. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a powerful shockwave surged outward like a stampede of wild horses, shaking the earth violently, causing mountains to crumble and boulders to be hurled through the air. Structures, fragile as houses of cards, were annihilated in an instant, reduced to mere rubble. A fierce wind howled, raising clouds of dust and debris that obscured the sun, enveloping the entire area in chaos. Subsequently, a mushroom cloud ascended skyward, piercing the heavens, its summit rolling and expanding as if to rend the very sky apart. Below, the inferno blazed fiercely, thick smoke billowing and a suffocating stench permeating the air. In the face of such terror, all life appeared diminutive and fragile. It was a nuclear bomb. After a prolonged silence, realization dawned upon some, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Everyone was utterly astounded. The military had resorted to using a nuclear weapon. Had a demon king indeed emerged? The military had always exercised extreme caution in deploying nuclear arms, for while their power was unmatched, they also inflicted environmental devastation. Though humanity had significantly enhanced its physical capabilities following the resurgence of spiritual energy, particularly among martial artists who were largely unafraid of nuclear contamination, excessive pollution would ultimately impact the environment. The military would never employ such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary, save for the emergence of a war god-level demon beast, a demon king. Father, I saw Wang Heng's doppelganger leave earlier. I suspect he is behind this, Qin Li remarked to Qin Zhan, who stood nearby, bloodied and somewhat disheveled. However, Qin Zhan's countenance was grave as he surveyed the distant mushroom cloud. He spoke in a low voice, "Be cautious. The military's use of a nuclear bomb indicates the presence of a demon king. If the demon king is killed, that would be fortunate, but if not, once it goes berserk, Lu City may struggle to hold its ground. Father, even if it is truly a demon king, it would find it difficult to withstand the assault of a nuclear bomb, would it not?" Qin Li replied. In this instance, Qin Zhan remained silent, while Zhang Heng beside him shook his head and remarked, "If a nuclear bomb were to explode within 1,000 meters of the Demon King, it would undoubtedly annihilate him. However, should the distance exceed that threshold, it would likely prove challenging to bring the Demon King to his demise." He mused whether Wang Heng could approach the Demon King, considering his remarkable prowess. Qin Li, speaking of this, cast a glance toward Wang Heng not far off, particularly noting the imposing dark iron warblade he wielded. This formidable weapon weighed 50,000 kilograms, yet Wang Heng handled it with effortless grace, a testament to his immense strength. Let us hope so, Qin Zhan thought, genuinely aligning himself with Wang Heng and wishing for his avatar to vanquish the Demon King. Just now, Wang Heng was nearby. Sun Nian gazed at Wang Heng with a face full of astonishment and doubt. The nuclear bomb had already detonated, and Wang Heng, not one to conceal the truth, nodded at Sun Nian and said, "A Demon King has appeared ahead. General Ling has commanded me to dispatch my avatar to deliver the nuclear bomb and eliminate the Demon King." "Did it succeed?" Sun Nian inquired urgently, fully aware of the terror that the Demon King represented. If the Demon King had not been slain, Lu City would be on the brink of catastrophe. After all, there were no god-tier warriors in Lu City. The strongest among them, Ling Ran, was merely a peak battle general. While peak battle generals may navigate triumphantly among many warrior-level fighters, they would stand no chance against a god of war, even the weakest among them. It remains uncertain. My avatar is still 1,500 meters away from the Demon King, Wang Heng replied solemnly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the mushroom cloud ahead. 1,500 meters. Sun Nian felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Beyond 1,000 meters, the nuclear bomb's efficacy against the Demon King would be significantly diminished, making it exceedingly difficult to slay him. After all, compared to human warriors, the defensive capabilities of demon beasts were generally superior. Boom! The mushroom cloud expanded, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying shockwave that surged forth from the site of the explosion. Most of the warriors present were buffeted by the force, stumbling in disarray. Even some demon beasts were left trembling in fear. Wang Heng, however, remained focused, his attention unwavering. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, an enormous creature slowly rose from the ground, its crimson eyes ablaze with a murderous fury. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens. As the dust settled, the iron-backed armored dragon charged toward Lu City in a frenzy, followed by an innumerable horde of demon beasts. It was the Demon King, the iron-backed armored dragon. Not even the nuclear bomb had managed to slay it. What shall we do? Lu City lacks any god-tier warriors. The warriors on the western city wall were thrown into a state of panic. Wang Heng's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on the dark iron warblade. Indeed, the iron-backed armored dragon had survived the nuclear blast, yet its aura suggested it bore significant injuries. He wondered if he could now slay it. In the depths of Wang Heng's thoughts, he contemplated whether his current strength was sufficient to vanquish the severely wounded iron-back armored dragon. At that very moment, however, a fierce clash unfolded ahead, where an individual enveloped in radiant golden light engaged the creature. Compared to the colossal iron-back armored dragon, this figure appeared as insignificant as an ant, yet he charged fearlessly toward the beast. It was the city's guardian, General Ling Ran. Upon witnessing that the iron-back armored dragon had not perished in the explosion, he resolutely lunged at the creature. Alas, his prowess fell short of that of a war deity, and he was swiftly sent flying by the iron-back armored dragon, utterly unable to impede its advance. It was General Ling. Futile, even wounded, the iron-back armored dragon was far beyond the reach of a peak warrior. The disparity between a war god and a warrior was as vast as the heavens and the earth. We are doomed this time. A chorus of despair echoed around them. Even Sun Nian displayed a countenance of desolation, devoid of hope. Suddenly, he appeared to remember something and shouted urgently to Wang Heng, who was not far off. Wang Heng, you must flee. Your future is bright. You cannot perish here. Indeed, it was time to depart. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Heng fixed his piercing gaze upon the iron-back armored dragon ahead, determination radiating from his eyes. In the next instant, he leaped from the city wall and dashed toward the distant beast. Wang Heng, Sun Nian, taken aback at first, soon felt a surge of panic and rushed toward Wang Heng's retreating figure, calling out desperately. Why was this fool leaving the city? Sun Nian was fraught with anxiety. Nearby, several warriors stood in stunned silence, watching Wang Heng's silhouette. This madman, did he truly intend to confront the ironback armored dragon? In the distance, Qin Li gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape. Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng shared the same incredulous expression as they observed Wang Heng's departure. Chapter 81. Unveiling combat power leaping from the city wall, Wang Heng disregarded Sun Nian's urgent calls and resolutely sprinted towards the distant ironback earth dragon. In that moment, Wang Heng's silhouette resembled that of a valiant lone wolf, exuding an indomitable spirit that echoed the sentiment of charging forth undeterred, even amidst multitudes. Where to go? To where? Behind me lies my homeland. Wang Heng's stature stood tall like a pine, his spine as unyielding as steel, emanating a tenacity that could not be broken. He gazed toward the ironback earth dragon in the distance, gripping his dark iron battle knife with steadfast determination. What demon king? What hidden strength? At this instant, all such thoughts were cast aside. Behind him resided his homeland, filled with family, friends, neighbors, and countless souls who tugged at his heartstrings. How could he possibly flee in the face of such adversity? Come, let me witness the might of the demon king. Like an arrow released from its bow, Wang Heng charged towards the ironback earth dragon, his gaze ablaze with the fire of battle. Thunderous roars. Not far away, Ling Ran continued to engage in a fierce struggle with the ironback earth dragon. Yet, he found himself struggling to withstand the dragon's relentless assaults, barely clinging to life with his diamond body technique. Wang Heng. Ling Ran suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, turning to look at Wang Heng, his pupils constricting in alarm. Immediately, he shouted urgently, "Wang Heng, flee at once. With your current strength, you cannot hope to contend with the Demon King." To him, Wang Heng's abilities were at most comparable to that of a high-ranking warrior. Even if the Ironback Earth Dragon were wounded, its strike still bore the weight of millions of kilograms, far beyond what a high-ranking warrior could withstand. "General Ling, Luqing is my homeland. Where do you expect me to go?" Wang Heng's hair billowed as he spoke, his gaze sharp and unwavering, piercing forward without a trace of hesitation or fear. Ling Ran was momentarily taken aback by his words. Roar! The Ironback Earth Dragon paid no mind to the insignificant insect that was Wang Heng, swinging its colossal tail with overwhelming ferocity. "This is bad," Ling Ren shouted, exerting all his strength to thrust his spear forward. Yet both he and the spear were swept aside by that massive tail. The Ironback Earth Dragon's tail, still brimming with unstoppable momentum, continued its sweep towards Wang Heng. Unfazed, Wang Heng deftly evaded the dragon's sweeping tail with a nimble maneuver. The gust of wind generated by the tail stung his cheeks, yet his speed remained unimpeded. He leaped high into the air, his dark iron battle knife infused with the force of thunder, striking down towards the dragon's head with fierce intent. The blade clashed against the iron scales, sending forth a dazzling spray of sparks and a resounding echo. Roar! The Ironback Earth Dragon howled in pain, its fury unleashed as it stomped its powerful limbs, causing the earth to tremble. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. Wang Heng rolled aside, narrowly evading the inferno. Seizing the moment of the dragon's attack, he swiftly closed in on its underbelly, thrusting his battle knife with the ferocity of a tempest, pouring every ounce of his strength into each strike. However, the Ironback Armored Dragon's defense was as formidable as a fortress, and Wang Heng's attacks failed to inflict significant damage. Undeterred, he fought with increasing fervor. With a thunderous crash, the Ironback Armored Dragon suddenly turned, its rock-solid back colliding with Wang Heng. The sheer force sent him soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet he instantly sprang back to his feet, his fighting spirit ablaze. He charged once more at the Ironback Armored Dragon, engaging in a gripping battle for survival against the colossal beast. How could this be? Not far away, Ling Ran watched in astonishment as Wang Heng fought fiercely against the Ironback Armored Dragon, their struggle seemingly endless. The Ironback Armored Dragon was a creature of immense power, as he had just witnessed. Even when severely injured by a nuclear explosion, it was a force that no ordinary peak warrior could withstand. It had survived solely through its indomitable defense. Yet here was this young man, remarkably able to persist in a relentless struggle with the Ironback Armored Dragon, showing no signs of yielding. If Ling Ran recalled correctly, Wang Heng had only recently ascended to the rank of warrior, still at the novice level. Was it a trick of the eye, or was the world truly mad? A newly promoted warrior daring to fiercely clash with a demon king? Ling Ran felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. Roar! Nearby, the Ironback Armored Dragon seemed to be utterly enraged, having never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant ant would impede its advance. It fixed its gaze on Wang Heng, its massive form towering like a mountain, the heavy iron armor reflecting a chilling light, while its formidable jaws exhaled a terrifying stench. The aftermath of the nuclear explosion must have been quite unpleasant, right? You appear quite weakened, likely able to exert no more than 3 million kilograms of force. Wang Heng regarded the colossal creature before him with no hint of fear. Rather, his excitement surged. The fierce combat had allowed him to gauge the strength of the Demon King. The Ironback Armored Dragon's power had diminished by 70% due to the nuclear blast. Roar! The Ironback Armored Dragon seemed to grasp Wang Heng's intent, suddenly recalling that, prior to the explosion, there had been another ant that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one before it. Could it be? Enlightenment dawned upon the Ironback Armored Dragon, its fury igniting as it stared at Wang Heng, its eyes ablaze with rage. Indeed, I was responsible for that previous explosion. It must have been quite distressing, no? Wang Heng met the creature's wrath with a cold smile. Roar! The Ironback Armored Dragon erupted in a fit of rage, letting out a bellow that echoed like rolling thunder, causing the very air around them to feel as though it had crystallized in shock. In an instant, it charged toward Wang Heng, akin to an out-of-control behemoth, an unstoppable force. Anything that stood in its path would be ruthlessly crushed, whether it be boulders or trees, obliterated under its onslaught. Each swipe of its claws carved deep, unfathomable trenches into the ground, the sharp talons glinting ominously, as if capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Come forth! As the colossal creature charged forward, Wang Heng remained undaunted. He gripped his dark iron battle blade tightly, its blade quivering slightly as if yearning for an exhilarating confrontation. With a thunderous roar, the ironback armored dragon surged forth, casting a shadow over the sky, reminiscent of a mountain looming overhead. Third level of the dominant blade. Wang Heng's eyes flared with fierce determination, radiating the resolve of a warrior ready to defy fate. He stood resolutely at the heart of the battlefield, exuding an aura of a formidable war god. The dark iron blade in his grasp, infused with profound elemental energy, erupted with a blazing arc of light. The force of the blade surged like a tempest, slicing through the air with a piercing, shrill sound, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of space itself. With a resounding crash, the blade collided with the beast, unleashing a torrent of impact that cascaded outward, toppling trees, monstrous creatures, and structures alike. Ling Ran found himself swept off his feet by the ferocious shockwave. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, only Wang Heng remained standing, his dark iron battle blade held aloft, his gaze piercingly focused ahead. Before him lay the ironback armored dragon, now defeated and gasping for breath, its immense body marred by a gruesome wound, blood gushing forth and staining the ground a deep crimson. He had indeed repelled the ironback armored dragon head-on. Ling Ran, witnessing this scene, was struck with profound astonishment. This was a demon king akin to a god of war among humans. Yet Wang Heng was merely a newly minted warrior. The disparity in their strengths should have been insurmountable, yet the outcome was starkly contrary. The ostensibly weaker Wang Heng stood victorious, leaving Ling Ran both shocked and perplexed. Chapter 82. Slaying the Demon King. The audience stunned on the western city wall, as Wang Heng charged towards the ironback armored dragon. All eyes instinctively turned in that direction. However, to them, Wang Heng's actions appeared to be nothing short of a reckless march to his demise. Even Sun Nian felt an overwhelming sense of regret, loathing himself for not being able to restrain Wang Heng earlier. This man is truly insane. I can't believe I once vied for his attention. The mere thought now sends shivers down my spine. Among the crowd, Qin Li, astonished yet shaken, could not shake off the lingering dread. Wang Heng's audacity was unprecedented. Had it not been for his father's intervention that quelled their animosity, who could say how his own fate might have unfolded given Wang Heng's reckless nature? A proud scion of Haidai should not act with such folly. Beside him, Jiang Heng furrowed his brow and remarked, "It must be for the sake of his homeland. If he cannot withstand the beast tide, he might escape, but the citizens of Lu City would undoubtedly suffer grievously." At that moment, Qin Li pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Father, look!" Qin Zhan had already noticed. In his line of sight, Wang Heng had engaged the ironback armored dragon. Initially, Qin Zhan thought Wang Heng would soon be overwhelmed, but to their astonishment, Wang Heng was matching the beast blow for blow. Even more incredulous was the fact that, as time passed, he began to gain the upper hand. How could this be possible? Qin Zhan was left utterly speechless. In that moment, his feelings mirrored those of Ling Ran, both perceiving the absurdity of the world, their perspectives thoroughly shattered. One might entertain the notion of a peak warrior contending with a novice demigod without faltering. But Wang Heng had only just ascended to the rank of warrior. He was yet a mere junior warrior. The chasm between a junior warrior and a junior demigod was a vast, insurmountable divide. "Father, I can't be mistaken. Is that truly Wang Heng?" Qin Li stammered, his disbelief rendering him momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Beside him, Jiang Heng was equally incredulous. Even if the ironback armored dragon had been injured by a nuclear blast, it could still unleash millions of kilograms of force. How could Wang Heng, just a newly minted warrior, be this formidable? Qin Zhan shook his head, equally perplexed. Lu City may yet be saved. Not far away, Sun Yen gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes suddenly alight with hope. He too was awestruck by the spectacle before him. Soon, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. The strength Wang Heng displayed was more than capable of vanquishing the ironback armored dragon. This beast tide finally offered him a glimmer of hope for victory. The third level of the dominating blade. In the wilderness, upon unleashing the third level of the dominating blade, Wang Heng appeared to be consumed by a frenzied state. His eyes were bloodshot, radiating a fierce determination, and his breath came in heavy, labored gasps, as if each inhalation was burning through the essence of his very life. He had lost count of how many times he had unleashed his ultimate move. The ironback armored earth dragon's defense was as solid as a rock. Despite being severely wounded repeatedly, it still stood tall. With a fierce roar, the ironback armored earth dragon charged at Wang Heng once more, only to be sent sprawling by his relentless strikes, its massive body marked with ghastly, bloody gashes. Clearly, the ironback armored earth dragon had reached its limits. Yet, as a beast of royal caliber, the closer it hovered on the brink of death, the more frenzied and bloodthirsty it became. Wang Heng too had been hurled away multiple times by the dragon, its colossal tail crashing into him and leaving him gasping for breath. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in bringing the royal beast to its demise. Fortunately, he had donned the black dragon battle armor, for without it, he would have surely met his end. Gazing at the lifeless body of the ironback armored earth dragon before him, he glanced down at his black dragon battle armor, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He had not anticipated that a royal beast, already wounded by a nuclear explosion, would prove so difficult to vanquish. Had it been at its peak strength, the ironback armored earth dragon could have effortlessly dispatched him. With his current strength, contending with a junior war god-level beast was indeed a formidable challenge. Wang Heng pondered silently. His victory this time hinged on three crucial factors. First, the ironback armored earth dragon had been injured by the nuclear blast, retaining barely 30% of its original power. Second, during the battle, he had gleaned insights into the third level of the dominance blade, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Third, it was the black dragon battle armor he wore, a pinnacle of human craftsmanship designed to withstand the assaults of royal beasts. Without it, he would have long since fallen to the jaws of the ironback armored earth dragon. Each of these three elements was indispensable. One could say that his triumph was nothing short of serendipitous. However, Wang Heng was acutely aware that, with his current rank as a junior warrior, attempting to slay a junior war god-level beast was an arduous task. If he were to ascend to the ranks of a senior warrior, perhaps the hunt for such a beast would not be so fraught with difficulty. At that moment, while Wang Heng was lost in thought, Ling Ran hurriedly approached from a distance. Upon seeing the corpse of the ironback armored earth dragon, Ling Ran's eyes were still filled with astonishment. He took a deep breath and turned to Wang Heng, solemnly stating, "You should return to rest. With this royal beast gone, the tide of beasts is already receding." Having witnessed the battle firsthand, he understood well that Wang Heng was also grievously injured and could no longer continue fighting. Wang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, noting the retreat of the surrounding beasts. The battles ahead no longer required his participation, and he had fully revealed his strength in this confrontation. Soon, the entire world would undoubtedly be stirred by this event. After all, it was the first time someone had managed to defeat a junior war god-level beast with the prowess of a junior warrior. Wang Heng could not guarantee that there would not be those who harbored ill intentions towards him. He needed to prepare for any eventuality. "General Ling, I shall take my leave first," Wang Heng said, giving a slight nod to Ling Ran before swiftly making his way towards Lu City. Meanwhile, on the western city wall, the crowd, having witnessed Wang Heng's slaying of the iron-backed armored dragon, did not erupt into jubilant cheers. Instead, the vast expanse of the wall lay shrouded in an eerie silence, as if every soul present had been rendered mute, struck by the gravity of the moment. He truly vanquished a demon king. After a prolonged pause, Qin Li drew a sharp breath, his face a canvas of astonishment. Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng were equally astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Sun Nian stared blankly into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Am I on the verge of nurturing a war god? Moreover, a war god with the ability to manifest avatars." War god. The nearby warriors, upon hearing this, instinctively nodded in agreement. If anyone dared to claim that Wang Heng could not ascend to the status of a war god, the gathered multitude would not believe it. To be capable of slaying a demon king of the initial war god level, while still at the general rank, is a talent of extraordinary caliber. If such an individual cannot become a war god, then who among them is worthy of that title? Our city of Lu is finally poised to give birth to a war god. This thought resonated in the hearts of every warrior on the western city wall. Soon after, the majority felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, they were warriors of Lu City. If a war god were to emerge from their ranks, the city would no longer fear the tide of beasts. Furthermore, with Wang Heng's unique gift for avatar manifestation, their hopes soared even higher. Once he ascends to the rank of war god and establishes his presence in Lu City, it would stand as steadfast as a rock, impervious to any threat. Chapter 83. The internet erupts with a thunderous roar. Wang Heng returned to Lu City, hastily making his way home to unlock the metallic door of his underground training chamber. Xiao Heng. As the door swung open, Wang Tao, Lu Yuru, and Wang Kiki rushed forward. Upon seeing Wang Heng safe and sound, their faces illuminated with joy. Father, mother, the beast tide has come to an end. However, I must swiftly make my way to High University. Wang Heng spoke nonchalantly, gazing at his three beloved family members. During his journey home, he had contemplated deeply. The only viable option was to head to High University. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to resist the malevolent forces lurking from all directions. At High University, there were numerous God of War level instructors, along with a principal who surpassed even that caliber. As long as he remained there, his life would be safeguarded. As for whether High University harbored ill intentions towards him, Wang Heng found himself with no alternatives. He trusted High University more than anyone else. After all, he was a student there. Surely, High University would not engage in actions that would harm a talent like him, for who would dare to apply there in the future if that were the case? Xiao Heng, summer vacation has only just passed for a month, and you must leave already? His mother, Lu Yuru, expressed her reluctance upon hearing his words. Wang Tao looked at Wang Heng with concern and asked, "Is there something urgent that has arisen?" Wang Heng shook his head, replying, "It's nothing significant. After all, the next semester will see me advancing to my second year. I need to prepare in advance." There were matters he preferred to keep from his parents to spare them unnecessary worry. As for their safety, Wang Heng held no concerns. As long as he remained alive, who would dare to harm his parents? A genius with power comparable to a junior god of war, possessing the talent for avatars and boundless potential, would undoubtedly be a formidable presence without reservations, one that all would fear. It was likely that the military in Lu City would soon take great care to protect Wang Heng's family. Xiao Heng, you have grown into an adult. There is little we can do to assist you. Be sure to exercise caution out there. Wang Tao advised earnestly. Wang Heng nodded in response, then proceeded to the underground training chamber, gathering the remaining training resources before departing his home. Upon arriving at Xian Chao Airport, he selected the nearest flight to High University. Meanwhile, in the digital realm of the Great Xia Nation, videos of Wang Heng slaying the Ironback armored dragon began to emerge. After all, many were present at the scene, and it was inevitable that some would record the event. This led to Wang Heng's fame gradually spreading across the entire online community. Within just a few hours, sensational headlines such as "Freshman slays Demon King. Can you believe it? Junior Battle Master defeats Junior Demon King. 17-year-old college student slays Demon King. Super genius emerges in Lu City." And the story I must share about Wang Heng began to circulate widely across the internet. Initially, no one believed these claims, dismissing them as the fabrications of idle individuals seeking to garner attention. Yet, after watching the videos, they could not help but be utterly convinced. Due to the youthful visage of Wang Heng in the video, he appears as nothing more than a verdant youth. Furthermore, Wang Heng, having previously earned the title of martial arts champion in Luqing, has long been the subject of media interviews. This juxtaposition of information has led to an exhaustive excavation of all that pertains to Wang Heng. In an instant, the entire internet was ablaze with excitement. In a certain military department, a staff member hurriedly rushed to the office, urgently addressing a middle-aged general seated in his chair. "General, you must see this video. Someone has slain a demon king against all odds." The initially indifferent gaze of the general shifted dramatically. He took the tablet from the staff member's hands, watching the footage with growing astonishment. How could a junior warrior possibly unleash several million kilograms of force? The general was left utterly speechless. Who is this individual? He inquired. The staff member quickly responded. His name is Wang Heng. He is currently a freshman at Hai University and hails from an ordinary family in Luqing. The general's eyes gleamed momentarily before he declared, "Inform Hai University that our military intends to recruit Wang Heng in advance and directly appoint him to the rank of Major General." Understood. The staff member departed with purpose. In the Ministry of Education, a distinguished gentleman with silver hair gradually set down his tablet and addressed his colleagues. "Notify Hai University that we have identified Wang Heng as a remarkable prodigy. Such an extraordinary talent must be cultivated with utmost priority." The staff member hesitated. Hai University might not relinquish him easily. The gentleman smiled serenely. Hai University is also under the auspices of the Ministry of Education. Yes. The staff member nodded in compliance. At a certain research institution, a man clad in a white lab coat, having watched the video on the tablet, was instantly filled with fervor. He exclaimed to his colleague, "Quickly inform the higher-ups. I require this individual's blood and cells, and it would be ideal to bring him in person. This is a genius on par with a war deity." The colleague, wearing a troubled expression, replied with a wry smile. The man in the lab coat insisted, "I care not for titles such as war deity or genius. If this individual can unleash combat prowess several times his own, once we achieve results from our research and disseminate them globally, humanity will decisively surpass the demon beasts. For the greater good of humanity, some personal sacrifices are inevitable." In the International Chamber of Commerce, within the Morgan family estate, Xie Yuanhao had just been escorted into a villa and had no time to rest before he noticed the recently departed Taki Morgan returning. "Mr. Morgan, what brings you back?" Xie Yuanhao inquired, his face reflecting confusion. Taki Morgan, having sustained significant injuries from his battle with Wu Jingshan and intending to seek healing, had received urgent news midway through his journey and promptly came to inform Xie Yuanhao. "There is a young man named Wang Heng, who is your classmate. Do you know of him?" Taki Morgan asked. Upon hearing the name Wang Heng, Xie Yuanhao's brows furrowed deeply, his expression darkening as he remarked, "He is also a student of Haida. Why do you inquire about him? What is this individual's aptitude?" Taki Morgan continued to press. Xie Yuanhao scoffed and replied, "His cultivation talent is merely rated as D level, yet his ability to manifest clones has undergone a mutation, resulting in a power augmentation of 100 upon merging with his clone. Remarkably, he possesses the talent for clone manifestation." Taki Morgan was taken aback by this revelation. Xie Yuanhao, with a frown, questioned Mr. Taki, "What is your interest in him? Are you perhaps considering recruiting him as well?" "Take a look at this," Taki Morgan said, handing over a tablet to Xie Yuanhao. Upon receiving the device and opening the video, Xie Yuanhao's pupils constricted in disbelief. Is this truly Wang Heng?" he gasped, eyes wide. "He is your classmate. Do you not recognize him?" Taki Morgan countered. Xie Yuanhao clenched his fists, his expression dark as night, for he indeed recognized him. He would know Wang Heng even if he were reduced to ashes. However, what left him incredulous was the realization that Wang Heng had managed to slay a demon king, even if that king was gravely injured. Yet, a demon king is still a demon king. Xie Yuanhao was all too aware of the chasm that lay between a demon king and a war general. "Why?" he roared inwardly in frustration. Each time he endeavored to surpass Wang Heng, he would find himself overshadowed anew. This time, the disparity between him and Wang Heng was more pronounced than ever.